Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are live, and guess what? Regrettably, it is no King's Day. It is the day where across the country, all of these absolutely unhinged, radically progressive, far left, illegal alien demonstrators, peaceful protesters, potentially rioters are going to be taken to the streets, many of whom already have, as you can see. Now, there's a lot going on today. We have these No Kings protests, riots across the country, pretty much scheduled for every single town in the nation, every single, I was going to say city, but really every single town. Folks, I live in a very small town. We have 2,500 or 3,000 people living in the town that I live in, very small. And still, we have 10 or 15 people that are going downtown in my town today, middle of nowhere, that are going to be demonstrating against Trump. And I live in a more conservative town. So I was going to say city, this is only happening in the big cities. No, folks, this is happening in every single town in the nation. There's going to be some people out there demonstrating no Trump, whatever. Okay, open up the border. No Trump, we hate Trump. Open up the border. We love our illegal aliens. We need more illegal aliens in this country. Man, you know the one thing we need in this country is more illegal aliens. That's what we need. And so that's what these people are protesting about today, maybe rioting about. Now, we already have some terrible, in fact, they're talking about it right now down below me. Folks, we already have some terrible news. This happened early in the morning, I think before I even woke up. So I'm a little bit late to this. Of course, I'm on the West Coast. For me, it is 9:33 in the morning. On the East Coast, it is 12:33 in the afternoon. So the day is already underway for half the country here. But folks, take a look at this. Breaking news. Minnesota Democrat Senator John Hoffman and State Democrat Representative Melissa Hortman have both been shot at their homes, condition unknown. I think we have an update. I think one of them has regrettably passed away. I'm not sure. I need to double check and look at this because this is from a couple hours ago. Both check this out. This is the insane part. Both just got done voting across party lines to take healthcare away from illegal aliens in Minnesota. So both of these Democrat representatives here from Minnesota voted to remove healthcare access from illegal alien invaders. And what is the price that they paid? As far as I understand it, you had a far-left radical progressive that actually knocked on their door. They were dressed up like a police officer. They impersonated a police officer. They dressed up as a cop, knocked on the door, and when they answered, that is what they did. These two individuals here, on today of all days, on this day of all days. We all know what day it is. It's No King's Day. Okay, so folks... let this be a reminder. If anybody knocks on your door today and they're dressed up like a cop, I don't know, you don't know who it is, you don't recognize them, maybe don't answer the door, or maybe you should call the police. Say, hey, listen, there's somebody at my door. I need to make sure that this is this really a police officer? I don't know. Okay. So I'm reading in the chat that Melissa and her husband have both passed away. That's just terrible. Really, really it is. And then Senator John Hoffman is still alive. Okay, this is really just disgusting. We have a follow-up here. There is no way it is a coincidence that Minnesota Rep. Melissa Hortman, who was assassinated this morning, excuse me, just happened to be the sole Democrat to vote no for free health care for illegals. This reeks of a political hit job. Luigi Mangione 2.0. And does that seem to be true? Yeah, I think so. We're going to get more information about this story as the day unfolds. This is terrible. Guys, this is terrible. And you know what? I have to say this because I'm so sick of all this. If this were a Republican House rep or senator or whatever that had been assassinated for some reason like this, the people on the left, they would be cheering. They would be celebrating. If this were a Republican representative politician that had been attacked or assaulted or shot or assassinated, the people on the left, they would be celebrating. They would be cheering it. Over here on the right, we can say, this is terrible. This is disgusting. She's a Democrat. We disagree on probably most every issue. It's disgusting. We should not have political violence like this in the country. It's terrible. This is absolutely terrible. It's sad. She's got a family. She's got people that love her. She loves people. You know, she's a human being. This is terrible. Now, legislature passes bill repealing the Minnesota CARE Act for illegal immigrant adults. That's what she voted for across party lines. Even she said, she's a Democrat, she said, enough is enough. And she lost her life for it. She gave her life for it. So, folks, when we are talking about, listen, we are an invaded country. We have a hostile invading force in our country. If our actual American politicians are voting against the interests of this hostile invading force, guess what? They get assassinated. Guess what? If you're a Democrat and you have the audacity to vote against the ongoing illegal alien invasion or giving free crap to the illegal alien invaders, guess what? Now your life is at risk. This is meant, political attacks like this are meant to send a message. This is terrorism, right? This is meant to inspire terror in any other Democrat across the country that would vote against the illegal alien invasion, that would vote against supporting and aiding and abetting the illegal alien invaders. That's what this is meant to do. This attack like this. Absolutely terrible. Okay, so I am real quick, today, guys, is going to be a very long stream. I'm ready for a 10-hour broadcast or a 12-hour broadcast. For me, it's 9:38 in the morning. I'm going to be here all day. Okay, this might very well be a 10-hour long broadcast. And the reason why, okay, we have no King's protests / riots. You're already seeing them break out across the country. We are going to be checking in every single town across the country all day. And then on top of that, today, as all of that No Kings stuff is happening, it is Flag Day. It is the U.S. Army's 250th anniversary in Washington, D.C. We have a big celebration, military parade, big veterans party, something going on in D.C. I'm not exactly, we're going to follow that. It is also President Trump's 79th birthday, I think. And so it's a big day. There's a lot going on. And guess what? 2 politicians have already been assassinated. This day, I told you guys, I hate to say it, yesterday, the day before, I was saying, guys, Saturday is going to be terrible. Saturday is going to be bad. You need to be safe. You need to take care of yourselves. You need to really watch your back today. It already has happened. I already have been proven right about this, right? 2 politicians on the left have already been assassinated. They've had their lives taken from them, okay? We're off to a bad start. And we're going to be here all day. Now, let me read off some super chats here. We already have a lot of them. Fred Samuel, hey, I am in the D.C. area, and I've seen only a handful of liberal lunatics running around. It looks like they are staying away so far. Well, you know, D.C., given the military parade and all this stuff that's going on, D.C. is on absolute hyper alert state of lockdown. So I doubt we're going to see any crazy unhinged protests in D.C. today. I'd be looking at New York. Right now, we're looking at, I think this is Pennsylvania, somewhere in Pennsylvania. I think we're looking at Los Angeles. I think we're looking at Chicago. We're looking at Portland, Oregon. We're looking at Seattle, Washington, maybe Atlanta. So we're going to be all over the place. I think Florida, we probably won't see much in Texas or Florida because Florida and Texas have shown, they've said, listen, if you're causing problems, we're going to put you down. Okay, if you're blocking the freeway, if you're assaulting people, if you're blowing up cars, if you're damaging small businesses, whatever. If you attack a police officer, I mean, folks, there was a sheriff or a police chief in Florida I saw yesterday. I don't have the video on hand right now, but he came out and said, listen, hey, if you attack a police officer, we're going to shoot you straight up. We will shoot you. We will not even think twice about it. If you do anything to a police officer, if you try to pull that stuff that we have been seeing in Los Angeles over here in Florida, you're getting shot. Okay, so it's that messaging that just immediately puts. Can I speak English today? Puts the entire situation on ice. So I don't think you're going to see anything in Florida really today. Nothing crazy, but there are a lot of towns, a lot of big cities across this country where we will be seeing a lot of this crazy behavior, namely in sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. Oregon, Washington, California, of course. Guys, you know what's nuts? We haven't even, the last week that this has been going on, we haven't even really seen anything coming out of Portland or Seattle. I think today is the day. Today is going to be a crazy day up in those cities. So like I said, today we're going to be here all day. This is going to be a 12-hour broadcast, maybe 10-hour broadcast. It's going to be a long one. Michael P. with the super chat, bright and early. He says, Matt, remember how the Democrats downplayed the attempted hit on Steve Scalise? This was the situation at the congressional baseball game a couple years ago, if I remember right. Oh, self-deletion by cop. No, it was a politically motivated act, and he had a firefight with cops. Okay, I'm thinking of a different situation. I apologize. Not self-deletion attempt. Democrats refuse to investigate an act of terror. Yeah, I mean, listen, when they are in control, listen, like we say, it's rules for thee, but not for me. When they're in control, it doesn't matter. Violence against conservatives, who cares? We all know how this goes. We all know how this goes. They're the most hypocritical people on the planet. And thank you very much. And thank you very, very much. I appreciate that a lot. In fact, I remember, go back to that congressional baseball game where I forget which Republican rep got shot by the attempted would-be assassin. I don't think he passed away. I think he's still alive, that guy. I forget his name. Anyway, I remember the Democrats, the progressives, they were celebrating. They were celebrating when that happened. Do you remember? That was a couple years ago, maybe 7 years ago, 6 years ago. They were celebrating when that happened. I remember. So we already know how they handle situations like this when the shoe is on the other foot. We already know. Okay, Clifford Sharp, that was Scalise. Okay, thank you, folks. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Clifford and Michael P. again, thank you. We have Solinger from way back in the day. East Tennessee Patriot with the super chat. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Joseph Porter, what up, brother? I'm in Montrose, Colorado, and we'll be live streaming this protest riot when it starts. If you need some footage in Colorado, I'll keep an eye on that. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to be bouncing around all over the place. Today, I'm telling you, it's going to be freaking nuts, and I don't mean that in a good way. I mean, when I say freaking nuts, I mean that in a way that's like, hey, I need to hold up. I need to moderate my chat here real quick. You know what? Later today at some point, not now, so don't worry about it now. Later today, I am going to find some moderators for the live chat. I'm not going to solve that issue now. Soon, though, I'm going to pluck out some names. I've got people in my head that I know, that I trust, that I've been talking to for years. So I'm going to find some moderators here today. That's been one of our biggest issues for the last couple days, is maybe a lack of moderators. So I'm going to find some moderators today. All right. Today it's going to happen because, like I said, today is going to be a crazy day on the streets and in the live chat. I would imagine already I just saw something. I had to do it myself. Okay. Valiant Goat with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. You know what? Look at this. We have the big floating naked baby Donald Trump. That's just so stupid that it's funny a little bit. We have the upside down American flag. Let's tune into the news here. I'm going to turn up the audio for the Fox broadcast here, and I'm going to try to find some more information about what is going on the streets right now. Give me one moment here, folks. Let me get some breaking news updates. Let's tune into Fox real quick.
Here we will be bringing you these live
what do we
looks.
Have here?
I also did just want to share this one just coming in here. I'm not quite sure exactly where this is, but this is just another live look here at just some of these protests, and we'll continue to bring this to you throughout the show.
There's a lot happening right now, folks.
It is a very busy breaking news day here.
Today, yeah, I was just going to say, today is really going to test my my political streamer capabilities, because there are 10 million things happening every second. So today is going to be a hectic day. Well, they're already on commercial break. Okay, well, folks, check this out. Look what I just found right over here. Take a look at this. This is coming from Benny Johnson. Breaking: No Kings flyers were reportedly found in the vehicle of the man who shot 2 Democratic representatives in the state of Minnesota. Imagine my shock. Wow. So the individual who carried out a political assassination against 2 sitting Democratic representatives just earlier this morning, just hours ago, the FBI, the local police department, whoever, they have raided this guy's vehicle. They found in the vehicle, what? A bunch of these No Kings flyers. So already we have a direct link with this No Kings attack linked to political violence. Okay. You think, okay, okay, you want to go conspiratorial mode. Do you think these were planted? Were these No Kings flyers planted in the assassin's car? Guys, sometimes, you can always go down that route. You can go down that route with everything. Did the feds plant the flyers in the car to make the No Kings protests look bad. Folks, listen, I feel like in this case, that's kind of obfuscating or distracting from the reality that our country has been invaded. Our country has been invaded by millions of violent, illegal aliens. They have far left radical progressives supporting them, aiding them, and abetting them in the country. Is it just unbelievable that we have one of these freaks carrying out political violence? Is it just so unbelievable that one of these insane people is actually carrying out political violence that we need to invent some conspiracy? Guys, our country has been invaded, okay? We have all of these violent illegal aliens, far left radical progressives. This is what happens. This is what is at stake. This is where the country is. This is why we need to fix these issues, because this stuff is happening. Okay, take a look at this.
Bondi Governor Tim Walz to this news about the death of a Minnesota state lawmaker and her husband. Of course, the latest we have here, police have recovered writings that mention the names of multiple lawmakers and other officials in a fake police car, not a real one. It was a fake police car. They believe a suspect used in the shooting of 2 Democratic legislators in Minnesota. So now they are asking the public to shelter in place, to not answer the door if you do see a police officer come there. They are pairing them up in 2.
If there is an officer or anybody that knocks on your door today, you should just call the police. Probably get your gun. Everybody has a gun. We're all Americans. We all have guns. Get your gun. Don't shoot anybody. Call the police. Do not answer the door for anybody weird. Amazon delivery driver, FedEx delivery driver, pizza guy, Uber Eats, whatever. Hey, I'm not answering the door. Nuh-uh.
Her husband Mark and her relationship, and I just know in just a little bit I knew of her, she would speak of him often, and just had such a love for her family. She has 2 adult children as well.
That's terrible.
Yeah, she loved him so much, and I only got to meet Mark once. I had an event, but. She was so dedicated to the legislature in her job.
I'm getting set up here, folks.
Representing her constituents, and then being the Speaker of the House, which is just a huge, huge role. But she also was a very committed wife and mom, and she would talk about wanting to get out of St. Paul, to get back home and be with her family.
Get out of St. Paul.
It's unbelievable. And it's just such an incredible loss. And to have the spouses of both of these elected officials also shot, serving in elected office takes a toll on an entire family. And horrifically, overnight, that comes into focus in just the most awful way when Melissa's husband is shot and killed and John's wife is shot. And I mean, it's so terrible. I don't know. We have to move forward.
Okay, if you are tuning in today, just hours ago, earlier today is No Kings Day, the day of protest and riot across the country. Well, guess what? Just hours ago, 2 sitting Democratic politicians have been, shot at. One of them has been assassinated. This is on the right. This is Senator John Hoffman. He was shot. He is still alive. He was not killed. However, State Democratic Rep Melissa Hortman has been shot. Her, I believe, and her husband, I think, have both. Definitely, she has lost her life as a consequence of this political hit job this morning. But they're Democrats. Why were they shot at? Melissa Hoffman here today. Melissa Hortman is her name. She voted across party lines in Minnesota to cut off illegal aliens from free state-funded health care. So just yesterday, the other day, she voted against illegal aliens in the state receiving free taxpayer-funded health care. She's cutting them off. Guess what? She lost her life for doing that. She voted to cut illegal aliens off of the healthcare system, as they should be. They should not be receiving free taxpayer, U.S. taxpayer-funded healthcare. She cut them off, and she was assassinated for doing so. Okay, despite being a Democrat, terrible situation that happened this morning.
Horrific news today. We thought, for those of us, those of you who didn't join us a little bit earlier, around 9:30, 9:45 was when Governor Tim Walz made the confirmation of these shootings and of the lives lost. So we'll replay that for you now, so that you.
Tim Walz is coming out right now. Well, this is a replay, I think, here, but we're going to listen to this. I haven't seen this yet.
Thank you for being here. In a moment, you'll hear from law enforcement officials who will share with you what they can as up-to-minute update on the situation here in Minnesota. You're going to be joined by Commissioner Bob Jacobson, BCA Superintendent Drew Evans, State Patrol Colonel Christina Bogoyevich, Champlain Park Police Chief Snyder, and Brooklyn Park Police Chief Mark Bruley, as well as the Mayor of Brooklyn Park. We're here today because an unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa Hortman, and her husband Mark were shot and killed early this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination.
Yeah, talk about why.
Our state lost a great leader, and I lost a dearest of friends. Speaker Hortman was someone who served the people of Minnesota with grace, compassion, humor, and a sense of service. She was a formidable public servant, a fixture and a giant in Minnesota. She woke up every day determined to make this state a better place. She is irreplaceable, and we've been missed by so many. Minnesota's thoughts and prayers are with her family, her loved ones, her children, and her parents. My prayers also go out to State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who were each shot multiple times. The Hoffmans are out of surgery at this time and receiving care, and we are cautiously optimistic they will survive this assassination attempt. This was an act of targeted political violence. Peaceful discourse is the foundation of our democracy. We don't settle our differences with violence or at gunpoint. In the state of Minnesota, and as recently as last week, in the most closely divided state legislature in the country, we sat down, we worked things out, we debated, we shook hands and compromised, and we served the state of Minnesota together. We proved that it's possible, even in these politically charged times, to find compromise and adhere to the principles of democracy and civil discourse. We must all, Minnesota and across the country, stand against all forms of political violence. At this precipice moment we're on, this tragic act here in Minnesota should serve as a reminder to all of us. The democracy and the debates in the halls of Congress, in state houses, in school boards, is a way to settle our differences peacefully and move society to a better place. We're collaborating with all local, state, and federal agencies on a full investigation. We're committed to keeping Minnesotans informed as the situation continues. I assure you that those responsible for this will be held accountable, and each and every one of us are committed to making sure that a tragedy like this never repeats itself in Minnesota or across this country. I'd now like to turn it over to my public safety team to fill you.
Guess what, folks? This is what happens when we have political leaders like Tim Walz that they directly allow for millions, tens of millions of illegal aliens to invade our country. This is what happens. Terrible circumstances like this, foreigners aggressively marching in our streets, attacking police officers, blowing up cars, burning down businesses, looting everything in sight, literally assassinating sitting American politicians. This is what happens when we allow tens of millions of violent illegal aliens to march through our streets to invade our country. This is where we're at. When I say, folks, we're not going to have a country in 10 years unless we solve the issue, This is what I'm talking about. You can't have a country if your nation has been overrun with illegal alien invaders, and if you have politicians getting assassinated, like we're in some third world ghetto like Mexico or Guatemala or whatever. You don't get to have a functioning country if this is what we allow. You don't get to have one. You can't have one.
Called indivisible.org. On their webpage, it says, as of now, we are proceeding with the No Kings event. We think it's important to gather peacefully. In the face of this horror, we will mourn and mark our determination for a peaceful, just, democratic future.
So who committed the crime? We'll take a look at this. So far, we have information. The Minnesota police have raided the assassin's car. They found dozens or hundreds of No Kings flyers in the guy's vehicle. This is a photo taken. The man who killed Minnesota Rep. Melissa Hortman this morning had No Kings flyers in his car. If you are spamming the chat, I want you to know I hate you. There's a little spot deep in my heart that hates you. If you are spamming the chat, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Stop spamming the chat. I hate you. Stop doing that. It's so annoying. Please do not do that. Just enjoy the show. Stop spamming. Anyway, this is inside of the guy's car, the assassin. He is an assassin. Bunch of No Kings flyers. And there's something else I want to show you right here. Take a look at this. This is Minnesota State Rep. Melissa Hortman. She is now dead. She lost her life, regrettably. This was her yesterday evening, shortly before being assassinated. I want to play this video for you.
I know that people will be hurt by that vote, and I'm
By the way, real quick, a little bit of pretext here. The reason why she was targeted for this attack is because she is a Democrat in Minnesota. She voted across party lines with the Republicans to end state-funded health care for illegal aliens in her state of Minnesota. And so this is her talking about that after she gave her vote.
I know that people will be hurt by that vote, and we worked very hard to try to get a budget deal that wouldn't include that provision.
DFL Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman emotional following the House's adjournment from a special session Monday. Hortman was the lone DFL lawmaker to cast a vote to cut Minnesota Care access for undocumented immigrants. It's a move she made with a heavy heart.
I did what leaders do. I stepped up, and I got the job done for the people of Minnesota.
The bill was...
She got the job done for the people of Minnesota, not the illegal aliens in Minnesota. The people, the citizens, the American citizens in Minnesota. This woman is a Democrat, folks. God bless her. I hope, in the afterlife, wherever she is, like, this is terrible. This is a sick thing that has gone on. Terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Was deeply unpopular with members of the DFL caucus. Members have repeatedly expressed frustration that the bill was part of a compromise, one that would ensure the necessary GOP votes to pass the rest of the state budget.
We are tremendously disappointed and gut-wrenched at this decision, at this compromise that compromises our communities that are most vulnerable.
Hortman knows she let down her own caucus members with the vote.
They're right to be mad at me. I think some of them are pretty angry. I think that their job was to make folks who voted for that bill feel like crap, and I think that they succeeded.
Over in the Senate, a similar...
And so what does a political assassination like this mean? What is the message? What is the point of carrying out a political assassination like this? The message is very simple. If you are an American politician and you dare, if you have the audacity to vote against the illegal alien invaders, we're going to take your life. We're going to assassinate you. That is the message. That is the message that this assassination is sending. And by the way, that is the intentional, explicit message that this assassin, that these people want to send. They want American politicians living in fear. They want American citizens, American patriots living in fear. If you dare impede the illegal alien invasion, you're going to lose your life. We're going to assassinate you. That is the message they are trying to send. Our country has been invaded.
Situation unfolded. Senate Majority Leader Erin Murphy forced to vote for a bill she too disagreed with to uphold the integrity of their compromise.
This one hurt. This one is a wound because of its reason. my colleagues across the aisle set this as their number one priority.
Asked whether the move would drive a wedge between her and the rest of her caucus, her DFL colleague, Senator John Marty, quickly stepped to her defense.
As a member of the caucus, yes, sir, she clearly was fighting against that every step of the way. In the negotiations, if we wanted a budget, we had to agree to that. She agreed to put up one vote for us because of that.
Okay, folks, we have some breaking news. This is potentially unverified, but I'm seeing this pop up all over Twitter right now. Breaking: the suspect who killed Representative Melissa Hortman this morning has been identified as 57-year-old Vance Bolter. Law enforcement tells Julia Rosas, who is a U.S. Marine and national correspondent for The Blaze. Okay, I'm going to say this is a pretty trustworthy story here. Bolter, he was a Tim Walz appointee to one of the governor's boards. He was appointed by Tim Walz to the governor's board. This is, folks, what do you say? I'm going to double back and do some super chats because I'm being a terrible streamer right now. I'm being a bad streamer. Let me take a look at this. I don't want to miss any of these. We have, gosh, I'm trying to go back here. Kristen Hayes, by the way, thank you very much for that absolutely massive super chat. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. I'm happy you're tuning in. Thank you. It's going to be, folks, guess what? I'm already pissed off. Great. It is 10:03 in the morning. It's not even 11 yet, and I'm already in a bad mood. I'm already pissed off. This is disgusting. This entire situation is disgusting. Trying to... Michael P. again had another $50 donation. He said, by the way, Michael, thank you. Matt, you're at the big time now. 500,000 with 20,000 new subs in a week. Consider going on Patreon with different tiers, steady and predictable income, and help you hire staff, etc. You'll be over 1 million subs soon. Keep momentum. Ask in chat about Patreon. I don't know. That honestly, right now, the numbers, I'm not even thinking about the numbers, the money, the subs, the anything. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm just thinking about how our freaking country is invaded. I'm in a perpetual state of being pissed off. We're on the brink of World War III. We're getting pulled into a war again in the Middle East. I'm pissed off about that. Our country is being invaded. I'm getting pissed off about that. Our American politicians are also being assassinated. I'm pissed off about that. We have riots and protests breaking out across our entire country as we speak right now. I'm pissed off about that. Screw the money, screw the subscribers. You know what I mean? I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Okay. At the way that all of this is unfolding. Okay. That's what I'm trying to say. Not screw the subscribers, but you know what I mean? It's not about the numbers. It's not about that. It's about the country. That's what it's about. Okay, I'm trying to get a grip on these the super chats. There's too many of them. This Minnesota tragedy boils my blood. The two lawmakers grew a conscience and voted for the people, true, and not the illegals, and they were dealt with swiftly. The left has gone full unhinged, truly, and you're right, and yes, they have, and you're right, and yes, they have. And thank you. Spectre with the $10 super chat. So not disrupting law enforcement working to detain this savage criminal is okay, but not when feds work to arrest illegals have committed murder. Make it make sense. You can't. There's no sense about any of this. Listen, once again, the people that have facilitated the invasion of this country by tens of millions of illegal aliens, folks, they want all of this chaos. The political assassinations, the chaos, the protests, the marches, the riots on the streets. All of this is part of the plan for the people that opened up the border. All of this, they're sitting there saying, yes, perfect. Yes, political assassination, perfect, according to plan. Yes, rioters on the streets, perfect, according to plan. Tens of millions of illegal aliens in the country taken over, perfect, according to plan. All of this is happening in accordance. This is exactly what they wanted. Okay, I'm telling you, this is not accidental. This is all part of their plan. Stay safe. Feliz cumpleaños, Trump. You're deported. Shut up. You are deported. Moderators, this guy right here, he says Feliz cumpleaños. You are deported. You are getting deported out of this country. Goodbye. Hasta luego. Okay. No, hey, thank you for the $20 super chat. Thank you very much. Casey Lake with the $10 super chat says, Vance Bolter, CEO of the Red Lion Group and Praetorian Guard Security. I guess there's more information coming out about this guy. Okay, folks, I'm gonna play the live coverage here. I'm gonna try to find some more breaking news for you guys. Give me one moment, and we'll see what's going on.
To our family members, to our loved ones is always important.
Let me find some more information here for you guys.
We can disagree, we can debate, we can collaborate, try to find ways forward, but nothing calls for the senseless violence
I'm looking
like
around.
we have all experienced today in our state.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Senator Zach Duckworth, thank you so much for speaking with us, and our best to you, best to all the lawmakers, and of course those injured today. So thank you very much.
Thank you to our Fox 9 team. And if you are just joining us, my name is Christy Matino for this breaking news we've been covering all morning here. Right now, I did want to take you out live to the scene right now as
That's the scene of the crime there.
Seeing law enforcement there as we continue to await the latest information here. If you are just joining us, I did want to share with you what we do know as of right now. Again, we are awaiting another news conference.
So have
These have been popping up
this guy?
sporadically for us here. So no worries.
I just saw Jack Posobiec. You guys know him on Twitter. He said, No King's assassin, the No King's assassin is now going door to door shooting elected officials and their families. That was 4 minutes ago. That's from Jack Posobiec. Have they caught this guy, or is he still running around town?
Legislators in Minnesota. The Brooklyn Park Police Chief said the writings that were just recovered identified many lawmakers and other officials. They were discovered when officers searched this phony police car that they believe the suspect used.
Thank you very much.
Melissa Hortman, a former Minnesota House Speaker, and her husband were shot and killed early this morning in their Brooklyn Park home. A second state lawmaker, Senator John Hoffman, and his wife were shot multiple times in Champlin. Officials say both Hortman and Hoffman were mentioned in the suspect's writings.
We've got a manifesto. We're going to talk about that here in a minute.
When we did a search of the vehicle, there was a manifesto that identified many lawmakers and other officials. We immediately made alerts to the state.
Identified other lawmakers and officials. The guy has a manifesto.
Necessary. Authorities were actively searching for a suspect in the hours following the shootings. As we can see from this live image here, that is still the case here as of right now. Hundreds of police and sheriff deputies from departments in the region, some in tactical gear with assault-style weapons, are scattered through the town. Occasional police roadblocks where cars are stopped and checked. We did hear from Governor Tim Walz, and he said Hortman and Hoffman were deliberately targeted. Here is a quote from Governor Walz. He says, "We must all in Minnesota and across the country stand against all forms of political violence. Those responsible for this will be held accountable." Now, as we've been saying here throughout the show, I do just want to reiterate it for those who are just tuning in and maybe you do live in the state. Officials are asking you to not attend the No Kings protests that are scheduled across the state today. We're seeing them across the United States as well.
Michael P., ladies and gentlemen in the audience, deploy the National Guard right now across the entire damn country. President Trump, deploy the National Guard in every state. The Democrats were mad that he took over the National Guard in one state, in just California. They should be thankful it was only one state. We've got 50 of them. National Guard, every single state, on the streets. We have rioters, protesters, political assassins killing sitting U.S. politicians. National Guard, full and total deployment. Is that fair? Should we do that? I think that's where we're at.
All of this.
The guy hasn't even been caught yet. He's still out there. Okay, this is a press briefing from earlier today. Actually, just moments ago. Take a look at this. According to officials, Minneapolis shooter wore a police uniform, had a manifesto, and he has a hit list. He has multiple people.
Our community helping us with this, so it's very complex and working on it. What I will tell you, when we did a search of the vehicle, there wasn't a manifesto that identified many lawmakers and other officials. We immediately made alerts to the state who took action on alerting them and providing security where necessary. And that's about, I'll stop there. Chief, thank you very much. We're going to take our community helping us with this, so it's very complex and working on it. What I will tell you.
What do you want to bet? You've got other Democratic politicians on this manifesto, and now that their lives have been threatened by this far-left radical nutjob, now they care about law and order. Now that sitting Democrat far-left politicians are being targeted also, now they care about law and order. Now the police are activated. Now we got to shut down the protests. Hey, in Minnesota State, we're calling off the No Kings protest today. Why? Because now they are being targeted. When it's random American citizens being victimized by illegal aliens and far-left radical progressives, we don't care about that. But now that the Democrat elite, now that the progressive elite, now that their own underlings are turning on them, now we have a problem. Now we got to shut everything down. Let me take a look at super chats here. We have, God gosh. Okay, I'm trying to, there's a lot. Okay, Grandpa Barney, Tampon Tim, after calling for violence and now on TV denouncing violence. What a two-faced pile. That is exactly what has been going on. We got to march on the streets. We got to burn it all down. That's what they've been saying. No kings. We got to burn it all down. That's what they've been saying. We have a $50 super chat. No me deporten, mi subscribo a tu canal. Feliz cumpleaños, President Trump. Okay, Tom Homan. Do I have Tom Homan's phone number? Do I have, I don't. Damn, I don't have Tom Homan's. Do I have Stephen Miller's phone number? Hey, yeah, I do. Hey, Stephen Miller, I got another one. Stephen, he's right here in the chat. Stephen Miller, he's right here. His name is, wait, he's donating under my name. Never mind. He's donating under my name. Okay, I don't know. Hey, listen, thank you for the super chat, though. I appreciate that. $50. $50 super chat. Intellectual iconoclasm with the $10 super chat. There's a guy local to the state with lots of business and political ties. I doubt he's the military contractor from Africa. Are there, I didn't hear about this. Are there two guys with the same name and there's a mix up between the two? I'm going to try to figure this out on Twitter. I need to get to the bottom of this. Cindy Wright, streaming is your calling. Can I tell you something, Cindy? I don't know because I'm too young. I had somebody, they reached out and said, you are just like Rush Limbaugh. They said, you are the young Rush Limbaugh. I'm 31. When Rush Limbaugh was doing his thing, I was too young. I've never listened to Rush Limbaugh. Now that I heard that comment, I need to go back and watch some old Rush Limbaugh because I have no idea. I don't know, but hey, thank you, Cindy. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much for the super chat. I don't know. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support anyway. A lot. Big time. Let me take a look here. 440 hertz music production with the $50 super chat. Thank you very much. Folks, guess what? I'm still pissed. The more information I get, the more information we get, the more we learn here, the angrier I am becoming. I'm already, like I said, it's 10:14 in the morning and I'm already pissed off. I want to play this. Take a look at this. Full screen this.
So, can you say it one more time? So, you were
everybody dial in here.
Proactively checked on Speaker Mayor's court, and then police there encountered the gunman or someone with a gun and exchanged gunfire. Can you just go over that one time, please?
Oops. Whoa. Sorry.
Question is, how did we get to Representative Hortman's house, and it was proactively or not? The circumstances that unfolded in Brooklyn Park this morning is that we assisted the Champlin Police Department on a shooting. That shooting was made aware by one of our sergeants that it was at Senator Hoffman's home. In hearing that very intuitive sergeant asked our officers to go check on Melissa Hortman's home, the representative that lives in our community, just proactively as due diligence to swing by. That police officer and his partner pulled down the street when they arrived at Melissa's house. They noticed that there was a police vehicle in the driveway with the lights, emergency lights on, and what appeared to be a police officer at the door coming.
So this guy actually stole a police car. He didn't just order like a Halloween costume, like a police officer Halloween costume off of Amazon. He stole a police car, had the sirens on top.
Coming out of the house. When our officers confronted him, the individual immediately fired upon the officers, who exchanged gunfire, and the suspect retreated back into the home.
Was this an actual police officer or an impersonating police officer?
Yes, the question is, was it a real person or a impersonating a police officer. It was not a real police officer. This is somebody that clearly had been impersonating a police officer, again, using the trust of this badge and this uniform to manipulate their way into the home.
So Chief Early, Janice Roll, Pair 11, the person not only was wearing a badge posing as a police officer when they approached their victims, they had...
How did the shooter get the address? Well, so first off, it sounds like the shooter was a very politically connected guy. He was actually, it seems like, right now, this is the suspect. 57-year-old Vance Bolter. Bolter was a Tim Walz appointee to one of the governor's boards. So this guy allegedly was actually very politically connected in the state of Minnesota. But also, side note, I don't want to scare you guys. These days with the internet, everything, guys, it is very easy to find out anybody's address. If you have a name, if you have like, you know, a general area, age, name, you can figure out anybody's address very easily. That's just the world that we live in now. It is very easy to find out where somebody lives. I wish it wasn't true, but that is the truth. Okay, let's finish this video here. Where was that?
Car with lights and sirens?
Yes, the question is what kind of vehicle and how were they dressed? They did drive a vehicle that looked exactly like an SUV squad car. It was equipped with lights, emergency lights that looked exactly like a police vehicle. And yes, they were wearing a vest with taser, other equipment that would, a badge very similar to mine, that no question if they were in this room, you would assume that they are a police officer.
Okay, we have a breaking update here from Governor Tim Walz. Governor Tim Walz says, out of an abundance of caution, my Department of Public Safety is recommending that people do not attend any political rallies in Minnesota until the suspect is apprehended. Folks, if you're in Minnesota State, lock your doors, have your handgun next to you, your shotgun, whatever. I don't know. You don't want to shoot anybody, but there is an assassin in Minnesota on the loose, and he has already killed one, I believe, two people. I think it was, what was her name? Melissa and her husband, I think here have both, Melissa Hortman and her husband, I believe, have both lost their lives. There is an assassin on the loose. Let's take a look at this. I'm going to try to find more information. We have a bunch of super chats. Hold up. Let me get caught up here. RC, what a better place to happen than Tampon Tim's backyard. I say to police, ignore it. Listen, folks, I understand the sentiment. We cannot throw our hands up in despair and say, oh, it's in Minnesota, whatever, serves them right. Oh, it's in California. Oh, they're burning down Los Angeles, California. Whatever, serves them right. Folks, we cannot give these people an inch. If we allow Minnesota to become a radically progressive anarchist hellhole, you think that's where it stops? It spreads. It's a plague. It's a virus. It creeps out. It's coming to every other state. You think if we don't shut this down in Los Angeles or wherever else that this is popping up today or ever, if we don't shut it down, if we don't hammer down right now, National Guard, whatever, Marines, ICE agents, whatever, DHS agents on the streets, it will spread. Okay, we're a country. We're all in this together. Just because it hasn't arrived on your doorstep now, or your small town, or your little homestead off in the woods now, does not mean it's not going to come for you soon. Okay, if we don't stop it now, 1 year, 5 year, 10 years, I don't know how long it takes. It's like if you don't solve it now, if you don't help solve this issue now, your son is going to have to solve it. Or your grandson is going to have to solve, or your granddaughter, whatever, okay? If you don't help fix it now, then your kids are going to have to do it, or your grandkids are going to have to do it. We have to save the country now. We have to do it now. This is why we voted for Donald Trump. Shut the border down now. Get rid of all these anti-American radical progressives now. We have an opportunity now. We have the House. We have the Senate. Now, give President Trump the budget he needs. Now, mass deportations. Now, lock them up. Now, put all these people in a trebuchet, in a medieval style Lord of the Rings trebuchet. Launch them across the border. I don't care what we have to do to get rid of them. Tie them to a Looney Tunes style rocket and launch them across the border. I don't care. Get rid of these people. They are ruining the damn country. Okay, I'm going to try to find some more updates here, and Pay attention here for this.
Witnessed a
I'm looking around.
Force come in and walk them through the fire. My fellow Americans,
looking for updates
I
here.
stopped by this afternoon to remind you that when we tap into our moral power and refuse to bow, there is a greater power in the universe that will come and stand with us. In the final years of the anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa.
Okay. Yeah, by the way, how is South Africa doing these days? I'm not sure South Africa is the example that we want to use. It seems like there is an ongoing white genocide going on in South Africa. It seems like white people are having their land seized from them. It seems like white people are being systematically killed in South Africa. Seems like there, in fact, if I remember, there are 190 something explicit anti-white laws on the books right now, legislation in South Africa discriminating against white people. I'm not sure South Africa is the example you want to use. Okay, I am looking around all over the internet looking for updates about what is going on right now. It is still a little bit early in the day here. Right now on the West Coast, it is still 10:22 on the East Coast. What does that mean? It's 1:22. I'm looking for updates. I think the day is going to get crazier and crazier as time goes on. I hope that's not the case, but I think it is the case. Oh, hey, take a look at this. We have an update here from Mr. Benny Johnson. Facebook swiftly removes the page of Vance Bolter, the reported suspect in the Minnesota shooting. So Facebook is helping scrub this guy's online identity right now. What was he posting on Facebook? I don't know. By the way, we know for a fact, we heard from the Minnesota Police Department, this guy had a manifesto in his car. So he's shooting politicians in Minnesota. He's got a manifesto. They said, guess what? He's got a hit list. They still have not captured him. This guy is roaming free through Minnesota, and he's got names in his head. He's hunting other people as well. Okay, he's not done. Let's hope he is done. He doesn't want to be done, though. That's what I'm trying to say here.
Of every birth refused
looking
to
for
bow,
updates.
And a fourth force stood with them.
God, I just don't want to hear anything this idiot is saying. I'm sorry, folks. First president. Okay, so MAGA does not condone this violence. We need to be able to discuss and have different points of views. Prayers to the families. Greta Thunberg is George Soros' favorite grandchild. Okay, I don't know about that, but hey, thank you. Listen, how this country is supposed to operate is we're supposed to have freedom of speech. We're supposed to have an open dialogue. We can debate. We can exchange our ideas. The best ideas rise to the top. The worst ideas, they sink to the bottom. We never talk about them again. That is how a democracy works. That's how this country works. That's how this is supposed to work. How this is not supposed to work is we have politicians in Minnesota that are voting to take away the healthcare access of violent illegal immigrant aliens, illegal alien invaders, and then they get assassinated. Right now on the left, this is what's happening. Okay, this is what happened 3 hours ago as a consequence of this political assassination. Oh, you're a sitting Democratic politician that is voting against free taxpayer-funded healthcare for illegal alien invaders? Well, guess what? I'm going to shoot you now. That is what is going on the left. That is where the left is at right now. We're over here on the right having debates and talking about this and figuring this out. Guys, what do we do about Iran? What do we do about Israel? What do we do about the war in the Middle East? What do we do about the border? We are having debates, okay? We are all trying to figure this out. Over there, they're just killing each other. They're just dressing up as police officers and killing each other. That is what the left is currently doing. It's nuts. Okay, I need to close some of these tabs. This is getting to be a little bit much here. Okay. What is going on here?
Are happening all over the country right now.
Let's tune into the No Kings protest here. Let's see what they're talking about.
No Kings Day together at the same time, all across this country, claiming what it really means to be an American. That the power belongs to us.
The power does not belong to illegal aliens. Get out.
Oh yeah. Can you guys pick this up? Did you hear her? Okay. Okay. Is it clipping because it's too loud? Or?
Real Americans are working or going about their day normally right now.
Everyone.
I want to say I've seen some comments in the chat. Hey, why aren't us conservatives, why aren't we out on the streets counter-protesting? Do you want to know why? It's because counter-protesting is counterproductive. That's why. Is that really an efficient, effective way? And by the way, that's what they want. They want a confrontation. They want violence. They want footage of people wearing MAGA hats, waving Donald Trump flags with Make America Great Again t-shirts, getting physical, and there's violence and there's punching and maybe, you know, guns are being fired. That's what they want. They want they want to bait, they want to goad conservatives into getting violent on the streets. They're going to attack you, they might kill you, and at a minimum, they're going to take photos and try to paint the narrative that you're the violent ones. It's not productive. It's because it's not productive. There are more productive ways at this point to change the country. That's not the most productive way to do it. Now, I also want to say, warning, we saw updates about this yesterday, circulating yesterday afternoon, that we're actually maybe going to see far-left radical progressives impersonating Donald Trump supporters. Impersonating, they're going to have the hat, they're going to have the shirt, they're going to have the Trump flag, okay? We might see radical far-left impersonators pretending to be Trump supporters, pretending to be America First Americans, and they're going to be violent and instigating violence and causing drama to make our side of the aisle look bad. Okay, we saw stuff like that circulating yesterday afternoon, that we might see kind of false flag situations like that. So once again, I just advise everybody stay home. Do not even be a part of this. You sit at home, stay safe, you know, lock your door, don't let anybody into your house, don't answer the door for any weird people today. Don't even get down on their level. Okay, at this point, this is not anything that we want to be involved in. What are we talking about here? Same guy.
We wanted a nation
I'm going to try to find
for
updates.
The people, by the people, that made each man, woman, and child equal, no matter what race
Looking for
or
updates.
religion or anything else used to divide us as people. And that we would rule by the belief and trust in one another.
Okay, folks, we do have an update here. Breaking, Dr. Vance Bolter, he's a doctor? Now we're calling him doctor. Dr. Vance Bolter, the Tim Walz appointee who allegedly killed Representative Melissa Hortman, is a director of security patrols at a security firm in Minnesota. This explains how he would have access to a, quote, law enforcement-like vehicle and uniform, as the police have reported. He also did work in Gaza and other places overseas. Interestingly enough, these are photos from his website. It's the Praetorian Guard. You know what's funny? The Praetorian Guard, do we have any history buffs? The Praetorian Guard were the elite sort of special force guard, sort of like the Secret Service of the ancient Roman emperors. If you were a Roman emperor back in the day, you were surrounded by the Praetorian Guard protecting you. They're like the Roman Secret Service. Well, what is he doing? Now he's running around shooting politicians, killing American politicians. Okay, what does this say? This is from the website. Dr. Vance Bolter has been involved with security situations in Eastern Europe, Africa, North America, and the Middle East, including the West Bank, Southern Lebanon, and the Gaza Strip. He brings a great security aspect forged by both many on-ground experiences combined with training by both private security firms and by people in the U.S. military. He has worked for the largest oil refining company, the world's largest food company based in Switzerland, and the world's largest convenience retailer based in Japan. Is it fair to say this guy is a serious threat? Folks, this guy has sort of like private security experience across the world, North Africa, Middle East. This is not some random silly Billy that just picked up a gun and doesn't know how to use it. This guy, I hate to say, this guy probably has some experience. He probably has some tactical wherewithal. He maybe knows what he's doing here. Okay, these are photos of him. So right now, folks, there is a manhunt underway across Minnesota. They're trying to find this guy. He is still on the loose. He is still out there right now. I'm going to play this. Let me try to find some more updates here.
And the home of the free.
Okay. You know, actually, let me. I should probably go through the super chats. I'm being such a bad live broadcaster today. I apologize. I'm. If I miss your super chat, it's not because I don't like you. It's because I'm just scatterbrained here. I apologize. Nick TD, $50 massive super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. I'm trying to frick. Okay. I see this. Joseph, I had an evolution of my thinking over the years. I deplore violence or threats of violence now. I have written a letter of apology to President Trump. God bless Trump. Political threats, we shouldn't be doing that. It's not good. We should not. Hey, crazy idea. Political threats, we should not be trying to kill politicians. It's not the way we should do things. Kiwi last, the Democrats that called for all of this need to be held for incitement to this mess. YouTube won't let me say what I want. Listen, we have numerous, not just one or two, we have numerous, in fact, dozens of senior ranking Democratic politicians saying, we are at war. There is a war in the streets. Donald Trump needs to be removed from office. What do they say? By whatever means necessary. Donald Trump has to be removed from office. What do you think? What do you think that means? When you have all these far left radical progressives saying that Donald Trump needs to be removed from office by whatever means necessary, what do you think they mean by that? This is direct. They are directly inciting violence. You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. And thank you very much. Scout Tank, I wish they would all leave just like you're saying, but you know they will have to go through a process to go anywhere else. Matt, keep up the good work. You know what? I will tell you, by the way, this is a long, different topic. We had a report come out from a left-leaning economist saying that around 750,000 illegal alien workers have removed themselves from the workforce over the last 6 months. Almost 1,750,000 illegal aliens have taken themselves out of the American labor force over the last 6 months. And this was a left-leaning economist that said that. Okay, what does that mean? We're talking self-deportation. So a lot of them are self-deporting. Deportations are through the roof. I do think so. I genuinely do think so. We're also mass deporting them right now. We could deport more. I hope we pick up the pace here. These people have to get out of the country. We got to get them out of the country. Thank you very much, by the way. As I've said before, he is in fact the CEO, thank you, Casey, of Red Lion Group that works in Africa and the Praetorian Guard Security Group. He would have had access to these resources to pull this off. Well, we know he did because he did. He did pull it off, and now he's MIA. We don't know where he is. You're ahead of the curve. Thank you, Casey. I appreciate that. We've got intel all over the place here. Jean Mai Tao with the $10 super chat. Sheshe Ni Hao Ma. Thank you very much. Denny Sevacaro. Denise. American taxpayers are done being forced at gunpoint to pay for charity or welfare professionals, immigration, government overseas. And you know what? When I like you say that, being forced at gunpoint. And by the way, that is exactly what just happened in Minnesota. This Democratic politician right here, where'd she go? I think I accidentally closed the tab. You had a sitting Democratic politician, Melissa was her name, who voted against free health care for illegal aliens. She lost her life. She did find herself at gunpoint. She did find herself staring down the barrel of a gun, and now she lost her life because like you said, these people, the far left radical progressives, the violent illegal invaders, they are holding Americans at gunpoint, figuratively and literally, like you say, and now politicians are being assassinated. You're spot on. Michael Ida with the massive $50 super chat. Thank you very, very much, guys. This is going to be a 10-hour stream. I'm gonna lose my voice by the end of this broadcast. Goodness, thank you very much. Thank you. This is from Munchies. We never took to the streets for peaceful protests when Biden and the Dems were screwing everything up. These people are ridiculous, and it's crazy what people will do for $100 to $200. And you know, I like you say that also because a lot of these people out here today, they are being paid by radical far left progressive NGOs, political action groups funded by who? George Soros, and now his son, Alex Soros. They're paying these people $200 a day in most cases, because we've seen a lot of that. $200 a day to go out here and protest and get violent and cause mayhem. They're getting a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are being paid to do this. You're right about that. And thank you, by the way, for that super chat. Kiyubi loves souls. I knew things would pop off today. The fire rises. Regrettably, things are not good. You're right. Thank you. Silver Stacker, this protest needs a new name, not No Kings. Now it's going to be called No Brains. Let's call it No Patriotism. Let's call this, let's call it No. All these people, as far as I'm concerned, they are seditionists. They are traitors. They are aiding and abetting illegal alien invaders. No patriotism. That's what I'm calling this. And thank you. Okay, thank you, folks. I think I am caught up on the super chats. If I missed anything, I apologize. I want you to know. I'm looking for updates here. Let me take a look. We have something coming out of Fox News. What is this? Is this related here? What do we have? This is the very people warning us against authoritarianism are deploying authoritarian tactics to choreograph outrage. Absolutely. Do we have an article here we can take a look at? These are not the spontaneous actions of private citizens. They are events sanctioned by the Democratic Party, dressed up by the language of moral resistance. You know what, folks? I want to show you something here. This is a great point. I'm going to pull up. Look at this. There is nothing grassroots or authentic or natural about anything that we are going to see today. And I want to prove that to you right now. NoKings.org. This is the official No Kings website. Okay, here it is. They have a website. This is a very expensive, it's a good looking website. You don't just come up with this in 5 hours. Okay, they've got a map of where everything is happening today. In fact, I want to show you something right here. They've got a contact page, but what I want to show you here is this. Partners. Can I click on this page? Partner, right here. Okay, folks, like I said, this is not a grassroots, by the people, for the people campaign. There are millions and millions and millions of dollars, foreign dollars from NGOs, from God knows where, people like Soros, who knows, maybe China, I don't know, coming in. And we know that because look at all of these companies, these businesses that are pumping money into making this happen. I would read off names, but there are dozens. There are, folks, does this seem natural? Does this seem organic to you? This is a list. They have it on their website. There are dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of these businesses that are supporting and working and coordinating and organizing and pumping money and paying people to be out here. All why? In defense of illegal aliens, in defense of open border policy, in defense of you, Bernie Sanders, right there. You're going to recognize a lot of these names. In protest against the democratically elected president of this country. He's a king. He's a king. President Trump said something great the other day. He said, "Listen, folks, if I was a king, I wouldn't have to be fighting like hell to push my agenda through." President Trump, and he's right, President Trump has had roadblock after roadblock after roadblock, sanctuary state policy, sanctuary governor, sanctuary mayor, radically progressive federal judiciary, Supreme Court, etc., the House, the Senate. President Trump has been struggling every single step of the way to get anything done. He's had nothing but pushback from day one. The entire system, you call it the deep state, the Washington, D.C. swamp apparatus, whatever, the radical progressives, he's had nothing but pushback every single step of the way. He's a king. If he was a king, he would have just cut everybody's head off. And you know what? You know what? No comment. Never mind. No comment. Anyway, he most certainly is not a king. That's for sure. He's been struggling a lot with this stuff. Okay, I'm going to look for updates here, and we're going to tune in. I want to see, let's actually hear what they're doing here. Let me scroll Twitter for a minute and try to find out what is going on the ground.
And he's, if someone wanted to set out to weaken
here?
our nation and strengthen dictatorship worldwide, strengthen the hand of Putin and all the other worst actors on the world stage, they would do exactly what he does. So whether he is intentionally damaging our country or just delusional and inept, moot point. The effect is the same. If one wanted to destroy the United States, one would behave like Donald Trump.
Okay.
Excuse me?
Can I have your first and last name?
You really want to get me into a government database, don't you? Yeah, I'm Bill. I am a journalist writing about architecture, so I'm not usually a political writer.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Can somebody send that along?
Looking for updates here. Give me a minute here, folks. going to play the Fox News bit.
Right now against President Donald Trump's administration. I did want to take you over to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We are hearing from some speakers there.
With this land, he said, if America lives up to its values and its ideals, it will become, he said, an asylum to humanity. Not an insane asylum.
An asylum. America should be an asylum for humanity. Listen, actually, America is supposed to be very exclusive. This is a big, maybe controversial conversation. Our founding fathers were pretty damn clear about this. We don't want just everybody coming in the country. This whole idea that America from day one, every single immigrant from every single place in every single nation is allowed in this country, that actually is the exact opposite. That is the exact opposite of what our founding fathers wanted. This country, this whole narrative that we're a melting pot of all peoples from all over the world, that this country was built by immigrants from the Congo or Malaysia. It's like, actually, I don't really think that that's true. That's actually not what they wanted. They didn't actually want that. That's not exactly how this country was built.
Called the American crisis, to give people hope, to see it through all the way. And I'm going to quote a little passage for you.
Looking for updates here, folks. Your thumbnail is offensive. Well, then I guess you are offended. Anyway, I'm looking for updates here, folks.
These are the times that try men and women's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will shrink at this moment from the service of their cause and their country. But everyone that stands with us now will win the love and the favor and the affection of every man and every woman for all time. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered, but we have this saving consolation. The more difficult the struggle, the more glorious in the end will be our victory. That victory.
Oh, look who it is. It's House Rep Raskin. I call him Ratskin. Look at this guy. Okay, great. This guy is one of the most traitorous, subversive politicians that we have, anti-American in the country. This guy. He was one of these big peddlers of the J6 insurrection conspiracy. Real quick, I'm going to do super chats here in one moment, but we do have some breaking news from Benny Johnson here. He says, Vance Bolter, the alleged killer of Representative Melissa Hortman, serves as Director of Security Patrols at Guard Security Services in Minnesota. We're getting updates. We kind of saw something like this. This is the Praetorian Guard Security Services. Have confidence. Oh my gosh, look at this. This is directly from the website. Have confidence that your home will be protected while at home or away. Protected, really. Or you will be assassinated by us. By me. Okay. You can't make this stuff up. There he is, Vance. If you see this guy, if you live in Minnesota, if you see him today, call the police immediately. There is a manhunt underway for this. This is kind of similar here. Vance Bolter, the alleged shooter of former Democrat state lawmaker Melissa Hortman, appears to have been appointed as a member of the Governor's Workforce Development Council by guess who? Former Minnesota Governor Mark Dayton, a Democratic farmer labor union member. This would seemingly make Bolter a radical Democrat. Imagine that. And of course, what he did was he just got done assassinating more moderate Democrats for refusing to give taxpayer-funded subsidies or entitlements, healthcare in this case, to illegal aliens. That's why he carried out this attack. And then we have one more thing I want to show you real quick, kind of related. Breaking. The No Kings liberal activists have now taken over a park in Asheville, North Carolina. He says, what do you notice about the protesters? I don't know. Take a look. What do you notice? I noticed they're all, no offense, old people. It's a bunch of old people. Older people. Seems to be the case. Not a lot of 20-year-olds out here. He lied to you. Protect the people. Listen, illegal aliens do not need to be protected. They need to be deported. They need to go home. Yeah, and also why it's a lot of old white people. Yeah. No kings. Ladies and gentlemen, this right here, this is your CNN audience. This is your MSNBC audience. These people, they love Rachel Maddow. They say, oh, Rachel Maddow is on TV? All right. Oh, it's time to go watch Rachel Maddow. This is it. This is what it is. Okay, there they are. Okay. Oh, folks. We have some action on the streets here, and I really need to do some super chats.
Now, this is coming after governors across the country were urging people to.
Okay, I'm super late on these super chats. Michael Ida, okay, I think we did that one. Thank you again. Funny how the same people who say this country was built on oppression and racism are the same people who claim America was built on sanctuary. Yeah, they're trying to have it both ways. Yeah, you're exactly right about that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Why isn't Soros and co. designated as some type of terrorist organization or something similar? By the way, okay, Ross, you're going to like this. I read yesterday, I need to follow up. I need to look into this and get a confirmation. I read yesterday that the House has actually called George Soros to give a testimony in the House chambers. That they actually have summoned George Soros to talk about who is funding all of these protests and riots, that they have summoned Soros. Now, you guys know Soros is an international. He doesn't have a country that really is his home. He's all over the place. He's here one day. He doesn't have roots in any one country. So is Soros going to actually come over to the U.S. and sit in front of Congress and give his testimony? Frankly, probably not. I doubt it. I doubt he comes all the way over here to do that. But they have summoned him. That's what I heard. They called him on over. Okay, so next up, Super Runner. Just found your channel a few days ago. Thank you for the great coverage. Thank you. I want to say, I think a lot of YouTubers, a lot of live streamers, they forget this very basic fact. Without the viewers, there is no streamer. If there are no YouTube videos, there are no live streams unless you guys are here tuning in. So really, thank you folks for tuning in today. Thank you very much. If you're new, make sure to subscribe to the channel. That really does help a lot. And Super Runner, thank you again. I appreciate that super chat. Thank you. Couple more here. Connor, my good friend, I'm getting fed up just like you, man. Tired of these hypocrite leftists that stoke violence against anyone that doesn't push their narrative. Chat, my live audience, my beautiful live audience today, I'm going to introduce many of you to a word. It is an interesting word. It's called stochastic terrorism. Look up the definition. Stochastic terrorism. What that means, it is rhetoric that is designed intentionally to incite violence. So when you have these far left politicians that says, when they go up there and say, we need to get President Trump out of the White House by whatever means necessary, wink, 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 okay? There's a word for that. It's called stochastic terrorism. They know exactly what they are doing. They know what they're doing. They are directly, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. They are trying to incite violence. That's what they're doing. Go look up. There's a Wikipedia page for this and everything. Go Google it. Okay. Anna Russell with the $20 super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in. Connor, again, thank you. Thank you. Tommy Radcliffe, the real Jason Bourne is killing congressmen and senators in Minnesota right now. Lock your doors. They'll never catch him. Listen, I think it's a bit generous to compare this guy to Jason Bourne, but he by the way, you're right, though. He has not been caught. He is out there roaming the streets. He has a hit list. He wants to kill more politicians. I would expand this. If this guy is killing moderate Democrat politicians, do you think he's open to killing conservative Donald Trump supporters as well? Yeah, he is. Absolutely. So, hey, if you're not just a moderate Democrat, if you're a Trump supporter, if you've got the Trump hat, if you're an America First American, be careful also. Like I said, I hate to be proven right about this, but we've been saying this for days now, folks. Saturday is going to be bad. I've been saying that here on my live shows for days now. And guess what? We kicked off the day with a political assassination. Okay. And I don't want to be right anymore about this stuff. Are we over yet? Is it done? Is the violence done for the day? Folks, on the West Coast, it's not even 11 a.m. yet. It's not even noon over here. Okay. And a lot of the stuff has been going on in Los Angeles. Guys, the point is the day is early. Be careful. Stay safe. Be careful, please. The Bull of the Woods, I will be handing out urinal cakes to the window lickers while they are having their feel-good huddle meeting. Yeah, maybe they'll take them home with them. They might need them. Thank you very much. And Tony, thank you for the super chat. Thank you very much. Okay, what is going on here? And I'm going to try to find some more updates over here on my other computer here.
That's the love that will unify.
Let's tune in. Let's see what they're saying down here. And I'm looking for breaking news updates.
So let us raise our voices, not in hate, but in hope. Let us march, not to divide, but to build. Let us love, not to escape the struggle, but to endure it together.
Uh-huh. Do you know why I want to see every single illegal alien deported? It is out of love. It's an expression of my love for Americans. I love Americans. I love America so much that I want these invaders out of the country. It's not even really an expression of hate. It's not I hate them. It's I love Americans. I love America. That's why they have to go. They don't have to go because I hate them. They have to go because I love us. Does that make sense? That really is kind of how I look at this.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania there. You also have that live look of Los Angeles and Chicago. Thank you for joining us on our coverage. My name is Christy Matino. We are going to go to our final break of the hour. On the other side, my colleague Christina Evans will be taking over. We'll be right back.
Are we on commercial break here? Commercial break. Okay. I am scanning around here, looking for updates here, folks. This is from the Gateway Pundit. The suspect in lawmaker assassination was a Tim Walz appointee, and he leads, I've got the hiccups, I apologize. He leads an international security firm. The suspect in the rampage shootings of Minnesota Democrat State Senator John Hoffman and State Representative Melissa Hortman and their spouses was an appointee of Democrat Governor Tim Walz, according to reports. Go figure. Minnesota Governor Walz announced Saturday. Can I? No, that's not going to work. Okay, whatever. Minnesota Governor Walz announced Saturday morning that State Rep Melissa Hortman and her husband did not survive the attack. Two have lost their lives, which took place after 2 a.m. on Saturday. The Democrat governor called the assassinations and attempts acts a targeted political violence. Who was killed? By the way, if you are tuning in, here is a recap. Do I have pictures of these deceased politicians? No, I don't. I'll find one here in a moment for you guys. Maybe there's one in this article. No. Okay, so what happened was, this happened just over the last couple days. There was in Minnesota State, there was a Democratic legislator that actually voted against the Democrats across party lines with the Republicans. What was the vote on? To stop giving health care to illegal aliens in the state of Minnesota. She crossed party lines. She said, this is wrong. I'm a Democrat, yeah, but we can't keep on giving health care, taxpayers subsidized health care to illegal alien invaders. She voted with the Republicans to shut it down. Guess what? Now she's dead. She was assassinated because she betrayed all of the Democrats' beloved illegal aliens. That's why. And so there was also a state senator who was shot. He didn't lose his life. He did not lose his life. He is still alive. But the woman, she was a state congressional representative in Minnesota. Now, what do we have here? They're marching. They're out there on the streets. Where I'm trying to figure out where exactly this
here live
is.
now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. My thanks to my colleague, Christy Matino. She's been with you for the last few hours as we're monitoring some of these live feeds that were coming into
No
our
way.
newsroom.
This is real. This is
right
real
now,
news.
what you're
Yes.
seeing on your screen
I'm
is
not
some
lying
of
to
these
you.
No Kings protests that have also been happening all around the country. We've been covering and bringing you speakers as we see them here on Live Now, so we'll continue to do the same throughout the next few hours. Wanted to give you these updates as, of course, we're also following this one that's happening right now in Philadelphia. Let's listen in here.
We have breaking news here, folks. Guess what? Everybody get ready. George Soros' son, Alex Soros, is set to marry Huma Abedin, who is Hillary Clinton's former campaign aide. She was Hillary Clinton's best friend on the 2016 campaign trail. And you remember, maybe Huma Abedin was involved in some weird stuff, depending on how conspiratorial you want to get here. Guess what? She is getting ready to marry Alex Soros. You can't make this stuff up. Congratulations.
Yes, we're deeply troubled, my friends, by efforts to use.
Yeah, I don't need to hear all this baloney is what I was going to say. Okay, we have an update here. The suspected Minnesota shooter appointed by Tim Walz went from general manager at 7-Eleven to CEO of an international NGO called the Red Lion Group in the Congo. There's almost no public information on this NGO, except that it reportedly ran out of funding recently. I wonder why that might be. Why would this Congolese NGO being maintained by these American radical progressives run out of funding recently? Maybe USAID, maybe budget cuts, something like that. Take a look. So he was. This is just downright weird. Hold up. I want you guys to be able to see this here. Okay. This is it. So between 2016 and 2021, for 5 years and 8 months, he was a general manager at a 7-Eleven. His very next job, he goes right into being the CEO of the Red Lion Group operating in the Congo. Before 7-Eleven, let's rewind. Between 2011 and 2016, he was the general manager of Green Corps in Minneapolis. Before that, he was worked at the Delmont production system manager. And before that, in 2004 to 2008, he was the operations leader of Johnsonville Sausage. I love sausages. Yummy. Okay, so permission to go a little bit paranoid here or a little bit conspiratorial here. I don't believe he was a 7-Eleven general manager for 5 years. That's where my brain goes. So he went from work. He was a production manager at Delmont. That's actually Delmont Foods. That's a food business, allegedly. He was working at Green Corps in Minneapolis, to a 7-Eleven manager, all the way over to working in the Congo at Red Lion Group. I don't believe the 7-Eleven story. I don't know about that. That seems a little bit weird. Okay, I'm going to try to find some more information about this, though. What the heck is going on here with this guy? This guy, something is fishy about this. I just don't know what. I'm looking for updates here. Looking for updates.
Injustice and redemption.
By the way, we have breaking news, actually. I want to show you something here. Another little tidbit of this entire ongoing situation. We now have a confirmation. So far, 10 deputies have been injured by rioters who hurled rocks, Molotov cocktails, and high-grade pyrotechnics at them, according to Los Angeles County Sheriff's Deputy Robert G. Luna. So the LA County Sheriff here, they're saying that so far 10 deputies have been injured as a consequence of these far left radical illegal alien riots over the last week, and probably there will be more. I don't know. Hopefully not. I hope not. I'm going to get some audio up here. Take a look. We're listening in over there. I'm going to try to find some updates here for you folks on Twitter. Greg Adamite. Matt, you're doing a great job with the live streams. I think you found your calling. Keep up the great work, but brother, you have to be tired. Take care. You know, like I said, before starting all of our political coverage and commentary 7 or 8 months ago, I was over on Twitch streaming, not really even doing YouTube stuff. I was streaming for 8 years. I was a streamer for 8 years over on Twitch. And so I am, in a lot of ways, I feel more comfortable streaming in a lot of ways than I do making YouTube videos. Streaming kind of comes more naturally to me in a lot of ways, but the YouTube videos are important. We have to keep doing YouTube videos, but I don't know. I'm very comfortable doing the live streams. I feel kind of in my element doing the streams. And thank you very much. I appreciate that. What games? World of Warcraft. I'm a big time, well, used to be, not so much these days. World of Warcraft nerd. Big time nerd. T-Flow. Trying to power through these super chats here. T-Flow, thank you very much. Would you agree that us normal folk are the Alliance and the crazy leftists are the Horde? Absolutely. Speaking about World of Warcraft, absolutely great point. Absolutely. 100%. Absolutely. No doubt about that. I always play the Alliance. Heather Adelberg, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please tell my husband, Mike, happy birthday. Mike, happy birthday. Have a great birthday. It's going to be a great day. Hopefully nothing, you know, hopefully it's great, but not too crazy. Have a great birthday, Mike. Husband of Heather Adelberg, thank you very much. Heather, you better be nice to Mike today. If Mike tells me, Heather, that you're not nice to him, we're going to have a big problem, you and I, okay? You better behave yourself, Heather. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, I am scouting around Twitter here. I'm looking for updates. And by the way, as the day goes on, there will be more and more riots, more and more protests taking place across the country. We're going to have to change our cameras, I'm sure, as the day unfolds. I'm sure here. There it is. No kings, no kings. Andrew Fay, thank you. That's a massive super chat. Hold a pure heart, loving the USA, John 15:13. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. Trust your eyes and instincts. The voice of good speaks loudest to those who believe, guiding us to sacrifice for our nation's unity and freedom. We need a lot more unity. Does this look like unity? We need unity, because they're trying to take away the freedom. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. That is a massive. Did I ever play with Asmongold? I've actually met Asmongold numerous times. I used to hang out with Asmongold in real life. Of course, he lives down in Texas, and I'm up here in Washington, Oregon area, but I've actually gone down to Texas a couple times in the last couple years. I've got family in Austin, incidentally. And so I've actually hung out with Asmongold on numerous occasions in real life. Asmongold and I go way back. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you very much.
Yesterday was the last.
I just don't need to hear these freaking speeches from these guys. We have a little update from Chuck Schumer. What does Chuck Schumer say about all of this? Condemning violence is important, but it is not enough. We must also confront the toxic forces radicalizing individuals. Hey, buddy, you are the toxic force. Chuck Schumer, you are. That is you. That is your party. You are. You. I have to respond. You are the toxic force. Can I spell toxic? You are. That is you. I'm going to like my own tweet. That's how much I like it. I'm going to like my own tweet. We must confront the toxic force radicalizing individuals, and we must do more to protect one another, our democracy, and the values that bind us as Americans. When I think of American values, I don't think of allowing 50 million illegal aliens into the country. Folks, is allowing 50 million illegal aliens into the country one of the good old-fashioned quintessential American values? Absolutely not. This guy incites violence out of one side of his mouth and then condemns violence with the other. Evil. Evil behavior. Stunningly evil. Astoundingly evil. Pam Staley, thank you very much for the super chat. She says, got 5 tabs open and you are the best. Yes, Limbaugh Incognito, you're an old soul. Keep it up. You know, now I need to go back and watch some Rush Limbaugh because I really have not ever watched. I'm gonna go watch. I'll go see if these comparisons are actually true or not. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this, and thank you very much. Massive appreciation. Matt, you have the best reporting on all of these protests since they started. I only discovered you a day after the LA riots started and have been following you daily since. Thank you for all you're doing. Extreme, thank you for tuning in. Thank you very much. You guys, I can't believe the overwhelming support. Everybody's tuning in, all the super chats, everything, the subscribers, Twitter followers. I can't believe it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Like I said, without you guys, there is no me. You guys are more important than I am. That is the honest truth here. Douglas Richardson, thank you for your efforts. Thank you. Back at you. Thank you very much. Okay, folks, here's what I want to do. I want to take a look and see if we can find, I do need like probably 2 or 3 minutes here. So pay attention, watch the broadcast here. I'm going to try to find, oh, you know what? I'm going to put on, let's listen to Nick Shirley. He is out here on the ground. Nick Shirley here. Let's see what he is saying. So he is interviewing the No Kings protesters.
Yeah, it's a happy event, you know, we're all...
And I want to link Nick Shirley. You guys go support him too. There he is.
About, right? Freedom of speech everywhere. Make America America again, someone sign out here says. Thank you so much.
Make America
How you
America
doing?
again. True.
Love the face paint? All right, here we go. They're taking to the streets. Here we go, everybody.
Okay, I'm looking for updates here, folks.
Now they're yelling 80.
And what is that? Wow, these peaceful protesters, they are chanting 8647. What does that mean? What? We're told that these are peaceful, that there is no inciting violence. They're chanting 8647. That is a death threat against President Trump.
What does 8647 mean?
Trump must go now.
Excuse me, sir. What does 8647 mean?
It means dump Trump.
Like by death?
No, not by death. Now, nobody said anything about death. So that's what I said.
Okay. Yeah,
that's what I
was
said.
wondering what 8647
that's what it said. Get rid of him. Like when you ball up trash and throw it in the garbage can. That's what 8647 means. Get rid of him.
Thank you, sir. All right, you guys. Now they're taking to the streets. Holy cow, look at it right here. All right, we're here.
Folks, we have breaking news footage. The No Kings protesters are taking to the streets. Take a look. This is serious.
Okay. Here we come. All right, I got you. Got me? Yep, I got you.
We're going protesting. Come on out. Come on out. Let's go. Roll them on out. You know, in a way, good for them. They're getting some exercise, getting some fresh air. That's probably good. Good for them, I guess, in one way, maybe. Go for a little walk. Yep. No Kings. No Kings, yep. 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 They just keep on coming. They just don't stop. Okay, let me follow up on some super chats here real quick. We have a massive one from Stay Safe. Okay, whoever is making these massive super chats under the name Stay Safe, that's my old gamer name, by the way, and you're speaking Spanish, hacer que Estados Unidos vuelva a ser grande. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Sí, sí, muchas gracias. Cállate la boca. You are deported. You are getting deported. Unbelievable. Thank you, though. Thank you. That's a big super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Looking for updates here.
In the name of humanity, we refuse
Fascist
to accept
America.
Fascist America.
Now's the time for Trump to go. Take a look at this important. Governor Tim Walz personally knew and appointed the No Kings Killer. The No Kings Killer, that's what they're calling him now, who just committed multiple assassinations of Tim Walz's political enemies in the state of Minnesota. Now, Tim Walz is about to honor and endorse the No Kings rally in Minneapolis. The face of evil. Governor Walz, Tim Walz. If you translate that message, it means make America great again in Spanish. Listen, you want to make America great again? You have to get out. Okay? Listen, gracias, muchas gracias, mi amigo. If you really want to help make America great again, you need to you need to leave. Okay, but thank you very much. One of Tim Walz's guys keyed all those Teslas in St. Louis. You remember, good memory. Yeah, you are right about that. You are right about that. And thank you. Jack Soulier. 86 also means 8 miles out and 6 feet under. Bet he didn't know that. Love from Spokane, Washington. You know, we were watching some live protest footage from Spokane about 3 days ago. It was getting crazy up there a couple days ago. As I'm sure you know, Jack, thank you very much. Yeah, guys, it's a death threat. It is a death threat. Yes, it is. 8647 is a death threat. Do not let them try to obfuscate that. We used that word stochastic terrorism about a half hour ago. Guys, this is exactly what we're talking about. 8647, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hey, by the way, what does 8647 mean? I don't know. It just means that we just don't like Donald Trump. Give me a freaking break. Shut up. We all know, every American with half a brain knows exactly what they are doing by saying this. Okay? They are inciting violence. They are trying to normalize violence against President Trump. That's what they are trying to do. A guy who, by the way, President Trump is a guy who, by the way, has survived at least 2 assassination attempts in the last 12 months. He got shot in the head 9 months ago. He literally took a bullet in the head. So all of this, like, I don't know, it just means we don't like him. Give me a break. Shut up. I'm sick of it. Tenno Jitsu, super chat, massive thank you. Remember when Tim Walz said he was friends with school shooters? I guess not that far up. Yeah, I also remember when he lied about fighting in an active duty combat zone. I also remember that he spent a lot of time in the CCP. This guy, Tim Walz, man, you know, you're not going to find me hanging out in the CCP. I have been to Taiwan. I've been to Taiwan twice. But Taiwan is not China. We stand, I guess, with Taiwan, not the CCP. Taiwan is not owned by China. Anyway, Taiwan is nice. In fact, you know what? Do you guys think if I were to go to China, they probably have me on some watch list. If I were to go to China, I would be arrested or detained immediately in the airport. Is probably what would happen. I'm never going to China. Not happening. And Tenno, by the way, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Sandra Esperanza, do these protesters know if President Trump was a king, they would not have the right to be protesting? Listen, folks, if President Trump was king, he would have wheeled out the guillotine a long time ago. President Trump has been struggling through the process, through our government process a lot for the last 6 months. He's been combating sanctuary state mayors, sanctuary city mayors, sanctuary state governors, the radically progressive federal judiciary. He's been combating the House. He's been combating the Senate, trying to get his budget passed. This guy is the furthest thing from a king. He has been combating the Supreme Court. He's been doing everything by the books because the entire system has been trying to stop him every step of the way. If he was a king, he would have started killing people. Let's be honest. Hasn't happened because he's not. They want him to be. That's the narrative they're trying to paint here. Let's tune in to Nick Shirley. I'm going to try to find some more updates here.
They weren't getting paid. They didn't have a place for them to stay. They didn't have anything like. There's all kinds of stuff out there on social media about that.
Thank you, Otto. Here you go. Here you go.
And then here we are. I was in the Army. This is like one thing that's always drilled into you in the Army. We don't do parades. There was some kind of parade in Moscow for a victory in Europe we went to. And it was like the French, the British, the Russians, all this elaborate stuff. And we had like 40 dudes out there that looked totally ragtag, just like marching around and they're like have no idea what they're doing. Just like, yeah, we're here too. But like that's the.
By the way, we all know this is freaking bogus. We had a really big, some of you might remember, we had a massive military parade in Washington, D.C. in 1991 to celebrate, I think, our victory in World War II. This idea that we just don't have, that having military parades makes you a fascist, it makes you a dictator, military parades are evil, this is only something that Kim Jong-un does. It's like, really? I was never in the military. I'm going to be honest, I think military parades are cool. I think military parades are awesome. I wish we had a military parade every year. I wish we had some sort of annual Washington, D.C. military parade. I think it is cool. It's awesome. And also, it's the Army's 250th birthday. Okay, I think that is something to celebrate. We've been around a long time. Good for them. Celebrate it.
The rest of the world knows. You don't need to show the rest of the world what we got.
That's interesting. I'll have to look into that. But thank you for serving. I appreciate you. Thanks for being cool out here.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Here we go. What's up?
DC Metro PD is great.
Yeah, they are.
And everybody in this crowd, all the leaders are drilling into people not to start anything. They even said that DC.
By the way, I see the super chat here. Is it time for us to start protesting on the right and MAGA side? Serious question. We can be out here doing this on our side, but we let them walk all over the U.S. in the name of freedom, growing tired of it. No. By the way, I think that is exactly what they want. They want a bunch of MAGA Americans waving flags with the Donald Trump hat out on the streets, counter protesting, getting violent. They're going to try to instigate you. They're going to throw stuff at you, bottles of urine. They do that. Flaming objects, all types of stuff. They want a conflict. They want to take a photo. They've got a photo of the guy in the MAGA hat throwing a punch, and now they can push the narrative. Donald Trump supporters are violent. Donald Trump supporters are whatever. Listen, and at the end of the day, it doesn't even accomplish anything. Guys, we won. We have the country. We have the House. We have the Senate. We have 34 state legislatures. We have the White House. We have it all. And we did it without having these violent protests, these riots like they do it. We don't need to do that. It obviously doesn't accomplish anything. What you are looking at right now is a bunch of losers complaining in the streets. This is not effective. They're not being politically effective. Okay? This is a bunch of whiny losers that are having a tantrum on blocking up the roads. Okay? And so we're like, man, should we do that? Should we go out there and do that also? No, of course not. No, this is what whiny, petulant losers are doing. Now, I'm not saying that that's every protest. Certainly, there are times to protest, of course. But is that what this? Should we go meet them right now in these exact circumstances? Of course not. No. They want whatever you do. They're gonna go and try to push the narrative that Donald Trump supporters are violent. Whatever. Tony says, Tony, thank you, by the way. He says, I am an immigrant from Italy who came here legally in this country. I'm a patriot of the USA. Get all illegals out of here. Illegals, gotta go. Get them out of here. Thank you, Tony. Look at that. You have the Adolf Hitler, Donald Trump. Amazing. Thank you, Tony. Thank you. I see another big one here. Captain Cavey says, I have a hard time watching these intellectually dishonest, mentally challenged people. Hey, how dare you call me? Oh, wait, you're talking about them. Okay, sorry. My bad. My bad. As soon as they open their mouth, it triggers my DITS, Democrat-induced Tourette's syndrome. That's funny. I haven't heard that before. That's a good one. Yeah, no, I might be right there with you. I'm there with you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. True. And Greg Adamite, Tim the Traitor, what a piece of shit. Yeah, listen, Tim Walz has a lot of weird connections. That's all I'm saying, folks. He doesn't want to talk.
I'm not a fascist, man.
Deportations, we say no. Now's the time for Trump to
By the way, we are tuning in to another live streamer here. I want to show support. Everybody go support him. Go subscribe to his channel. He does on the ground great reporting. If we're ever watching another YouTuber, I like to kind of plug them and give them some support. So go give him a follow, okay?
We say no. Now's the time for Trump to go. Now's the time for Trump to go.
Okay, I'm looking around for breaking news updates here.
Arresting presidents, we say no. Now's the time for Trump to go. Now's the time for Trump to go. Trans erasure, we say no. Trans erasure, we say no. Now's the time for Trump to go. Now's the time for Trump to go. War on women, we say no. War on women, we say no.
They just said war on women. What the heck?
Now's the time
The war on
Last time I
women,
checked,
huh?
there wasn't any war on women. So this protest is now
Go to LA protest. Okay, I'm going to take a look at LA, folks. Pull that up.
I don't know what's happening now.
It's still a little bit early in the day on the West Coast.
And Walz had on. Let's talk to this guy right here. How you doing, sir? What brings you out here today?
By the way, in LA, the Marines are already ready to go. The Marines are, I believe, already deployed. They are going to be guarding a federal building in downtown today. We're going to see more about that soon, I imagine.
Has been hurting me and my people, and it's been going on for too long, and we won't be silent anymore. Trump must go now.
You're a very passionate man.
Absolutely. This is our lives we're playing with. Your lives. As a young man, you have no future under this administration. Trump must go now.
Why do you think America is so divided? We got people over here.
America is not divided as they wanted to think. Look around.
I know. And then we're going to go over there, and then there's going to be a bunch of people.
We are not divided as they think.
The country is effectively united around President Trump. I think they don't know this. Donald Trump has an approval rating that is right this very moment above 50%. Last I saw 52%. And then many of his policies, like deporting all of these illegal aliens, you've got a 65, 67, 68% approval, national approval. 68% of people say, get these illegal aliens out of the country. The country is united around President Trump. They're the ones on the outside.
Of the world. You know, and this is just his first stop.
And what do you think it says about the United States and their military today as we're going to have the armed
$100.
Well, I was in the military.
Jesus Christ,
the guys were just doing what they're told to do.
Is that Christ is
but
King?
A lot of them aren't happy about it. You know, it's
Thank
just
you. Thank you very much.
It's a lawful order. And the fact that it is
Massive.
the Army's birthday, these guys want to celebrate that. They don't want to celebrate Trump.
Massive. Thank you.
You know?
Yeah. But do you think this is a good way to celebrate the 250th anniversary or no?
Excuse me?
You think this is a good way to celebrate the 250th anniversary or no?
I'm proud of these guys. I mean, I'm ex-Air Force, and I'm proud of the Army. They've been around a long time, you know, and they're just, again, they're doing what their commanders have told them to do, you know. If they wanted to revolt, 6,000 guys, man, is a lot of guys, you know, but they're just doing what they're told. You know, because at this point it's a lawful order. You know?
Yeah. Thank you for serving. I appreciate you.
Sure, no problem, man.
Have a good one. What's the sign say? Let's see.
Many things.
No kings. Let's see it all here on the screen. Wow. No goddamn crown. He doesn't have, do you think he puts a crown on?
Huh?
You think he puts a crown on at night before he goes to bed?
You know, I honestly would not doubt it. No, I would not doubt it.
Have you folks noticed, because Donald Trump is actually really not that bad of a guy, he's not that bad of a president, they, instead of just attacking him as he is, as a real person, they have to create this larger than life characterization, cartoonish version of Trump. He's a king. He's got a Hitler mustache. Donald Trump has a Hitler mustache and he wears a crown every day, probably. I don't know. He's a fascist. He's a Nazi. He's a this. It's like, well, actually, really, he's not. And so they have to create this cartoon, evil comic book character version of Trump because he's like really not in reality. He's really not that bad of a guy. You know what I'm saying? It's very disingenuous.
Stand up for what they believe is right, regardless of what the authorities in power say. That is the most American thing that you can do. And like, my dad was in the military, and when he was in college, he was asked to write a paper about.
I think you're right.
There was a Supreme Court case at the time about burning the U.S. flag.
Thank you.
And whether or not that, like, making that illegal is a violation of the freedom of speech. And the conclusion he ended up coming to, he initially opposed it. The conclusion he ended up coming to was that if you make it illegal to burn the U.S. flag, because that's disrespectful to the military, disrespectful to soldiers, that you're violating the very rights that they went and fought and died for us to have. Our military members went out and fought not for us to bow down to a king, but for us to be here, standing up for disagreeing with whoever wants to be king.
I don't support the burning of the flag, personally, but people can do whatever they want.
Oh, no,
What I don't appreciate,
we can make an argument as to what's respectful.
What I don't
we can make an
appreciate,
argument about what's legal.
Yeah,
it's absolutely a freedom of expression to burn the U.S. flag.
Yeah. What I do disagree with is people that come in here illegally burning the U.S. flag, like we saw in L.A. They should instantly.
How about this? Let's try to find a middle ground here. If you are not a U.S. citizen, you cannot burn the U.S. flag. If you are not a citizen, you can't do it. If you're a citizen, still, I don't like it. I don't like it. If you're a citizen, okay, technically First Amendment. Okay. If you are not a citizen, though, you got to get the hell out of the. You don't get to come in the country. You're not even a citizen. Start burning American flags. You got to get out. Middle ground. Can we come to an agreement on this? I think that's a good compromise here. Citizen, non-citizen, different.
What America stands for, and we could argue now that the idea of stripping people of legal protected status, of deporting people who came here legally, of refusing, admitting administrative errors in our deportations without due process, that all of that is, you could make the argument that the interpretation of what the flag stands for now is that, and they're burning in protest of that. To me, that gives the same energy as people who fly the American flag upside down as a sign of distress, as saying that this is not the America we stand for. We burn this because we know what America really stands for is freedom. America is built on immigrants. You can see the hat. We are on native land. The original Americans were illegal immigrants. The original my dad.
They didn't immigrate to anything. There was nothing to immigrate to. It was a vast, brutal, untamed wilderness, totally inhabited by warring tribes of Stone Age, Paleolithic savages that were skinning each other alive and eating each other. We showed up. Listen, my ancestors, our ancestors showing up to this continent was one of the best things to ever happen in the history of this planet. I will never feel, but we didn't illegally immigrate here. We showed up, we civilized it, and we conquered it. And we conquered, and we settled, and we pioneered, and we built something from nothing. That's what we did, and I will never feel bad or apologize for any of that.
They could write the Constitution, and they were a recognized and sovereign government for a century. They had trade agreements, they had treaties, they had mutual protection agreements. King David Kalakaua was invited to the White House on the world tour. It was a recognized government. And then the U.S. military and other people stole it using the force of U.S. Marines. And the U.S. has acknowledged that what they did was illegal. Bill Clinton issued a proclamation in the 90s apologizing for the fact that it was illegal. Grover Cleveland acknowledged that it was illegal. So this is the other sign. We need to pay attention to what is moral over what is legal.
He's in D.C. also.
We can talk about someone didn't come here the right way or someone didn't do X, Y, and Z, but we should preach empathy. We should preach morality above legality.
Delusional. This guy is
what
delusional.
Was legal in the United States was owning other people.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate you. Smart man right here.
He's trying to make this appeal. Oh, well, one president said one thing. Oh, Bill Clinton said this thing in the 1990s, therefore it's true. Okay, so if you are defaulting to whatever a president says is true, if that is the extent of your logic, Would you acknowledge that everything President Trump says is true? Would you make that argument on behalf of Trump if you're going to try to make that appeal to the president? Whatever the president says is true because Bill Clinton said this thing, therefore, would you agree that everything President Trump is true? No? That's right, I didn't think so. So who cares? Bad argument.
How you doing, sir? You got the clown nose on, the red nose.
You want a nose? We got extras. You want one?
Oh no, I'm all right. I don't want to look like a clown. I appreciate it though.
Right on.
Wow, there's a lot. How many people do we got out here?
I don't know.
Streets are filled.
Not enough.
Not enough. He says not enough.
Yeah, Linda. Yeah. Yep.
Here we go, everybody.
Yep.
So you got this protest is pretty much for everything the protesters have been protesting for. We got people chanting anti-ICE slogans.
Yeah, these protests are, you know what, this is actually a do I have like a little word pad or notepad here? Notepad. All right. Well, you know, maybe I can't do the font size thing on this. You know, hold up. Give me a minute here, folks.
Streets. What's going on? Emperor has no clothes. You can't spell hatred without red hat. Do you think every person that voted for MAGA are just evil?
No.
Or people that wear the red hat? Do you think that's when America went down the dumps, when Trump went down the escalator?
Who are you part of?
My name's Nick Shirley.
Nick Shirley, nice to meet you.
He doesn't want to talk.
I'll tell you the reason why I'm here. The reason why I'm here is because I believe in the Constitution. It's not a perfect document. We've had to amend it multiple times. But it's the fabric that holds our nation together. And right now, he's using it like toilet paper, and that's why I'm here.
He's using it like toilet paper. Yeah. That's a good analogy right there.
He's using it like toilet paper. So once again, because President Trump is trying to enforce our existing federal immigration laws and deport people that have invaded our country illegally, therefore, he is a fascist, Hitler, Nazi, Mussolini, dictator, king, tyrant. Okay.
Yeah, I will. But yeah, I thought it said with violent force.
If there's violent protesters, then yeah, that's fine.
Veteran force.
I have no problem with people being deported if they're here illegally, but you have to have due process.
If they came in without due process, should they get it on the way going out?
Yes, that's what the Constitution says. The Fifth Amendment. Look it up.
That guy just wrecked.
Well, nice talking to you, man.
Thank you. You too.
To be clear, do we have any constitutional legal scholars, anybody here in the chat? The Constitution says due process must be afforded to people that are under the jurisdiction of the United States government. If you have invaded the country illegally, you're here in the country illegally, not only are you not a citizen, you are an illegal alien invader. You are not under the jurisdiction of the United States government in the same way that a legal resident is. Therefore, you do not need to be afforded due process on the way out. You had no due process on the way in. Feel free to Google this. This is all 100% true. Take a look.
Trump, Noam, Kennedy, Pam, and then Pete. Ma'am.
Take a look at my super
chats. Who's your least
here.
favorite on that sign?
I should probably do the super chats here real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take a look. You need an enormous ego to be the president. The key difference between Trump and all the other presidents is Trump is honest and acknowledges his bigly personality. God bless Trump. No one else could have endured what he endured the last 4 years. I look at all of the stuff that Trump has had to go through over the last couple of years. I say, I could never do that. Screw that. It's not, man, like... I in a lot of ways, I feel bad for the guy. He has been tortured. His family has been tortured. He has been tortured. It's terrible. It is terrible what has been done to this man. Why has it been done to him? Because he wants to stick up for us Americans and the country. That's why. Because he's fighting for us Americans. That's why. It's terrible. Thank you very much. These demonstrations only demonstrate one thing: the need for bringing back the insane asylums. The adults are back in charge. Get used to it. Open up the insane asylums, get the people out of the country, the illegal aliens out of the country, kick out the communists, identify them, get them out of the government, get them out of the education system. It's a big problem. It's a multifaceted problem. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Julie Farmer, that is a massive $100 super chat. Wow. Thank you very much. And also thank your husband. She says, my husband, Kim, and I appreciate your work. Kim and Julie, I hope you have a great day and stay safe. I hope everything is good for you guys. Have a great life. Thank you very much. It is a nice Saturday. You know, we're going to have the military parade here happening pretty soon. We're going to have the riots and the protests happening at the same time as the military parade. It is going to be a wild day. Thank you, Julie, and also Kim. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stay safe. With the $50 super chat, another one of these in Spanish. Comprate una cerveza o una caja que Dios bendiga a Estados Unidos. Listen, this might as well say gibby gobby poopy floopy bleep blah blah blue blue. Okay? I don't know what this says. Bleep blah 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 spiegel spaga doobie baba. I don't know what this says. I have no idea. Speak American. Speak American. You need to speak American or get out of the country. Get him out of here. Speak American. I don't know what that says. Okay, hey, thank you. Thank you, though. That's a nice $50 super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Mark Schwanda, a nice German name. Schwanda. Appreciate you. Keep finally a real language. Listen, the two languages that I will tolerate are Deutsch and English. We call it American. Okay, you can speak three languages in this community. You can speak German, you can speak English, you can speak American. Outside of that, you can speak Australian. That's okay. I will tolerate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Appreciate you. Keep up the excellent work. Agape. Hold up. What is agape? Are we speaking Spanish? I don't know. Hey, thank you very much. That's a massive super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. And also, this is Nick TD. The Constitution is for the people of the USA. Thank you. Finally, someone says it. Thank you. Not a foreign national. And by the way, not just a foreign national. There are foreign nationals in the country that are here legally. My wife is a German immigrant, by the way, German. She's here legally. She has a green card. She's a foreign national. She's not illegal. Furthermore, Bill Clinton signed the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act of 1996, which allows expedited removal. You know, I was reading about that. I like that you said that. I was reading about that 2 days ago. And you're right. You're right about that. You are right. And they acted on that. That's how he deported a lot of people back in the day in the 90s. And thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Is the Nick Shirley stream? There we go. We're back. We are back. This live broadcast seems like something. Yeah, everybody's saying, yep, the live broadcast has frozen. By the way, this is a good reminder. I want you guys to go show some support to Nick Shirley. We are watching some of his content sometimes. He's doing great on the ground reporting. Follow this guy. And also, hey, while you're clicking buttons down there, make sure to subscribe to this channel. Make sure to follow here. I appreciate that. And also on Twitter, real quick. We have a little bit of a break in the show here. Make sure to follow on Twitter. That helps a lot. Thank you very much. There's a link in the live chat right there. Matt Morris TV is the name of that. Now, let's take a look at what's going on in DC. No, let's take a look at what's going on in LA. This is Los Angeles. A lot of people out here. Trump must go. No KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. That's what they're saying out here. No to Trump's fascist military parade. These people are so pathetic. It's just unbelievable. They are just living in a perpetual state of unnecessary outrage. Imagine spending your entire life being mad about things that don't matter. Every day you wake up, you're pissed off about things that just don't matter. What a way to live. You're going to have a heart attack. You're going to die early. You're going to have a heart attack. You're going to be so stressed out, your heart's going to explode. It's not good. Okay, now we had this clarification. I consider anyone who immigrated legally citizen. There you go. No, I know what you meant. You know, it's people that have invaded the country illegally. They should not be here. They play by a different set of rules. That's how this is supposed to work. They don't have the rules that we have. And Jim Dyer, Obama deported twice. Hold up, listen, this is... Thank you for saying that. This is important. Everybody pay attention, please. I'm about to say something very important. Jim Dyer super chats. He says, Obama deported twice the number of illegals as Trump, and somehow he didn't face nonstop interference or demand for due process. I don't think you know this. I don't think this is your intention. This is a radically progressive far left talking point. This is bullshit. Pay attention. Obama did not deport really any illegal aliens. When Obama was in the White House, they reclassified what is a deportation terminologically. Under the Obama admin, a deportation was someone that they catch at the border, they flip them around, you say, go back to Mexico. These people were never in the country. They weren't living in the country. These were people they caught at the border. They said, you got to go home. You can't come in. That is what they called a deportation under the Obama administration. With President Trump, when we are talking about deportations, we're talking about people that ICE is finding and apprehending, detaining, deporting up in Seattle, up in Maine, up in Vermont, in Colorado, living in Philadelphia. These are people that are living in the country. They've been here. They've invaded the country. We got the live stream back. Different definition. Okay. So once again, this entire Obama deported so many people. In fact, you want another example of when the far left has done this? Do you remember this was 2022 when Joe Biden put our country into a recession? But rather than them accepting it was a recession, they just redefined what a recession was. They said, listen, we're not in a recession because now we're changing the definition of what a recession is. This is what they do. This is how they do it. This is one of the key tools. It's a weapon. The far left, they play these word games. They shuffle these definitions around. They change them. One day a word has this definition, the next day it has a different definition. Whatever is best for the Democrats, that's how they define a lot of these words, okay? This is the game they're playing, and we can't give them that. Obama almost had no deportations. That's bull, and so thank you.
Filled with people. We're building back the stream. It got cut down. We're all the way at 15, and then somebody crashed the stream. Gosh dang it. But we're back. No problem. Here we go. Wow, it is so freaking hot out here as well.
I'm looking for updates here for you folks. Give me 1 moment here. In fact, hell, listen, you want to talk about how the left changes definitions? Folks, they can't even define what is a woman. If you want a perfect example, let alone deportation or recession, folks, they can't even define what is a woman and what is a man. That is how far they have pushed this type of stuff. You know what I mean?
Who are you? Buddy, Nick Shirley. Yes, we're good buddies, and you're just keep following me around everywhere here today. Over there. I was all around.
It's Nick
I know,
Shirley.
now you're following me back around. This guy right here, I don't know what he's up to. Crazy people.
Yeah, I'm looking for updates, folks.
Let's see, where'd he go? Where'd your one buddy go? Where'd your one buddy go? He leave yet? Yeah, see? That's the guy earlier from the stream that was following me all around. How are you doing? Enjoying the protest?
Yeah, enjoying, sure.
Enjoying it?
What are you filming for?
We have an opinion here from Andrew Torba. He's the owner of Gab, if you guys ever use Gab. Andrew Torba chimes in. He says, the No Kings protests prove one thing. We've won, and we have won bigly. We've shifted the Overton window so far that now monarchy is on the menu. All that remains of the left's coalition is senile old women and degenerate freaks. For them, it is over. Folks, is there a little bit of truth to that? Is there a little bit of truth to that? I think so. Yeah, they are down bad. So back to that comment we had, the super chat about a half hour ago. Should we go out here and have counter protests against them? No, we shouldn't. Folks, we won. We are winning. We just need to keep on winning. What they're doing, this is a petulant, freakazoid meltdown going on the streets. It's like, hey, really the question is, hey, should we go hang out with a bunch of these degenerate, mentally ill, psychotic freaks in downtown Philadelphia? No, we should not. That is a recipe for disaster. No, we shouldn't. Absolutely not.
What? I want to read your sign. You have the warning signs of fascism right here. Can we see some of the signs?
What news outlet are you with?
Nick Shirley.
Oh, I don't talk to fascists.
What? I'm not a fascist, though. All right, we're here at the White House.
Well, talking about definitions, listen, according to all of these people out here, if you are a white man, if you are a young white man, the definition now is you're a fascist. What is the definition of a fascist according to these people? You're a young white man. You're a fascist. There's nothing more to it than that. That is the point that we are at with these people. I'm not even kidding.
100%, yeah. You seem like a chill dude.
Yeah, we really are just chill. Thank you, I appreciate it. We're gonna see what happens.
All right, man. Be safe, all right?
Thank you.
Hey, I want to get this on tape. DC cops are great. Nobody out here's trying to fuck with DC cops, for real. Everybody's been saying that. All right, man.
This guy is a great guy right here. Here at these protests, there are really good people that do come out and they're in support of their cause. And then they're also like the guy in the camelback. Just follow me around. There's also people.
Okay, folks, hey, maybe we're talking about a domestic terror attack. I don't know. This is breaking news in the last 5 minutes. In Texas, at the Marathon oil facility, a massive fire has erupted. We have no idea why. We don't know what the situation is, so don't jump to conclusions yet. I don't know. But an oil facility in Texas, it looks like it's pretty much blowing up right now. So, like we said, today is going to be a crazy day. I don't know conclusions. It's too early, but we're going to keep an eye on that.
In support of the military parade and support of Trump are probably going to be coming out around here somewhere.
Let me take a look at this big time $50 super chat here. Thank you very much. He says, finally, we're speaking English. Thank you. Thank you. If you go to Mexico illegally and you are an American, news alert, you get deported back to America. You don't see them protesting. What is wrong with these liberals? Anyhow, English from here on out. I'm tired of Google Translate. You know what? Listen, if I was king, you know what I would do? I would make it illegal to translate English into Spanish. Google Translate English into Spanish is now illegal. We're shutting it down. We don't need to translate anything ever into Spanish ever again because we're never speaking Spanish ever again. This country, in fact, speaking Spanish is now illegal going forward. Thank you. That is the royal proclamation.
Barricades. What if they try to storm?
Hey, thank you.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting blocked.
Thank you very much.
Oh shoot.
Thank you.
Shoot. You guys, we're gonna be in the front news right here.
Also,
Look,
Jacob. Hey, thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you.
Smells like poop out here. Somebody's smothered in dog poop.
Box 13 Seattle. Let me take a look at that. Okay, thank you.
Poop out here.
Trump must go now! Trump must go now! Trump must go now!
That is the same feed.
And right behind the White House is where the military parade is going to take place on Constitution Avenue.
Oh, no, it's not. Hold up.
Trump must go now! Trump must go now! Trump must go now!
Trump must go now!
Trump must go now! Trump must go now!
They're pissed off.
Must go now! Trump must go now!
I'm going to be using this live stream as well for the video we're posting tomorrow from the parade to show the extreme contrast between the patriots and the protesters here.
Trump must go now! Trump must go now! Trump must go now!
Oh, you got the C4, lucky dog. Somebody stepped in some freaking dog poop. Someone's rottweiler.
So this is now Seattle.
Doogie out here.
Trump must go now!
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Trump's got to go?
Trump's got to go.
Who should replace him? Newsom?
You don't need to say this,
no.
He's not here to help. That's okay. Not Newsom.
Yeah, who would you like to see replace him?
Who are you?
My name's Nick Shirley.
And who are you with?
Nick Shirley on YouTube.
Nick Shirley on YouTube.
Yeah, who would you like to see replace Trump?
I would like to see fair elections.
Fair elections and open
No
elections.
interference.
Do you think the last election was fair?
We honestly have. I'm hoping it was.
Yeah.
I cannot guarantee it. I don't know.
So do you remember how we were all called nut job, unhinged conspiracy theorists for 4 years during the Biden era? How dare you deny the election results? That you are denying, that you are undermining our democracy. It is terrible. How dare you? Well, guess what? Now that President Trump is back in the White House, suddenly we have some concerns coming from the left about election security, about the integrity of our elections. Go figure. Curious, huh?
Yeah. Trump as King Jong-un.
Yeah, of course.
Trump as...
It's all supposed to be King Jong-un, but, you know.
Wow. How would you compare Trump to Hitler?
Well, he's starting to round up people, and actually Hitler did a bunch of tariffs too. Yeah, they're actually very, very similar, and they're burning books. I mean, yeah, trying to silence people.
Tariffs make you Hitler.
Trying to
okay.
The United States, like pick an enemy and make an enemy of people.
Fun fact, folks, every single president since 1968... Yeah, every single president since maybe 65, anyway, outside of Lyndon B. Johnson, has imposed trade tariffs. Every single one of them.
Hell yeah. Yeah, so.
And how do you think the world becomes more united here in the United States? Everyone's saying get rid of Trump, but if they got rid of Trump, would it solve everything?
We need to probably put term limits on congressmen and senators and the Supreme Court. There's a lot of stuff we need to reform.
We can do that.
That's probably how we
could do
bring
that.
peace. But yeah, Trump's got to get out of here first.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, of course, man.
You think anyone's going to break into the White House right here?
No, this is going to be peaceful.
They put around, I think, 16 miles worth of fence around the parade.
Yeah, I can do it. I'm not going to, but yeah, no, this is a peaceful protest. So.
Folks, I think our Seattle feed and our Los Angeles feed are the same. And I don't know which is which. Are we in Seattle or Los Angeles? These are the same feed. What town is this? I need to figure this out. I think this is Los Angeles. That is definitely Los Angeles. That is not Seattle.
All lining up for the parade. All the people that paid them off. Woo!
I got 4 tickets.
I got tickets too.
They are not the same. I think it is the same, though. It's not the same feed. It's a different camera person, but it's at the same spot.
Your parents
Chicago?
hate you. Your country hates you.
Where are we? I don't even know.
Fuck you,
What year is it?
billionaires.
What country is this? What planet are we on? I don't know anything. This is Chicago. Okay, can we get a does anybody know for sure this is Chicago?
Grab them by the midterms, it says right there. What's the other sign say?
Where is the Akanto restaurant? I'm gonna figure this out.
Anti-Trump.
Akanto restaurant.
Do you think, are you stuck in a hard place because
it is Chicago?
This is to celebrate the
It is
250th
Chicago.
anniversary of the Army, and it's also Donald Trump's birthday?
I saw one of the restaurant
Yeah,
names.
it's
Okay.
troublesome. I mean, I of course support my troops that protect me and protect my liberties and protect my ability to come out here and protest as an American. They protect my First Amendment rights. So I appreciate them. I give them lots of credit for having to put up with his leadership. But he is the leader of the armed services, so they have to do whatever he says. But I do not support Donald Trump. He's a fascist. I mean, he hates us being here today. He wants to have the cops come out and beat us up if he had his way. But luckily we have the wonderful
I think Trump actually
police
kind of
officers
doesn't
from
care
the DCPD
that they're out here.
that are protecting us today. And we're just out here to peacefully protest
I need to find
show
a
our
new-
distaste for the Trump administration and all it stands for.
What do you think about a lot of these protests? There's around, I think 1,900 protests across America today. A lot of them.
Yeah.
And the lady who owns Walmart, she's funding a lot of them. What do you think her stance is? Why do you think she wants to fund all this?
Well, she may want to fund it for her own selfish reasons and helping, the bottom line of Walmart. But, I
doubt that.
appreciate her contributing to the effort. We'll take any, donations we can. However, it's time we stop relying on billionaire funding for all of our political needs and movements in this country.
Dude, this entire event is fake. It has been manufactured by billionaires. As much as you want to talk about how much you hate billionaires, what's this called? No Kings? Folks, I want to show you this. This is the official website of the No Kings protest right here. It's ongoing. This is the website, okay? They have a partners page. These are all of the organizations that they are partnered with in order to fund and to make these events happen. There are dozens, perhaps over 100 different political action groups and NGOs, foreign money coming into the country, funding and paying for these events coming from billionaires, not just in America, but billionaires from outside of the country as well, throwing money at this. This is a highly coordinated, highly manufactured event. This is not a grassroots people rising up, we're the people. This is entirely manufactured. This is all paid for and put on by the elites, by the billionaire elites. Literally, it is.
It's the merging agenda, trying to merge your mind with machines, get secret order out of our government, both sides, controlled by secret order mother flippers. And then I also protest getting real money again and finally voting rights for independents in primary elections. Because we don't have voting rights all in 50 states. Literally.
I'm sorry, I'm going to mute this because they're playing music and I don't want the music to screw up my stream. If there's music and the YouTube picks it up, then it like messes up everything. So I'm going to mute that just for a minute. That guy was a little bit crazy. Pretty cool. Cool, crazy.
Buy a parade.
Okay, we're good.
Buy that protest.
Okay.
Liars!
How are you?
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you too.
You called me backstage. Yeah, you just like forgot about that? Your little lie about the COVID shots? Yeah, you serve kings. You frauds.
Okay.
Oh! Yeah, I'm in the fuck both your factions faction. I hate Trump, I hate you.
All right, folks.
Bro needs to finish his nap.
Okay.
He woke up a little angry.
I will say, I bet that guy is having so much fun. He's just out here yelling at people. He's pissed off. He doesn't even know why he's pissed off. I bet he is having the time of his life today. That's got to be so fun.
Talking the truth or not, but I don't know what he's doing there.
I think they woke him up and now he's angry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a good rest of your guys' day. Did I stutter? And what phrase are you referring to that? As far as the stutter. Welcome immigrants, deport, racist.
Oh.
Do you think by Trump deporting these people, do you think it's him being racist?
Yeah.
And, oh, let me get that.
Uh-huh.
I like the outfit. Looking great out here, actually. And, what would make him do...
Dude, I'm really sorry, but I'm trying to listen to her.
Oh, okay. Was Obama racist for deporting migrants, too?
Got her. Got her. She doesn't have an answer for that one.
It's hot out here. It's hot.
She doesn't know what to say about that.
Immigrants make America great. Fun fact, Obama deported around 3 million migrants when he was president.
And we talked about this. They were lying about the numbers. They changed the definition, but okay.
This anti-Trump stuff.
What's the sign say?
Patriots against Trump.
Patriots against Trump.
Got nothing really different to say than anybody else had, so.
Yeah, appreciate you for being out here.
No problem.
Okay, I'm looking for some breaking news here for you folks.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sweating.
Take a look around.
Yeah, I know it's hot out here. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I can tell that I was born in Canada, and I don't like the fact that he says Canada's the 51st state, because where I grew up, there's a lot of Canadians that are hardworking people. I didn't grow up in Canada. I was born there, but where I live in, where I grew up in Cary, North Carolina, half the city's all Canadian, and we're hardworking people there, so we shouldn't be talked about like that.
Oh, folks, real quick, I want to take a look. We have some breaking news about the Minnesota state shooter, the political assassin from earlier today. Here's what we know according to CNN. Well, let's just play the clip. Check this out.
Site. What we're told from law enforcement sources briefed on the investigation is that there are a cache of additional weapons inside that car, indicating that the suspect was loaded for additional targets, possible confrontations with law enforcement or security, a large amount of ammunition. In an ammunition bag, they found a Father's Day card, presumably addressed to the suspect. But there is also this manifesto which lays out his issues. And on top of that, a very, very long list of names, approximately 70 names. This includes numerous state legislators from Minnesota, but it also includes other elected officials, a couple of mayors. It includes other places in Minnesota, including medical clinics, abortion providers, pro-life advocates, and it includes some locations and individuals from out of state. What does that tell us? It poses the question of what was the ultimate game plan? Was it to continue to get through this list, to go as far down with as many attacks or assassinations as possible until he was stopped by police? What we know now is that at his first location, he did his first attack in the pre-dawn hours of the morning in the darkness, that preemptively police went to the second location where the nearest other elected state official was and ran straight into the suspect. The Brooklyn Park, Minnesota police exchanged shots with the individual, which caused him to flee towards the house and then into the darkness. But that also made him leave that car, all of that evidence.
And so now we know who he is.
Potentially part of his plan behind.
Yep.
Now, with the idea that they exchanged gunfire, the fact that he was described as wearing a tactical vest, probably body armor, likely bullet resistant, he may be wounded, or the vest may have deflected that, but he is
deflected. I don't know if you guys know this. If you wear a bulletproof vest, it actually, bullets just bounce right off. Bullets just deflect right off of you. It's crazy.
With whatever weapons he had on him, without a vehicle, and still theoretically on the move somewhere in that area that he could have gotten by foot, or perhaps called an associate or a friend to pick him up. So that hunt is still extraordinarily intense.
Yeah.
Sight.
Okay, there is that. Now, folks, by the way, it's worth saying this guy is still on the loose. He has killed 2 people. He shot and injured another. He killed a sitting Democratic politician who voted. This is kind of a long story. Maybe some of you don't know this. So early in the morning at 2 a.m. Minnesota time, so, you know, in the dead of night, effectively, we had this individual. Do I have a picture of him to show you guys here? This individual here, he killed a sitting Democratic politician and shot and wounded another one. And the reason why is because this Democrat woman that he killed, her name was Kathleen. I forget her last name here. Anyway, I'm sorry, her name is Melissa. Suspect who killed Representative Melissa Hortman. In the last week, Melissa Hortman voted against the Democrats, even though she is a Democrat. She voted alongside the Republicans in order to stop giving health care to illegal aliens in Minnesota state. So she kind of flipped. She said, listen, I can't vote in good conscience alongside my fellow Democrats. I'm going to vote alongside the Republicans to cut off illegal aliens from receiving health care, taxpayer-funded health care. Guess what? She paid with her life. She's now been assassinated for doing so. This guy tried to kill a sitting Democrat senator as well, shot him. He's still alive, though. Melissa and her husband are dead, and now this guy is on the run. They haven't found him. They apprehended his car. They have his vehicle. Inside was a manifesto inside the car and a bunch of these No Kings flyers. Also, pieces of paper. This guy actually owns and operates, well, he did, a defense, like a private security business in the Minnesota State, Minneapolis area. And also, he at one point was appointed to a government position by Tim Walz himself. Tim Walz knew this guy and gave him a job, appointed him to do something. So this entire situation is just freaking unhinged. Not good. Anyway, they're still trying to find this guy. Unrelated, take a look at what's going on in Fort Worth, Texas. Unstable women are marching wearing Handmaid's Tale costumes. What is this? Okay, I don't want to play audio here because there's music and I don't want, but we the people were not meant to kneel. So I have not seen this show or a movie. I think it's a book. I don't really know anything about this. I don't know why women keep doing this. Like I don't really get what the point is because I haven't seen the show or the movie, so I guess I don't get the reference. But anyway, they are out. They're out here. They are pretending to be movie characters or something. I don't know exactly what. It's cringe. Okay, I would assume that it's cringe.
Got your mother here for donating. Thank you, Brian.
It sure looks cringe. Do we have Fox News coverage here? Live now with Fox. And this looks like, also, this is in Chicago down here. That's what this looks like. I'm going to try to find some more breaking news for you folks. And thank you all for tuning in today. If you are new to the show today, make sure to subscribe. It helps a lot.
No Kings protest that's happening in Los Angeles as well. So, again, if you aren't aware...
Okay, I'm sorry, real quick. I do have an update for you guys on this shooter situation. His manifesto, we have confirmed, lists Governor Walz, Representative Ilhan Omar, Senator Tina Smith, and AG Attorney General Keith Ellison as potential targets. Information from his manifesto is starting to come out. What the hell is going on here? But we know Governor Walz's name was listed, Ilhan Omar, Tina Smith, and AG Keith Ellison as targets. I'm telling you, listen, guys, as the day goes on, we are going to find out more about this story. This is a weird story, okay?
For other top stories that we're following. If you haven't been aware, there was some breaking news earlier this
Chris,
morning
hey, thank you,
after
Chris.
a Minnesota
Thank you.
state lawmaker was killed alongside with her husband, and another state senator was also shot with his wife. We've been keeping up with the story from our friends there at Fox 9 in Minneapolis. They're in coverage right now as things are heating up with that manhunt. So we're going to go ahead and go out to some of their coverage. But again, the House leader, Melissa Hortman, was shot and killed in what they're calling targeted attacks on Democratic lawmakers. Let's listen in to some of Fox 9's coverage.
When you got that shelter,
keep that mic 6 inches lower.
when you got that order to stay sheltered, stay in place, what did you think of that? Do you remember?
No, I wasn't think of anything. I just recorded and I post on my TikTok and say, hey, something happened in my neighborhood. Yeah.
Do you remember a couple of years ago someone had told me there had been protests outside her house? Did you remember ever seeing that?
I remember. He remember, I don't.
Okay.
I don't really keep up the news. He do.
Okay. And you said for you, Melissa, I mean, it was kind of cool to have the Speaker of the House, or Speaker of the Minnesota House.
During, I think, 2023, I was trick-or-treating, and I went up to her house, and she was there. I was like, oh, really, this is where you live? And then we took a photo together, and then, I don't know, but the day of the protest, I think it was like 2021, one of my friends who live also nearby her house, she told me that some people knocked on her door and then said they're going to do protests. I don't know what exactly they were protesting, but there was something there.
Did you hear the gunfire?
No, I wasn't. I was still kind of asleep. I heard sirens, but...
Okay, let's really dive into this shooting situation. Now we're getting information about this, folks. This is what we're talking about. Vance Bolter, the suspect in today's shootings that we're all talking about right now, was the CEO of an international NGO. NGO, by the way, means non-governmental organization, not affiliated with any government, called the Red Lion Group. But I couldn't find any photographs or digital records of its work, only a generic website. Take a look. Dr. Vance Bolter, CEO, Red Lion Group. This is from his LinkedIn page. CEO, 3 years and 7 months, operating in the Democratic Republic of Congo, from December of 2021 to now. Well, now I guess. Here, check this out. He released a written post, a little blog post here. He said this 2 years ago. I'm currently in the Democratic Republic of the Congo working on several projects. If I'm slow to respond, my apologies, as some cities have better internet signal than others and some are pretty limited. I will respond as soon as I can. Red Lion Group had a meeting with the new governor of Congo Central to talk about our private business projects that are all moving forward in that province. Some of our team will be staying a little longer in Washington, D.C. in March, and when we are back in the U.S. to connect again with the DRC ambassador about how our third trip to the DRC has gone. Everything on schedule and within budget. Hope everyone has been well in all areas. Sincerely, Dr. Vance Bolter. What a weird situation. He has a website. This looks like a very basic website. Home, food production, sales, manufacturing, responsibility, contact us. Red Lion Group's mission is to deliver superior results in every company we create, control risks, conduct ourselves with the highest integrity, and create good jobs for local people. The Red Lion Group. Curious. I mean, how do you even make sense of this? What a curious situation. And then, by the way, this guy came back in the U.S. and he was operating, it's called, a company here in Minneapolis or in the Minnesota called the Praetorian Guard Group, Security Group, which was a private security team that you could pay to guard your house or something. Well, guess what? He ended up committing a political assassination today. The CEO of this private security firm here in the U.S. called the Praetorian Guard Group or whatever, guess what? He just killed 2 people this morning, politicians, and shot and wounded another. And now there's a manhunt. He's roaming through God knows where right now. They don't know where he is. He disappeared. There's an ongoing manhunt. And he had a manifesto in his car with a list of 70 names. And he had a bunch of flyers for the No Kings protests that are going on right now across the country. What the hell is going on here? What is going on? I don't know.
This is the person that they're looking for. He's 57 years old.
I'm going to take a 90-second break, folks. I'll be right back.
Police security background, okay? He is currently the director of security patrols at Praetorian Guard Security Services here in the Twin Cities. Now, that company's website says that Vance is involved with security situations or has been in Eastern Europe, Africa, North America, the Middle East, including the West Bank, southern Lebanon, and the Gaza Strip. He has also worked, according to their website, with the largest U.S. oil refining company, also the world's largest food company based in Switzerland, and the world's largest convenience retailer based in Japan. So he has extensive security backgrounds across the globe. According to his educational background, this is from another website that I found, the Minnesota Africans United website, and he apparently very well served with that organization, that he majored in international relations at St. Cloud State, has his master's in management along with his doctorate in education from Cardinal Stritch University in Milwaukee, which is a very reputable university in the Milwaukee area. Now, here's another interesting point, gals. He was appointed by Governor Walz back in 2016 to serve on the governor's workforce board. That term expired in 2018. He was reappointed in 2019. That term expired in 2023. And you have to understand, in state government, various governors have a lot of advisory boards to help them on various issues that the executive branch of government has to work with. Every governor has these. You know, Dayton had them, Palende had them, Governor Walz certainly has them. And what the governor's workforce board does, it advises the governor on issues with workforce development across the state. And he was a private sector representative appointed to be on that board. Okay, so but his background with this private security company would match to some of the evidence found at the scene. Number one, the black security car that was there that looked very much like a police cruiser, that Ford Explorer with the lights that were still flashing on board, the entire car in black. And also he would have access to the types of uniforms
This
and
one right here.
equipment that Brooklyn Park police officers described the suspect wearing when they confronted him when he came out the front door of Melissa Hortman's home. Now, the police chief there, Chief Burley, described him wearing a police black uniform with a taser, various other apparatus on, and a badge that he said that looked just like mine at the news conference
I am
this morning.
5'11". I'm
In fact, he told all
5'11".
the reporters there at the
I'm
time that
5'11".
if we were both standing in the same room, you would not know that he was not a police officer. And again, according to the chief, after he engaged with the officers there, shots were exchanged, and sometimes. And Karen, you can speak to this because you've covered so many police news conferences over the years and have done. You're one of our most outstanding crime reporters here in the Twin Cities. Sometimes you have to pay attention to what's not said in these statements. And in this particular news conference statement this morning, he said that they engaged fire with the suspect. Now, missing from that was whether they hit the suspect. We do not know that yet. We do not know whether he is injured, and they have not confirmed that. But they did say that the suspect then fled out the back door and has not been seen since, and that's the subject now of this.
And they have no idea where this guy is. Now, folks, we're getting more information about this guy. We have actually I think he had like a blog. I don't think this is LinkedIn, but he had a blog of sorts where he was publishing articles. It says at the top, I don't know if you can see this. No, you can't. It's cut off for you guys. But anyway, it says written by Dr. Vance, Dr. Vance Bolter. God bless them all, Army, Navy. These are all from him. Little blog posts. God bless them all, Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, Coast Guard. Another one, sending likes to those doing beautiful acts of kindness. 2 weeks ago, my firefighter's son, Brian McGowan. He's liking these. So he's not actually writing these articles, he's just liking them. We should all get to start our day with a hug, a high five, or a wiggle. Teacher plays a game with her students before entering her classroom. He liked that. It was great meeting Adrian Police. So he's just liking all types of stuff. Dude, I don't know what the hell is going on with this guy. Who knows?
And verify that that is, in fact, a legitimate member of law enforcement. Now, the police chief has instructed, along with Sheriff DeWitt, has instructed all the investigators out at the scene that if they're approaching a home, make sure that you have 2 or more officers so that you can be identified by the homeowner there at the scene. If you do not see that, you live in that perimeter there, make sure that you call 911 and ask for verification of the police-like suspect or person that you see at your door. So very, very important security information that they're putting out there as this active search is still going on. Amy, Karen?
This guy's on the loose. There's a manhunt looking for this guy. Where is he? I don't know.
Thanks, Tim. Yes, he's right. The active search is still going on, and where they think the suspect is right now, we're not sure. They're still searching Brooklyn Park. They're still searching in Minneapolis, and now they're searching in Green Isle. So, but they do know who he is, and that suspect, as Tim has been saying, has been information on him released, and that's.
This guy has a lot of weird associations, a lot of very weird business history, weird associations with the Tim Walz government, Tim Walz administration. Very weird.
On the website of the security group that that he worked for, and it says, quote, "We drive the same make and model of vehicles that many police departments use in the U.S." according to them. So obviously, as Tim was saying, a lot of these pieces are starting to come together a little bit more here on the access, the knowledge, him being sort of in the flow of the legislature and understanding the vulnerability.
Yeah, we mentioned this earlier. For anybody that maybe doesn't know this, the Praetorian Guard, which is what this guy's private security business is named after, back in the ancient Roman days, the Praetorian Guard was effectively the secret service of the Roman emperors or the Roman elite. So modern day Secret Service, they're protecting President Trump, whatever. That was what the Praetorian Guard did for the Roman emperors. So that's where that name is from. And now this guy's running around killing politicians. Just everything about this is weird, right? It's like I said.
Minneapolis, they've been in continuous coverage over the last few hours as we do now know about the suspect who has been identified, accused of shooting and killing Melissa Hortman. She was the Speaker of the House there in the Minnesota state legislature, and she was killed earlier today alongside her husband, another state lawmaker as well.
Folks, take a look at this. I want to show you right here. In just a matter of 2 weeks, not one, but two Tim Walz officials have committed acts of political terror. First, you had a Tim Walz employee vandalizing Teslas over Elon Musk. Now you have a Tim Walz appointee assassinating politicians. The DOJ should launch an investigation into Tim Walz and his government. This is the Tesla attack right here. And he comes up and he scratches the side of the car. Oh, busted, buddy. Uh-huh. Oh, wow. God, what a scumbag. So he did it multiple times. They have him doing this multiple times while he's walking his dog. 3 times. Here's a 3rd time. He's out here scratching the Tesla. He's probably carving a swastika on that thing, damn. Look at that. He does it a 4th time, maybe a 5th time. This guy is all over town doing this. Wow, folks, it's almost like there's... Wow, I'm starting to... Hear me out. Wow, do you think that many people on the progressive left are violent, domestic terrorist type of people? Do you think that there is a link between people on the far radically progressive left and people that are willing to engage in political violence, domestic terrorism? That seems to be the case. What is going on? Wow, curious thought at least. They are on a commercial break right here. Let me go through some of these super chats. Dilemma, thank you very much. This is for Mrs. Morse for lunch. You know what? I'll let her know. I'll let her know. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, actually, hey, my wife actually responded to you. You can see the responses down under your super chat. That's my wife in the chat. She's a moderator. Plathy there is my wife in the chat. She says, thank you. We're having a nice shrimp linguine. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Dilemma. And also another super chat. CNN asked for $10 subscription to watch live, so I decided to give you 20. Thank you for all the updates and stay strong, my friend. Man, I'll tell you, it's not just CNN, it's all of them. All of these news outlets on YouTube, also their websites, there's pop-ups, there's ads, there's subscribe, become a member, you got to do this, do you accept all the cookies? It's just trying to find a good news source on the internet these days, it is a pain in the freaking butt. Now, speaking of a good news source, we've been tuning into Nick Shirley today. Everybody do me a favor. We've been watching him actually yesterday as well as today. Go give Nick Shirley some support because he has been out here reporting live on the ground. We're big fans, so go subscribe to him. Subscribe to me. Everybody subscribe to me, but also Nick Shirley. Let's see what he's doing. He's walking around, I believe, Washington, D.C. right now, talking to people, interviewing them.
Tech and support you. I'd be willing to lurk in the background.
Okay, he is going through his donations and super chats on his own end, but he's doing a good job. Okay, we're back here. I'm going to try to find some more breaking news updates for you guys. What is going on around the world? Folks, the day is just getting started. Does anybody know, when does the military parade start? We're going to have the whole Army military parade thing. I don't know when that is beginning also in Washington, D.C.
Updated with some of these live feeds that are coming into our newsroom, particularly as these No Kings protests are happening all across the country. I want to showcase this aerial footage that we have there in Los Angeles.
That's LA.
You can really see the number of people who have turned out to take to the streets there, a part of the No Kings protests. They're happening in all 50 states, cities both large and small. And so we've been seeing speakers step up to the microphone in different parts of the country. We're going to be heading out to Seattle in just a second, but I also want to quickly show you, we've been watching the marches that are also happening in Chicago. So we're going to get off of that shot because unfortunately there is some profanity on the signs. This is why viewer discretion is advised during our coverage of these protests across the country. Some of these signs we can't control their nature or how they're showing up on our screen, so want to be able to to keep that in mind as well. This is another shot that we have there on the ground in Los Angeles. So we're going to go ahead, though, and listen in to Seattle. And as we head to Seattle at this point, this is Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal. She's there stepping up to the microphone at this No Kings protest. Let's listen in.
The arresting of a United States member of Congress, my colleague LaMonica McIver.
She assaulted ICE officers.
And the assault and the handcuffing of a U.S. Senator, Alex Padilla.
Okay.
And this morning, the assassination of Minnesota lawmakers, even as the Proud Boys are circulating memes on their social media channels.
Who gives a shit about the Proud Boys? What is this 2015? It's 2025.
Well, I am here with you to say we are not going home. We are going to stand up for our country, for our democracy. Because we know that violence isn't just from the muzzle of a gun. Rounding up our neighbors is political violence. The suppression of free speech is political violence. Republican legislation that cruelly kicks people off of health care and food stamps is political violence.
Illegal aliens. Illegal alien invaders are being kicked off of Medicare.
So many
Thank God.
rifles on our streets and in our schools is political violence. The hateful rhetoric that I see and experience every day in the halls of Congress, in the committee rooms, on the floor of the House is political violence. And all violence, especially political violence, is a communally felt experience. So let us feel it. Huddle in, hug your loved ones, take the hands of the people next to you if you feel comfortable. Breathe in the strength of not being alone.
These people are
Breathe
insane.
in the power of a growing movement for democracy, because we are here together to get our strength stronger and to demonstrate our power.
Is that Michael Moore? Who's that?
To take back our country from any and all
Who is that?
pretenders who want to be king. We are here to stand up to the tyrants and their enablers who want to bend the nation to them, to the dictators and the authoritarians who have forgotten why and how our country was formed. And if you're like me, you're shocked and you're not shocked at all. Because targeting on a mass scale, especially by a pretender to be king, begets targeting on a small scale. And if you're like me and you're honest about it,
I want to say real quick, I see some people in the chat saying, mute her. I don't want to hear her. Mute her. Guys, you need to hear. You need to hear. I need to hear. We need to hear. The country needs to hear just how out of their goddamn mind these people are. It is very important that you all hear this. It is very important that you understand exactly who and what we are up against. I'm not kidding. If you're going, la, 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 I don't want to hear it, blah, 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 that's fine. But listen, it is important. You need to hear what these people are saying. They're half the country, maybe a little bit less, but seriously, you got to know.
it is about stepping up for others, even when the risk to me might be less. It's about allowing our compassion to be present and our hearts to ache. It is about using
I'm eating
our
lunch.
anger and our collective action that resists this violence with our nonviolent resistance and our non-cooperation. Now listen, the best way to fight wannabe kings and authoritarians who don't listen to the Constitution, who don't listen to Congress or the courts, is to build the strength and the power of the people. To remind those wannabe kings that power does not flow from the top down, that's happening around us is not disconnected and singular. That rounding up immigrants is directly tied to the militarization of our communities, is directly tied to the suppression of dissent, and the elimination of due process is directly tied to the elimination of health care and food.
The military should be used to apprehend, detain, and deport every single one of these illegal alien invaders, and none of them should be given due process. Not a single one of them. The extent to which they should be given due process is we determine, are they here legally or illegally? We determine they are here illegally. We use the military to get them out of the country. This is what I voted for. This is what the overwhelming majority of Americans just voted for. This is what we want.
So Seattle, our
Get them
job
out.
is not to wait for some big moment to occur. I like big moments, but it's not to wait for some big moment to occur. Our job is to create those big moments with many smaller acts of resistance that build upon each other and build our own courage and capacity to resist with our own education about the most effective ways to fight democratic backsliding, about how we increase the numbers of people that participate and the numbers of events that happen, and the way in which we are willing to take increasing levels of risk. So if you're ready to do that, I want to invite you to sign up for my Resistance Labs trainings, and you're going to hear from some incredible people after me who participated in those trainings. In just 2.5 months, we've had over 30,000 people sign up from all 50 states across the country. And so please go to resistancelab.us to sign up for the next ones, which are coming up in June and July. We're going to give you the tools, the knowledge, the understanding that you need to protect our democracy. Now, I want you to know that being here today is really...
Real quick, we have another breaking news regarding the shooter. So Jennifer Bolter, who is the wife of the shooter, Vance Bolter, she actually interned for Tim Walz back in 2010. There she is. So both the shooter, Vance Bolter, who has now killed 2 politicians earlier this morning, as well as the wife of the shooter, both of them have direct political links to Tim Walz. Not a good look.
And ICE to stop raids on farm workers and hospitality workers. That is because of your resistance. Now, we don't trust him. Do you trust him? I don't trust him. So that's not enough. But I want you to just drink in people's victories and fortify yourself with the fact that resistance works. We are here to say no kings in America. Not now. Not ever. No one wears a crown in our democracy, and the people will never back down in this fight. No kings, no crowns. The people won't back down.
You know, I'm going to say something. Anybody that is sort of historically aware or historically literate here is going to know what I'm saying here is true. And by the way, this is not what I want, but I've read a lot of history. The type of environment that these far-left radical progressives are creating, facilitating the invasion of the country by tens of millions of illegal alien invaders, the state of the nation, the environment that they are creating is the state. This is the series of events that always leads to an emperor or a king. The agenda and the narrative that they're pushing, the type of stuff that they are forcing on this country, this is actually what creates legitimate actual kings. And we're not just talking like legitimate actual kings, legitimate actual emperors. This is how this type of stuff is created, is what they are doing right here is pushing this stuff. Now, there's another thing I wanted to show you folks real quick. This is in downtown Los Angeles. Take a look at this. LA has fallen. Violent leftists have occupied and shut down the streets in the police National Guard.
Records or who have open warrants. They're going to work. They're going to places like home parking lots, car washes, garment factories, places where people go to work who have been here. I've spoken to several families who've been affected by these raids. People who have been here for 20, 30 years, who have U.S.
I need to
citizen
find a
children,
Los Angeles
who are in
live
their
feed.
20s, who are in their teens, in many cases U.S. citizen grandchildren. The degree of embeddedness in the fabric of Los Angeles that this community has is the reason I think that these enforcement actions and the way they were carried out really struck a nerve.
The degree to which they are so embedded in Los Angeles is the reason why we need 10 times more National Guard deployed, and the reason why we need the Marines. I don't care if they have been here for 20 years. I don't care if they've popped out 9 kids. I don't care if your sick grandma in the hospital is an illegal alien who's been here for 50 years. She invaded. Whether or not you invaded 50 years ago or 5 minutes ago, I don't care. Get out of the country. That is what we voted for. Regardless of how embedded you are, I don't care. Get out of the country. That's my opinion.
And it's why we're seeing what we're seeing today, and why we're seeing what we've been seeing over the course of the last week.
You're spot on. That is what's bringing people out, because these numbers are absolutely overwhelming downtown Los Angeles right now. Let's just hope and pray that it all stays.
Records or who have open warrants. They're going to work. They're going to places like home parking lots, car washes, garment factories, places.
Okay, folks, I do have a Los Angeles live feed. I'm going to pull up right here for you. Oh, boy. Oh, my God. Folks, that's a lot of people. That is a lot of people. Give me a minute here.
And we are the people
1 moment,
of the
please.
American family. So I want to take a pledge together. You ready? Ready to take the pledge with me? All right, so I want you to say this with me.
1 moment, please.
I pledge to stand up for others, to beat despair, to train together, to act together, to resist together, to defeat the pretender king.
What about I pledge allegiance to the United States of America? You remember that pledge? I remember a different pledge growing up. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America. What about that pledge? Not this weird, incompetent, progressive pledge they're trying to. I pledge allegiance to every illegal alien in the country. I pledge allegiance to open up the border and allow another 50 million invaders into the country, and to subsidize their existence with hardworking taxpayer money. I pledge allegiance to sell out the country to the Communist Chinese Party. I pledge allegiance. This is what they want. That is the pledge that they want. I pledge allegiance to the radically progressive agenda. That is what they want. Screw that. Screw that. I'm trying to find some more aerial footage here for you guys.
But again, one of the major speakers there stepping up to the microphone, U.S. Representative Paul. She was there, the Democrat from Washington, to speak to the crowd. So we've been watching some of these shots, though, all day here in our newsroom as these No Kings protests are happening across the country. And again, also on your screen there, our feed is getting a little glitchy in Southern California, but yet another No Kings protest
Chicago
there
aerial.
as they're standing outside of a federal building. You can see some of those members of
This is Chicago.
of the military also standing there protecting the building while these are going on. So we'll keep our eyes on some of these shots as they're coming into our newsroom. We also have this No Kings protest, and I guess I should say no fascism protest that's happening in Washington, D.C. as well. We'll be checking in with this one after a 2-minute commercial break.
Commercial break. Yeah, so listen, folks, as you can see, our country has been overrun. Whether or not there was any, I don't know, whether or not you doubted if our country has been thoroughly and completely invaded and hijacked by millions of illegal aliens, what you are witnessing right now on your screen, right over there and right down there, let this be proof. Let this be testament to just the degree that our country has been invaded. And now, by the way, what you're seeing over here, this is tens of thousands of people. Guys, we've got 50 million. 21 million came over in the last 4.5 years. That's 21 million in 4 years. How many do you think are here in total in the entire country? Okay, 50 million. That's the number that I've heard. 50 million, folks. If you think a couple thousand people on the streets is bad, 50 million. 50 million. This is why we have to stop this. We have to shut down the border. We have to pass the budget bill to give President Trump the funding he needs to thoroughly, completely lock down the border, finish building the wall, hire another 10,000 ICE agents, whatever he... Listen, President Trump, I'm a hardworking tax-paying... I pay a lot in taxes, okay? President Trump, I'm handing you a blank check. Blank check. I don't care how much money it costs. Get these people out of the country, every single one of them. I am a little bit disappointed. President Trump came out the other day and said he's going to be stopping ICE raids on farms and hotels and restaurants. Honestly, I don't like that. I don't like that. I want more. I want more ICE raids. So there's a little disagreement I have with Trump. Double it, triple it, quadruple it, pentuple it. All of them have got to go. Call me a radical, call me whatever name you want. I don't care. They all have to go. Every single one of them has got to go. This is where we're at. We have, this is, I mean, you want to use the word insurrection. This is an insurrection. We have tens of thousands of illegal alien invaders marching through our streets, waving foreign flags. Look at this. Look at that. You've got, did you see that right down there in the bottom left corner? That is an effigy of President Trump. They are dragging with a noose through the streets of America. Does this not piss you guys off? This is the democratically elected president of the country. Over half of the country came together to overwhelmingly elect him. And now we have a force of foreign invaders marching through our streets, dangling effigies of our president by a noose, dragging him through the streets while waving foreign invading flags, foreign flags. This should piss you off. You should be mad. If you are not mad, it's time to get pissed. It is time to get mad. This is disgusting. This isn't just, hey, we're going to have a nice day on YouTube today, guys. We're going to watch some videos. This should piss you the fuck off. You should be fucking pissed. This is insane that the country has deteriorated this far. The fact that this country has become this degenerate is insane. You should be mad about this.
Due to some of the increased military activity, as well as, of course, the ICE raids that were happening in the city. Southern California has been having protests as well. But again, hundreds of people today are showing up in response to the No Kings protest. They've been organized by the 5051 National Movement, and they're meant to counter what these organizers are calling a day for Trump there as well. So, of course, we know that later this evening we'll have footage of the national parade that's going to be happening there, the military parade in Washington, D.C. Once that gets underway, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, as this camera shot is moving around quite a bit, we're going to head back out to Seattle. They do have some more speakers there as well. Let's listen in.
Another speaker.
There can be no illegal people on stolen land.
Pause. We need to unpackage that. This is one of the narratives they have. Listen, what they just said is telling, incredibly telling. Quote, there can be no illegal people on stolen land. What does that mean? Let's really unpackage what that means. What that means is that they don't think we have a country. They think we should have no borders. We should have no immigration policy. Everybody around the entire world should be able to enter and exit this geographic area that we call the United States. They don't even think this is a country. This is a free-for-all zone. Everybody can come, everybody can go. There can be no illegal people on stolen land. These people, they deny the existence of the country. This is a fundamental disagreement. They fundamentally deny that we are an autonomous, independent nation. They don't even agree with that basic principle. There is no reasoning with these people. There is no middle ground to be had with these people. They deny the existence of the nation. Do you understand? That is who we are talking to here. There is no compromise here.
Over the course of our history, workers who struck when it was illegal to do so won us the right to have a union. African Americans, like the Congresswoman referenced in the South, used civil disobedience to win us the Civil and Voting Rights Act. And it was black trans women at Stonewall who paved the way for marriage equality. And that, my friends, is because when we fight, we win. When we fight,
I seem to remember Kamala Harris saying that, spoiler for all of you folks, they lost. She lost. They lost big time.
fighting back is what we must do, but it is not enough. The eyes of the nation are on LA, and they will soon be on us. The eyes of small towns, of red states, of kids who are not free to be who they are, and immigrants who are afraid of what tomorrow holds. What are you going to show them, Seattle? Let's show them a vision that is worth fighting for. I can imagine a day in Seattle when no one pays more than 30% of their income in rent. When Congresswoman Jayapal has won Medicare for all citizens and no one dies from a lack of health care access. When workers stand up and win a 32-hour work week. When every school, home, and office has a heat.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do some super chats here. Bruce Rice gifted 10 community memberships. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Here is a question for these far left radical progressives. This woman here. How many people should we allow into our country? Let's say another 50 million people showed up at our southern border tomorrow. Should we let them in? Let's say 100 million people. Let's say 1 billion people from the third world showed up at our southern border tomorrow. Should we let all of them in? Where does it end? Where does it end? According to them, there can be no illegal people on stolen land. You want to know how what they're saying is bullshit? Because Europe is getting invaded. They have the same issues. Europe has been forced to accept millions and tens of millions of third world immigrants, illegal alien invaders into their countries as well. Listen, Europe isn't stolen land. That is European land. The Anglo-Saxons are indigenous to Northwest Germany and Denmark and the British Isles, where the German people, that's their traditional land. That's their native land. Okay, you know that they don't give one crap about native land or indigenous land or stolen land. All of this is an attempt, all of this is rhetoric designed to manipulate you into giving up your country. Their goal, her goal is to manipulate you into surrendering over your country that your ancestors built to a bunch of people from the third world. That is the goal. That is the objective here. They don't give one crap about indigenous native people. If they did, they would be upset that now London is only 32% white or 32% Anglo-Saxon. You know that, right? 70-something% of London is comprised of foreigners from Africa and the Middle East and India. You don't see, they're not upset about that, are they? Are they bothered about that? Doesn't really seem like they care about indigenous people. the rights of native indigenous people, for instance. They don't care about that. All it is emotional manipulation tactics and gaslighting to get you to give up your quality of life, the nation, the country, the land that your ancestors built and cultivated, to throw it in the garbage and give it to people that don't deserve it. That is the goal. That is the objective. Never buy this for a second. And so really that's what all of this is about.
Give it up one more time for Katie!
Thank you, Katie.
Can I just take a moment to point out...
Anyway, I was going to do super chats and then I started getting unhinged again. Can someone say June 14th, 1775 birthday, if the Army, June 14th Flag Day? Oh yeah, we won the Mexican-American War and paid for the land. That's right. That's right. We did. That's right. We did. And thank you very much. We've been talking a lot about the Mexican-American War over the last couple days, last week or so. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. SYI Tiger says, these are cultists. I think you're probably right about that. I think you're right about that. I think you're onto something there. Hotwire, their psychosis only leads to one outcome. Their warped sense of justified purpose allows their easily led brains to justify acts of violence. I think so. They have... This is sort of the ontology. It all ties into this, like, you know, radically Marxist, critical race theory type of ideology that they have. They have actually decided that because... We're going to bring this back to white people for a second, because white people are in a position of power, allegedly, in our society. Therefore, nothing you do against white people is wrong. If you're violent to them, if you are racist towards them, it doesn't matter. Because the morally proper thing to do is to resist against that dominant racist hierarchy, which white people are allegedly at the top of. A lot of that comes back to this. It's the critical race theory ideology. There's a lot of this that's intertwined. And now, thank you very much. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Thank you, Stanley. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We pledge allegiance to this flag. Thank you. Tenno says, honestly, I don't think most of these people actually realize what they're doing. They are low IQ and being controlled to help select few destroy our country. There's a word for this. Who here has read the Communist Manifesto? I read the Communist Manifesto not long ago. Well, it's a couple years ago. I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. These people are called useful idiots. They are just drones. They're like mindless drones marching along, advancing the cause, not realizing that the struggle that they are fighting on behalf of doesn't actually even benefit them. They are pushing for a world that would be worse for them than the current world. They are pushing to push a paradigm, a state of society that would be worse for them than the current paradigm and current state of society, but they've been manipulated into doing so. Why? Because they are useless idiots, or useful idiots. Cucked, Wes, Watson, bottom line, these are dangerous anti-white domestic enemies and criminals. I think a lot of them, most certainly. Let's hear what this young intellectual has to say here.
When I was sitting in my boring 3-hour-long American constitutional classes, until now. Because under Trump's America, they're trying to lock this door to success and throw away the key from young people across the country. Just recently, Trump announced that he's planning to cut Pell Grants and work-study programs, thereby throwing away the key to success for millions of low-income American students. He's throwing away the key by withdrawing $11 billion worth of federal funding from university research programs. And he's throwing away the key by revoking student visas when he encounters students that speak up against his rogue acts. The Trump administration has used our education system as the guinea pigs to test and see just how far he can erode our rights until someone fights back.
He's been in office for 6 months. When he revokes student visas because someone dares to speak out. When ICE shows up plain clothes to arrest young people like Ramesa Ozturk or Mohsen Madawi, he is weaponizing the government to silence dissent. I say let Mexico have California. Democrats lose 54 electoral votes, never win again. Garrett Rose, no. I am sick. I'm not, this is not a personal attack against you. I have to say though, I am sick of this defeatist mindset. Just let him have it. California is so screwed. Just let him have it. No, the time is done. We cannot afford to be weak and tolerant and defeatist. How about instead of giving them California, how about we deport 20 million people instead? That's what I want to do. What I want to do is deport every single illegal alien in the state of California as well as the rest of the country. How about rather than giving them one of the most beautiful states in the country that has maybe the most potential of any state in the country? How about rather than letting them have their victory and saying, yeah, your invasion was successful and here's your reward. You get to have California. You have carried out a successful invasion. How about we deport 20 million people in one state? How about we deport 100 million people across the country? We are done giving them ground. If you give them an inch, they take a mile. Listen, if you give them a California, then they want an Oregon. If you give them an Oregon, then they want a Washington. If you give them a Washington, then they're coming for Idaho. Then they're coming down for Utah. Then they're doubling back down for Nevada and New Mexico. You say, oh, it's only New Mexico, whatever. It's not a big deal. Then they're coming for Texas. If you give them one thing, if you give them an inch, it never ends. We have to shut it down. We have to shut it down. We can't say we're going to put America first and take the country back and then give them one of the biggest states, best states in the nation. We're taking the country back. We're putting America first by giving them California. Are you kidding me? No, how about we take it back? We're taking it back. We're deporting these people. That's what we need to do. We are standing our ground. We are done being defeatist. We are done being blackpilled. We are done giving in. We are done capitulating. We are done being weak. This type of weakness is what led to the problems we have in our country right now. We've had 50 or 60 years of weak politicians, of weak Americans, of weak legislators, of weak government policy that has led to the problems we have now. Now is the time to not continue and perpetuate the weakness. Now is the time to be strong and stand up and say, we are taking the damn country back. That is what time it is. That's why we voted for Trump. We voted for Trump for mass deportations, to shut down the border. We did not vote for Trump. We didn't. Listen, Donald Trump did not survive 4 years of persecution and hell and assassination attempts and getting shot in the goddamn head to get in office for you guys in the chat to say, give them California. It's too late. It's too far gone. Fuck that. We did not go through all of this. We did not have conservatives get persecuted for the last 10 years. People put on watch lists. People getting debanked. Banned from every goddamn social media website in the country. We did not go through all of that. Donald Trump, he had an election stolen from him. He got shot in the head. We did not go through all of that to say, you know what? Let's just give him California. Fuck no. We're taking the country back. We're deporting these people. We're routing out these subversive traitors in the country, and we're deporting every fucking illegal alien in the country. I'm sick of this defeatist bullshit. No. If you give them a California, it doesn't end there. They're coming for Utah. They're coming for Texas. They're coming for Oregon. They're coming for Washington. You stop it now, or it never fucking stops. We need to stop it now. They have this saying, weak men create bad times create strong men create good times create weak men. We're coming out of a cycle of weak men. Weak men, for the last 50 years, created some very bad times. The bad times we have right now are a consequence of weak men. What we need now is a generation, we need a new era of strong men. We need strong men to rise up and take the goddamn country back, because if we don't, we're not going to have a country. If you give them California 5 years from now, 10 years from now, we don't have a country. It doesn't end. We need to put our foot down and put an end to this. Once and for all. Lock down the border, build the wall, hire another 10,000. Let's make it 100,000 ICE agents. Deploy the National Guard, get the DHS, put the Marines. The Marines and the National Guard getting deployed to Los Angeles earlier this week, that was the best military deployment we've had in 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, since World War II. I don't know. People are saying, Trump is an authoritarian. Trump deploying the U.S. military to shut down these riots and apprehend and detain and deport these invaders in our country. That is the best military deployment we have seen since World War II, maybe before. I don't know. We need to defend our country. We have been invaded. We have been invaded. Here is your proof. You're looking at the proof. Politicians are getting assassinated. A politician in this country got assassinated right now because she voted against giving health care to illegal alien invaders. She gave her life. Did she give her life today? In order for us to say, well, let's just give these people California. It's too late. It's too far gone. We need to take the country back. We cannot give these people an inch. No, we can't. I'm sick of the defeatism. I'm sick of giving up. Because I'll tell you what, listen, I look at this too. I've got two young kids. I've got a 4-year-old daughter and a 2-year-old son. If we don't solve this issue now, who's going to pay the price? Your kids, your grandkids. If we don't sack up, if we don't save our country now, then, you're old, maybe you'll pass away, it's not your deal, whatever. Your kids are going to have to pay for it. Your lack of courage is a punishment to your children. Your lack of tenacity, your lack of resolve, your lack of fortitude is a direct punishment for your children and grandchildren. We fix the issue now, or you're saying, screw you, my descendants, my grandchildren, screw you, because I'm not man enough to solve the issue. I'm gonna condemn my children to solve it, to deal with the issues that I neglected to deal with myself. We got to take the country back. We have to. We have to do it. Let me go through some super chats. I'm getting a little bit heated. Let's try to mellow down here, folks. Let's see what's going on. If Latinos want to be part of the U.S., we annex their nations and seize their resources. We don't lose ground, we take it. But I prefer to listen. It's not what we're talking about. Let's just start by deporting people in the country. We're not talking about invading Mexico. We're not talking about invading Guatemala. No, it's a very simple objective. Shut down the border, deport these people. That's a good starting point. Let's start there. Shut down the border, deport all of these invaders. That's what I'm talking about. Lloyd, thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, Matt, you're my long-lost nephew. Much love from the Sonoran Desert. Thank you, TJ. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. We must vote on this. Wait, we already did. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Oh, man. Thank you, Helga. Thank you very much. I'm pissed off. Sorry, I'm heated. I get a little bit bombastic. I really care about this stuff. I really, really do. I think in the political environment on YouTube or content creation, I think you have a lot of people that frankly are grifting. They really don't care. They're trying to make money. Listen, I really care. It really pisses me off. I get really bothered by this stuff. I really do. Matt, don't let anyone get under your skin. You do a great job and we love you. Happy Father's Day. Keep up the great work. Oh, when is Father's Day? I don't even know when Father's Day is. That's probably happening pretty soon. Hey, happy Father's Day. Back at you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. John, he says, say hi to my wife, Robin. Hi, Robin. Hi, Robin, who is the wife of John S. Hi, Robin S. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you. Jamie Hampton, thank you for saying this. We have some sort of press release coming out soon. I'm not sure exactly what that is. Same to any who says they're going to leave the country if they don't get their way. All of our land is worth fighting for. I agree. I agree. Oh, Father's Day is tomorrow. I didn't know that. Wow. Wow. Okay. Well, maybe we'll do something fun for Father's Day. I'm not sure. And Alice Bear, thank you. Thank you, Alice Bear. Thank you. I'm sorry, I get a little bit, I get heated, I start swearing. Normally on the broadcast, I try not to swear. I'm sorry. But I'm telling you, listen, guys, our country, I've said this before, our country is facing an existential threat. We are at risk of not having a country. If there is ever a time to let some profanities slip, it's when it's talking about this. It's when you're talking about this. I get heated, I get pissed off. So if I offended anybody's sensibilities, I apologize. I'll try to keep it I don't know. We'll try to keep it professional, I guess, but really, I'm very passionate about this.
About to get underway there in Minnesota.
Now, what's going
We're not
here?
going to step away for
going on?
a 2-minute commercial break. We don't want to miss the top of it. But again, I'm able to show you some of these vantage points that we have across the country. Right now, this is Detroit. A massive amount of people there. So we'll continue to check in with those throughout the day.
Detroit.
But again, it seems as though this update from Minnesota is getting underway.
About the murder. This is about the Minnesota assassination coming up. We're going to hear about. I will say, if you are new to the broadcast,
Again,
make sure
we're continuing to wait for this to get underway.
Make sure to subscribe. It really does help a lot if you subscribe to the show. And I'll make one more little humble request. If you guys have a Twitter account, the support on Twitter, it helps a lot. That's big. That's the best place for updates. There is a link to that, Matt Morris on Twitter, or X as it is now known. But we're going to get some updated information about this political assassination here in a minute. And the day is just getting going. Does anybody know in Washington, D.C., when exactly does this military parade start? When is the Washington, D.C. stuff getting underway?
Another shot that they have there on the screen. This is the suspect. 57-year-old Vance Luther Bolter. They're
That's
showcasing
him.
some of the information that they have on him there on the screen. He's a male, 6'1", 220 pounds. They're describing some of what he's been wearing. Has brown eyes as well. So again, our partners there at Fox 9 in Minneapolis have been doing a fantastic job as they're keeping us informed on all of these updates as they're coming in. So a manhunt was underway there in the state as we're waiting for this press conference to get underway. But again, Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, they were shot and killed. But Senator John Hoffman and his wife were also shot in their home. They are out of surgery at this time and recovering. We heard earlier today from the Minnesota Governor, Tim Walz, saying that they're cautiously optimistic that they will survive.
Really terrible.
But just a bit of timeline here before this press conference gets underway. That 911 call was made around 2 a.m. local time this morning.
I appreciate
it was then that police found that the Minnesota Senator Hoffman and his wife had both been
Thank you,
shot.
folks. Everybody, thank you, really, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it. I'm gonna try to give you these are some photos of No Kings riots, or sorry, I think at the moment we don't have any riots. We have protests right now. A couple days ago we had riots. Maybe things will devolve as the day goes on. Who knows? Honk if you never drunk texted war plans. Thanks. Tax the rich. No kings or felons. No greed or liars. Thank you. Support we the people. Reject oligarchy. It is just a curious phenomenon. Normally when you think of protests, you think of younger people. You think of like college kids. These protests, you get no offense to old people. I love old people. In fact, I plan on being old someday between you and me. But these protests really are just a bunch of old people. I don't know if young people don't care about this or what. Young people don't care. I don't know, but it is just a bunch of old people. Oh, here we go.
With that, I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Drew Evans of the BCA.
Thanks, Commissioner. And today we are asking for the public's help at this point in time in locating Vance Luther Bolter, who is a 57-year-old white male who's 6 feet 1 inches tall, 220 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes. I know this name has been reported in the media so far, and we are confirming as a person of interest that we are looking to locate in relation to this. At this time, we would ask the public, if you do locate him or see him, to call 911. Do not approach him. You should consider him armed and dangerous, and you should call 911 immediately with the information. He was seen this morning wearing light-colored cowboy hat that you can see up here in the clothing there, with dark-colored long-sleeve collared shirt or coat, light pants, and carrying a dark bag. If you have any tips about the whereabouts or any information that would be helpful, you can call local police department, or you can call our BCA tip line at 877 996-6222, or email us at bca.tips@state.mn.us. We still don't know if additional people are involved, but this individual is the one that we're looking as a person of interest right now, but there may be other people with him, and we would like to speak to anybody that may have had contact with him at any point in time. So please connect with us, even if this has been some time ago today, so that we can follow up and continue to work together to keep our communities safe. And we, as the commissioner noted, we'll take some questions at the end. But again, we are seeking the assistance of the public in locating him. I want to continue to say, as you see, there's hundreds of law enforcement officers working on this right now for the partners that you see up here today, as well from Champlin, Brooklyn Park, the State Patrol, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, FBI, ATF, just a myriad of partners working to try to locate this individual. And with that, I will turn it over to the mayor, and we'll answer questions at the end.
All righty. Okie dokie.
So hi, my name is Hollis Winston, Mayor of the City of Brooklyn Park. First, I want to extend my prayers to the Hoffman family, but also to the Hortman family as well. You know, there will come a time down the road for healing within us as a community, but right now I think what's required is a calming words and rhetoric. I want folks to make sure they listen to the facts from credible sources like law enforcement, but also to resist spreading misinformation. And then again, asking folks to listen to law enforcement in general when law enforcement has those specific asks. In Brooklyn Park and Champlin and our surrounding communities, in fact, the state, we're very much family. The Hoffman and Hortman families are very much our family. And so our prayers continuously go out to them. And it's very much a time for us to come together as a community and as a family. And I think people need to see it that way. I want to thank law enforcement, Governor Walz, Commissioner Jacobson, Sheriff Witt, FBI, various counties, local law enforcement. Even with our city of Brooklyn Park, we're seeing a ton of local law enforcement and county law enforcement just supporting our city overall. And we want to thank them for doing that. They're dedicated to keeping us safe and to securing justice. I would say to support them again, if you have information, there'll be information behind me, please share that information. And again, please look and listen for valid information and share that. There will be a time to come together, and I think specifically for the city of Brooklyn Park and within our area, there'll be a time where we come together when we work through what we're going through now as a community. But I want to say this. You know, this individual did this to instill fear into our community, but they also wanted to create a distinct and singular point of view. When I listed all of that law enforcement coming together, that was really us as a state, as a community, from all different walks of life, coming together to work on what's happening. And I received calls from folks across the state, from all different ethnicities and communities as well, with an outpouring of support. So I want you to understand that as a city, but as a state, as a community, we're very much going to come together. We're going to see this through. And we're all going to work together to figure this out. So again, I want to thank our law enforcement, and I want to turn it over to the mayor of Champlin Park.
All right. Okay,
Good
stop
afternoon.
spamming. Stop spamming.
My name is Ryan Sabis, mayor of Champlin. And on behalf of the city of Champlin, our police department, and our city council, I want to extend a heartfelt thoughts and prayers to Senator John Hoffman and Representative Melissa Hortman and their families.
Let me find something.
We are deeply saddened by the senseless act of violence, and our hearts are with all those that have been affected. Our police department is working close partnership with state, local, and federal agencies to pursue this active investigation. We are incredibly grateful for the swift and responsible professional response and for the collaboration of commitment of every officer.
I'm going to pull up a Tel Aviv live cam real quick, folks, as we listen to this, because allegedly Iran has fired more missiles. So keep an eye on this. This is Tel Aviv.
This is how we move forward together. And again, thank you all for being here. And again, I think Mayor Winston said it well, that Hoffman family and the Hortman family are very much part of our communities, part of our fabric of our communities. And we really wish the families all the best. Thank you.
as folks have said, we'll take a few questions. Please don't forget to, in your first question, introduce yourself, your media organization with whom you're with, and if you have a question for a specific individual, call that out. Thank you.
From Fox 9, do you have an update on Senator Hoffman's condition?
The question was, do we have an update on Senator Hoffman's condition? We don't at this time. The last information we had is that he was out of surgery and was in stable condition at that time, but that certainly experienced significant injuries, so we'll have to continue to monitor that.
Hey, Jerry. Thank you very much, Jerry.
He's a suspect. One in the
Thank you very much,
for this
Jerry.
particular case at this point in time.
Okay, so we can say suspect.
You can say suspect.
Adam Bexer with WCCO News. You know this guy. It was at least affiliated with some sort of security company, according to his own website.
Thank you very much.
Highly trained security individuals. Can you speak to the level of knowledge this person might have about, using a gun or, different security tactics that might separate him from a typical person walking down the street?
Yes, so the question was regarding the sophistication of the individual based on reports that he owned a security company. I certainly can't get into the details of the investigation. That'll all be part of that. We'll explore all of that.
Okay.
We're aware of the connections that you referenced, and the team will be dissecting that between the investigators, Brooklyn Park Police Department, and all of the state and local.
Okay, missile impacts in Israel. I don't see anything coming down in Israel right now. I apologize. We just lost one of our live feeds as all of this is happening. Of course, it happens at the same time. I don't see anything landing in Israel right now anywhere. We have a camera. This is there's 12,000 people watching this, so this is the one to watch. CNBC. I think they're kind of hopping around to where it looks like things are happening. So soon, nothing has happened yet, but soon things are maybe happening soon. And I'm going to try to find another Los Angeles live feed here. Well, by the way, the feed we're looking at right now is the very same one that Agenda Free TV is looking at right now, and nothing is happening. So just wait. It is what it is. I'm going to try to find another Los Angeles live feed.
The question is, are we in contact with TSA?
Just
We've
wait a
been in
minute here,
contact
folks.
with all of the federal authorities that are relevant to this investigation. We will continue to be.
Are you able to share
Ramallah?
the location that photo is today?
The question is, can I share the time and location? This was this morning when this was taken. It was in the city of Minneapolis.
This is
That's at
Associate
this point, I
Press.
think all that
I'll
we can
pull this
share as
up.
we work to follow up on that.
Everybody's watching this one too.
The question
One
is,
moment,
there's
please.
surveillance or ring camera. We do have various video from different locations. I don't want to get into specifics as part of the active investigation, but there is video that has been obtained by the investigators.
Can you talk about some of the other locations that you guys are working on, Green Isle, maybe 29 to 30 months?
So, yeah, we can, the question is, can we talk about some of the other locations? Because their teams are very active as part of an active investigation, I can't talk about the specifics. What I will tell you is the two locations you noted, in Minneapolis and in Green Isle, they are related to this investigation and the follow-up that the teams are doing.
I'm going to give Ellen, I'm sorry, we're going to give it to Ellen, and then we're going to have one more question.
Can you talk a little bit more about the manifesto and what kind of motivation?
I don't see anything happening right now, folks. We've got two different angles. It either happens or it doesn't.
All right.
Enough of the. Okay, I'll go ahead and mute the press release. Let me. I believe we have another Los Angeles live feed we can take a look at here. A helicopter is en route back to the riots or protests. They had to get some more gas in the tank. If you want to quickly talk about Israel, I don't think anything is happening right now. I also don't think that we missed it, because I don't see anything popping up on Twitter. So it allegedly happened right before I tuned in. Is that right? Well, then I suppose we have missed it. I'm gonna see if I can find something on Twitter. I missed it by 1 minute. Okay, well then, hey, then that is what it is. Okay, we're gonna keep a better eye on that going forward. I guess we should just get rid of these now. I guess I'm gonna pause that. Let me unmute this here.
Individual, but we don't know the nature of the relationship or if they actually knew each other.
All right, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Chicago, Los Angeles. Okay, we're going to be better prepared for next time.
All right, as you see there, pretty brief news conference officially wrapping up there in Minnesota. But you can see there on the screen, that's the person that they're looking for.
By the way, the person they are looking for here, the suspect in these political assassinations, authorities have raided his home in the countryside. Take a look.
We're taking a look at the home of what is believed to be the suspect in now the shooting deaths of state lawmaker.
Nice home out on a good piece of land out there.
Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, and also multiple shots fired at Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who have been hospitalized and are recovering from surgery. We're taking a look at the.
Okay, so breaking news: the U.S. Army military parade is happening today at 6:30 Eastern, rain or shine. That is 2 hours and 10 minutes from now. And you know we are going to be here all day. Okay, so that's good. Thank you for that. This guy was spotted. Take a look at this. This is what we're dealing with here. He's out here protesting as a part of all of this. He says, when Civil War II starts, I got dibs on Stephen Miller. So this guy is just saying that he wants to end the life. He wants to kill Stephen Miller. That's what he wants. I got dibs on Stephen Miller. Great t-shirt, dude. Excellent.
Some of this reaction as well from others.
Where is this helicopter going here?
This shooting. Want to put this up on your screen. This is
looking for updates
from
here.
Senator Amy Klobuchar. She's making some remarks saying she is heartbroken and horrified by the tragic loss of Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, who were taken from us in an act of violence. Melissa was a good friend, and we started in politics at the same time, and we're always here for one another. She was a true public servant to the core, dedicating her life to serving Minnesotans with integrity and compassion. Melissa's legacy will endure, but today we grieve deeply. John's and my prayers are with their children, their loved ones, and all who are mourning in this devastating loss. Again, this is what law enforcement officers are
looking for a better
targeted.
What are we doing here in Los Angeles? This helicopter is just like flying around residential neighborhoods, looking at people's backyard barbecues. What are we doing? Why are we looking at these people in their backyard having a nice summer afternoon? Go look at the protests in Los Angeles. They're happening right now. What are you doing? What is this helicopter doing? Now, let me take a look at these super chats here before we move on here. Folks, there was an absolutely massive super chat from the super chatter called Black Lives Matter. $49.99. Massive super chat. Folks, this stream has been brought to you in part by Black Lives Matter. Thank you. Thank you very much. I guess I appreciate that a whole lot. Thank you very much. We have another one here. So that was a big one. Thank you. Another one here. Hold up. You're saying red alert in Israel. Is that right? Okay, let me flip back over to our Israeli cams. I'll give this a minute while I'm doing super chats. Slot says the only threat to the economy in a secure America with no invaders is the petulant anti-whites that refuse to be American as a nation or people. If America isn't demonizing white people, we do most certainly racial animosity has been going up over the last several years, over the last 10 years. It seems almost as if somebody is intentionally stoking the flames of racial division in this country. I don't know. Let me ask you, do you think people are more racist in 2025 than they were in 1995? Are racial tensions higher in 2025 than they were in 1995? Yeah, I think so. I do think so. That does seem to be the case. For better or for worse, right or wrong, regrettably, yeah, I think that has been the case. And it continues to be the case. I think so. Slouts with another super chat says, are the Democrats going to say the Senate victims would have wanted the killer to be forgiven like anti-white Metcalf's brother? You know what? By the way, I saw a little update on the Metcalf situation. Turns out the high school that sporting event was at, where Austin lost his life, he was murdered. Turns out the high school actually has the footage. The entire situation was recorded on a high school security camera, like overlooking the situation. And so you know, the footage has not been released, but allegedly that footage exists. probably not looking good for what's his name? Trayvon? What's his name? What's this boy's name? I forget. Anyway, whatever. You know who I'm talking about. The murderer, the stabber, whatever his name is. They have the footage allegedly.
Some of this breaking news that we're getting right now out of Texas. I want you to be able to see this there.
Oh,
this is
boy.
put out by the Texas
Pay attention, folks.
DPS. It's their statement on having the Capitol evacuated.
Pay
Earlier
attention.
today, the Texas Department of Public Safety Capitol Region identified a credible threat towards state lawmakers planning to attend a protest that was scheduled for later in the day. We do know that the Texas State Capitol complex, out of an abundance of caution, the Capitol and the Capitol grounds were all evacuated around 1 p.m. local time and remain temporarily closed. DPS continues to work with our law enforcement partners to address this threat. As this investigation is ongoing, no additional information is available. But DPS says that they have
Okay, real quick. I just realized this is a live feed of Tel Aviv, and it says Los Angeles. Somebody is going to tune into the live show as missiles are raining down on Tel Aviv, and somebody's going to be like, "Oh my God, Los Angeles is getting blown up. Los Angeles is getting blown up by aliens or something." No, listen, I'm sorry. This is Tel Aviv, but let me change that here in a second. I just noticed that. Second off, yeah, so guess what, guys? The political violence is escalating. It's picking up. So now there's been some sort of credible violent threat against this Capitol building in Texas, and now they're evacuating the Capitol building. Like I said, this day is only going to keep on getting worse. Today is not a good day. Today is in fact a bad day.
As we learn more information. In the meantime, though, we do know that some of these No Kings protests are continuing to happen throughout the country as well. Want to put up this shot that we have there in Washington.
Yep.
Protest is moving down the street. We've been seeing different vantage points throughout the day there in our nation's capital. Some of these shots a bit more active than others. So we'll keep our eye on this one. Another one happening elsewhere around the country. These will be happening all day long as well. Do want to remind you that viewer discretion is advised as we're taking some of these live shots. There can be some obscenities happening in some of.
Okay, I'm going to give you guys permission to spam the chat. Only under one occasion, though. If Iran launches missiles, I want you to spam the chat. Say, missile, 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 missile. No false alarms. Oh, do not lie to me. Only if it is actually happening. If Iran starts firing missiles, okay, because we don't want to miss it, say, missile, 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 missile. You have my explicit permission to spam the chat. Only if there are missiles in the air. Okay, thank you. All right. For a good Middle East multicam, look up DD Cyprus one click. Okay, give me 1 minute. I'm going to pull that up. One moment. Uno momento. Let's see what I can find here. Okay.
Melissa Hartman was a dear friend of mine. Melissa Hartman, I knew her before she and I went to the legislature in 2002. Melissa Hartman, when I met, she
there is one problem with this, I guess, is that if things start happening, then the camera is so small. Okay, if things start happening, here's what I'll do. It's the bottom one. Then I will full screen this and we'll do that. Okay, I got a plan. We've got a plan in case things do get crazy here. We have a big super chat from eDubs. Thank you again. It's not the first time you've done that. Yes, in 1995, we used to shit all over racist people. Racism was all but dead. And then in 2008, it was resurrected. From there, sites like Tumblr kicked that out to the mainstream. The gaslight is real and deep state backed. Like I said, it's okay. So there you go. I was born in 93. So I guess to be fair, I can't remember the racial dynamics of 1995, but, but yeah, no, it seems to be the case. So there you go. There's the confirmation. Older people in the chat. There's your confirmation. Now, I don't really care about anything that this guy says. I'm going to try to find a better live cam. What do you think about Palantir? Not a big fan of Palantir. Let me take a look here. I'm going to pull up another extra. This is another Israel cam. I'm going to keep that paused. Keep that paused. We'll keep an eye on this. Yeah, not a big fan. Teresa Barnes Matic? Probably Matic. $199 super chat. Hold up, I need to talk to my wife. Hey, Kathy, if you want to buy a Gucci purse or a Louis Vuitton bag, now we can do it. Kathy, Teresa came in with a massive super chat. Now we can afford the Gucci purse and the Louis Vuitton bag that you've been wanting, sweet. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Thank you very much. That's insane. That's nuts. You are insane. Thank you very much. I've told you guys before right now. I'm kidding. I've told you before right now, we live in Washington and we are trying to escape. We are trying to escape Washington and move to Idaho soon. So all the super chats, it goes into the mortgage fund, into the down payment fund. We are escaping Washington, radically progressive state, moving to Idaho soonish. So that is where all the super chats go. Thank you very much. And we're having more kids. We're trying to have more kids. We have 2 already. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. No Louis Vuitton, Gucci bags for us. I hate to say. No sports cars. Matt, if Iran fires missiles, it'll take 2 hours before they land in Israel. No. If Iran fires ballistic missiles, they take about 12, 13, 14 minutes to travel from Iran to Israel. Now, Iran has some drones that are slower moving, and they take between 4, 5, 6, 7 hours to get there. But the ballistic missiles, they've got a 10 to 15 minute travel time. They get there pretty fast, actually. Those missiles, they go real fast. So if they pop off, I need you guys to let me know. So thank you. And also, once again, Teresa, thank you. Thank you very much. We, my wife, everybody, to all of you guys. Thank everybody here for tuning in. Debbie Childers. I was in the 1966 riots in Southern California a long time ago. This is how they started. Most of these rioters don't even know why they are there. You know what? I think you're right. And you're right. You're totally right. Because we've seen a lot of on-the-ground reporting. You know, they put the microphone up. Hey, why are you out here? Hey, what are you doing out here? And they either refuse to talk or they give an answer that is just totally incompetent. They don't even know what they're saying. They don't know why they're out there. As you know, Debbie, I know you know this. A lot of these people, guess what? They're being paid to be out there. They are paid agitators. The going rate for a protester or a rioter these days is $200 a day. In fact, actually, that big super chat from Teresa, $199, you could pay for one rioter. One rioter for one day for $200. But Teresa chose not to do that. Instead, she's supporting the stream, the live broadcast. And for that, I appreciate it. Thank you. But hey, Teresa could have funded one rioter if she wanted. It's an option. These days, there's a whole market for it. So thank you very much. I appreciate all of it. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see what's going on over here. This is Chicago.
Wind down before they do give us a briefing. But again, everything here seems to be in good spirits. We have not seen any police enforcement. They are around. They were on their bikes. They're on foot here. But overall, a pretty calm and good day. Again, it took about 2.5 hours, though. This was a long march. They did say it was.
By the way, we do have some breaking news. The Minnesota authorities, as of now, are refusing to disclose any additional information about the Assassin's Manifesto. They are not going to tell us what is inside the manifesto. What are we talking about in the manifesto? We don't get to know, not yet, maybe never. This is a case. Sometimes you have these shooters, these terrible situations, bombers, whatever. They have a manifesto. We don't get to see it. Why not? I don't know.
Their way to Daley Plaza. In essence, what a day. What a day it has been here in our city. A day of defiance, as we've seen at Daley Plaza. A day of celebration at Rate Field. That's where they are celebrating Pope Leo. And a day of...
There's some music in the background. I don't want that to leak onto the stream here. Look at this, man. This is, by the way, this is San Diego. I want to show you this here. Can I put this here. Apologies. Okay, folks, this is San Diego right now. You've got a lot of people. You know, maybe if these people wanted the country to go their way, maybe they should have come out and vote. How many of these people do you think, hey, please stop spamming? You know what? I have to be brutal. I've had enough of the spammers. You are getting timed out for 24 hours. Let this be a warning. Let this be a warning. No more spamming. Okay, anyway, how many people out here protesting or rioting or marching, whatever, how many of them do you think did not vote? That would be a curious number to have. You know, the country's not going the way they want. President Trump is in office. He's so evil. He's a fascist, whatever they're saying. Well, you had a chance. You could have voted. You should have voted. Didn't work out your way. We voted. Okay, I'm looking for updates here. Folks, it does seem like nothing is really happening in Israel. I think that has probably come to an end. What I need to find a Los Angeles live broadcast. What is going on in Los Angeles? I want an aerial view. Los Angeles live. And if I could get a helicopter view, that sure. Oh, I think I have one. Here's something. I'm not sure what.
The internet. I do want to read it. I want to see what it says. Dump Trump, okay. And the other one.
Dump Trump.
That's a sign not to read the sign.
Okay, let me take a look here while we have the aerial cam.
Is that the Canadian flag?
Susie Estrada, thank you for doing a great job. God bless America. I'm an older woman and I stand for Trump.
Right over the
thank
roadway,
you. Thank you.
Okay.
You know, folks, I want to show you something here,
It
Susie.
is Canada.
They've got the Canadian flag. Folks, we are getting invaded from the north by the Canadians and also invaded from the south by the Mexicans. Everybody, we're getting invaded from every direction. Also, this is the helicopter that like isn't really going to the protest. Well, I guess they're looking at something.
Over it, we can't see it.
Let me show you folks here. I want to show you something. Give me 1 minute here. I have some information for you. Here's what I can do. This'll do. National fiasco. Okay. I'm cooking something up here. One moment. Perfect. All right. Hey, perfect. I've got a little surprise. I want to show you guys something. This is what I wanted to show you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to blow your mind. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe not. So...
What? I'm sorry.
I'm going to mute this. And I also need to flip off our live cams here for a moment. Folks, I want to show you the analytics or the age and sex demographics for yesterday's live broadcast. This is for yesterday's live stream. We had 250,000 people tune in. And over the course of that broadcast, you can see how old everybody is and also the gender, the sex, male or female. So folks, in this community right now, live tuning in, 79.7% of people are men. Let's call it 80%. And then 20%, I don't think I can zoom into this. Oh, yes, I can. And then 80% of you folks tuning in are women. Okay, do we have any 13 to 17-year-olds? 0%. No. 18 to 24, 1.5%. 25 to 34, age group, 8.2%. 35 to 44, that's my age group, by the way. 35 to 44, 14.4. The biggest age group tuning into the broadcast, folks, is 65 plus. Okay? 30%, well, 29% of people tuning into the broadcast here are over the age of 65. Also, 27% are 55 to 64. So, you know, we do have a little bit of an older audience. There's nothing wrong with that. That's okay. Doesn't bother me. Oop. So there's that. I'm 31. Really, my demographic, 31, Nobody my age is tuning in. Well, very few at least. We've got all types of people tuning in. Okay, so let's go back to the coverage here. We were looking at Israel. This is 4 different locations in Israel: Tel Aviv, Bethlehem, Jerusalem, and Haifa. Seems like nothing is happening. I'm going to try to find another feed here. I want to get back to the protests over here back in the United States. Maybe we can find another one here. So I'm looking around. We have a bunch of Gen Xers, a bunch of boomers, Gen Xers, boomers. What am I? I'm a millennial, I think. I'm a millennial. Not a lot of millennials. No one from Generation Z. Nobody. No Kings protest downtown LA. Okay, where is this going on? Let's see if we can do Washington, D.C. live. That's what I want to see. This is this New York? Maybe we can find New York. We haven't checked there. We also haven't checked, well, I wonder if I can find Chicago aerial footage. New York live. Matt, you're doing a great job. I appreciate that. You know, I've done a lot of live streaming in my day, but I've never really done live breaking news political coverage like this. So it is kind of a new experience. It's a lot just trying to stay on top of everything, trying to find the live feeds, trying to get the breaking news on Twitter. Oh, do we have something here? No. Okay, maybe I can find Chicago. Chicago. Can I find something here? We want aerial feeds. It's all about the aerial feeds. You know, and you know what? I think I have... No, I think that's not. Well, darn it. I'm looking for something. Thousands are gathering across the country for No King's Day. We used to have a really good Los Angeles live feed here, but it got shut down. You would think that on a day like this, they would really have all, like, you know, every helicopter is up in the air. We want to see what's going on. The nation is on standby. But we don't have a lot of aerial footage right now. CC in Atlanta, by the way, thank you for tuning in. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. We also have Cheryl. I look forward every day to your feed. Keep going. You know, this is actually something that I am undecided on. I don't really know. You know, I've been making daily, normally 2 or 3 videos a day. These are videos. And, you know, for those, I have to figure out what I'm talking about. I have to write the video script, record it, edit it, do all the work, get it up. The live broadcasts like this, I haven't been doing a whole lot of these, but I started about a week ago because of all of these protests, riots, and now it's the Israel-Iran situation. So there is a lot to cover for live content. But, you know, maybe a week from now, there's not as much to talk about regarding live feed content. So I'm kind of thinking, okay, how do I want to do live broadcasts a week from now or 2 weeks from now? What does that look like? And I think probably what that's going to end up being is maybe a live broadcast every day for 90 minutes or 2 hours going over the daily news. But those are going to have to be a little bit more prepared. To be frank, what we're doing now is kind of unprepared. Oh, that woman, I'm going to actually flip away from that live stream for no reason. Don't worry about that. We just can't, I don't want to have that up there on the screen. We had someone that was very loosely clothed. Let's put it that way. They had a limited amount of clothing that they were wearing. But anyway, I probably will transition as all of this stuff dies down in the future to daily streams that are 1 hour long, 2 hours long, maybe at most, that are talking about daily news. You are the only one separating 3 angles. Well, we're trying, you know, the problem is all of these live feeds, they come and go. So it's like trying to play whack-a-mole. Now we have a good, luckily we have a good feed in Los Angeles. This is Los Angeles right here that we're looking at. And this is the Los Angeles Capitol building, I believe, or whatever town hall, whatever building that is. It is like playing freaking whack-a-mole, though. Now take a look at this. Of course, there is still an ongoing manhunt for the political assassin that killed, this guy that killed numerous people, that killed 2 people in Minnesota earlier today. I'm going to tune into this.
So we don't know what this individual's end game was, but certainly because of the quick thinking of that police sergeant, there could have been many deaths averted.
Hopefully that was the case. I appreciate you for continuing
Jay,
to break
thank
this
you,
down.
Jay.
You touched on this. You talked about the manifesto that was also found there with the suspect's also fake police vehicle.
Yeah, the
Seems
manifesto.
like he had this pretty planned out ahead of time, knowing that he wanted to strike very particular targets. Does that make it
MB88.
easier or
Thank
harder
you, a
to
young
find
one.
a
Thank
person
you.
during a manhunt in a
Got a young
situation
guy.
like this? He could have had a plan for an escape if this is the case.
Yeah, well, that remains to be seen. Without a doubt, he had some end game in mind. I think that was interfered with because of the.
Okay. What happened there? That guy just got muted. Okay, that was not me that did that.
Did he have other plans that he may have had escape routes planned? We don't know that, but we do know he's on the run. We do know he's exceedingly dangerous. Any law enforcement officer who encounters him can pretty much count on a gunfight. And this individual needs to be treated as the threat that he is. You can't take a chance with a person like this. Now, the problem is, will there be innocent men and women who are caught in the crossfire, so to speak? That may be, an analogy that is very real, because there could be a serious gunfight that takes place. We know his propensity for violence. We know he's a killer. We know that he's already exchanged gunfire with the police. So this is not going to go down peacefully.
Now, I will show you a real quick little update on what is going on in the Iran versus Israel situation. Iranian ballistic missiles about 10 minutes ago hit Israel's Haifa port on the water, which handles over 30% of Israeli imports. Oil refinery in Haifa also reportedly hit. Oil refinery. Another one here.
الريفينري يا شباب الريفينري
It just keeps on going. They just keep on lobbing missiles back and forth at each other. That is what is going on here.
Down the heat, quite the opposite. And it is this type of rhetoric, this type of hate that is being spewed that gives birth to tragedies like this.
You know what? Let me get in the mind of this killer. You kill your people, you want to escape. Where do you go? You're in Minnesota. Honestly, my escape route is through Canada. I go up to Canada. I find some back road. I cross into Canada. If you can make it into Canada, you're gone. He has disappeared. Okay, the Canadian intelligence apparatus is much less robust than ours is here in America. They're obviously not even going to be looking as hard for him as we are here in the country. He probably split up to Canada, right? Okay, we're on the same page. Yeah.
It's still underway there in Minnesota. They're searching for this man that's on your screen. Take a look there. Vance Bolter, he's described as being a 6'1" tall man with 228 pounds, brown eyes. Be on the lookout. That is what those officials are saying. If you have any information, please contact local authorities. Again, we appreciate Lieutenant Randy Sutton for being here with us. In the meantime, though, we do want to continue on with our coverage here on Live Now. Involving this story, our partners there at Fox 9 in Minnesota have been doing a fantastic job staying on top of this story. They're also right now speaking with Amy Klobuchar. She's already put out this statement there on social media that she is, again, saying she's heartbroken and horrified by the tragic loss of Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband.
It is
saying
terrible.
That the two were good friends who started in politics together. They have this interview with her. Let's go ahead and listen into this coverage here on Live Now from Fox.
Sounds like we have Senator Amy Klobuchar, who's going to join us now with some comments and reaction to what's happening today. Hello, Senator. Thanks for joining us.
Hello.
Yeah,
Thank you. It's just such a tragic day.
It really is. Give us your thoughts on what's happened and the developments throughout the day.
Well, my first thoughts are with my friend, Melissa Hortman, who was tragically gunned down last night with her husband. She's someone that people respected whether they were Democrats or Republicans. She got stuff
William,
done.
hey, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Taught Sunday school, Girl Scout leader, balanced raising kids while being in the legislature. We came into politics around the same time, and she was really a leader like no other, the most decent person. And of course, Senator Hoffman, who is just hanging in there. He came out of surgery.
I am
as far
finding
as I know.
updates for you guys right now. Oh, that stream may be having some technical difficulties there. Their feed has cut out. Take a look at this. Breaking: an absolutely massive Mexican flag has been unfurled and is being paraded through the streets of Charlotte, North Carolina. So once again, as if there is any confusion as to whether or not our country has been invaded, here we have more proof. Here we have further evidence. Yes, the answer is yes. Our country has been invaded. We are an occupied country. Yes. Lovely. Oh, we're back here.
Today for all of us in Minnesota, and whoever is on the list has protection, but I don't know every name on the list, and it's not my concern right now. My concern is just making sure that the people of Minnesota follow the advice of law enforcement. So there was a shelter in place that's off now, but they have put this suspect's picture out in a big way so people can see if they've seen him. To me, that means they're not certain that he's in that perimeter area anymore. They probably kept it under wraps for a while for good reason, because they were trying to get him there. And so that broadens it out. It's one of the reasons that both the governor and I have called on people, if they can. There's, of course, going to be people at these rallies today, and I'm sure it will be peaceful. It's not really that, but we've called on, particularly with Minnesota, that the less people we can have there, the better it is for law enforcement to be able to focus on finding this killer, because he is very dangerous.
Senator, we've been talking here.
Folks, take a look at this. We've all seen Christy Walton is her name, who has come out in support of these No Kings protests, effectively in defense of illegal aliens. Well, guess what? We have a photo of Christy Walton, the heiress of the Walmart dynasty. This is a photo of her mega yacht. This is Christy Walton's mega yacht. So what is she saying? She's saying that we need to overthrow the democratically elected president of the country, Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a king. We got to get rid of him. We need open borders. We need millions of illegal aliens pouring into the country. That's Christy Walton. Meanwhile, she's on her mega yacht sailing around the Bahamas or the Mediterranean. None of these issues that impact us, the issues, the illegal alien issues, the fentanyl, the drugs, the gang, the violence, all this stuff, the terrorism, none of this impacts her on her mega yacht. It impacts you. It impacts me. It impacts our loved ones. Does it impact her? She could care less. Who gives a hell? Whoops.
threats over the last few years. And sometimes those are politically motivated, but a lot of times it's people who are imbalanced and they hear things and they read things on social media, they get ideas, and so toning down all of that instead of throwing fuel in the fire right now,
Did they, Alan?
to me,
Okay.
that is the answer.
Let me try to. Do we have an official screen
Senator
for
Amy
that?
Klobuchar,
Like a White House
thank
screen
you
or
for your
what?
time today. We wish you and all lawmakers and everyone involved the very best. And
Well,
certainly-
it's really not about us today. It is. It's about those constituents who are out there who are scared, and we've got to make sure that they find this guy.
I'll tell you what, folks, this whole Walmart thing was just totally stupid because okay, have you guys ever been to a Walmart? I don't think that many liberals are really shopping at Walmart. I think Walmart really is. This is a place where conservatives generally shop. It's more of a conservative place. That's my take. You ever go walk through a Walmart, you see a lot of Trump shirts, a lot of Trump hats. I see a lot of InfoWars t-shirts at Walmart. I don't. Oh, look at this down here in the bottom left. Walmart is a place generally where I think conservatives are generally shopping much more than liberals or progressives. And so still, Christy Walton thought it was smart to go and what? Endorse this No Kings thing? So stupid. What a dumb business decision. Very stupid. Very stupid.
That update here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, our coverage.
No, Walmart is where trashy people shop. Hey, listen, okay, I take offense to that. Sometimes, Walmart, to be fair, is not normally where we shop. It's if we need something specific. But listen, sweetie, how often do we go to Walmart? Once a month? We probably go to Walmart once a month. But now, guess what? That number now is 0 times a month. We used to go once a month. Now we're going 0 times a month. So, folks, right now we have Chicago. I need to find a better angle of Chicago. This is not a good feed. We do have an excellent Los Angeles feed down there in the bottom left. Let me find a good Chicago feed because that one is just frankly not that great. Chicago. I guess there's some big baseball game happening in Chicago and the Pope. Is the Pope in Chicago today? I think the Pope is in Chicago right now. What are they doing to that big blow up baby Trump? What are they doing to that thing? Okay, I'm looking for a Chicago feed though. No more getting distracted. Hey Debbie, and thank you again. Thank you again, Debbie. Thank you. Debbie, I just can't find a good Chicago feed. Where is this one? Oh, this is Chicago. Okay, this is Chicago. We've got something down here. You can at least see some movement, a little bit of movement. Okay, real quick, I will say, well, we kind of have a little bit of a break, it seems. If you guys are new, if you folks are new to the broadcast, do me a favor and follow on Twitter. That is one big thing. It helps a lot. And then the other basic request is if you are not currently subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That does help a lot. It means a lot. We have a little bit of a police standoff here, a little bit of a Mexican standoff. That phrase is getting a lot of use. We have a good old-fashioned Mexican standoff here, folks. That phrase is making a comeback. There are thousands of people, thousands and thousands and thousands of people all over the country out here on the streets.
Leading up to the big celebration there in Washington, D.C.
Take a look at that. Wow.
For the 250th anniversary of the Army. So we'll continue to keep you covered here on Live Now as the celebrations kick off.
Mr. Dillegaff.
In the meantime, though, we've been covering our other
I'm with
breaking
you.
news story.
I'm with
this
you on
one
that
out
one.
of Minnesota, dealing with the death
I like that
of
point.
the state representative, Melissa Hortman.
That's a good point.
Her husband shot and killed earlier today. That manhunt is still active and underway. In the meantime, we just heard from some of those officials there in Minnesota giving an up.
Check Florida. Okay, is this live or is this old? Hold up, hold that thought.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bob Jacobson. I am the Commissioner of Public Safety, and it's
This
my
is
honor
new.
to
Okay,
serve in
we're
that
gonna watch.
position. We're here today to give some updates on the current investigation. First off, I would like to thank the law enforcement agencies and the public out there who are being vigilant, our law enforcement partners who are watching out for others in our community, the understanding and patience of the public as we work to find this individual and bring that person to justice. We know that it's been a difficult day for not only those who have worked with those legislators, but it's also a difficult day for those in the state of Minnesota who are working through this terrible tragedy. Today we have a few speakers who are going to, again, give some updates, and we will be available to answer some questions once all the speakers have had that opportunity to say a few words. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Drew Evans of the BCA.
Thanks, Commissioner. And today we are asking for the public's help at this point in time in locating Vance Luther Bolter, who is a 57-year-old white male who's 6 feet 1 inch tall, 220 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. I know this name has been reported in the media so far, and we are confirming he's a person of interest that we are looking to locate in relation to this. At this time, we would ask the public, if you do locate him or see him, to call 911. Do not approach him. You should consider him armed and dangerous, and you should call 911 immediately with the information. He was seen last this morning wearing light-colored cowboy hat that you can see up here in the clothing there, with dark-colored long-sleeve collared shirt or coat, light pants, and carrying a dark bag. If you have any tips about the whereabouts or any information that would be helpful, you can call local.
Yeah, I think this is a rerun. The more I listen to this, I think this is a rerun. Now, this, however, is not, folks. Take a look at this. This is on the streets of what is going on at these protests. They seem so peaceful up here from the air looking down, but take a look.
Fuck Donald Trump! 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 Fuck Donald Trump!
So there's that. Their accent is so thick, it's hard to even make out what they're saying, to be honest with you. Here we have another one of these. Well, this is actually back to Israel here for a second. We talked a moment ago about how that Haifa oil refinery in Israel was just recently struck by Iran. Here's another piece of footage of that. Sorry, today's broadcast, I apologize, is kind of all over the place. We are following 4 different stories today. Wow, wow. Did you pay attention? Look at this. Wow. Ballistic missiles making contact down there. Man, I wonder, man, I need to buy a private yacht. How much is a private yacht? I need to get a hold of one of these private yachts. Everybody else has a private yacht. Why can't I have a private yacht? Everybody else gets to have a private yacht. I want a private yacht. Take a look at this. What do we have here? No King's Day. Over 20,000 are protesting in San Diego. San Diego is home to 170,000 undocumented, really undocumented. You mean illegal? You mean illegal invaders? That's what I say. Look at that. I don't want to play the music, sorry. Yeah, that is a lot of people. Once again, we are an occupied country. Our country has been invaded. Listen, folks, I don't want to sound I don't want to sound depressive, or black-pilled. I don't want to sound like a defeatist. Guys, if Donald Trump is not successful in this ongoing endeavor to find and deport all of these people, the country is over. Like, you understand, if 3.5 years from now we have President Kamala Harris or President Gavin Newsom or President Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, whoever it is, if we have one of these people back in the White House, you know our country is done. It's done. And we're not talking about, you know, these little things like, I don't even want to call them little things. We're not talking about a debate about whether or not we should have the death sentence for criminal punishment, or whether or not, you know, you can get an abortion at 3 months or 6 months, or whether or not, you know, transgender people can use bathrooms. Those are important issues, but guys, frankly, those are side issues when compared to whether or not we allow 100 million more illegal aliens into the country. You understand? Okay. Those are important issues, but in comparison to this, okay, if we let these people get control of the country again, if we have President Harris, President Newsom, whatever, we are screwed. It is over. It is done with. It is permanently over. Then your opinion on these other issues like trans rights or bathrooms or abortion or whatever, all these other things that we talk about or care about, it's not going to matter. It's never going to matter ever again. You have permanently lost, because now your vote is completely drowned out by 100 million votes from illegal aliens. Okay? All of the concerns that you have about how the country should be and this and that, none of that matters if there are 100 million illegal aliens in the country. It doesn't matter. Well, I think the tax rate should be 19% instead of 22%. Guess what? Your thoughts on the tax rate don't matter if there are 100 million illegal aliens in the country. Nothing that you care about matters if there are 100 million illegal aliens. So this is the single most important issue in the country. We are at risk of losing the country. What about gun rights, Second Amendment? Well, in my state, you can buy a 10-round magazine versus a 21-round magazine in that state, whatever. Okay, these are arguments we have about the Second Amendment. You can buy an AR-15 or you can't buy an AR-15. Guess what? You're never buying another gun again. You're never buying a magazine or a bullet or anything ever again. Second Amendment is gone if we have another 20 million illegal aliens. Now, take a look at this. What is over here? What is going on? This is our Chicago feed. What is happening in Chicago? Pay attention. What is that? Can I turn up the audio? Missiles are going off. Hold up. I'll put this down here. True little eggs. You got to be careful. Seriously, yep. You never know. We the people. Insane. You are standing on native land. Wow, I don't care. I could not care less. I don't care. I saw the question, how likely is a civil war? Folks, I actually think there is a 0% chance of a civil war like we had in the past. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I think, listen, this is what happens if we lose. If President Trump loses, if we lose, if the America First movement loses, our country slowly devolves into becoming a Brazil 2.0 type of country. It's just a slow deterioration, a slow breakdown of our systems, of our infrastructure. The country just slowly, there's not going to be a big bang. It's not going to be over in a day or a week. It's going to be a slow, depressing deterioration. And you're going to notice year by year, systems, functionalities that we have in this country that worked well and worked properly are going to slowly deteriorate. You're going to start noticing more airplanes falling out of the sky. You're going to notice public transit is increasingly dilapidated. You're going to notice potholes in the roads go unfilled permanently. You're going to notice, the hedges and the grass become overgrown and they're not maintained and properly managed. You're just going to notice the slow third worldization of this country. You're going to notice everything is slowly deteriorating around you. That's what it's going to be, okay? It's not going to be a big bang. It's not going to be a big war, I don't think. I really don't think so. There's a Batman out there with this Mexican Batman. You're going to notice Mexican Batman waving the American flag while riding through downtown Los Angeles. So you're going to notice all of these things that you know and love and like just slowly deteriorate. You're going to notice more litter everywhere. There's going to be litter and filth and garbage everywhere on the side of the roads downtown. Cups and straws and everything on the plastic bags everywhere. You're going to notice all of these things just slowly deteriorating around. That's what's going to happen if we lose. That is the loss. Oh, is this live? I don't think so. There we go. Idiocracy. That's a good way to put it. Who here has seen the Idiocracy movie by Mike Judge? Great movie. Yeah, that is what happens. Yeah. And, I'm going to go take a 90-second bathroom break here, folks. So I will be right back. One moment, everyone. Okay. I think probably you guys have never done what I'm about to show you. You guys have probably never seen what I'm about to show you. If you want to know what our country looks like in 20 years, if we fail in our America First endeavor, if President Trump fails to execute the America First agenda, I want to introduce all of you to a country. It is called India. This country is called India, and we're going to pick a town in India on Google Maps. Why don't we go ahead and pick, let's go to New Delhi. We'll go to New Delhi. It's a big town, and we are going to randomly drop in to a random place in New Delhi. Just a random place, I don't know where. Let's do it right here. Okay, do you like what you see? Hey, listen. I want you to look at this. Is this the neighborhood that you want to live in? Because guess what? This is what happens if America First loses. This is what you can be excited about if America First loses. This is going to be your town. This is your neighborhood. You like this? You like all those electrical wires everywhere? It looks like a rat's nest. You like that? Do you like all the filth and the just garbage on the ground everywhere? Feces on the ground, garbage. Because, by the way, this is what the future is if we fail. If we lose, if America First loses, this is what happens. This is what all these protesters, all these rioters, this is what they are fighting for. They want your town to be this. They want Los Angeles to look like this. They want Chicago to look like this. And so that's that. No, that is what it is. All right, well, I don't think anything right now is happening in and by the way, you want to know what's funny? We didn't even have to look very hard to find that in India. That was our first that was the very first place we looked at in India, and that's what it was. I didn't selectively choose that. That was the very first thing we looked at. Okay? That is just average. That is status quo. That is what we don't want. Okay, now let me take a look at some of these super chats. I see this Billy, thank you very much. The police were down at Wrigley Stadium protecting the fans and tourists. I live down there. I think we have more police here at the Cubs game than the No Kings protest. Go Cubs. Go Cubs. Go Cubs. I was honestly, I was never a big baseball guy, but hey, go Cubs. Let's go. Thank you very much. I think states would start to isolate from the rest of the country and normal folks would move to those states. It would be like falling back in a battle. Yeah, you know, the word for that is balkanization, where states kind of isolate and separate themselves. You know, it's like, let's say Oregon, Washington, Utah, and Montana all somehow got really bad, and then Idaho, it's right in the middle of all of those states. Idaho is like, all right, nobody is allowed in, right? All migration into Idaho is shut down. You might have, you know, situations like that, you know, whatever. Who knows? Who knows? Why don't we go ahead and tune into this? What is going on here? There is the active manhunt underway.
Vance Luther Bolter, who is a 57-year-old white male.
Manhunt.
State authorities say security has been heightened for those mentioned on that manifesto. Capitol Police, as well as the president, have also been briefed. President Trump released a statement saying,
Luis,
in part,
I think you're
quote,
probably right.
our Attorney General Pam Bondi
Probably right.
and the FBI are investigating the situation, and they will be prosecuting anyone involved to the fullest extent of the law. Such horrific violence will not be tolerated. Out of an abundance of caution, the governor is urging Minnesotans not to attend any political rallies in the state until the suspect is caught. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thanks so
there
much
is a manifesto, yes.
I do now want to take us through some of the great coverage that Fox 9 Minnesota.
In fact, in his manifesto, we don't have public access to it, but we have been told that there were 70 other names in this guy's manifesto that he had planned on attempting to assassinate other people. He had 70 names listed.
You know, devastation.
Missile,
and
really?
Then you have to flip to this, oh my goodness, this fear.
Okay.
Am I in jeopardy?
Right.
Is my safety in jeopardy?
The range of what they are trying to process today, and has been a long day. You know, this is not something that wrapped up within an hour or so.
No.
The fear that has drug out over the day.
Absolutely, and the fear continues.
Are missiles going off right now? Is that
this
true?
All started at like what, 3:30 in the morning. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You know, we've got people that are terrified. Not only lawmakers, but constituents and residents and everybody. Oh.
Corn,
Where is
we
this
understand
audio?
you were supposed to interview Representative Wortman next week, Monday?
Where is this audio coming from? I don't know which tab.
Yeah, you know, I talked to her Monday night into Tuesday morning as the special session in the House ended.
There. Oh my gosh, I have too many freaking tabs open. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. I have like 6 internet tabs open. More than that. Okay, folks, I'm going to pull up another, I guess missiles have been launched. I'm going to go ahead and put that right there. Okay, so we're going to look there. Everybody, we're paying attention. Missiles coming in. Can I get a confirmation? How do I even know that this is true? Are there missiles coming in? New footage of I'm looking right now. Where is this? I'm gonna go to this. I've got a good page that updates about all of this. Okay, 56 seconds ago, footage claimed to show the arrival of an Iranian ballistic missile earlier. That's earlier, though. Guys, I don't see anything about new missiles being fired. Where are you hearing that? Because I do not see that. Let me take a look here. Hi, Matt. Are there any scenes from Boston or Nantucket Island? I have friends gone there from the UK for a visit, not connected to this King's Madness. The unaliver will be found deceased. Could be, totally. You're totally right about that. That sometimes happens. And, I haven't seen anything from Boston. How about I check on that for you, though, in just a moment here. I will pull up a Boston feed if I can find one. Fox News. Okay. Looking around. Oh, okay. I think I see what you guys are talking about. This is uploaded 19 minutes ago. Moments ago, Iran fires 5th wave of missiles into Israel. So, guys, this Fox News video is uploaded about 40 minutes after the missile wave had concluded. Fox News is always like a half hour behind with their videos. So most of the time, that's not a problem. That's all good. But for something that is so time sensitive, like a ballistic missile, yeah, this attack happened about a half hour ago, or maybe a little bit more actually. But okay, so I think Israel is okay for now. I think nothing is happening in Israel at the moment.
Line and get, bills passed and get through this budget and just, they couldn't really get to the finish line on time, and why not? And it's a 67-67 House, but
okay, I need to clean up I have just too many things open right now. Give me a minute here. Darn it. That's fine. That's good. I just have too many things right here, and I'm losing my mind. I'm going crazy. Okay, this is my Israel tab as a backup. Okay. There's that. Now where did that Fox News feed? Okay, so he is talking about nothing. I voted for Trump, but I do not worship him. I'm getting so over MAGA. Well, I don't know about getting over MAGA. I most certainly am not. I'll tell you something though. It is true. Trump is not a god or a prophet or a messiah or anything. He's not divine. Trump is a guy. And so, yeah, Trump, of course, I don't think anybody worships Trump. He should not be worshipped. No human should. No politician should. It really is about, do you agree with him politically? Or at a minimum, do you agree with Trump more politically than you do with his opposition, Kamala Harris? That was the choice we were given 6, 7, 8 months ago, whenever that was. Who do you agree with? You've got two options. Do you agree with Trump, or do you agree more with Kamala? And Americans overwhelmingly said, I agree more with Trump. Every single American with half a brain, with a functioning brain, said, I agree more with Donald Trump than Kamala Harris. And I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that's fair. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Right now to interview with us and find out her reaction. Thank you, Representative, for being with us. Can you just kind of, you've, I'm sure, been following the developments throughout the day today, your thoughts and your reaction to what's happened here?
Well, I caught a little bit of that last segment, and I think he captured Melissa so well. We're just grieving in Minnesota today. This is a huge loss for the state legislature and for our community. Melissa was the best of us in a lot of ways. She was just a tireless public servant, a lover of Minnesota, and passionate about making people's lives better in our state. And I and the rest of our community are grieving the loss of her and her beloved husband, Mark. And
all right, here's a curious idea. This assassin who has taken out I'm mixing up my news stories. This Minnesota congressional rep, whose name I'm blanking on right now. Anyway, the assassin, do you think he was working as an individual? Was this a lone wolf, a lone individual assassin, or was he put up to the task? Is there somebody above him that paid him or instructed him gave him a target. This is who you need to go, you know, somebody that put out a hit on this Minnesota congressional rep. Or was he just a lone wolf type of guy? It's tough to say. We still don't have a lot of information right now. It is totally speculation. Looks like there's smoke down here in the bottom left. This is downtown LA. Seems like there is. What is going on down there? Maybe nothing. There's just a lot of people out and about today. There's a manifesto. It is true, we have a manifesto, but we also don't know what is inside of the manifesto. To be determined. To be determined. Oh, guys, okay, we just got a breaking news update. The video that is going around of the Iranian ballistic missile attack on the Haifa oil facility in northern Israel is actually from last year's attack by Iran on Israel. So we actually don't know. Okay, well, there you go. Correct the record, I guess. Jamie Raskin right now is losing his mind. Take a look at this.
And we've got no slaves. We've got no masters and no serfs. Those of us who aspire and attain to public office are nothing but the servants of the people. And the moment that somebody in public office begins to act like the master of the people, that is the moment to evict, eject, reject, impeach, try, convict, and start all over again. No kings, and we've got...
Sounds a little bit insurrection-y. That sounds a little bit... I'm going to play that one more time. Sounds a little bit insurrection-y there.
No kings, and we've got no slaves. We've got no masters and no serfs. Those of us who aspire and attain to public office are nothing but the servants of the people. And the moment that somebody in public office begins to act like the master of the people, that is the moment to evict, eject, reject, impeach, try, convict, and start all over again.
And start all over again. You know what's insane is that he is saying this as President Trump has a right now 52% national approval rating. Over half of America supports him. And then if you go individual issue by individual issue, well over half, the vast majority of Americans agree with President Trump's ongoing endeavor to deport all of these illegal aliens. Right now, it's 68% of Americans agree that President Trump should, in fact, get rid of all these illegal aliens. Now, inversely, flip it around. Right now, the congressional Democrats have a 21% national approval rating. Congressional Democrats have a 21% national approval rating. Okay, I'm seeing people in the chat talk about missiles, but I don't see that anywhere. Missiles, I know I see you. Missiles. I don't see that, though. I don't see that being posted anywhere. Where are you seeing that? And by the way, there was a big time super chat here. Oh, hey, Stormy C. I almost missed that. Stormy C. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Stormy. Big time. And also TJ Orr. TJ Orr what? Or what? You've probably heard that joke a million times. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. And Pam Flores. And Pam Flores with the $20 super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. You folks are too kind. Really too kind. No missiles. No, I have, over here on Twitter, I have a pretty good list of Israel-Iran war news websites or feeds that I'm taking a look at, and I just don't see anything yet. Not that I see. I'm looking around. Don't see it. Now, I will tell you something, though. Hold up. Is it happening 2 minutes from now? Folks, when is the military parade starting today? Guys, what time is this happening? It is scheduled for 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. 1 hour from now. That is still 1 hour away from now. Okay.
Soon-ish. This is very fluid, obviously. We also know that we'll basically anytime there's an update, we have gotten several updates from the BCA throughout the morning and throughout the afternoon as information comes in. Obviously, we just put some pictures up getting information about the suspect. So once we learn anything, we will bring it to you. Again, there's been a lot of question. What's going on in Green Isle? What are they looking at? What are they finding? We are hearing potentially an update is on its way.
Right, and we have had crews in Green Isle for some time now watching law enforcement show up at that area there. Everything from, you know, the bomb squad, the Bloomington bomb squad, to SWAT teams, that kind of thing. If it's all precaution, you know, I believe it's all precautionary. I wasn't told that there was any reason to think there was actually a bomb there, but you know, I think you don't know in these situations. So there was a home there, a rather large home there in the Green Isle area, kind of secluded, sort of remote, some farm fields around there that they were focusing on for some time, and the sheriff's office had kind of blocked the driveway to any vehicles getting down that driveway. So we've been kind of monitoring the situation there. We were told the sheriff might, I think it was Sibley County, might have an update at some point, you know, soon, but we just don't know yet. We haven't heard.
We also know that there was a police presence, heavy police presence, at seemingly 2 different locations in Minneapolis. And one has since cleared. One appears to have been cleared as well. It sounds like maybe there was some connection with the suspect at these homes. Mary
Sorry, I'm looking for updates
live
here,
for
folks.
us, I believe, in Minneapolis. Mary, what can you tell us?
Hey, Kelly and Karen. So I got a lot of new information that I want to share with you. So first I want to set the scene here. We are here at 49th and Fremont. That is where we have been for a couple hours. And the SWAT team was here earlier today using battering rams and flashbangs to get inside of this home. We weren't sure exactly what the connection was to the suspect at that point, but we came back here and we've been speaking with the people who live inside of this home. This is a rental property here at 4830 Fremont Avenue. We are told by the roommates that lived inside this home that Vance Bolter rented a room at this home for many years, that he would typically take jobs here in Minneapolis, so he was sort of a part-time renter. He would stay here for a couple days out of the month. Around 6 a.m. this morning, he came back to this home, and apparently he's connected to multiple vehicles, so we had maybe 2 vehicles here, I'm told, by one of the roommates who lives in this home. He came back, he texted his roommates saying something to the effect of, "I've made some bad choices, I don't want to implicate any of you, but I may be dead soon." So that is what the roommate is telling me.
I made some bad choices. Yeah, to say the least.
Are being released by law enforcement right now. That's from this home. He came back here around 6 a.m., visited
Midnight Trucker.
a room, went to the back, and apparently broke out a window in one of the cars. The roommate speculated that he may have been trying to make it seem like he was having like a car break-in or something to that effect. But he was connected to several different vehicles, rented a room in this home for several years while he was taking jobs here. And so that is why law enforcement has been focusing on this home here in Minneapolis.
So, Mary, and I know obviously you were just gathering some new information, incredible reporting by you.
This is, in a lot of ways, it almost feels like another Luigi Mangione kind of 2.0 story, right? Assassination, and then we have a manhunt. Assassination, manhunt. And now everybody's looking for this guy.
What I'm hearing from both the roommate that lived here and then also neighbors who also caught him on their surveillance cameras as well.
Mary, just for clarity, did the roommates actually speak to him, or was there any
Wow,
conversation?
folks. Okay, this is breaking news. Everybody take a look right now. Security cam images show assassin Vance Bolter knocking on a Minnesota lawmaker's door wearing a latex mask and a security guard uniform meant to look like a police officer. Folks, he was wearing a fake mask, like a Halloween mask almost, in order to conceal his identity. You can see. And he was dressed up like a police officer, kind of. Knocks on the door. It's 2 a.m, and then starts shooting kills 2 people. Wow, this is actually very scary. Creepy, very scary. What the hell? Where's that chopper going? We don't know. Very freaking creepy. Okay, back to this.
Things that may have been used to carry out this attack.
You mentioned the cars and that he maybe had a couple of cars. Is it clear, did he get in one of those vehicles? Or are those cars still there?
They said, I did ask them that question. They said that their cameras cut off at that point, so they weren't able to see if he got in a vehicle or something to that effect. But they did say that he did have a car at this residence.
Missiles, okay.
That he,
checking.
had. So unclear if he got in that vehicle, but he.
I'm sorry, I think
All right, everyone, we have been providing you with this coverage here on Alive Now from Fox. Great job by Fox 9 Minneapolis for continuing to bring us.
I don't think so. There are no missiles right now.
And we'll continue to update you on this matter. Right now, though, we do want to continue to showcase some of the No Kings protests that are happening across the country.
Okay, folks, take a look at this. We have some No Kings protest updates. Meanwhile,
I'm just so scared. I'm 74 years old. I worry about everything, and I just am so scared and upset, and I don't understand why people voted for this person.
you know, like, honestly, man, this isn't even funny. I know it's tempting to laugh and it's funny. This is sad. This is depressing. This is a woman whose mind has been completely warped by radically far left propaganda. She's almost a victim of MSNBC. She's almost a victim of CNN. She's a victim of all of this anti-American, traitorous, radically far left progressive propaganda. She's almost a victim in a way. I don't know, she's been manipulated. She's been mind warped by all of this stuff. It's nuts. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too generous here. Maybe I'm being too generous by viewing her as a victim of this. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too nice here, but I don't know. It's nuts. It's just nuts, man. Another victim of the left-wing media. Currently in downtown Los Angeles. We have a Donald Trump piñata, and we have a little child beating the hell out of this thing. I gotta say, listen, I don't care if you don't like Donald Trump, that's fine. This is bad parenting. I'm thinking, I've got 2 kids. Would I ever let my kids beat on a Joe Biden piñata or a Kamala Harris piñata? No, that's bad parenting. What are you talking about? You got a bunch of adults out here watching this kid wail on a Donald Trump piñata. This is nuts. Folks, these people are nuts. This is insane. These people are nuts. These people are freaking crazy. Okay, is anything else going on around the world? Anyway, here are your peaceful protests. Everything is fine. It's the peaceful protests. Whoops. I'm losing track of where I am here. Where were we? That's a commercial break. Okay. We have coverage here. We do have audio. Oh, we're back here. Okay, I'm gonna go find some more updates for you too.
Roll on this Saturday, giving you a look at some live shots from all over the country and the latest live feeds, including some of the massive protests that we are seeing across the country. for the No Kings protest.
The parade starts in 20 minutes. Okay,
and his
all right.
administration. We have seen these pop up in major cities across the country and surrounding towns as well. On the flip side of that, we do have the military parade today that will be celebrating the U.S. Army's 250th birthday. It's also President Trump's birthday. It's also Flag Day as well. So a big celebration happening in Washington, D.C. in less than an hour away, with more than 150 vehicles that will be taking to the streets as well.
Oh boy, folks, we have a new clip from Randi Weingarten. I've actually talked about her a couple times in some of my videos. She's the president of the Teachers Union. This woman there is something else about Randi Weingarten. Take a look.
Philly, you are the community to this president's chaos. And together, we build a future of opportunity and justice for all. Hope over fear, aspiration over anger, the promise of America for each and every American. That is what we are fighting for today.
You know the weirdest thing about this? You know she's doing this intentionally. She has practiced and rehearsed all of these body movements. I'm just kind of a spastic. I do body movements naturally because I'm just weird. But like she's doing this intentionally. She has rehearsed this. She thought this was a good idea. Really, she just looks like a chubby goblin. A chubby goblin dancing around, flailing around, but I don't know.
Philly, you are the community to this president's chaos. And together, we build a future of opportunity and justice for all. Hope over fear.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I'm here to notify the public that there was an officer-involved shooting today involving 2 of our deputies and 1 subject.
Yeah, Boxman, maybe.
What we know right now is that at approximately 12:49 p.m. today, we responded to the neighborhood behind us in reference to a family calling about one of their family members having a mental health crisis and putting a gun to their head. 2 of our deputies responded while en route. We activated emergency services as far as EMS and everything, and our deputies staged. When the deputies arrived, they encountered an armed subject coming out of the wooded area. This particular subject at the time was carrying a firearm and was
it was a trap.
Unclothed. Several times, the 2 deputies that responded told the individual to put his gun down, put his gun down, put his gun down. The subject charged our deputies, and both of our deputies had to fire their firearms and then stop the subject. A weapon from the subject was recovered on scene, and they immediately, after the shots were fired, they immediately called EMS and began life-saving measures for the individual. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement has been notified and is investigating this incident right now, along with the state attorney's office. There's not a lot we can say right now that because it might hinder our investigation, but our deputies are okay. They weren't shot, and the 1 individual that was shot is deceased. And again, I wish I could tell you more right now, but that's the investigation as it is right now, and we'll certainly provide more information.
So, folks, this is down in Florida. You have some violent radical who makes a fake 911 call. The police, they respond to the call. They walk right into a trap. There's a guy in the woods with an AR-15, some type of a rifle, and opens fire on the cops. It was an ambush. The cops flip it back on him. The cops are okay. They killed the guy. And it happens today. And this happens today, of all days, as all of this is unfolding. Is it a coincidence? Or is this tied into all of this other stuff that's going on? I would guess it's tied into all this other stuff.
Elevate a little bit more and get ready. So you have the First Lady in the limo as well. President Trump
I'm going
just
to
getting
grab a
in
drink
as
here.
well. So we will have full coverage for you here on Live Now from Fox as President Trump is getting ready now to make his way to watch the festivities, to watch this parade take place. It will be quite the sight to see, celebrating the Army's 250th birthday, as well as not only Flag Day, but you have President Trump's birthday, all in the mix here on this Saturday. So we are going to be seeing the Beast now. That's what they call his presidential limousine now leaving with his fist up there and waving now. President Trump leaving the White House on his way to the military parade. And we will have that coverage for you here on Live Now from Fox. And while we do wait for that to get going, let's take a 2-minute break and we'll come back with much, much more as we are just moments away from that parade to get going.
Moments away. So that parade is starting in 14 minutes. And luckily for us, it seems like Fox here is going to have good coverage of that event. So we don't even really have to hop around, it would seem. I can't believe that, folks. All hell is breaking out. Speaking of all hell breaking out, take a look. We have another new piece of footage coming out of Israel. Iranian missiles rained down from the sky on Israel about an hour ago. This was Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Yeah. Okay. So this is round 5 of Iranian ballistic missiles. And it seems like at least one of those made contact. Allahu Akbar. Okay. Aloha Snack Bar. We're going to Hawaii, and we're going to go to the Aloha Snack Bar to get some yummy food. Okay, I'm looking for updates here again. What else is going on around town? Really, the big deal now, this parade is happening any second now. We do have this little update. This guy was just arrested for waving a Trump flag at the No Kings protest. This guy had a Trump flag, and now he's under arrest. How dare you? Who knows? Who knows? This story could go numerous ways. It could be a fake Trump supporter. It could be, someone on the left pretending to be a Trump supporter, trying to incite something, and the police are tossing him away. It could be, who knows what he said? Who knows what somebody said to him? I don't know. Who knows? This story, we are. Listen, guys, don't get mad yet. That story, we are missing every single piece of context. Okay. We don't know anything about that story. Who the hell knows there?
Trump himself, they're calling it No Kings protest. And then on the other side of it, you have the massive D.C. military parade that is going to get going here in moments, celebrating the Army's 250th birthday. It's also President Trump's birthday. It's also Flag Day. So you have a lot tied in there to D.C. And we are learning that 150 vehicles will be part of this massive parade. Also, more than 6,000 of our military members will take part as well. We can tell you now that many of the VIPs are already sitting on that stage, including Secretary Marco Rubio is sitting down there. We also have Dana White, President Trump's friend, and as well sitting down. So President Trump is en route. He'll be there in moments, and we will see him join everybody there on the stage. And then within the next 10 or 15 minutes, we should see the parade start, and it will be a big event that will be happening here. Many people taking their pictures right now in front of this tank here before the festivities do officially start. All right, on the flip side, everyone, we do want to just show you again just some more of the massive protests that are happening out in California. You could see many sign holders, and again, they are right at the Los Angeles City Hall there, and you can see security has stepped up their presence, and again, just watching, just in case anything does get out of hand here. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of these different events for you here in real time on Live Now from Fox. What we want to do now is just step away for our final break here of the hour. We'll get that out of the way, and then we will be fresh for you with all different live.
Excellent. Thank you. Seems like we have lost our aerial feed of Los Angeles. I'm gonna during this parade, I'm gonna try to have 2 different feeds of the parade, 2 different angles, and then we'll have one of the protest. That's probably how we want to do this. So maybe I can find another Los Angeles feed here. The problem is all of these live feeds, they're only active for like 90 minutes, maybe an hour, and then I have to find a new one. So you know what? I like this one. This is good. I like that one more. So we can do that. And then I think we're going to have everything covered here. David Miller says, thank you, Matt, for your raw coverage. Also, your wife is a saint. She's tuning in. I'm sure she appreciates that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You know, yeah, she's okay. Yeah, she's okay. She's all right. No, she's good. She's great. She's good. She's great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, David Miller. Thank you very much. Thank everybody here for tuning in. Folks, if you are tuning in today, make sure to drop a subscribe. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. That is a big deal. While we have a little bit of a small break here before the parade gets going, I will say once again, if you are not following on Twitter, there's a Twitter link, and also make sure to subscribe to the channel here. Things are just going crazy these days. Oh, here's a question while I have a moment. Is it possible to designate live chat VIPs? Can I make people VIPs? Is there a special rank I can give people? No. Okay, well, listen, Merlis, I'm going to go ahead and make you a moderator. Merlis has been watching my my streams for a very long time. So Merlis, you are now a commissioned moderator. Do I recognize any other names here in the chat? People that have been watching for a long time. No offense to the newbies, but I'm looking for old names that I've seen for years. 5, 6, 7 years. You know, we're probably fine for now. What that means is Merlis, get to work, Merlis. Get to work, Merlis. You better also, hey, Turbo Dad, I'll make Turbo Dad a moderator. Why not? Turbo Dad can be a moderator. I know this guy too. Can I? Yeah, there we go. All right, you are now a moderator. You are a standard moderator. There you go. Oh, know me. Okay, I know you two. You're a moderator too. All right. Now, folks, is this live still? Is she out here still talking?
Even rise higher to the moment that is before us to stop us from going down the violent drain of authoritarianism.
Authoritarianism, no. That is Michael Moore.
I'm an organizer through and through. But unlike the way I usually start typical rally speeches, I just want to start by allowing us to feel what we are feeling. I have been feeling it all week, following the ICE raids across the country, the militarization on the streets of Los Angeles, the arresting of a United States member of Congress, my colleague, LaMonica McIver.
Listen, what's her name? Monica McIver. A lot of you guys don't know this. You know, I need to pull up a picture here. It's really evil. It's really terrible what she did. It's really bad. I want to show you a picture. So not only did Monica McIver actually assault and physically attack numerous federal ICE officers, it's even worse. She ate one of them. She tried to eat all of them. She was able to successfully eat one of them. She consumed him like a boa constrictor. one bite. It actually is still digesting him to this day. So she has been arrested. She is facing federal charges. It's bad. She really went too far.
Is political violence. The suppression of free speech is political violence. Republican legislation that cruelly kicks people off of health care and food stamps is political violence.
Oh no.
The existence of so many assault rifles on our streets and in our schools is political violence.
Yeah.
The hateful rhetoric that I see and experience every day in the halls of Congress, in the committee rooms, on the floor of the House is political violence.
The hateful rhetoric. And so, by the way, why is she making this effort to characterize everything she disagrees with as political violence? All the type of speech, anybody that dares out speak against the radically progressive agenda is engaging in, according to her, political violence. Why is she saying that? You need to really think about what is her objective with framing Republican or conservative speech as political violence. The reason why she's doing that is because if she can convince the nation that our rhetoric, that what we say is violent, then she can directly equate it to physical violence. She wants to make it illegal. Okay, the reason why she's saying it's violence is because she wants to make you, conservative American, expressing your opinions and your beliefs, she wants to make it illegal for you to say whatever you want to say. That's why she's pushing that narrative. So if you say something like, I don't believe men should be in women's bathrooms, she says, that's political violence. You belong in a prison cell. That's a violent thing. That's why she says that. If you say something like, I don't want illegal aliens in the country, she says, that's political violence. You belong in a prison cell. It's an attempt. It's the first step in the attempt at criminally punishing everything you have to say. Does this make sense? That's why she pushes that narrative. That's why she navigates this conversation from that angle. Okay, that is the goal. That's the end goal. Now, this parade is happening allegedly soon. Should be in the next 5 minutes. I probably should go to the bathroom again before we do this. So, yeah, there she's doing the fist up. Yep. Yeah. All right, everybody, listen, this parade is kicking off here any minute. So, last minute, get a snack. Go to the bathroom, I guess. I'm going to take a quick 90-second break also. Andrew Dennis, thank you. Everybody, quick break. Look at that. Look at him over there. One moment here, folks. All right. Liberty and justice for all. Why don't these people go have liberty and justice in Mexico or like Guatemala? Wouldn't it be a crazy idea if all of these people tried to make their own countries better instead of coming here making our country worse? I know it's a crazy idea. Imagine if those people did what we did here. You know how we all, here in America, we actively work to make America a better place. That's what a lot of us are trying to do. Imagine if they, back in their home country, tried to make their country better. If they would fix up their own country, then they wouldn't need to come here. Make sense? No, we can't do that. No, okay, they're not going to do that. Okay, Jennifer Johnson, thank you very much. Thank you. God bless America. God bless. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's been a crazy day. It's been a crazy day. We have had, so today, by the way, a little recap here. Today, we have seen two American politicians get assassinated earlier this morning. That was in Minnesota. And that man, the assassin, is still on the run. Nobody knows where he is. He is at large. There's a manhunt, nationwide manhunt for this guy at this very moment. And then also, about an hour ago, this is over in Florida, there was a fake police call. Somebody said, hey, I need help, come police. The police showed up, and then it was actually a guy sitting in the woods with a rifle. He opened fired on the police. So there was an ambush. Somebody staged an ambush against two police officers in Florida, trying to attack them, trying to kill them. It was a bait. The phone call was a bait. Luckily, the Florida police officers were able to turn it back on the would-be assassin. They killed him. He's dead now. Both the police officers are perfectly fine. That happened about an hour ago. There was an ambush in Florida. Both the officers are fine, thank God. But up in Minnesota, we've had two politicians lose their lives. There was a politically motivated assassin in, did I say Michigan? Minnesota. And so now we are waiting for this parade to start. Now we're waiting for this parade to start. They are too much of cowards to fight for their own country to make it better. Yeah, seems to be the case. Yeah, that would seem to be the case. That would seem to be the case. Did they catch that guy? Well, hey, we have a breaking news. Look at this guy. You can just look at his face. He's just evil. This is Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer is evil. He looks like Satan. He looks demonic. Chuck Schumer looks like a demon. His evil grin, his evil smirk, it's his face. Chuck Schumer looks like a demon. He is evil. It really is astounding. It is astounding. Oh my God, it's Jabba the Hutt. Sorry, I didn't mean to, I didn't mean to put that on the screen. I forgot that was still there. I apologize for that, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, well, YouTube. Do we have something like that? White House. Yeah, we do. Okay, yeah, this is probably the feed that we want to operate with here.
I'm Matthew's husband, wife.
You're my husband?
Hey, we're very progressive. I'm his husband.
Yeah.
Hey, this is my husband.
On today's front line.
She's German. She's still learning English.
Before there was a nation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, dear. Keep running the coffee. Thank you.
Army.
Thank you.
From the hallowed ground of Yorktown's first stand.
Thank you.
To the unwavering readiness at Fort Bragg today.
There goes my husband.
To West Point's next generation of leaders. For 250 years, one force has stood ready, unshaken, unmatched, unbreakable. And today, the legacy rolls on. This is the United States Army's 250th anniversary parade.
Do you guys mind if I just full screen this? You know, we're probably not going to miss anything here.
Please welcome the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
We're doing
General
this, folks.
Dan Kane.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's just do it this way. What do you say?
Joining us, the Secretary of the Army. Please welcome the Honorable Daniel P. Driscoll.
Daniel P. Driscoll. Turn this up a little bit. There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Secretary of Defense, the Honorable Pete Hegseth.
Pete Hegseth. He's got the army tie. Michael P. Yeah, it's tomorrow, I guess. I heard about that.
Ladies and gentlemen, the
Thank you.
Vice President
Thank
of
you.
the United States,
Likewise,
J.D.
hey, thank you.
Vance, accompanied by the Second Lady of the United States, Usha Vance, and their 3 children.
There they go. J.D. Vance and his wife. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump.
Let's go. There he is. Whoa. We got the cannons. Everybody's here. Everybody's there. They are letting those things fly. USA. USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, would you please rise for the singing of our national anthem?
Okay, okay, are we all gonna stand up? Okay, I'm gonna, no disrespect, but I'm not gonna stand up. We will say, God bless America. Let's go, USA.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light
All right.
what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming.
right, okay. All right. That was pretty good. That was pretty good, though. That was pretty good.
Before we even had a country, we had an army.
They started as a small, unorganized group of shop owners and farmers, but they fought the most powerful army in the entire world to a standstill in Concord, Lexington, and Bunker Hill.
Then our Continental Congress chose George Washington as general of our Continental Army.
I love this
But
country.
it wasn't until 1 year later, on July 4th, 1776, that news arrived of the signing of our Declaration of Independence.
Thank you very much.
Now we had a new army and a new nation.
With little gunpowder, no shoes, bloody feet, few cannons, little training, and even less food.
Valley Forge started in December. They went into winter camp in December of 1777. Approximately 2,000 Americans died that winter of disease.
They lived through hell, but they never ever gave up. Not this army, not this first American army.
Finally, Washington and his army arrived here at Yorktown, where they had General Cornwallis and his powerful British army trapped in this city against the sea.
All of the preparation that Washington has learned through the course of those 6.5 years meets its full force here at Yorktown, and he employs it brilliantly.
Sailing from the Caribbean, the French Navy arrived and took on the British fleet.
Washington decided to make his move. Our men began digging to get closer and closer to the fort, finally getting within rifle and cannon range. Naturally, George Washington chose to set off our first cannon shot.
The British had two small forts in front of the main fort. They were called Redoubts 9 and 10.
Then, on the moonless night of October 14th, the American and French forces attacked the redoubts. The hand-to-hand combat with bayonets, knives, and fists was bloody, to say the least. But within an hour, we were victorious.
And as the sun came up the next day, Cornwallis looked out and realized he was in serious trouble. So he prepared an all-out, desperate counterattack.
It didn't work, and the British were forced to surrender.
We were supposed to lose to the best army and the largest and most professional navy in the world.
But our young army had won the war and our freedom. The freedom we hold so dear. And 250 years later, for what started as a ragtag group of shop owners, has now become the most powerful army in the world.
Today, many things are very different from that army here at Yorktown, but one thing remains the same. An undying passion, guts, and love for our country remains deep in the heart of today's army. When I look into their faces, you can see it. That will never change. God bless the United States Army, and God bless the United States of America.
That's right. Acid Burn, thank you. Thank you very much. Lenny, one more time, massive thank you. Look at these guys. Let's go. Gonfall, thank you. Yeah, you're not going to catch me singing. Thank you. And SSJ, thank you. Thank you. Our Bourbon Journey, thank you. Thank you. This is going to be, I was going to say, how long is this going to last? I hope it's a long time. This is going to be super cool. I'm excited. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. Very cool. That's a big guy up front down there. Look at that guy. I've always been scared of marching. Does this make sense? I've never had to march. I've never been in a marching band or anything, but wouldn't it be super easy to be off step or out of sync? Like you mess it up and then you look like an idiot in front of everybody? If you make the wrong move, then it's over. One of my fears is marching. I can't do it. What if you mess up? It's easy? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, our parade is officially underway. Up first, internationally renowned as one of the world's finest professional music organizations, the United States Army Band, Pershing Zone. They are the premier music organization of the U.S. Army, our nation's most senior service. Stationed at Joint Base Meyer-Henderson Hall, Virginia,
Anti-walk?
it plays an
Honestly,
important
barely.
musical role in events of national and international significance. They were founded back in 1922 by Army Chief of Staff John J. Pershing. They're led today by Colonel Bruce R. Pulver and Drum Major Rob Moore. Today, Pershing Zone is playing a melody entitled The Army Goes Rolling Along. This was actually written in 1908 by the then Lieutenant Edmund Louis Snitz Gruber, which was a descendant of Franz Gruber, who composed Silent Night. It was originally written to be the 5th Artillery Regimental song titled The Caissons Go Rolling Along, and in 1956 the lyrics were revised by Harold Arberg as the official song of the U.S. Army, and then retitled The Army Goes Rolling Along. Pershing Zone carries on its century-old legacy, playing a march that brings pride to every soldier, the Army Song. The 3rd Infantry Regiment is the oldest active duty unit in the U.S. Army. Established back in 1784, the unit was dubbed the Old Guard by Major General Winfield Scott during a victory parade in Mexico City after the Mexican War. It is the U.S. Army's official ceremonial unit and presidential escort, conducting year-round tactical training to ensure the highest standards and utmost discipline of its soldiers. The unit routinely represents the U.S. Army and our nation in official ceremonies, major sporting events, and the U.S. Army's own Twilight Tattoo. The Old Guard also maintains 24-hour vigil of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, while also conducting funeral services honoring our fallen heroes.
The Tomb of the Unknown Soldier is very cool.
The regiment's 50 campaign
it's really beautiful. It's a beautiful thing that they do.
To its long, faithful service to our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard. In 1775, the shot heard round the world at Lexington
Let's
and
go.
Concord sparked a revolution, uniting 13 colonies and forging a continental army from farmers and frontiersmen. Against the odds, they turned the tide at Trenton and Saratoga, survived Valley Forge, and at Yorktown forced a British surrender, securing independence and giving birth to the United States of America.
Michael Ida, hey, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Also, Baldylocks. How cool is this? Okay, so what I heard,
Before
folks...
radios and field phones, sound was the signal. In the Continental Army, fifes and drums carried commands across the chaos of battle, telling soldiers when to advance, when to retreat, eat, even when to rest. That legacy actually lives on today with the U.S. Army Fife and Drum Corps, part of the 3rd Infantry Regiment known as the Old Guard. Founded back in 1960, they're the only unit of their kind in the armed forces. Performing in uniforms patterned after those worn by General Washington's musicians. Playing period instruments with patriotic precision, they bring history to life, sharing the sound.
These
and spirit
uniforms
of
are
the
so
revolution
cool.
through more than 500 performances each year, both at home and around the world too. The Old Guard, Fife and Drum Corps, everybody.
So we're going to see like every type of Army uniform that we've ever had in 250 years.
And now, from high above, ladies and gentlemen, celebrating 250 years, your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. Descending at over 120 miles an hour, the Golden Knights are using flexible wing gliders to maintain their formation. They open their main canopy simultaneously and negotiate the softest possible landing. I'll tell you, they can't hear you, but they sure can see you. You can give them a great big wave, ladies and gentlemen. The Golden Knights, the finest parachuting team in the world.
Whoa. Cool. The Golden Knights. Oh, they're letting the smoke out. Oh, damn. Look at that, dude. Very cool. So, this is kind of tangential here. Isn't it a war crime to shoot a paratrooping soldier? Let's say there's soldiers paratrooping down and I'm on the ground and we are enemies. It's a war crime to shoot them while they're mid-air. I think. You have to wait for them to land.
Fort Sumter in 1861, a nation divided. Over 4 brutal years, nearly 2 million soldiers fought to preserve the Union. Among them, 5 future presidents, and the first recipients of a brand new military decoration, the Medal of Honor.
Here we go.
With independence won, our nation's westward expansion began. The Army moved in step, guarding settlers as Native Scouts lit the way.
It's not?
Immigrants
Oh, okay.
joined the cause, and the Buffalo Soldiers etched a legacy of grit and honor across the American frontier.
Cool. Cool.
As they march by, a soldier's uniform signals their duty, their role, and their readiness. And by the late 1850s, official regulations outlined distinct looks, shaping the Army's identity and function across the force. Soldiers were issued 2 coats. One, a short sack coat for work and battle, with brass buttons and colored trim that marked their rank. Well, by war's end, that rugged sack coat became the soldier's uniform of choice. As the war escalated, volunteer enlistment surged. Congress authorized support for a force of up to 500,000 new troops, answering the call to preserve the Union. As they march by, representing the Civil War era of our nation's history, is the 4th Infantry Division based out of Fort Carson, Colorado.
They're coming down. Hopefully he lands safely. Hopefully that's fine. It's dishonorable, but not a war crime. Okay. You know, so real quick, my family came over on the Oregon Trail in the 1840s, 1850s. There's a part of my soul that loves wagons. I'm a big wagon guy. All these like Oregon Trail style wagons, I think they're so cool. That thing, that wagon right there, very cool.
From Port Cavazos, Texas, home of legends, the 1st Cavalry Division rides with pride. Born from the thunder of horse cavalry traditions of the Civil War, the 1st team forged its reputation on the front lines of history. They stormed Manila with the flying column, charged into Pyongyang as the first to breach the line and face the brutal crucible of Ia Drang, the first of 13 named campaigns in Vietnam where they proved their mettle. Today, that same warrior spirit lives on. You'll know the name, and you'll know them by their iconic cav hats, elite soldiers, and cutting-edge equipment. Tough, fit, fearless. The 1st Cavalry Division is a lethal, disciplined force that stands ready to fight and win anywhere, anytime, and the legacy rides on. This is the Cav.
Cool. Very cool. Donald Trump is probably sitting there thinking to himself, man, these guys over in Iran, Israel.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Lockheed Martin.
Lockheed Martin, let's go. Okay.
Between European alliances culminate in the outbreak of the First World War. The 2 sides engage in the savage war of attrition, defined by opposing trenches, barbed wire, poison gas, and mass casualties.
The United States initially maintained its neutrality, but was eventually drawn into the conflict in 1917. Despite having less than 130,000 soldiers at the beginning, the Army eventually grew to over 4 million, with nearly 2 million soldiers serving in Europe. In 6 months of fighting, nearly 50,000 Americans lost their lives, with another 190,000 wounded. The guns fell silent with the armistice of November 11th, 1918.
Misspoke. Little bit of a misspeak there. That's okay.
We continue on with more USA World War I rolling stock. This 1918 Dodge touring car was part of the legendary 1919 Transcontinental Convoy. 3,251 miles and 62 grueling days across the Lincoln Highway. Now remember, no pavement, no GPS, and no power steering. Just grit, determination, and the drive to push Army mobility into the future.
Look at that.
This car literally helped pave the way for the roads we rely on today, and reminds us when the Army moves, the nation follows. The 1918 Dodge Touring Car.
These World War I helmets are probably very
Headquartered in
annoying
New
to wear.
York, this is the
Don't you think?
42nd Infantry Division Band. At the start of World War I, the 42nd Infantry Division was formed with troops from 27 National Guard units, stretching across the country like a rainbow. Composed of skilled musicians from all walks of life and professional occupations, they perform a variety of musical genres. Though their mission is primarily a musical one, the members were ordered into active federal service back in 2004 in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom 3. The band has also served in support of numerous state active duty missions, including cleanup efforts following Hurricane Sandy, distribution support during COVID-19, and recently, support for New York State Corrections. Commanded by Chief Warrant Officer 2 Ethan Wagner and led by Drum Major Sergeant First Class Drew
Looking
Gans,
good, honestly.
the band
Looks
is
good.
performing Over There, written in 1917 by Broadway composer and recipient of the Congressional Gold Medal George M. Cohan.
All right.
Representing the World War I era is the 82nd Airborne Division, based out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
There they are.
You'll notice the unit is wearing replica World War I uniforms, signifying the soldiers who served our nation during this time. When the Americans entered the Great War, our soldiers, under the command of General Blackjack Pershing, hit the trenches in the new standard. It was the olive drab winter service uniform. Now on their heads you'll see a steel helmet with sand-textured paint built to deflect deadly shrapnel from above. Not bulletproof, but battle tough. Nicknamed the Pershing boot, on their feet was the M918, 1918 French boot. It was designed to survive the brutal grind of trench warfare. And on their backs, the field pack, rations, ammo, first aid, and a gas mask. Everything a doughboy needed to fight and to win.
The doughboys in the trenches. That was a hell of a job. That was a rough
Incidentally,
job.
the 42nd Infantry Division was deployed to heavy combat abroad and then deployed again in World War II, ultimately liberating the Dachau concentration camp. The 42nd responded to the terrorist attacks on 9/11. Later, with the war on terrorism, the rainbow stretched across the world again, deploying in Iraq and Afghanistan. Thundering into view, the pride of Fort Sill, the U.S. Army Artillery Half Section. This is literally powered by horsepower and heritage. This elite ceremonial unit honors the legacy of the Army's horse-drawn artillery. With precision, discipline, and 6 majestic horses pulling a vintage 1918 caisson, the half section keeps tradition alive and rolling strong. Representing the power, pride, and precision of America's field artillery, this is Fort Sill's finest, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at that.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Form Energy.
All right. My great-grandpa served in World War II and got medals, and I get mad someone talks crap in the military.
World War II, a global fight for freedom.
Me too.
In history's darkest hour, the United States Army was on the front lines. From the beaches of Normandy to the islands of the Pacific, the greatest generation faced down tyranny and turned the tide.
The D-Day invasion. My great-grandfather...
From bombers to fighters to transports, U.S. Army aircraft started to thunder across the skies in World War II. And take a look up there, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at that.
Flying overhead right now. They are fast, they are fierce, and famously used in the Doolittle raid over Tokyo. Leading up front, the mighty B-25 Mitchell. Up next, the Cadillac of the sky, the P-51 Mustang. From the sky, we're back down on the ground. In World War II, one vehicle led the charge, the legendary quarter-ton 4x4 command recon vehicle, the Jeep. You might have a Jeep in your driveway, but not like this. The U.S. Army truck quarter-ton 4x4 command reconnaissance, better known as the Jeep, was an iconic vehicle of World War II and was the world's first mass-produced four-wheel drive vehicle. The Army used the Jeep for almost every military activity, including command vehicles, scout cars, and medical ambulances. Fast, rugged, the Jeep became a symbol of American ingenuity.
There they go.
From Fort Bragg, North Carolina, this is the 82nd Airborne Ceremonial Band. The 82nd received the nickname All-Americans after a contest as it represented the diverse origins of its members from every state. This name remains today symbolized by their iconic AA patch. Fort Bragg's finest, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a big round of applause, the 82nd Airborne Ceremonial Band.
There they go.
In a global fight like World War II, the U.S. Army knew our troops needed more than courage. They needed innovation. Uniforms evolved for every environment, but olive drab remained the mark of the American soldier. Shaped by lessons from the trenches of World War I, the Army introduced two battlefield essentials. The M1 helmet, tough, stable, and built to protect under fire, and the M1 Garand rifle, powerful and fast. It gave American troops a very clear edge. General George S. Patton called the M1 rifle the greatest battle implement ever designed, and history proved him right.
Can you imagine World War II, but if they had AR-15s?
The 82nd Airborne Division. The unit is best known for their bravery on D-Day, when 12,000 parachute and glider troops destroyed German supply lines after fighting for 33 days straight. The 101st Airborne Division, based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, traces its lineage back to 1918 when it first established as the 101st Division. Known for their ability to rapidly deploy across the world, the unit has held a crucial role in operations since its inception. From parachuting behind enemy lines on D-Day to leading helicopter assaults in Vietnam, the 101st redefined modern warfare. In the 50s, the Screaming Eagles stood tall at home, protecting the Little Rock Nine during the fight for civil rights. In recent decades, they've been sent across the world with stints as far as the Middle East, where they took part in Operation Desert Storm and participated extensively in the war on terrorism in Iraq and Afghanistan. The Screaming Eagles continue to lead the way as tomorrow's division in today's Army.
They're still going. I was going to say, are we going to see any vehicles? Yeah, we're going to see some vehicles.
The iconic Sherman tank is here, ladies and gentlemen. It was the cornerstone of the U.S. Armed Forces, showing its military might in World War II. It became one of the most influential tank designs of the 20th century. The M4 tank was nicknamed the Sherman tank after Civil War General William Tecumseh Sherman. Actually, it was named by the British. With almost 50,000 produced during World War II, the Sherman tank was in active service until 1957.
Those things are solid. They are thick and solid.
In World War II, the M16 half-track was a force to be reckoned with. It was a self-propelled anti-aircraft weapon with speed, firepower, and grit. Nicknamed the Meat Chopper, its quad 50 caliber mount could unleash 2,300 rounds a minute. Quite devastating. It served through Korea, Vietnam, and beyond, and remains in use in U.S. allies to this day. The M16 half-track brings the fight wherever it rolls.
Our allies still use American tech from the 1930s. That's nuts.
The U.S. Army Transportation Corps motto states, "Nothing happens until something moves." That was never more true than with this. Look at this, the 2.5-ton Chevrolet Deuce and a Half. It can move up to 10,000 pounds of cargo and was the backbone of the Red Ball Express that kept the Allies supplied after D-Day in World War II.
World War II. What are they yanking that thing behind? What are they doing there?
The Korean War, often referred to as the Forgotten War, began on June 25, 1950, with the North Korean Army's invasion of South Korea. A coalition of South Korea, the United States, and other United Nations members defeated the invasion and advanced into North Korea. The coalition fought and defeated 2 Chinese offensives in the spring of 1951. Armistice negotiations began shortly after that defeat in July of 1951 until the armistice was signed 2 years later in 1953. Combat consisted of small attacks, raids, and patrolling. During this war, the United States deployed approximately 6.8 million military forces to the Korean Peninsula.
Wow, 6.8 million. How many boots on the ground did we have in Iraq? I want to say like 200,000 in Iraq.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Coinbase.
Thank you, Coinbase. 148,000 in the Iraq invasion, about. So hey, 6.8 million, that's a lot.
The M151 kept rolling along as the lightweight, high-mobility general-purpose vehicle replacing the famed World War II Jeep back in 1961. Officially named the Military Utility Tactical Truck, or MUT, most servicemen generally referred to it as a Jeep. The vehicle spanned more than 40 years in 4 manufacturers and were everywhere that the Army was deployed.
Cool, looks cool. Man, I want one of those. That looks really cool.
Another rolled by earlier, and at 2.5 tons, this Deuce and a Half, the M35A2 classic military transport truck, was a mainstay of the U.S. Army for decades, particularly during the Vietnam War and Operation Iraqi Freedom. The Deuce and a Half proved its value moving cargo, supplies, and soldiers. Its capabilities include up to 5,000 pounds off-road and 10,000 pounds on-road, making it ideal for moving just about anything.
Susie, hey, thank you.
In the jungles of Vietnam,
thank you,
the U.S. Army faced a new kind of war.
Brothers. Thank
Helicopters became the new workhorses of battle, delivering troops, firepower, and supplies into some of the most unforgiving terrain on Earth. This is the U.S. Army in Vietnam, the era of air mobility, fierce firefights, and unwavering brotherhood. And over the music marching through, the roar of these legendary Army helicopters takes to the air. Flying overhead right now, they help define the Vietnam War. That staccato beat of the rotor blades was a welcome sound to many troops mired in combat.
Yep.
From transport and medevac to close air support and reconnaissance, they brought the fight to the front and pulled the wounded to safety.
It's all about these
The
helicopters.
OH-6 Cayuse scouted the terrain with unmatched agility. The AH-1 Cobra, also nicknamed the Snake, brought serious firepower. Its slim design, as you can see here, helped it survive and thrive in hostile environments to protect soldiers below. And the icon of the era, the UH-1 Huey, the first turbine-powered helicopter in service with the U.S. military. There was nothing the Huey couldn't do. General support, air assault, cargo transport, medic evacuation, and ground attack missions. The Cayuse, Cobra, and Huey, ladies and gentlemen, three iconic Army symbols in the sky.
Here they go.
The 1st Cavalry Division Band, based out of Fort Cavazos, Texas, has played a vital role in U.S. military history. Since its origins back in 1855 as the band of the 2nd Cavalry, it has supported operations from the Civil War to Desert Storm. Over time, it's evolved into a powerful force using music to strengthen bonds between soldiers and engage with communities. From World War II in Korea to the Vietnam War in Bosnia, the 1st Teen Band has enhanced morale and upheld the division's enduring legacy. Today, the band continues its mission using music to shape perceptions, foster trust, and promote national Army and division interests. Standing ready to serve, it remains an enduring symbol of the 1st Cavalry Division's legacy and commitment to duty. The band performs Hit the Leather and Ride, a march composed by Captain Robert Meredith Wilson. This piece reflects the cavalry's transition from horses to mechanized warfare, capturing the speed, the resilience, and the tradition of the division. From Fort Cavazos, Texas, everybody, the 1st Cavalry Division Band.
So who operates Predator drones these days? Probably the Air Force, huh? Probably the Army is not involved in anything Predator drone related.
The U.S. Army deployed large numbers of troops in support of the Vietnam War. The first contingent of U.S. Army advisors arrived in Vietnam in the late 1950s, and that quickly grew to a small team of around 100 soldiers, which then expanded to more than 600 over the next decade. As the war intensified, troops' numbers quickly grew as the war between the South Vietnamese government and the communist insurgents supported by North Vietnam intensified. By January 1969, more than 364,200 soldiers organized around 7 divisions and 20 separate combat brigades. The United States began withdrawing its forces in July of 1969, and the last Army combat unit left South Vietnam in August of 71.
These guys look so
young. The last
young.
U.S. combat soldier
old.
came home March 1973.
I'm thinking,
while
man,
a
these
small
boys
number
look
of
young.
non-combat personnel remained until April
That's how you know you're
1975.
getting old.
Representing the Vietnam War era is the 101st Airborne Division based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky. The unit is wearing replica Vietnam War uniforms signifying the soldiers who served our nation during this time. Blistering heat, thick humidity, and unforgiving terrain demanded uniform innovation. And the Army, they delivered. New lightweight uniforms were constructed to move with the soldier. The M16 replaced the M1 Garand, calling for redesigned ammo gear and faster reloads in combat. Body armor got smarter, jackets and trousers got lighter, and field equipment was reimagined to meet the mission head-on. Gone were the heavy Mickey Mouse boots, replaced by canvas tropical combat boots that offered better grip, faster drying, and all-day endurance. Special thanks to our sponsor, Oracle.
Thank you, Oracle. Thank you. I don't know what that is though. This is the Gulf War. Kuwait.
When Saddam Hussein's Iraq invaded Kuwait in August 1990, the U.S. Army deployed to Saudi Arabia to deter further Iraqi aggression in the region for what was known as Operation Desert Shield. By the fall, more than 750,000 troops comprising U.S. service members and coalition partners from more than 30 countries had assembled in the Saudi Arabian desert. In mid-January 1991, the U.S.-led coalition began Operation Desert Storm, which kicked off with an intensive air campaign designed to knock out key Iraqi infrastructure and weaken Iraqi forces. The ground offensive was launched in early 1991, where military forces overwhelmingly destroyed enemy tanks and vehicles. After only 100 hours of ground combat, coalition troops liberated Kuwait, and the Gulf War ended with Iraq's surrender.
Yeah, Kuwait was real fast. That one was over with real quick. Thank you again, Larry. Thank you, Larry, and also Susie again.
From Fort Riley, Kansas, this is the 1st Infantry Division, one of the Army's most storied divisions. Nicknamed the Big Red One because of the distinctive red on their unit patch. As the oldest continuously serving division in the U.S. Army, the unit has participated in every major operation since World War I, living up to its motto, no mission too difficult, no sacrifice too great, duty first. The 1st Infantry Division was originally established as the 1st Expeditionary Division in 1917 and spearheaded the American Expeditionary Forces in France during World War I.
No, they did
in World War II, the Fighting First stormed Omaha Beach on D-Day and liberated Nazi concentration camps. The highly decorated unit has had 37 members of the Big Red One awarded the Medal of Honor. In Washington, D.C., the 1st Division Monument stands in President's Park, memorializing those who died while serving in the 1st Infantry Division. Ladies and gentlemen, they are the Big Red One, the 1st Infantry Division.
All right. That is a cool patch with the Big Red One. That looks cool. Number 1.
More military rolling stock. During Operation Desert Storm, the M2 Bradley fighting vehicle proved its value on the battlefield. It is fast, it is tough, and it is lethal. Named for General Omar Bradley, a leader from West Point's famed class of 1916, the Bradley was built to carry troops into combat with protection and power. Armed with a 25mm chain-driven cannon and twin-tube-launched, optically tacked, wire-guided missiles, it played a critical role in clearing the way during the ground assault into Iraq. While the Paladin looks and sounds like a tank, it is technically a self-propelled howitzer and was...
Yeah, folks, real quick, you will notice you don't have any radically progressive illegal alien rioters blocking this street. They're blocking a bunch of other streets. Not this one, though. I wonder why. Yeah, I know. I see that whiteout. Thank you. Thank you. I'm keeping an eye on Tel Aviv right now. I don't see anything about missiles though at the moment, folks. I don't see anything about this. I think I might be getting baited. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this event should have been sponsored by WD-40 instead of Coinbase. We need some WD-40. Hey, it's Dana White. Look at that. That's a big old beast. That's a beast of a tank there. Look at that guy, artillery. Marco Rubio is probably the single most stressed out person in the freaking world right now. Because he's the one, all this Israel-Iran war in the Middle East, he is probably losing his freaking mind right now.
No division hit harder or moved faster than the 1st Armored. The 1st Armored Division, nicknamed Old Ironsides, is the oldest, most recognizable armored division in the United States Army. As part of the buildup for World War II, cavalry and reconnaissance units were brought together to form the 1st Armored Division in 1940. In the Gulf War, no division hit harder or moved faster than the 1st Armored. Old Ironsides really led the way. During Desert Storm, they engaged in some of the largest tank battles in Army history that were decisive victories, shattering enemy formations. Based in Fort Bliss, Texas, America's Tank Division is currently supporting missions in 20 countries across 5 continents. From World War II to today, Old Ironsides remains battle-proven and always ready.
Ready to go. Whoa. Still going. Let's see what that noise was. So you will notice, right, when Russia or China, North Korea, when they do a military parade, they're, you know, sending down all their ICBMs, whatever. It's like they're trying to brag. This, what you're witnessing here, this is a celebration of American history. This is not the same type of military parade that we see from some of these other countries. This is a celebration of the Army's, specifically the Army's history. It's like it really is almost like a history lesson, right? This is a very different type of show. I think it's cool. I think this is awesome. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, hey, RJ. Hey, welcome. I'm happy you're here, dude.
First used in Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm, the M119 howitzer brought precision firepower to the front lines. Lighter and more mobile than larger artillery, it was built for the infantry brigade, able to fire high into the air or directly at the target depending on the mission. Whether used in battery formation or as a standalone support weapon, the M119 delivered reliable, responsible fire when it mattered most. Still in service today, including on the front lines in Ukraine, it remains a trusted part of the Army's arsenal.
Don't you think that these days we are kind of exiting the armored vehicle tank meta, and now it's just the drone meta? It's drones, ballistic missile, because we're seeing this right now, Israel, Iran, and also Ukraine versus Russia. tanks are not as much of a deal anymore. Now it's drones, it's cheap disposable suicide drones and missiles and and ballistic missiles. I guess not ICBMs, but anyway, ballistic missiles. Drones are maybe kind of like
Special thanks to our sponsor, UFC.
Tanks are maybe becoming a thing of the past, kind of. I don't know. Robot warfare coming up. Hey, Gunner. Hey, thank you, Gunner. Thank you, dude. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate that super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Who knows? Hey, maybe at the end of this parade, we're going to see a bunch of robot soldiers. Who knows? What do you want to bet? The robot infantry is going to come marching in. Who knows?
On September 11, 2001, terrorists destroyed the World Trade Center in New York City and struck the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. using commercial airliners. In response, the U.S. launched the global war on terrorism. The U.S. would stop potential threats around the world and take the fight to terrorist groups and the nations that back them. The Army immediately deployed forces to Afghanistan to destroy Osama bin Laden's al-Qaeda terrorist organization and depose his sponsors, the ruling Taliban. The 2003 President Bush expanded the war to Iraq. Soldiers and other armed services overthrew Iraq's dictator Saddam Hussein. The fight to stabilize Iraq and prevent terrorist groups from overthrowing its new government continues to this day. The campaign in Afghanistan lasted until 2021 when U.S. forces withdrew and the Taliban returned to power. Over the course of the two-decade conflict, over 2 million servicemen and women, less than 1% of the American population deployed in support of the global war on terrorism. Most of those who served were members of the United States Army.
Mm. 24-hour stream. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I'm going to mute because I'm worried that the music is going to flag the stream. This is a random military fact that just popped in my head. I don't even know if you guys care about this. So in the Mexican-American War, we had a lot of Americans from the East fighting against Mexico. They fought, side by side down into Mexico. Well, guess what? Less than 15 years later, a lot of those soldiers, American soldiers that fought side by side in the Mexican-American War, they had to pick a side, North versus South. Guess what? Now it's the Civil War. What a brutal scenario. It's like these are Americans that you fought with. You defended America from Mexican aggression. Less than 15 years later, the same guys, the same men are fighting against each other because now it's the Civil War. Brutal, brutal scenario. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that muted here for a minute because I'm worried about the music. So we're gonna keep that muted here for a minute. Well, I'm kind of browsing Twitter here for a second. I don't see anybody. I don't think anybody's doing any crazy rioting right now. Maybe later tonight, though. Maybe later tonight. Are we back yet? I'm going to keep that quiet. All right, now look at these. Now these tanks are coming out. And so now, as we know, guys, it's like all it takes to blow up one of these tanks is $100 drone. It's nuts. It's crazy. War in the last 10 years has like fundamentally changed in so many ways. $100 drone, and you can take out a $10 million tank. It's not. I don't know how much a tank costs, but it's nuts. It is crazy. I think they're taking a little music break here. So we're gonna keep that muted for now. Keep that muted for now. Yeah, no, everything has changed. Everything has changed. Personally, I think the best war meta was swords, knights with swords and shields. Everything after that, it was downhill. Guns, bows and arrows, crossbows, lame. We like swords and shields. You know what? We want to go back to the Bronze Age. We want to go back to the Greek Bronze Age. That's when war was at its best. Think of the Trojan War. That's when war was at its best. the Greek Bronze Age. Everything after that, folks, it was all downhill. Then it was over. We're still rocking out. No bows, no crossbows, no bows and arrows. Those are off limits. In fact, I don't know if you know this, back in the medieval era when they first invented the crossbow, when the crossbow first got invented, you had numerous like European kingdoms that were trying to push to make crossbows a war crime, like effectively an ancient war crime, because everybody was like, these are too overpowered. These are too strong. So there was actually a move in the Middle Ages to forbid European armies or militaries from using crossbows. There was an anti-crossbow initiative because they were perceived as being too strong and too overpowered. That ended up not working out. But initially there was a push to try to shut down crossbows. I'm not kidding. That is real history. Are we still rocking out? We are still rocking out. Okay. We're going to give this some time here. Adam Blake with the $10 super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Look at them. They're still rolling in. They're rolling in here. World War II was prime. Arms race that was pretty fair until the nukes came in. You know, if World War II had gone on, I don't know, a couple months longer, maybe a year or two longer, then the Germans would have started launching off V2 rockets. They had them right at the very end, but at that point it was kind of too late. And then after the war, then we brought a bunch of them over here to the U.S. We brought over all their top rocket scientists over to the U.S. And then we went to the moon, and then we went to the moon on that technology. We're still going. We are still rocking out. I invented a net that will capture any drone coming into the tank or truck. You know, it's a good idea. Like, what is the counter to the drone meta? A shotgun? You know, like birdshot. I don't know. Now every single infantry unit needs to be equipped with a shotgun with birdshot to start blasting drones out of the sky. Pretty much. We're going backwards a little bit.
In close and urban terrain, plus provide protection in open terrain and transport infantry quickly to critical battlefield positions. The first Stryker vehicles were fielded back in 2002 with the first Stryker Brigade combat team deploying to Iraq in 2003.
I'm just going to turn it up now, whatever. It's probably going to be fine. It's probably fine. My wife and I had a Trojan war last night. We both won. There you have it. There you have it. We're just going to rock out now, whatever. There you have it. EM takes out... Well, yeah, but yeah. So an EMP will take out a bunch of drones, right? But it'll also take out everything you have too, pretty much, yeah? It goes both ways. You got to be careful. These things. So, you know, at the end of the parade, they have to have something cool. Like, there has to be a big, cool thing at the end of this.
Predating the Revolutionary War, fought in the War of 1812 as part of the regular army, and patrolled the frontier from Ohio to western Illinois on horseback and by boat, with the likes of Daniel Boone and Abraham Lincoln in their ranks. After the 9/11 terrorist attacks, Rangers were called upon to lead the way in the global war on terrorism. As part of the U.S. Army Special Operations Command, the 75th Ranger Regiment, based out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina, represents a lethal, agile, and flexible force capable of conducting many complex joint special operations missions. Today's Rangers Regiment is the Army's premier direct action raid force. It is always combat ready, mentally and physically tough, and prepared to fight our country's adversaries.
Army Rangers.
The U.S. Army Special Operations Command is an elite group of individuals trained to lead and succeed in protecting the country from their threats.
Composed of 5 units with unique specialties, Special Operations works in small tactical teams, taking on the most challenging and sensitive missions. Military legends to service members and civilians alike, they take on terrorists through quiet guerrilla war-style missions in foreign countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. Army's Special Forces.
Okay, so I think Delta Force is officially not official. It's unofficially official. It's like everybody knows the Delta Force exists, but they're not officially recognized. Isn't that kind of how it works? So then here's my question. What branch of the military is the Delta Force a part of? Is Delta Force Army? It probably is. It's got to be Army, right? Delta Force? I don't know.
Our enemies is vital. Fighting an elusive enemy in distant places and at home requires new tools such as unmanned aerial
Army? Okay.
for surveillance and the Blue Force tracker to see real-time details of troop movements. The United States does not face the challenging international environment.
Okay, nobody
alone.
talk about it. Sorry, my bad.
Our network of allies and partners is an advantage that our adversaries can never hope to match. Over 80 nations have fought alongside the United States or assisted it during the global war on terrorism.
Hold up. Take a look at this. We have a massive super chat here from Sean Victory, currently on counter UAS drone in Bahraini, and you use directed energy EMP cannons. We have everything on our own drones, bottom mounted, no effect on our drone. Okay, so Sean has the intel. I had no idea. So we have EMP cannons, blasters like Star Wars EMP laser blasters mounted on our drones, according to Sean. And he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. Impressive. Like, thank you for chiming in, and also thank you for that massive super chat. I had no idea. Thank you very much, dude. Thank you.
Receive specialized training for fighting in mountainous conditions. After periods spent inactive as a training division and as a standard infantry division, the unit returned to its roots in 1985 when it regained its Mountain Division designation. In the 1990s, the division participated in numerous humanitarian and peacekeeping operations. During the war on terrorism, the 10th Mountain Division proved their mettle as light fighters through repeated deployments to Afghanistan and Iraq. Now, since 2002, the 10th Mountain Division, based out of Fort Drum, New York, has been the most deployed regular Army unit. Its combat brigades have seen over 20 deployments to both Iraq and Afghanistan in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom. To show America's military might, they have one purpose: to deter war and, if ordered, defeat the enemies of the United States of America. They are the 10th Mountain Division.
Let's go, 10th Mountain Division. Let's go.
Investments in cutting-edge systems, drone technology, and AI-powered capabilities strengthen the force.
Real quick, breaking news. The IDF just announced sirens are sounding in northern Israel due to a hostile aircraft infiltration. Hostile aircraft in northern Israel, okay?
7,000 servicemen and women who sacrificed their lives fighting the global war on terrorism were part of one of the Army's 3 branches: active duty forces, the Army Reserve, and the Army National Guard. The Army is continuously transforming to deter aggression to ensure our adversaries cannot outrange or outpace us. This transformation is not just about adapting, it's about maintaining dominance, ensuring that America's Army remains unmatched in its speed, flexibility, and ability to support the nation's strategic priorities.
By the way, so after the military parade is done, we're going to double back, take a look at all the protests. I think things are going to devolve and become maybe a little bit riotous this evening as things get darker. So after the parade, we're going to go take a look at what is going on with the riots, and also we'll keep tabs on what's going on in the Middle East also. Like I said, this can be an all-day live broadcast. Why not? What else am I doing? What else do I have to do? Okay, they're playing Thunderstruck by AC/DC. This is, I think I actually probably have to mute this. I hate to say it. Is that what this is? Yeah, they're playing AC/DC. Guys, on YouTube, on the live streams, I can't play any like actual real music songs, any famous songs, or yeah. So I gotta, man, I really wish they wouldn't do that. I wish they were not playing this music. That is kind of ruining everything. Whatever. Hey, I will have to narrate it. All right, folks. Here we have the TCAP R2D2 C3PO unit. It's a unit carrier escort travel vehicle. This vehicle is adept at infiltrating enemy barriers, driving deep behind enemy lines, and delivering massive payloads. Is what this one is. This one was involved in the Civil War. This one was used in the Civil War 700 years ago. And that's what this one is here. Yep. And that's what, yep. Do not fact check me. Do not Google that. Are we still doing this? Nope. You're welcome. Yeah, the more you know. Yep, I'm here to teach you guys. Ah, this freaking music. They're really doing it. They're really playing all the music, aren't they? Yep. Okay, well, what else do we have? What else is coming out here? What else do we have? This parade is probably one of the most, like, secure, locked down places in the world right now. You have president, vice president, secretary of defense, who knows how many other politicians in the same place at the same time, top military commanders. This is the most secure location, sponsored by Palantir. Excellent. Great. That's Palantir. This is the most secure location in the entire world, probably. Right now, it is, really. Let's see if we're still doing music. Yeah, we're still doing music. Okay. I keep, people are saying LA. Do I need to take a look at LA real quick? LA. I'll take a look at LA. I regrettably do need to keep this muted. Los Angeles. Live. I'm trying to find something in Los Angeles here. I don't see any aerial footage. I don't know. And we'll give it time. We're just gonna focus on the military parade right now, I think. Man, they have a lot of stuff. They're showing off a lot of stuff here, man. It's impressive. It really is. Jeez. It sure is. Who's that? Mr. and Mrs. James Reagan. Are those Ronald Reagan's... Is that Ronald Reagan's son? I don't know who that is. We're still doing music. Okay. We are still doing music. Or maybe Ronald Reagan's daughter? I don't know. Donald J. Trump is so patriotic. True. I think so. America is the fatherland. You know what's weird? Most countries refer to themselves as the motherland. The motherland. America the Great. She is she. It's feminine. Germany, the Germans view Germany as the fatherland. It's masculine. I wonder why. Why did that happen? I don't know. Nothing. Mug? I don't know. Yeah, guys, I apologize. I do have to keep this muted pretty much. They just keep on playing this music. Good morning. They're bringing in some artillery. No doubt. Look at that thing. Jeez. Artillery is one of those inventions that also just changed everything. Artillery changed everything. You know what is crazy? They say that the Chinese invented gunpowder. Okay, maybe that's true. But as far as I know, the Chinese never weaponized it. It's only when the Europeans got a hold of the gunpowder, they said, we can blow each other up with this. All the Chinese were doing over there was making fireworks. Lame. They were just blowing stuff up in the sky. We said, us, I guess I'm ethnically European. Us Europeans, they said, listen, we can kill each other with this stuff. This is going to change everything. The Chinese are making fireworks. We can blow each other up. We're going to kick this up to another notch. We're going crazy with this stuff. And we did, and boy, we did. Rockets, are things going on in Israel? Let me take a look here. I'm going to see. I'm checking my Israel source stuff. I don't see that. Let me see here. Most of those that are protesting stand firmly against all that these fine men and women stand for. Yeah, I think so. In fact, what we've seen from a lot of these protesters and rioters, they are repeating this mantra, nobody is illegal on stolen land. America is stolen land. Therefore, nobody can be illegal. Therefore, the entire notion of illegal immigration doesn't exist. That's what they're saying. Really, what does that mean, though? That means that they deny the existence of America. They're saying America is not a country. America is not a unique nation with borders, and so it is a particularly dangerous ideology that they're pushing. There's no doubt about that. They don't even acknowledge that America has a right to exist. Matt, it's a music mix, not copyrighted. It most certainly is copyrighted. It most certainly is. Yeah, it most certainly is. And the music is still going. I really wish they would turn off the music. I really wish they would. No, so YouTube, let me tell you guys the way YouTube works on the back end. YouTube is actually scanning every single video, every single live stream at all times, detecting words, specific words, but also specific songs. If YouTube detects that there is some copyrighted song in my live stream or in my video, then the advertisement revenue of the stream will get taken from me, all of it, and it will get given to the copyright holder of the song. So if we have a 10-hour long stream and I listen to a song for 2 minutes, then pretty much I lose everything from the stream and it all goes to the copyright holder of the song. It's actually nuts the way it works, and they are constantly, always automatically detecting. LA is popping off. Is that right? Okay, hold up. Let me take a look here. Is that really right? I don't think that's true. I don't think anything is happening in LA. Folks, I don't think anything is happening in LA, like nothing. I'm looking over here, guys. Literally nothing is happening on LA. Check the Associated Press. Okay, one moment here. I will take a look at that. Well, the Associated Press is... Okay, hold up. Yeah, I've got that open too. I don't really think that anything is happening. They're gassing LA. I do see a bunch of officers wearing gas masks, but once again, nothing is like they're not doing anything right now. So yeah, I don't think anything is happening. You know what we can do? Why don't we go ahead and do this, folks? Let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to... One moment here. Let me get set up here, everybody. This is what we'll do. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. One more. Hold up here. Oh, this is going to be annoying to figure out. Okay, we need... It's this. Live now from Fox. Okay, hold up. Is that it? Yeah. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and turn on 3 broadcasts again and keep an eye on this. We're gonna do it that way. Well, the music stopped.
When duty calls, U.S. Army soldiers don't just answer, they lead. From Fort Bragg, witness a powerful demonstration of strength, purpose, and the unmatched capability of today's Army.
All right. I'm sorry, guys. I've got to turn down the audio. I do. The music is a no-go. So yeah, maybe over here on the far left. Sorry, let me get my webcam set up there. Yeah, I think over here on the far left there is some crazy stuff going on. You see a lot of people wearing gas masks. You see the LAPD wearing gas masks. Everybody over there is wearing gas masks. What is going on? We have audio there. So like I said, the later the day gets, the longer this goes. I think things are going to continue to pick up in severity. 4 minutes ago, Israeli jets are currently conducting intense airstrikes on Iranian position. It is fun. Here's the problem, is when Israel is carrying out strikes on Iran, we actually can't watch that. There are no live streams coming out of Iran. We can see stuff that happens in Israel, but we can't really see anything happening in Iran. That's the issue. So, as far as the Middle East stuff goes, really all we can watch. Oh, wow, guys, this is in Seattle. Take a look at this. This happened moments ago. This is Seattle. They are making barricades. They've got gas masks. Drone alert in Israel. Okay. There's that. This is LA. They're instigating the police here in Los Angeles also. If I could find a Los Angeles aerial view, that would be great. I'm going to try to find that. Seattle, I think is going to pop off tonight. Seattle, I think, is going to be nuts tonight. That's my expectation. Now, give me a moment here. If I can find an aerial feed, that would just be splendid. Perfectly splendid. Seattle aerial. Seattle aerial. I don't think we have an aerial feed. No such feed. Let me check on Chicago. Well, maybe I'll check Seattle first. Seattle live. Do we have a Seattle live broadcast? You can audio the White House feed IMO. Listen, once again, if the White House feed is playing music that is copyrighted, and 99.999% of music is, any song that is famous that you have heard, like Thunderstruck or whatever, all of these rock songs, they are all copyrighted, and my broadcast will get screwed over. Even though it's on the White House feed, even though I know my broadcast will get screwed over regardless, it doesn't matter. I know this for a fact. This is how YouTube works. So unfortunately, that is what it is. We have aerial footage coming out of San Francisco. You can tell these. So this is San Francisco aerial footage. This is live. But this is Los Angeles here. You can tell things are getting a little bit crazy. Yeah, that is just the way YouTube works. In fact, the reason this is fresh in my mind is because 2 days ago, I had a stream. Yes, two days ago stream, I had about 15 seconds of audio. and it screwed up the entire broadcast. I checked after the fact. It was very annoying.
And on order, decisively defeat any adversary in extreme
play that,
cold
okay.
weather, mountainous and high latitude environments through large-scale combat operations. The Angels are the Army's only Arctic division, masters of Arctic warfare.
The Arctic
11th
Division. That's super
worldwide
cool.
In all climates. Established in November of 1942, the Angels of the 11th
That's awesome.
Airborne Division led the way in the Philippines during World War II and spearheaded an amphibious invasion of Luzon and distinguished themselves during the liberation of Manila. After periods spent inactive and stationed in Germany from 1963 to 65, the division operated as the 11th Air Assault Division with the mission of testing and refining the Army's helicopter-centric air mobility doctrine. Activated once again in June of 2022, they remain dedicated to defending America's interests throughout the Arctic, in Alaska, and beyond. The 11th Airborne Division, America's Arctic Angels.
Oh, you guys, I think these LA cops are getting ready to fire off some tear gas here any second. I think so. And there's the music. And there's the freaking music. They just had to do it. They had to do it, didn't they? Okay, so folks, we have Los Angeles and San Francisco live feeds right now. You know, I'm gonna go check the back end of my live stream right now because it's actually entirely possible that I already have been screwed over by this. Let me take a look here real fast. Nothing. Okay, hey, nothing yet. Nothing yet. So far, so good. Fingers crossed. So, folks, if you look over here in the top left, there is a standoff right now between a bunch of gas mask wearing protesters / rioters and the Los Angeles PD. They also have gas masks. Look at, where did all these people get gas masks? What is going on? Maybe I need to buy a gas mask. I need to buy a gas mask. I need to have a gas mask. I have a 2-screen TV set up, the top showing 250 years of American pride. The bottom is Andrew narrating un-American filth. If our diversity is our strength, then why aren't we so united? Hold up, who's Andrew? The bottom is Andrew. Who's Andrew? I don't know who that is. But yeah, it makes you wonder, you know, the whole you know, diversity from all over the world idea was built upon this notion that everybody was going to assimilate, that we are a melting pot. Well, if we truly are a melting pot, hey, what is going on down there in San Francisco? If we truly are a melting pot and everybody is supposed to assimilate, then why is nobody assimilating? Why is nobody melting? I want you to consider this. Every single person out here on these streets wearing or waving a Mexican flag, have you assimilated? If you have been in this country for years and you still exclusively speak Spanish, you don't speak English, and you are marching through our streets waving Mexican flags, are you assimilated? Have you melted into the pot that is America? I don't think so. I would say no. Yep. I think no. Now, what is going on? Matt, are they crapping it in San Francisco? There are a lot of people down here in San Francisco, and I don't know exactly what is going on. Maybe I can try to find a ground view of what is going on in San Francisco. Let me look around here for a moment. What happened to respect for immigrants? I don't know what happened to it. I don't know. Listen, I will say this again. This notion that America was just built by immigrants from all over the world always is just wrong. Up until 1965, America was 90% immigrants from, it was a collection of immigrants from Europe exclusively. And we know that because we have census data saying that up until 1965, America was 90% white. Well, white people come from Europe. That is just like a basic American historical fact. This idea that America throughout our entire history was built up of immigrants from every single place in the world a never-ending number of them. That's just not really the case. That's just not really the truth. In fact, here's sort of I guess a dark history of America, is that up until 65, we had racial-based immigration legislation. Our immigration legislation up until 1965, it was racially charged. It said, listen, we're only taking so many people of this race from this country, okay, from these countries. So our country was racially exclusive and nationalistically exclusive up until 1965, and then things really started changing after we got rid of that. But that is just American history. Be careful. No, listen, I'm not saying good or bad, better or worse. I'm just saying this is American history. That is basic American history. That is what it is. That is how the country is. That is how the country operated up from day one up until 1965. The country was 90% immigrants from Europe. So when we talk about American history being a melting pot, well, it was a melting pot of Europeans. When we say this country was built by immigrants, we say, really, it was built by immigrants from Europe. That is the history of the country. Now, what is going on here? Guys, that's enough of the history lesson. We have a car that is underneath this overpass down in San Francisco. We have Los Angeles. These police look like they're getting a little bit aggressive. They've got their batons out. What is going on here? What are we doing here? Goodness. How did that car get down there? They've got a tow truck up top. Who the hell is that guy? Looks like that car just had the living hell beat out of it. Look at that. Look at that. What are we doing here? You know, I wonder if you can listen, guys. These police officers here in Los Angeles, they are on edge. Like, what is going on here? They must acknowledge that, like, they are staring down a violent mob. Oh, the police here, they are wrapping around. Look at that. They're wrapping around these rioters here, surrounding them. What is going on? Oh, here comes the cavalry. Here come the horse officers. Here they come. Okay. And look, and hey, now that the horses are back, everybody is pulling back. Everybody's falling back. Any videos of Iran? I can try to find some. I need to find a new feed here. I see. Is this live? Do we have anything here right now? They're doing the military parade. Okay. What are you saying? Oh, dispersal orders going out in Los Angeles.
These dispersal orders, they made this happen because people were throwing rocks and bottles. And because of that, that's why the dispersal orders happened. That was about 20 minutes ago at this point. Ever since, it's been really chaotic. So we're on the corner of Aliso and Los Angeles.
Okay.
We are surrounded by law enforcement, from police officers to the sheriff's office, the Marines, the National Guard, completely closing off Los Angeles Street. Now, what you're looking at on the left is the Federal Building. On the right is the Los Angeles Mall. All of these police vehicles are heading toward where the protest has been pushed back to. Originally, and about 20 minutes ago, the protesters were all lined up here at this intersection, and we were here at the very front, and they were face to face with LAPD officers. All of a sudden, LAPD officers on horseback came up, started pushing the crowd back, and that is when the chaos really erupted. We saw flashbangs, there was smoke. There was some sort of substance that was released. We're not sure if it was by law enforcement or by protesters, but it definitely had some pepper in it. So my photographer and I, we feel that pepper still in our throat, and that was about 20 minutes ago. At this point, though, the focus of where that protest is as they continue to push it back.
All right, folks, it is true. We actually do, for the first time in hours, have an official report of missiles going from Iran to Israel. I'm going to put that on the screen right now.
This certainly is not done
yes,
yet.
We do.
This is the heaviest presence of law enforcement that we have seen all day, and we've been here since
It's all breaking out right now. All hell is breaking loose.
Can we see that
all
far
at the
away?
same time.
But
it's all happening
from
now.
Us, the next bridge, right above kind of the sign where it says Grand Avenue, there are still people all over downtown Los Angeles in the area near City Hall, LAPD headquarters, the Federal Building. A lot of people on the 101 down below honking their horns. But folks are still kind of parading through the streets over there. So at this point, we're not sure if law enforcement are going to be pushing those folks back. Again, just got confirmed with city officials. The reason that the dispersal order happened here at this intersection right in front of the Federal Building is because people were throwing those objects. It was an unlawful assembly, and that's when it snapped into action. I do want to note as well, we have seen 2 people be detained at this intersection. The first was the moment when that whole crowd got pushed back. It was right behind us there. We saw police in heavy military gear on the ground with someone getting someone. The other was a young man in a red T-shirt, and he was detained. We saw him in zip ties right at that crosswalk over there, just above the 101.
Thank you very much.
Not exactly sure why these 2 men were detained. So far, though, with our eyes at this intersection,
crazy
I can only
freaking day,
speak to
folks.
that. Those are
Thank
the
you.
2 situations. Oh, there was a third. Oh, see, my photographer is saying he saw a third one happen as well, which is why I'm grateful that we have 2 different sets of eyes.
America is the best country, should watch what they say. I agree. I am an American supremacist. I'm not afraid to admit it. I am a proud American supremacist. American pride worldwide. American pride. I'm an American supremacist.
But at this point, we're just at
It's
a
true.
safe area for now, you guys.
And Brittany, was this the entire group that was out there protesting today, or was this a small subset that went over closer to the Federal Building, law enforcement making...
All right, folks, take a look here. This is Tel Aviv right now, and we have Iranian ballistic missiles coming right at this very moment. This is it right here. Tel Aviv has continued to be the primary target, and you can tell it's popping off right now. Tel Aviv has continued to be the primary target of these Iranian ballistic missile strikes, a couple landing in Jerusalem, but really, it's all about Tel Aviv. So here we go. I'm going to turn up the audio. We might have some audio of this happening. Just watch as this unfolds. You can hear distant rumbling off in the distance there. And so far, we've been keeping track, folks. These Iranian ballistic missiles end up having about a 7% success rate, meaning only 7% of them actually are able to navigate through Israel's missile defense system and successfully do damage and hit their target. Now, look at it inversely here. The inverse is 93% of them fail, is what that means. Lenny Jones is going crazy. Lenny, thank you very much. That's right. That's right. God bless America. Thank you very much, Lenny Jones. Thank you very much. Lenny is a big-time supporter these days. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, so Tel Aviv is the main, like, government legislative city in Israel. And also, it is the most, I believe, most densely populated city in Israel. The highest population density is in Tel Aviv. So I guess if you're Iran and you hate Israel and you want to kill as many people as possible, you're sending all of your rockets towards Tel Aviv. We saw the other day, this was yesterday, the Israeli Knesset or Knesset, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, effectively Israel's Pentagon, where all of their, you know, like, key military personnel, all of this is working out of, was actually struck yesterday by an Iranian ballistic missile. This happened yesterday. Missile. Well, you know, I don't see it. Maybe the missile attack is over and they were able to successfully shoot all these down, because I don't see anything happening. As of 44 seconds ago, okay, guys, as of 3 minutes ago, red alerts are now sounding in central Israel, including Tel Aviv. This is what we're talking about right here. Red alerts all over the town. And we also have, as of 50 seconds ago now, interceptors have been seen departing from central Israel, presumably to go try to intercept these ballistic missiles coming in. I think it's not over yet. I think we're not done with this yet. So give this some time here. I think we're not done with this yet. Also, look at this. Right after Lenny Jones with that massive super chat, Dan Holmblad chimed in. He said, "Hey, listen, if Lenny is super chatting, I want a super chat too." Thank you very much, Dan. Thank you. That you guys are way too nice. You guys, oh, hey, pay attention. It's going on in Tel Aviv right now. Take a look. Like we said, this is not over. Also, as all of this is happening right now in Tel Aviv, things are really heating up and getting a little bit crazy in Los Angeles. We have that up on the screen right now also. The police in Los Angeles have issued a dispersal order. Everybody has to break up and separate. And the reason why they issued that order... Oh, boy. Okay, everybody, take a look. Wow, wow. What is going on? That's a lot of them, folks. They come in from really high, very high altitude, and they start raining into the city. And now they have to make it through Israel's missile defense system, which is very effective. You can watch it happen moment by moment. Every single one of these little explosions, or big explosions, just like that. Oh. Every single one of these that one might have made it through. That one came in hot. Every single one of these explosions, there's another ballistic missile coming in. Is it going to make it through? That one definitely made it through. And here you have even more. So you can tell all of these missiles are effectively going to the same place. Iran has a target. There is something of value to Iran over there. They are trying to hit something very specific over there in the bottom right part of the city. All these missiles are going to the same place. They are specifically trying to blow up something. But I don't know what it is. That one got intercepted. Intercepted. And now you hear sirens going off. Folks, I think 2, maybe 3 of those connected successfully for Iran. I think a couple of those actually hit. I think so. Seems like that barrage has concluded, and so now it's on us. What did they hit? What are we looking at here? What happened here? Now we need to figure it out. You can hear the sirens going off. Tel Aviv. I'm looking around, folks. We're gonna have videos of that coming in very, very soon. Multiple impacts recorded in Tel Aviv. Multiple impacts. How many? I don't know. I'm not sure. Non-stop sirens and massive explosion sounds in the city center of Tel Aviv. Seems like their largest missile attack so far. I think so, yeah. From what I've seen, that was probably the biggest barrage that Iran has sent over. I think so. Yep. I'm trying to get a number. Multiple impacts. Let's see here. There's going to be more coming. There might be more. There might be more. Tel Aviv has been struck. Multiple impacts. That's all I see right now. That's all I see. Al Jazeera is confirming multiple impacts. This right here is Associated Press. This is the live feed of Tel Aviv we have. In order to get additional updates that I'm reading off here, I'm browsing Twitter. There are a lot of breaking news channels on Twitter. Let me take a look at this. Dan Holmblad, thank you very much. Okay, I'll go ahead and put up the parade for you guys. Low disk space. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, folks, hey, listen, we have the robot dogs. I told you there'd be robots, and I think we're having robots come marching down the streets now. So, folks, right now there is a lot happening. The military parade, we have robot dogs marching down the streets. Tel Aviv just got hit by a massive barrage of Iranian ballistic missiles. And look at this, folks. Look over there. Look, I told you, look at Los Angeles. The Los Angeles PD, they have issued a dispersal order. They want everyone to go home, and the reason why is because the rioters, they started throwing rocks and flaming debris at officers, and so they brought in the cavalry to break these mobs up. You just saw that. This horse almost, trampled this guy. It's a, like I said, hectic day. A lot is going on right now. A lot is going on. I should turn off this San Francisco thing. This is not San Francisco. There we go. And right now hey, look, the police are charging and they are making arrests. They are blitzing these guys. Yeah. So now our point of view in the LA riot right now is actually behind the police lines. Behind police lines. And I'm still, for you guys, I'm trying to find updates on what exactly has gone on in Tel Aviv. That's like a drone tank, I think. I don't know. They are reporting multiple direct hits in Tel Aviv right now. If you missed it, this is what just happened here. Right here. You know, some of them get intercepted. Most of them get intercepted. A lot of them don't. Enough of them don't that it's causing damage here. Jerusalem is launching more interceptors. Okay, well, if there's more interceptors, then that must mean there's more ballistic missiles inbound. That's why they do that. Also, Boston Inc., thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very, very much. That is a massive, massive super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. How many things are happening at once right now, right? It's like, okay, okay, calm down. Everybody calm down here. There are too many crazy things happening at one time right now. And then also, by the way, hey, listen, as all of this is ongoing, there is still a nationally sweeping manhunt for this guy that earlier this morning assassinated 2 sitting U.S. politicians in Minnesota. He dressed up as a police officer. He impersonated a police officer. He knocked on their door at 2 in the morning. They answered, and then he shot them. We had a political assassination this morning. There's a manhunt going on right now. So everything is crazy. The point is, every single thing is crazy right now, is what I'm trying to say. We have a breaking news report coming out of Axios. Okay, so 5 hours ago, Israel officially made the request that the Trump administration gets the United States directly involved in the war with Iran. Israel made a request that the United States gets involved with the war in Iran. We have a breaking news report as of 15 minutes ago out of Axios. The Trump administration is currently not considering bringing the U.S. into the war. The Trump admin is saying, we are not considering entering the war with Iran, Israel. We're not going to do that. This is a report as of 15 minutes ago. Okay, good. Okay. Now I'm looking for more. This is coming out of LA. This is a scene that we just saw a moment ago. Take a look at this. I'm telling you, folks, you have to be real dumb to do this. This guy in the red shirt, he's up here up against the horse, in the horse's face. You have to be so stupid to do this. This guy has no idea. If this horse were to freak out just a little bit, he has no idea. This horse could kill this guy. Listen, a horse is a big, powerful animal. This horse, in a split second, could kill this guy. He doesn't even know it. He's lucky all he had was a smack on the hand by the police stick there. He got off easy. Get him out of here. Yeah, push him out of here. Look at that push. Idiot. Absolute idiot. Absolute idiot. Okay, let me get caught up on these super chats here, folks, because I am missing some of these. We had the one from Boston Inc. Thank you. And then he did it again. He did it again. Thank you. Back at you again. Thank you. Wow. 2 times 2 times 2. Thank you. Goodness gracious. You guys, I'm telling you, you guys really are too nice to me. Wait, do you guys hear sirens? Folks, I'm hearing sirens in Tel Aviv again. Oh no. Yep, okay. Alright, everybody, tune in to the Tel Aviv live cam down below. We're going, this is round 6, technically, maybe round 7. I can't even keep count. It's round 6 or 7 of these Iranian ballistic missiles coming in over the last day and a half. Lenny Jones says, Matt, please ask your viewers if they are believers to pray to God to save the world. Yeah, listen, if you like to pray, there's a lot to pray for these days. Thank you, Lenny. Thank you very much, Lenny. Now, where do you think these missiles are? They've got something coming in here. Joe Schmo, Trump W, no war for USA. No war for USA. That is not why we voted for Trump. True, no war. Oh. And these sirens are not sounding for no reason. There is a reason, and it's a bunch of Iranian ballistic missiles. So here we go. What time is it? It's got to be 3 in the morning. Right about 3 in the morning. Maybe 2:30, something like that over there in Israel, Iran area of the world. The dead of night. Gosh. And hey, also Adam Blake. Thank you, Adam. Thank you. Well, I'll tell you what, listen, Iran does not just send one ballistic missile at a time. When they fire off ballistic missiles, they send, a dozen or more at the same time to try to pierce through, to try to overwhelm and pierce through Israel's missile defense system. So we just saw one up there. I think we're going to see more. I think we're going to see more here. I think we're not done. Give this a minute here, though. Give this a minute. As a Brit, seeing our high-trust society destroyed by forced multiculturalism has hit a boiling point. The silent majority are fuming. Being proudly American is admirable. Appreciate what you do. Listen, my heart really does ache for the British people, especially. I don't know, you know, of course, a lot of Americans, myself included, we came over from Britain. I can trace my family back in the 1600s. 400 years over back to Britain. Okay, so in a lot of ways, I think, you know, we're kind of brother nations in that regard. We have the same heritage and the same kind of stock of people, and so it is terrible what has been done. I was going to say what has happened to Britain. No, it's not what has happened, it's what has been done. What has been done to Britain, and also what has been done to America. Because it hasn't just accidentally happened. It didn't just happen by chance. These things didn't just, you know, this was an intentional thing. What has happened, what has been done to Britain was done intentionally. What was done to the US was done intentionally. Same in Germany, same in everywhere in Europe over here, same deal. It was done intentionally. And I think that is what people are kind of starting to realize, right? Go to Middle East Live. Real-time HD cams from Israel. Okay, let me look that up on YouTube here. Pull that up. Hold up here. Is this a channel? Yeah. We can you see, for our sake, this is probably not the best live feed, and the reason why is because it's so small at that point. All the cams are so small, you know. So I'm gonna actually leave it over here on Tel Aviv. I think we're not gonna use that one. The cameras they just get too small. There's only so much screen space, screen real estate to work with here. Okay. So right now we're still looking at Los Angeles. This is still the military parade. We've got a lot going on. I'm going to take a look on Twitter. I want to know, what did those ballistic missiles end up hitting? Hold up. Hold up. We are looking around right now over in Tel Aviv. What are we looking at here? Give me a moment here. I'm looking around. I want to know. I want to know what those ballistic missiles hit. Oh, can we listen to Trump?
Support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Welcome to the United States Army, and have a great life. Thank you very much. Have a great life. Thank you.
So, from this point of view, it actually looks like none of these connected. It looks like all of these got intercepted, but I don't know. Also, folks, we have another kind of frick? How can I... Darn it. There we go. That's what I want. Okay, folks, we have another breaking news update. So the FBI Most Wanted has put out a $50,000 bounty for Vance L. Bolter, who is the suspect, the prime suspect of this morning's political assassination that took place at 2 in the morning in Minnesota earlier today. So right now there is a $50,000 bounty on this guy. He is at large. He's a killer. And who knows where he is? I mean, hell, he might be in Canada by now. We were talking about that earlier today. Who the hell knows where this guy is? Okay, now I think I'm gonna take a quick restroom break here, folks. I'm gonna be back in maybe 1 minute here. While I'm gone, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the audio from this protest. Well, maybe they're...
The mental strain will break these soldiers.
I'm not gonna play that because there's music. I apologize, folks. I'll be back in 1 minute here. All right. Okay. Okay, it looks like they're doing a musical concert here, so I think we're gonna probably move on from that. Let's go back to taking a look at what's going on in LA. I think we should probably keep an eye on LA right now, folks. That's what I think. Are you spamming in the chat, Jojo the monkey? You know, you shouldn't do that. Shouldn't do that. Okay. So right now, we're going to kind of give all of our attention to Los Angeles, I think. Yeah, I think the parade is over. What I want to try to do is find, was there any damage inflicted in Tel Aviv as a result of that recent ballistic missile attack from Iran? Now, what I do see immediately right here, take a look at this. This is on the streets.
Do something! Do something!
Man, this is another. They're playing music. They're playing music, so I'm gonna mute it while I listen to this. They're getting, hey, things are, anyway, the point is things are getting heated. They are getting up in each other's faces. Uh-huh. Yeah, break it up. Yeah. Hey, it's not worth it. It is not worth it. It is not worth it. You should not do this. It is not worth it. Now, let me see here. I saw them. This is super chat from Base. I saw the moon. Coincidence with the missiles? I think not. I'm with you. I don't trust that moon up there. I don't like it. I don't like the way it looks. Thank you. Thank you very much. There was another super chat here from John. I don't have a lot of money, but I support you as best I can. I've watched you from the beginning. John, I want to say this is very, very, very important, and I want all of you to listen. I am not trying to make as much money as possible. If you listen, in fact, your money is probably better off in your pocket than it is in my pocket. In all seriousness, you never need to feel obligated to donate. You do not need to do that. There are so many ways you can support. If that's what you want to do is support just by being here and tuning in and watching and like the stream, subscribe to the channel. It's free. You don't have to give me any money at all. Really, you don't. You really do not. You should never penny pinch in order to give me money or do anything like that. You really should not. So never feel obligated to do that. None of you should ever feel obligated to do that. I appreciate all the support anyway. I really, really do genuinely, but you should never feel like you need to do that. Tear gas canisters are being deployed in the streets of Los Angeles. And I'm seeing somebody else say that missiles are coming in. Okay, hold up, pause. We've got tear gas going out. Can I flip on the audio? Tear gas going out. The streets of Los Angeles are effectively a war zone right now. I'm looking to see if these missile reports are true. They're tear gassing. Yeah, I'm checking OSINT Defender. That's my go-to here. Ooh. Ooh. Yep. Okay. So guys, right now the LAPD, they are issuing a dispersal order. The protests are over. The LA Kings, the No Kings protests are done in LA. Well, at least that's what the LAPD is saying. The LAPD is saying it's over, the show is over, go home. They're texting everybody, get out of town. They're firing off tear gas. They are shutting this down. Things were getting too rowdy. They had people throwing rocks and throwing flammable things at the police. And by the way, in LA, it's only 5 p.m. It's not even dark yet. It's not going to get dark for 4 hours. There was another thing here I wanted to show you, talking about what exactly happened in Tel Aviv. This is damage in Tel Aviv as a consequence of these most recent ballistic missile attacks out of Iran. This is what that looks like. So it seems like half of an apartment building, or maybe, I don't know. I don't know if this was originally connected or what. You can get an idea from the rubble here. Anyway, yeah, it's not a good day to live inside of this building. No, it's not. Don't want to live there. Okay, so, but what this means is this is the confirmation. At least some of those ballistic missiles that we recently watched did connect and did do damage. But we're kind of keeping an eye on LA. I'm going to try to find a different LA stream. This one in the bottom left I don't like. It's just not that great. So I'm going to try to find a new one for you folks here. Take a look. Los Angeles. Oh, hey, we actually have aerial footage.
At the bottom of your screen. So I just spoke to
aerial footage, LA.
Those are vehicles that are used to transport deputies out of LA County Sheriff's
Excellent. Let's go.
Assist other law enforcement agencies like the LAPD when they're in unified command. You usually don't see them actually at the front line. They're usually used for transport, but in this particular case, due for deputy safety and for visibility.
If my beautiful wife happens to be listening to this live broadcast, I am very hungry. I'm super duper hungry. If my lovely wife is listening, maybe she could bring me some food. Maybe
one group. They are using bullhorns down there to tell these protesters, this is an unlawful assembly. If you are standing in front of us now, you need to disperse. Now, this is video from just a short time ago of a woman that was taken into custody by LA County Sheriff's deputies. After you see up here, she made contact with one of their horses. Now, they dismounted, they were able to get her into custody, and they took her back towards those vehicles. It didn't appear that she had any injuries, and no other deputies were injured either. But, you know, making contact with sheriff's deputies' horses or any law enforcement horse is considered, it could be considered assault on an officer, so they take that very seriously as well. You can see there she's walking away under her own power.
They got her.
So it's unclear what kind of charge she may be facing, but it is clearly stemming from the contact that she made with that sheriff's deputy, that mounted sheriff's deputy. Now, back on the left side of your screen, we continue to see live pictures from SkyCal at the various places around City Hall that we continue to see protesters a little bit further back from that skirmish line, but that skirmish line continues to try and push protesters to the west. As I mentioned before,
Captain Kirk.
there was that main group where Joy Benedict was doing her live reporting from. That was at Temple and Maine, I believe. That group broke up into two groups, one that went south, being monitored by the LAPD, and then this group here we see, which is a lot more violent, that is being dealt with by LA County Sheriff's deputies as part of that sheriff's response team.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, and this is, you know, something that law enforcement has been speaking about.
Folks, this is my wife in the live chat, Plathy. She donated $5. She said grilled cheese and tomato soup or tuna sandwich. Tuna sandwich. Folks, don't you think? I think it's a tuna sandwich type of day. Thank you very much, sweetie. Thank you for that donation also.
Work and CHP has
tear gas coming out more right now.
Entrance exit points through downtown completely
more
blocked off. But this is something that they have been preparing for, and really throughout the day we were hearing from
aware of the assassinations in Minnesota. Yes, we have been following that story all day. Yes, yes, I am.
There's just so many people, we couldn't get to people that needed medical help.
Exactly. That assassin, I'm sure you heard, is now on the FBI's most wanted list. They have issued a $50,000 bounty if anybody knows where that guy is. Yeah, we're following that story also. So today, it's LA protests. Now they're riots. LA riots, military parade, Iran versus Israel. It's protests and riots all across the rest of the country. It's Minnesota assassination. Guys, we have 5 stories at a minimum, honestly, probably more than that. Today is a crazy day.
Our crews out there in downtown. Tom, can you hear us? And can you tell us where you are, what you're seeing?
Yeah, it's pretty intense right now. There is tear gas being fired, tear gas canisters. We're moving back up Temple right now. You can see that all on the screen right now. This all just
great coverage. You're a patriot without a bias. May God bless your nation. Stars and stripes. My bias is for America. I have a bias. My bias is America first.
But it was not.
But thank you, Charles.
As it was literally in a few seconds.
Thank you very much.
They started firing the tear gas canisters.
Thank you.
And everything just changed in a hot
and Adam
second.
wants a grilled cheese.
Trying to disperse this crowd, and people just went running, and some people were just walking quickly. They set those off, and that really just changed the entire vibe. It was, like I said, I was kind of up and away from City Hall,
oh, this is going to piss you guys off. Take a look at this. I want to show you. Breaking a group of Antifa thugs has just jumped a veteran on the side of the road in Washington. These people hate our country. Washington State has become a lawless hellhole. By the way, guess what state I live in? I live in Washington State. I live here. Every single super chat is going. We're saving it. We are moving to Idaho. Okay, so if you think we're spending the super chat money on cocaine hookers, strippers, parties, clubs, Lamborghinis, no. All the super chat money, we are escaping Washington, going to Idaho. We are leaving. Okay, let's play the video.
Stop!
I don't even want it, man. This is terrible. He's blocking.
They're assaulting an innocent guy. What's wrong with you? They're assaulting
You caused it. You just touched me. Do not touch me. I'm not touching you.
I swear to God, if you run over my foot right now.
Oh, you should go to front again.
Stop!
These fucking people. I'm sorry, I'm swearing. No, these fucking people. This has gone on far enough. This has gone on long enough. This is unbelievable.
Out of the area, it definitely a big
Missiles.
change from that.
Give me a minute.
Very sudden, just surge of activity when the
Doesn't that just piss you off?
canisters
Yeah,
were
it
set
does.
off
I don't know how
and,
it doesn't.
And the crowd dispersed. I see more police moving through the area, so it'll be interesting to see now what they do, because there's people in the streets still, and these are not. This is an area where I believe that they've declared an unlawful assembly. So, yeah, I mean, right now it's just kind of a
Great state, non-commie.
following pattern. I think there's some people who
Thank you,
have
Martin.
left, and you probably hear some
Thank you.
chanting behind me. I haven't seen any confrontations directly between protesters and police from where I'm standing, but you can see the distance there. Look, go back to you guys.
Tom Wade down live in downtown LA right now. Tom, I'll circle back to you. We want to ask you something a little bit later on, but we'll let you gather yourself for a
This
moment
is in Tel
we want to
Aviv.
get to Zach Boetto, who is just south of City Hall. Or
Not
Zach,
too far from where Tom is.
Yeah, not too far from where Tom is. But Zach, we see the mask on, or what are you seeing right now?
Hey, Gio, we're at City Hall East here, and you talked about those two groups that have split up to Main and Temple. That's one of those groups here. You can see the sheriff's deputies right here talking. These deputies were shooting pepper balls and tear gas into the crowd there. That's one group. And then here to the left is Main and First. This is that second group you talked about, just south of...
All immigration needs to be legal. My wife is Mexican. Until she gets her green card, we live in Mexico. I've paid $10,000. I got zero patience for illegals. Do it legally. Honestly, I think that's big respect. You do it the right way. Good for you. Great for you. Good for you. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Good for you. Great for you. And also thank you. And thank you. And thank you. You do it the right way. We had a similar situation. My wife is an immigrant. She's from Germany. We got the green card. We had a whole immigration thing. We got a legal attorney, an immigration attorney. We made sure we did it the right way. I paid $7,000 for an immigration attorney to make sure we do the paperwork properly. She has a green card. Everything is legal. That's how you need to do it, and respect to you for doing that.
And it's been tear gas, it's been flashbangs. There goes another one, and it's been pepper balls to try to separate these groups that gathered here at the Los Angeles City Hall. So
That's how you do it.
A lot of protesters, they get pushed back,
Raya,
and they come
thank you.
back to
And
the
from
line.
yesterday also, thank
as
you
we
again.
said all week,
Thank you for
and
both
last
days
weekend,
now.
these protests,
Thank
they
you.
tend to ebb and flow,
And also shout out you and your husband. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And also real quick, one more super chat for the Idaho Fund Truth and Justice. Thank you. Thank you. We're getting out of Washington.
them back.
Someday.
But we're seeing really hundreds of people here in this group off of Main and First here to our left. They've got the signs, they've got the flags, they've got all the PPE that you can think of, masks, goggles, and they're here to protest. But
you can tell these protesters, they came prepared. They knew, listen, why do you think you would show up to a peaceful protest wearing a gas mask? It's because your intention is not to remain peaceful. And it's weird because it's not just one or two people, it's hundreds of them. It's hundreds of them that have shown up to this protest today wearing gas masks and facial coverings, waving Mexican flags. We know exactly what's up. They know exactly what they're doing, why they're there. Matt, I'm currently in Vancouver, Washington, and also actively planning to move to Idaho ASAP. Hope we make it out. You know, we lived in Vancouver until about a year ago. Now we live in a different place in Washington. But Vancouver in the last 5 years has also gone downhill. I'm sure you notice. Vancouver is going downhill progressively. Also, it's a good time to get out. Vancouver, Washington. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And good luck also. Martin D. Turner says, move to Idaho. Money for you and yours. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Who knows? Maybe someday we move to Idaho. We get our little homestead farm. We can do some live streams around the Idaho homestead someday in a couple years. Maybe we can do that. That'd be fun. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a massive one, by the way. Thank you. Gosh, this situation in LA is just heating up. It's only going to get worse the later this goes. Trump must declare Antifa a domestic terrorist organization so they can be prosecuted as terrorists. Are these flashbangs going out? I can't believe they're attacking vets. So I thought maybe Antifa was already a domestic terrorist organization. Maybe. I thought that happened at one point, but maybe not. But anyway, if it hasn't, it should. I agree with you. I'm with you on that. I am with you. Andrew Fay with a massive, colossal, giga super chat. He says, you're a truth seeker, cutting through complexity for clarity. Truth is rarely pure, never simple, but your sharp perspective empowers. I'm sorry, there are massive movements, migrations going on here. Empowers confident navigation of noise essential. You guide bold decisions, forging paths with truth and clarity. Pay it forward and enjoy. Okay, you know what? You say pay it forward. Next time we go to a restaurant, I'm going to tip the waitress $20, okay? I'll pay it forward. And Andrew, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Your kind words mean a lot. Thank you very much. What the hell is going on? I'm just keeping an eye on stuff. There are a million things happening right now. And also thank you. That's a massive super chat. Thank you very much. Big time. Nick, I can't believe I saw the YouTube version of Honey, Make Me a Sandwich and you went with tuna. I like a tuna sandwich. What can I say? Tuna is my favorite. It's a good sandwich. It's a good sandwich. And thank you. Dumbass is making this a riot by throwing stuff and failing to disperse. SMH my head. Yeah, I mean, imagine that. A bunch of radically progressive, anti-American progressives and a bunch of illegal aliens are acting up and making a scene. Who could have predicted that? Who? I would rather deport the far left and keep illegals TBH. Let's make a trade. Send the left to Mexico. How about, here's a trade. How about we send all of them? How about all of them? What is going on here? Things are getting crazy.
Really, we did not pick the best place to park at 8:30 this morning. But nonetheless, everything is going on right there in the crosswalk. If you can see that up there.
Thank you folks very much again for
you
the
can
super
see a lot of the
chats.
smoke there.
Thank you.
And now
Thank
it's
you.
white smoke right now. The tear gas is going to be the
Thank
yellow
you.
or the green smoke. So that's what you want to look out for. And that's when you'll likely see us heading the opposite directions. But
They attacked us.
they are trying to push everybody back.
Find another
That's
LA
what they're
feed.
trying to do. Yes, it's definitely a difficult situation.
So is this guy spamming? Yeah, he is.
Yes,
He
it's
is.
been very peaceful all day long. We should mention that until about 45 minutes or so ago. Oh, where were you? When you guys were down at the federal building?
Right here on Spring, on Temple, all the way down in that center, right there under the bridge.
Okay, and you got here early this morning?
Stop saying progressive. No, they are progressive. I am regressive. I am regressive. They are progressive. They want to change things that way. I want to take things back. They are progressive. I am happy. I'm totally comfortable acknowledging I am regressive. I want to take things a little bit back. They can have the word. They can be progressive. I am regressive. I'm happy to be regressive. That's fine.
Peaceful. We do want to
I
make
am
that very
regressive.
clear, and we have a lot
They
of
can
video
keep
of
that
as
word.
well.
It was like a good vibe. Like,
It was a good vibe. There was a lot of music. It was kind of like a street party.
Give me a minute here.
Decided to come in. They came in super, super hard and aggressive, and that's what's created all of this.
And you didn't get any sort of warning at all.
No warning. They just masked
How
up.
does this make you feel right now after you've spent all day here trying to express your opinion
It's
peacefully?
upsetting because how are people supposed to feel like their voices are being heard when they're being violently put down by the state itself? I mean, this is the whole point, right? It's like you can't give people
Trump is
parameters
speaking.
of protesting.
Is he?
It has to be uncomfortable for everybody. Nobody out here wants to be here.
Where?
Well, let me ask you before I go, what is it that you want? Why did you come out today?
It seemed forever.
Just wants an end.
In World War II, there was the great Creighton Abrams, besieged on all sides by the Nazis at the Battle of the Bulge. He boldly proclaimed, they've got us surrounded again, the poor bastards. This is the fighting spirit and unyielding force of the U.S. Army. It has never changed.
Too much going on. There's too much going
And it
on.
will never, ever change because there is no earthly force more powerful than the brave heart of a U.S. infantryman or an Army Ranger, paratrooper, or Green Beret. They are the best. They are the finest. From Bunker Hill to San Juan Hill, from Gettysburg to Guadalcanal, from Yorktown to Shiloh, and from the trenches of the Argonne to the mountains of Afghanistan, The Army has forged a legacy of unmatched courage, untold sacrifice, and unequaled and undying glory. Our soldiers have poured out their blood by the bucketful on Missionary Ridge and Heartbreak Ridge, on the sands of Sicily, Normandy, and the Philippines, and on the dusty streets of Da Nang, Baghdad, and Fallujah. Thanks to their extraordinary service and devotion, 250 years later, America stands tall, America stands proud, and America stands free. We're the hottest country in the world right now. And our country will soon be greater and stronger than ever before. Down through history, we've been blessed beyond words by this.
How awesome would it be if at the end of this speech, he says, and this is why I'm deploying the National Guard in every single state across the country. We are bringing peace and order back to the country. Deploy the National Guard and the Marines. I don't care. Do it all. Everything. Law and order.
No matter the risk, no matter the obstacles, our warriors will charge into battle. They will plunge into the crucible of fire, and they will seize the crown of victory, because the United States of America will always have the grace of Almighty God and the iron will of the United States Army. Congratulations to everybody. We love our country. We've never done better. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the Army, and God bless America. And now I'd like to ask our great First Lady to join me at the podium. Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, real quick, before the super chat drops off, it says, arrest Tim Walz for complicity. We need to have an investigation, 100%. Absolutely. Helping you escape those pinko bastards and get to Idaho and Clyde. Thank you. We got to get out of here. I'm going crazy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to make sure I don't miss any of these before they drop off. They only last so long. I'm from Puyallup. Puyallup. I don't even know how to say it. Washington for 3 years. Here's a bit. For you and your wife who's moved to Idaho. Thank you. Thank you. Someday we're breaking out. Who was look, I might have missed something here. Lockheed Martin. Brought to you by Lockheed Martin. Okay, they're running an ad right now. Guys, I think we really need to give our attention to Los Angeles. We need to dial in and focus on Los Angeles here, guys. Waffle Salter, $100 mega super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Take that lady of yours out to dinner on me. Thank you for the stream, and don't forget Mo Hap. He's singing the song. Okay, we're good. Yeah, we get it. We get a hamburger. We go get hamburgers tonight if this thing wraps up on time. Although I think it won't. I think I'm gonna be here until 9 or 10 p.m. tonight, given the way this is going. So thank you though. Maybe tomorrow. It might have to be tomorrow. Thank you, Waffle. Thank you very, very much. It means a lot. I appreciate that. I know it means a lot to my wife too. All you guys. Random videos. You know what? Okay, listen. Listen. We need to focus on Los Angeles. I am speed running through these. Thank you for the great streams. Can you give me your opinion on KOS? So Antifa, any terrorist is actively harming someone? I think. Listen, don't do that. Don't get violent. No vigilantism. We don't do violence. Cucked Wes Watson. Shout out from Montana. Got the hell out of California. I've lived there 30 years. America first. Montana is a smart move too, and leaving California, yeah, is probably wise given the way that it's going right now. Kevin Brooks. Kentucky would be better. Me personally, I have to stay in the Pacific Northwest, so Idaho it is. But Kentucky, I'm sure, is nice. A lot of places are nice, but for me, I gotta be up here. Thank you guys very, very much. Biscuit, my work has some offices in Idaho and Eastern Washington. Hopefully I can get this out out of the state as well. Good luck. Go to Idaho. Thank you. Thank you very much. Los Angeles.
Like I said, push these protesters back who are here at Temple in Maine.
Los Angeles.
I would not call this a peaceful protest at this point, guys. You mentioned earlier that it was very peaceful.
I'm finding
here
another
now,
LA feed here also for you
at
folks.
5:30 on Saturday evening here in Los Angeles. These protests are not peaceful. We have tear gas, we have pepper bullets, we have flashbangs, and we have people who are getting seriously hurt. You can see a young man who looks like he is with media, maybe. He's got a mask, he's squinting his eyes. He took some serious tear gas. It's surprising to see this many people still sticking around because of the amount of tear gas that's in the air, the amount of pepper bullets and flashbangs that are being fired by deputies. It seems like a normal family would get out as soon as they hear a flashbang explode right at the intersection they're standing. But these protesters not backing down.
The people that are here right now, it's 90 minutes ago, the LAPD issued a dispersal order. Anybody that is out here right now, they want to be here. They want conflict. They want confrontation. There's a reason why all of these people brought gas masks.
To the touch here, and it won't hurt, but it might be enough to push you back.
No,
so
Mark.
guys, we're going to send it back to you in the studio. Again, a very active scene still here in Los Angeles.
And Zach, before we let you go, as we take a live look from SkyCal on the right side of your screen, you see those sheriff's deputies establishing that skirmish line. I know you mentioned that it doesn't look like a peaceful protest right now. We've seen the flags, we've seen the signs, as well as the tear gas and every other form of dispersal to try and get the crowds out. But have you been hearing protesters like yell at law enforcement or otherwise instigate any sort of actions? I'm curious as to how you would describe how else protesters and people gathering down there are acting from your vantage point.
There's been a lot of profanity being yelled at law enforcement. We're hearing over the speaker here to my left that it sounds like they just declared an unlawful assembly here in downtown LA. And so people are now starting to leave in droves. So I don't know if it was the unlawful assembly that was ruled that is now making people leave, but this is the most action that I've seen without shooting tear gas or pepper bullets or flashbangs to get people moved today. It sounds like this unlawful assembly is getting people to move away from this intersection of Temple and Maine.
Swamp ass,
and so it
is that
might
your name?
be the
Swamp ass?
threat of being arrested, which is finally getting people to move away from City Hall after an intense No King's Day protest here in downtown LA, guys.
That's a better name. Raya is a better name.
You're watching that group just basically run the other direction. Zach Boletto, thank you so much. But I think we need to remember once that unlawful assembly is declared, as Mark told us, First Amendment really goes out the door. That's when LAPD and law enforcement can use less than lethal.
Unlawful assembly, folks.
The tear gas, because
get out of town.
This has been declared an unlawful assembly there. I want to get to Tom Waite. Tom, let us know the location you're at, and then we're seeing a lot of police presence moving in here.
Yeah, so Leslie, I'm just going to jump in here. A lot has just happened in the last few seconds. So I'm at Temple and Broadway, and all of a sudden, a convoy of police fans just showed up, and a small army of officers jumped out, and they are now swarming the streets here in this area. They went down kind of close to the area of City Hall, and they are just, sort of blanketing the area. I can hear bangs. I see smoke. I don't know if that's just smoke or, sometimes that's a device they use just to clear the area, or if that's actually pepper spray. But I just saw a bunch of officers with zip ties and less than lethal weapons jump out of their vans and just swarming this area. All of the vehicles arriving here in just the past few seconds. So now it'll be interesting to see what's the operation here. What are they doing? So they obviously, with an unlawful assembly, they are trying to clear the crowd.
What happened to our aerial feed? We had that just a moment ago. If anybody can help me find an aerial live feed of what's going on in Los Angeles, that would be Perfect.
You know, didn't pursue this person.
That's what I need.
And the person basically didn't run away.
Let me try to find that.
Mask over his face, and he just like walked off. And officers just kind of kept their focus on what their apparent mission is right now, which is to clear this area around City Hall and around, you know, down toward the east there to the federal complex. They are adding more and more officers as we speak. I can hear more sirens coming to our area. You can hear them blaring. They are here. They're coming. It's like a convoy here. I think some people are starting to get the message that have been lingering. They're trying to move their cars, but
a little bit of
man,
something.
they are coming fast and furious right now. Here's another round.
These cops are
this
pissed.
Guy's gonna get knocked if he doesn't be careful. But yeah, they are absolutely in a pretty organized operation mode here. You can tell that they had personnel and people ready to go on the ground.
There was a massive super chat from Randy Wheeler. Thank you. First off, he says you should start a podcast.
Be able to put up SkyCal just a brief moment as we keep talking to
you know, now we're doing live streams every day on top of the videos.
Seemingly unattended and kind of waiting in a wheelchair.
Maybe that's okay for now. Maybe a podcast later.
Kind of the skirmish line where
do that someday.
For quite some time, and he
do that someday. Thank you. I appreciate the feedback and the super chat. Thank you, though. Thank you very much.
And it looked like he was.
There's a lot to do, a lot going on.
Now leaving that area.
Thank you very much.
It was an interesting sight to say the least. But Tom, I think it's worth going back to your point there about seeing that
Real quick here, there's a $50 super chat from Basehead. He says, me and my wife moved to Cali 7 months ago from Idaho. Couldn't afford a house in Idaho. I'm a veteran, 100% disabled. As of 2 weeks ago, my wife right now makes way more money than Idaho. Here than Idaho. Unfortunately, we live between LA and San Diego. Income in Idaho is really low, but we have Jesus. That will I'll tell you. Anybody that has looked at real estate in Idaho, you know it is expensive. Idaho is unbelievably expensive, and the reason why is because people from California, Washington, and Oregon are trying to escape to somewhere. A lot of them end up in Idaho. That is the issue, and you nailed it. And thank you very much. And also again, Randy, thank you very much, folks. This is the situation that we have all been expecting, not hoping for, but expecting. This was the unavoidable conflict that is now happening in Los Angeles. This is what happens when your country is invaded by millions of illegal alien invaders. And also, they are supported, aided, and abetted by all of the far left radical progressives. You start having situations like this. That is where we are. And Bruce Wayne, thank you very much. Fox 11 Airfeed, I'll look at that here in a minute. Thank you. Rocky Burns, I fled Washington to Alaska. No regrets. Alaska seems nice. I've got friends up there. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. No, it does seem nice.
It's startling. So then they disperse.
You said Fox 11 Airfeed.
They just keep doing this and doing it.
Hold that thought,
like
folks.
It sort of wears people out. Now, of course, there's always going to be people that stick around, and you know, sometimes they're here to just be agitators and not really here to protest.
I don't think it's live.
What we've seen in a number of times over the last few nights.
Okay.
That I've been down here downtown. So now, Anna, there's they're moving in right there. You can see the police are now running down into the area, and of course, you know, the idea, I'm sure, for them is to do this in large numbers. It's to show force, but not, you know, use force necessarily.
They might hop over to an
create
soon. So they've got a little micro
the perception that, you know, when you see these officers in riot gear and you know, coming in and making their presence known. You know, just one other note here, and we've said this over the course of our coverage, but it's interesting coming into downtown because it besides this, you know, I don't know how many blocks it is, 5-6 block area, maybe a little bit larger, smaller, give or take. Downtown is quiet. There's nothing really. I mean, it's all of this that I can tell is all taking place around City Hall and, you know, near the federal building, which is all kind of in the same spot. If you go to any other part of downtown right now, it's generally like business as usual. You wouldn't even know that there are protests and some of these clashes that are playing out here in downtown.
I took a bite of sandwich. I'm feeling much better now. Turtle Power, to your IDF Idaho Dream Fund, thank you for the coverage. Thank you for tuning in. If you guys are new, reminder, make sure to subscribe here to the channel. That helps a ton. We are now doing daily live streams on top of daily videos. We're doing it all. Thank you, folks, for tuning in. Right now, we have a full-blown riot. This is a riot. A dispersal order was given in Los Angeles about an hour ago, maybe 90 minutes ago. The crowd has refused to disperse. There are hundreds or thousands of people that are refusing to disperse. And now we're bringing out the tactical gear. Now we've got the vehicles. Now we've got the gas masks. Now we're firing off tear gas into the crowd. These people have all been told, go home. What the LAPD has, who here has gotten some type of Amber Alert on their cell phone? The LAPD can send out a text message like an Amber Alert to every single person's cell phone in the city saying, go home, dispersal alert, you need to go. So everybody out here knows you got to go home. But right now you have hundreds, thousands, dare I say, of people that are saying, no, we're not going home. We're not going home. It's not happening. Tel Aviv, do we have something? Okay, let me figure out what's going on in Israel. Give me a moment here, folks. Super chat. Mick Crackerjack, good stuff, man. I have a weather guy called Ryan Halyal with amazing live weather coverage, and now America coverage. Don't need cable news anymore. Listen, we are the news. It's true, folks. We have replaced the mainstream media. That is true. And thank you for tuning in and being a part of that. Space Ghost, thank you very much. Daddy Crab, protesters generally don't want resolve. They want to break shit. You're totally right. And that's why they're there. That's why they're there. That's why they brought Mexican flags. That's why they have gas masks. They know exactly what they're doing. One moment here. There's one more super chat. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to turn this audio up and I'm going to see what's going on in Israel.
Another banging sound.
One moment here.
And I don't know where it came from. But yeah,
things are getting busy.
Right here is a pretty good vantage point, but it's also much more quiet up here. There's obviously people.
They're moving. They're pushing out. Look at that.
Quiet in terms of there's no real confrontation here. It looks like police are focusing a lot of that down. Now they've moved people out, and they're sort of more to the east of where we are. Like I said, we're on Temple right now.
Okay, nothing out of Israel right now.
Of North
Nothing.
Broadway.
Tom Wade down there live. Thank you, Tom. I really appreciate that and getting to see that perspective of really crowded traffic, not to mention an overload of officers, really.
Oh, yeah. It feels like that entire intersection, right is just
it's a war zone
at this point, besides what is pretty...
Folks, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if there was any argument or confusion as to whether or not our country has in fact been invaded and occupied by an illegal alien invading force from another country, folks, let this be it. Here we have hundreds of thousands of people, hundreds or thousands of people that are out here waving foreign flags, attacking officers, throwing things at officers, ignoring dispersal orders. Folks, this is what happens when we open up our borders and allow millions and millions and millions of third world illegal aliens into the country. We start seeing things like this pop up in our streets. These are invaders. They're waving foreign flags, okay? They are a foreign occupying force. They are being protected and aided and abetted by the far left radical progressives. This is the point we are at in our country. This is what 4 years or more of anti-American radical progressive policy has resulted in. We all know that they allowed 20 million illegal aliens in the country over a 4-year period during the Biden era. How many are in the country in total? 50, 60 million, who knows? If you think this is bad, just keep in mind, you're only seeing 3,000 of them right now, or more, or less, something like that. In the country, you think 3,000 is bad? What about 50 million? That's how many people are in the country right now that are here illegally, that should not be here. All of them have to go. That's what all of this is about.
Protesters there near First Street. They're really trying to get them off of Main here and back towards First Street. But this street over the last 15 minutes was pretty much taken over by protesters. Now Los Angeles Metro Police pushing back.
Thank you, Gary.
Looking like they're pushing them all the way back to First. We just saw Joy Benedict. She was all the way up here where we are at Main and Temple, and she is a part of that group that just went that way. So you might be able to see from her vantage point what's happening in that direction, guys. But it's clearing up over here at Temple and Main.
A big show of force from the LAPD there on the ground.
All I want is aerial footage.
Officers pretty much just sweep this entire area that you made note of.
And once again, if you folks are new to the show, if you could follow on Twitter, that helps a lot.
You can see LAPD's mounted
If anybody is not currently
there.
following on Twitter, that helps a ton.
That show of force of officers, and they're quickly pushing this crowd back.
Yeah. And speaking of, we want to highlight that contrast.
That might be the case, Rock. I will look into
that. Joy, earlier you were talking to a couple protesters who were there, and they were saying that they started this. They were blaming law enforcement, that they got no warning. I mean, where are you right now? It looks like you're in the van, but who have you been talking to?
She's got tear gas in her eyes.
Yeah, we are in the van because if you look in front of us, you were just talking.
Isn't it insane? You have these people that are like, oh my God, I have tear gas in my eyes. How could they tear gas me after giving me hours of warning and notice to disperse, telling me to go home, after hours of explicitly telling me that they are going to tear gas me if I don't leave? How could they possibly tear gas me? Oh, I'm so mad at them. They have given these people every single opportunity to leave, to go home, to get out of the way. They have communicated this every single step of the way.
LAPD headquarters near the Hall of Justice there, and protesters currently are also marching on 7th towards the Rampart area. LAPD saying that those protesters are peaceful. They're simply exercising their First Amendment right, and there's been no concerns, although they're keeping a close eye, obviously, on that group. You see their protesters with their hands up. We have Mario Ramirez on the ground. We have Justin O'Brien in Skyfox.
They say,
Fox employee, 11 employee.
Well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions. Ugh. I hate those.
The restaurant corridor and things of that nature. So
I
can
hate
bet
that
they're going to try and contain them at some point for those who continue not
Good
to
luck.
disperse
Hey, welcome.
as they have been
I'm happy you
asked to
found
do.
your way here.
But it has
Thank
really
you.
just been
Thank you.
going on for maybe about
happy
an
you
hour
made
and
it.
a half now that we've been seeing this sort of agitation and this exchange between law enforcement and the rebel rousers, so to speak. But as I have been reiterating for the last hour, I want to make sure you guys understand that we had like 8 hours of a very peaceful and very powerful protest. I think it's also important to mention because a lot of people keep thinking this is happening all over LA. It is not happening all over LA. It is happening right here in this downtown area where you're dealing with the federal building and City Hall, and unfortunately some of that has spilled into Little Tokyo, which is of course the closest neighborhood nearby. And when I was out there earlier today, every shop was boarded up. There were only about 2 places that were even open during the lunch hour, as because they didn't want to draw the crowds, and they were quite frankly afraid that this was going to happen and it was going to end up once again on their doorstep after a very tough week that many of the businesses here in this area have already had. But yes, so you can see the
we have breaking news coming out of California. This woman's dog is gay and gender fluid.
Can you tell me about your dog?
This is Honey. He is a gay, gender-fluid golden retriever Afghan hound mix.
Yes! How did you know that he was gay?
We have another dog named Charlie. He's about 7 years older than Honey, and they are completely inseparable.
Well, hi! Happy Pride! Okay, well, that's the gossip.
Happy Pride Month, dog. Happy Pride Month, dog.
Out there handing
I guess.
out water bottles to everyone, you know, giving each other a lot of love. There were people on bicycles. There was, you know, a lot of lowriders, and overall, it was LA. You know, really emphasizing that it is a melting pot of a community, and really showing up with love for their neighbors. And so to see, truthfully, a lot of the way that it has escalated when it was really only a few people who were.
Okay, take a look at this. This is coming out of Philadelphia. They've got riots also. Take a look, I guess. They're just picking up. Oh, good. You see that? Look at that. Taking out the like a bag of garbage. That's how you do it. Oh, hey, folks, police are making big moves. Look at this right here, bottom left. They are pushing people back. Take a look right now. Action, action, action. They are pushing out. They are establishing a new perimeter out here. They just blitzed these guys, cutting off that side of the road. And now the cavalry, the riders of Rohan, are pushing in. There's Gandalf the White in the middle, pushing these orcs back into Mordor where they belong. Frodo right now is trying to bring the ring to Mount Doom. If Frodo is able to bring the ring to Mount Doom, then our border will be secure forever, and then we'll have 10,000 years of peace and prosperity, but until then, things are looking bad. Let's all wish him good luck. This is not good.
We'll get further and further away from the point of origin where this unlawful assembly dispersal order was declared. And we have seen historically, as protesters move further and further away from where they originally were from, there's a much higher likelihood that they will disperse because protesters need to get back to their cars, they need to get back to their homes. So we will see these large chunks, these large groupings sort of move away and disperse. Now, this group here to the western side of City Hall has essentially been here since about 9:45 this morning. And what we are seeing here, Gio and Leslie, is perhaps the beginnings of almost the exact same thing we saw, I believe it was Monday night into Tuesday, where protesters last week grabbed large barricades, including large orange and red metal chairs from the Grant Park area, and placed them right there on Spring Street and barricaded the LAPD. This was almost exact.
So these brown boxes you see they're bringing up, the PD, these are little boxes of tear gas ammunition. So they're bringing it up, they're restocking. They all have these green tear gas blasters. They look like stormtroopers or something. Let me get caught up on the super chats. Let me double check these. This is bullshit. When the president said they want wins, there's no riots. But once we get a president that actually wants to bring law and order back and enforce laws, these people want to start burning the country down. Listen, these people, I'm just going to say it, far left radical progressives are a domestic terror threat. They are a national security threat. Far left hyper-progressive radicalism is a national security threat. They opened up the border. They facilitated the invasion of over 20 million illegal aliens into the country. They allowed fentanyl to come flooding in. 100,000 Americans died every single year as a consequence of that. Thousands, tens of thousands of children have gone missing, human trafficked, sex slavery, all types of terrible things. And now they're out here marching alongside their beloved illegal alien invaders, waving foreign flags, occupying our streets, assaulting and attacking federal officers and innocent American citizens, destroying American businesses. This is a national security threat. These people are a threat to national security. This has gone on long enough. This is a problem. Yes, you are right about that. Yes.
Of law enforcement. Do we want to get back out to Zach Boetto right now? I know we were just about to check in with him. Zach's still down there live right now. Zach, last we checked, we saw officers sort of push through and get the crowd out. What are you seeing right now?
Hey guys, we're on Temple in Spring now. You can see roughly 100 Los Angeles Police Department officers standing firm here at Spring and Temple, trying to push protesters now west down Spring Street. You can see there's a lot of protesters now here clashing with police officers, which we didn't see. We didn't see a lot of police officers until about 10-15 minutes ago. They are now trying to clear this next wave of protesters down Spring Street. If you look to my right here, you can see those LA County Sheriff's deputies now have jumped on these sheriff pickup trucks, and they have also rolled up Temple Street, which is now completely filled with law enforcement all the way down past Main Street, right? So from Main to Spring, on Temple, we now have a bunch of law enforcement who are coming up and then trying to push protesters west down Spring Street, which is right in front of the Los Angeles City Hall. Also, if you look left here towards City Hall, you can see sheriff's deputies and standing guard right on City Hall where we're pointing in this direction, kind of protecting City Hall there. And as you look a little bit to the right, you can see protesters pushing the line here, trying to get as close to officers and deputies as they can. But we're seeing, if we go back to the right, again, a large growth of law enforcement officers here at the corner of Temple and Spring, looking like they're going to make another push west on Spring to try to get protesters away from City Hall here, move them west and also move them north. But you can see the sheriff's deputy vehicles coming around and coming behind the Los Angeles police officers to kind of get their back, get their six, as they might say, and help them push from behind. Again, those deputies standing on top of the pickup trucks have a line of sight. Some of those deputies have those cannon-looking weapons that shoot, as we know, flashbangs and tear gas. And now we're hearing deputies come over the loudspeaker. I can't necessarily pick up what.
This is only Los Angeles. Right now, there are similar scenes unfolding in Seattle that we know of. Portland, I would speculate probably. Chicago, people are out in full force tonight. All over the country. I don't know, maybe New York, I'm not sure.
That were over in
This is
Westwood
just LA.
at that federal building. We're seeing a lot of LAPD sheriffs. We know you're not at the federal building there downtown. You're near City Hall. But have you seen any of the federal officials out there today?
Thank you very much.
We did see National Guard stationed right around the federal building, which is just down Temple Street here. But as we've moved up Temple, you can see here come more officers moving right behind us down Temple. As we've come up
Dallas
Temple,
too, really.
we haven't seen any National Guard here around City Hall. Again, we did see National Guard guardsmen standing around the federal building, but it looks like law enforcement is trying to push protesters away from that federal building. Up here towards City Hall, they've moved them, and now it looks like they're trying to move them away from City Hall. And right here you can see my photographer Assad here is picking up the line switch. It looks like LAPD is now falling back, and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is now stepping forward to form its own skirmish line here at Spring and Temple. They're obviously well protected. Helmets, visors, bulletproof vests on them. But you have now these two
Is it time for the National Guard? Is it
together,
National Guard
which,
time?
as you know, Mayor Karen Bass and Sheriff Robert Luna said they did not want to help with these federal sweeps that were taking place with the Department of Homeland Security, but they said they will protect the city if these protests turn violent. Mayor Karen Bass all day preaching, we want you to be able to peacefully protest here in the city. We want you to be able to express your First Amendment right, but we don't want this to turn violent. And here we go with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies who are on scene, who are helping.
Yeah, I saw the question, will there be protests or riots next week? Don't think so, not that I've heard. This is the day. This is what it is.
Near City Hall down there, Zach, thank you. You really saw law enforcement seem to really beef up their operations in just the last really half hour. Even in just the last few minutes, you can really highlight all of that as an unlawful assembly you picked up there through the loudspeakers being declared in that area. So we're going to obviously continue to monitor the situation here.
Now, what is Mayor Bass saying
we
right
want to
now?
welcome in our CBS viewers back here as we approach the 6 o'clock hour. A lot going on in downtown LA following the aftermath of those No Kings protests, not just in Southern California, but across.
So, folks, the latest thing that Mayor Karen Bass said, I want you to take a look at this. Mayor Karen Bass posted on Twitter 4 hours ago, LA is strong. This is what peaceful protest looks like. We refuse chaos. So this tweet here from 4 hours ago did not exactly age well. This tweet has ended up not aging well, Mayor Karen Bass. We refuse chaos. Yeah, peaceful protest. Okay, all right, okay.
We're looking at right now, SkyCal, over City Hall. That is the entrance there, but you can see some people pushing back some of these metal barricades. We've seen law enforcement use not only flashbangs as well as tear gas and some of those less than lethal.
Look at them, folks. These protesters, I mean, they're rioters. These rioters here are pushing up barricades. They're trying to build a defensive barricade line. And now the LAPD is firing in flashbangs to disperse them. Look at that. That's nuts. Wow, this is a freaking war zone. Are you seeing this unfold?
We've seen play out for the last maybe hour now, hour and a half.
Yeah, so we are basically, as you said, they're deploying some less than lethal rounds here, both with those flashbangs and tear gas. But our Zach Boedo is actually down there on the ground, and I want to go right to him. Zach, can you see what's happening there by City Hall?
Yeah, as we were talking about a few moments ago, guys, deputies have taken over here at Spring and Temple, and they are not here to mess around. They immediately held firm here at Temple and Spring, and now they've gotten their flashbangs out, and they're shooting them right at protesters who are here in front of City Hall. As the Los Angeles Police Department has now started to fall back. We still have some police officers right here on this line in this, dirt terrain with the plants here, but other than that, the police officers have fallen back. So. You can see sheriff's deputies, here we go again, throwing more less than lethals, going over the top of the protesters. You can see some of the protesters, this girl in the red dress here, who has her hands up. She really seemingly, she's crying and pleading with officers. She doesn't want to be involved in the violence, clearly, but there are other protesters who are masked up and who are welcoming these types of confrontations. Here go the deputies, tear gas. You can see.
So here's my thing, right? I don't want to be arrested or have tear gas shot at me, and so what I decided to do was not go to these riots. I said, you know what? I'm not in the mood to get arrested or beat down by an officer or have flashbangs or tear gas up in my face. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to go to the riots. That is what I chose to do to avoid all of this shit. These people decided not to do that. They decided to go down here. They made a decision on their own, right? They're here because they decided to go there.
Turned what you
just leave. All you have to do is leave. That's it.
They're
right?
now trying to clear people out. An unlawful assembly has been declared, and they are trying to get people to disperse from outside of the Los Angeles City Hall. So again, we have dozens, if not hundreds, of Los Angeles Police Department officers here on scene, and also Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies working in unison to get these protesters back. It looks like there's a couple deputies down, maybe reloading, but the tear gas is coming right at us, guys. I got to throw my goggles and mask back on. We're going to send it back to you.
Coming out, yep.
Zach Boedo live down there near City Hall. Zach, thank you, and seeing swift movement in that regard, trying to push the crowds out. Let's get over to Tom Waite really quickly here, because Tom, earlier when we last checked in with you, we saw that heavy confluence of officers. Is there still a large presence around you, or what are you seeing?
Yeah, so I am in Gloria Molina Plaza right now. This is just, we're off Broadway, and I think we're looking at a different angle of what Zach was seeing. We're seeing the crowd sort of dispersing. We hear all those flashbangs. We see some of that, what looked like tear gas. I don't know if it was smoke or tear gas. Yeah, we can see. Now, those are fireworks, I think. That might be from the crowd. We saw a lot of that last week, which you can see people are now moving, and obviously that sound can scare a lot of people because you might think it's a gunshot. But yeah, you can see people are moving up and out of the area through the plaza here, and I think this is obviously very deliberate to get people to move this way to the...
Let's be thankful that no one has actually been shot. Think about how much of a conflict and this is, and how combative this entire situation is. Nobody has been shot. Think about that. An officer, random civilian, random rioter out here. Nobody has been killed. Nobody has been shot. That is almost astounding. That has not happened.
Government buildings and things like that. So yeah, right now it's a pretty orderly dispersal.
They caught the Vance guy, really? Did they?
A pretty orderly dispersal of people as they kind of move out of this area. Obviously, there's still a lot of people lingering, but the sort of methodical tactics by police to get people to move out and thin out the crowd seems to be fairly effective. Although there is still a lot of, there are a lot of people here, but there's not nearly the sheer numbers that we've seen. I don't think those are, I believe, are fireworks. And the more that happens, the more there is a response from police and deputies.
Tom, now law enforcement has said they have seen some of those fireworks, but I believe what we're seeing, because we're seeing it from SkyCal, is law enforcement using maybe those less than lethals. You're right.
I don't see that they caught him anyway.
They're kind of making that flash that look like a firework. But law enforcement has said that officers have taken some commercial-grade fireworks thrown at them. They say crowds are throwing rocks, bottles, different things at law enforcement currently at this hour.
And that's something that, even going back to earlier today and going over the past week or so, is something law enforcement has repeated incessantly, that that's something they're not going to tolerate. Hence why you see the actions that they're taking in order to disperse these crowds. And Tom, even from our vantage point from SkyCal, we right there near the park,
Bring in the killdozer.
See people just kind of scattering all over. And as we inch closer and closer to this curfew at 8 o'clock, this is really sort of when things start to, I guess for lack of a better word.
Yeah, folks, real quick, I don't see anything going on with Israel or Iran right now. If something happens, if missiles are flying, I will show you. But I think all eyes are, you know what? Probably Iran stopped sending missiles so that they could watch my stream and all of these crazy people go crazy in Los Angeles. So honestly, dude, I would bet that leader Khamenei is actually tuning into my stream right now. He's too busy watching all the chaos in Los Angeles to fire ballistic missiles at Israel. He's too busy watching this. This is nuts, okay?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, that...
They're
so we're just
taking
on the
a
other
break.
side of where Zach is. And from this angle, it just looks like, you know, they're moving more and more people out and then putting barriers up. And again, a very methodical tactic that they've used any number of times. And right now, I don't know, some of these barriers, it looks like some of the protesters or people in the crowd are now taking these barriers and moving them into the middle of Gloria Molina Plaza here. So I don't know what police will do now, but you can see there are many officers and deputies in this area, and they continue to add more and more numbers. They're just flooding the zone, and they'll continue to do that, as I think, Gio, you were talking about, maybe Zach as well, as we push toward the curfew hour. There are a number of people here that are just kind of like lingering and curious and watching, but then, you know, you see the actions taken with the flashbangs and whatever other devices they're using, whether it's smoke or pepper spray or tear gas, and then of course that tends to disperse the crowd even further. Now, again, we're seeing these barriers being moved around. I don't know, you know, if that's going to provoke a law enforcement.
What the LAPD right now is successful though. Like you can see, so they have pushed the rioters past this intersection here, right in front of the federal building, which is where they're at. And so some of them dispersed onto that field, others dispersed further down the road in front of where the police officers are now. So they have effectively broken the rioters up into two different groups, which is exactly what they want to do. They want to break up this massive group of people into smaller, tinier, more manageable groups. So they've already divided them in two, and now the game is keep on dividing, divide, until they can either make arrests or until people are so divided that they just kind of peel off and go home, right? So who's winning right now? I think the LAPD is running the show. These rioters, they got nothing on the LAPD.
Even though we're 2 hours from curfew,
that is true.
It is that unlawful assembly that was or has been ordered in different parts of the Civic Center of downtown LA. Mark called them pretty much like rolling dispersal orders. So wherever law enforcement is going, they pretty much are telling the crowds, hey, if you're standing in front of us, this is an unlawful assembly. This is a dispersal order, which means we can use less than lethal tactics to get you out of here.
Yeah, that's right. And so what we're seeing here is, as you mentioned, that rolling dispersal order, because this is where the First Amendment expression, the freedom of speech expression, comes to an end after an assembly has been declared unlawful. And that could be for several different reasons. Usually the two primary reasons are there's some kind of physical violence or there's property damage. Those are the two primary reasons why any law enforcement agency in Southern California would have reason to declare an unlawful assembly. The other times that we have seen unlawful assemblies declared is when groups of protesters enter extremely dangerous areas, like, say, for instance, freeways, like we've seen the 101 or the 110 freeway, or train tracks also are an issue. Another issue is the possibility of protesters entering government buildings or very important buildings such as like the airport. If we ever saw protesters going into the airport like LAX or Burbank Airport, that would usually be declared an unlawful assembly, as because of the civic disruption there happening would just be too extreme And of course, entering places like City Hall or entering places like federal property, that could be an automatic unlawful assembly as well. Now, if you come out to my screen, I'm going to give you sort of a tactical idea of where this is happening. What we're seeing here is downtown LA. First, I'll zoom out. This will give you a bird's eye view. Let's go right in here to City Hall, where we have seen most of the action earlier took place here along Temple Street. This is where we saw LA County Sheriff's deputies deploy tear gas here and here. Now, since then, we have seen the protesters being pushed on both sides of City Hall. The one on the east side made it all the way down here. LAPD formed a skirmish line right there, but there was a very large group of protesters. That's what we have been seeing for about the last 20 minutes, going in this direction through Gloria Molina Grand Park and south on Spring. Now, it's these protesters that they are mostly concerned with, because this group is very large, and it's unclear right now which direction they hope these protesters ultimately will go in. If they head in this direction, they're going to head towards the financial district. If they head in this direction, they're going to head towards the commercial district. But it appears LAPD and LA County Sheriffs are hoping that they do go to the south. Why? There are less government buildings in that direction. Most of the government buildings are here in the northeast part of downtown LA, and they are particularly concerned about issues regarding the National Guard and anything else that is happening in the northeast corner. Of course, we also have this issue, which is the 101 freeway, and they definitely don't want people going on the 101. So we have seen LAPD and LA County Sheriffs all along these off-ramps here and on-ramps blocking exits there. So right now, what we're seeing here in the lower left-hand portion of your screen, if we can go to that full, these are LA County Sheriff's deputies from that Sheriff's response team. They are assisting LAPD with their tactical gear, and it's this kind of action that we are probably going to see for the next 30 or 40 minutes. These skirmish lines, flashbangs, and tear gas as protesters refuse to disperse. There are continuous announcements over loudspeakers that say this is an unlawful assembly, you must leave the area. They always want to provide exit routes for these protesters to leave. Very likely that is to the south, possibly to the west. But going north into the east, back towards City Hall, is not going to be an option for anyone who wants to leave this afternoon.
And that's the moment. As you're speaking here, Mark, they are pushing
we're pushing out again
there towards the protesters that do remain right in front of City Hall, using more, some of those less than lethals right there.
Antifa press
I'm sure some
secretary
of those flashbangs as well. We're seeing shot into the sky
with the
there.
$49.99.
We do want to get out to our Joy Benedict at some point here in the next few seconds, where I think it's important to note as we turn to Joy that she's been down there since 8:30 in the morning and has made repeated notes and important notes that this has not been the scene all day.
Thank you very
that
much,
it's
John. I appreciate
been mostly peaceful protests up until things started to take this turn. But Joy, I think that's worth repeating here, right? Because you've seen it front and center all day.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. I mean, we had 8 hours of a very calm, peaceful demonstration by tens of thousands of people who were here downtown. I want to show you where we are right now, though. We are in front of City Hall, as many people are, but we're on the opposite side. You can still see a little bit of that lingering smoke over there. That's where we just saw the smoke bombs, I guess you could call them, or the smoke gas that had gone into the air there to try and disperse that crowd. And so we did see a few people now heading this direction. But this particular...
Like this old dude here, it's like, dude, just leave. All you have to do is turn around and walk that way. If anybody that is here that does not want to be here, all you got to do is look at the cops, turn around 180 degrees, and then walk that way. Just walk the opposite way. All these people that are like, I don't know where I am. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. All you have to do is walk away. All you have to do is leave. It's not confusing. Just walk away from the police. That's it. That is all. You're not a victim of anything other than your own stupidity.
Of people descended on downtown, marching from the steps of City Hall.
United will never be divided.
With one similar voice.
The alarm clock of fascism rings, and we got to be there to wake up and answer it.
Okay.
It's the No Kings National Day of Defiance.
Alex, thank you. Thank you,
brought
Alex.
more than 20,000 people to the streets, many chanting words we can't share, holding signs we won't show you. But that doesn't mean you can't read between the lines.
We're not going to kneel over and take this stuff. This is what defines us as a generation, as a people.
As most here are upset about President Trump and his policies, challenging what they hold dear.
Most immediately is
I'm only seeing the woke and the bought and paid for insurgents. Where are the illegals? I think it is a mistake to assume that there are not illegals in this crowd. I don't agree. I think there are illegal aliens in this crowd. Absolutely. Also, folks, this is something that's very important to remember. Most certainly there are some paid agitators in this crowd that have been paid by various radically progressive NGOs, $200 a day, whatever. Those people are out there, no doubt. That is the truth. The vast majority of these people are not paid to be here. The vast majority of these people are genuinely far-left radical progressives that hate you and hate this country and hate the American way of life, and illegal aliens that have invaded the country as a consequence of the radically progressive open border ideology, and they are out here trying to push back against this because they don't want to get deported and they don't want their friends and family to be deported, all of whom are here illegally. Listen, I want to be very careful. This idea that everybody out here is being paid, I think it actually obfuscates from the danger that we are in. These people are real. These people that have these radically progressives are real. The illegal alien threat is real. Our country has been invaded. We are an occupied nation. This is a real threat. This is a serious problem. These people exist. They are in the country. It's not all pretend. They're not all being paid to be here. The vast majority of them are actually genuinely, sincerely, radically progressive ideologues that hate you and hate the country, and they're illegal alien collaborators, okay? Most of these people, the vast majority, are not paid. They are actually like this. They are like this. This is who they are. You need to understand that. That is the reality.
I bet they are trying to now get those people to come back into a different area, as this is just basically a game of chess, right? You have these agitators that have continued to stay despite the fact that this protest ended many, many hours ago, and you have the police department trying to disperse them, and so it's a game of chess going back and forth. Yes. Oh my goodness. Did you get some of the chemical? Yeah, so did we. Hang in there. Go home.
Yeah,
be
maybe
safe.
you should go home, dumbass.
Yes, no, we've been talking about it.
Yeah, don't
you
care.
guys
Go
hang
home.
in there. Thank you for
and
being
by home,
here.
I mean Mexico.
Yeah.
Go to Mexico.
Oh my goodness. I'm
if you don't
sorry
want tear
went through
gas in
that.
your
Hang in
face,
there.
go to Mexico.
And so you can hear a lot of that as a lot of people who have still stayed down here did have to deal with those chemical irritants as they were putting them out into the crowds, trying to get the crowd to move. But again, it is an unlawful assembly. If you do not need to be downtown.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Hey, thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you.
Yeah, that is what law enforcement is asking people to just leave this area now that it is an unlawful assembly. Joy Benedict, thank you so much. As she mentioned, she's been there since 8:30. You just heard from a host of people that were peacefully protesting for hours during this No Kings protest. 2,000 of these happening nationally, many of them happening in our very own communities, all the way down to South Orange County, up to Ventura County. And at some point, this downtown area near City Hall, right around 4:30, Gio, it took a turn.
Yeah, and
law enforcement started moving in, using their tactics, and then they were saying that some of these protesters were using things like rocks, glass, fireworks.
So it seems like they have pretty effectively broken up this group.
We've seen the movement of law enforcement sort of, go in these flows of sudden bursts.
Thank you, Joshua.
Using those less than lethals and pushing the crowds out, and we've seen that actually work to say pretty successfully now, especially as you get those crowds moving. People have sort of scattered all over the place, and now you see a heavy contingent of law enforcement all over the place. On that, we want to get to our Tom Wade, who's down there in downtown LA, and it looks like you're still in the park there, Tom.
I'm looking for some news updates here.
So we are just in front of City Hall by North Broadway, and you can see the plaza just in front of City Hall, which is Gloria Molina Plaza, is much emptier than it was before, and you can see a very large police presence right outside of City Hall. It's now the barriers that are down there, those were moved by people in the crowd, so it's not clear what the purpose of that was, or if someone was going to move them again. But police do appear ready to move further into the park, and they're also right behind us this as well. Not nearly as many, but there are officers that are just behind us, just on the stairs as you go up to the north toward, I think, Dorothy Chandler Pavilion's up there, but that's kind of that direction over that you're looking at right now. But City Hall is the area here. This was, as Leslie and Gio, you were just saying, just a short time ago, the scene of a lot of loud confrontations between police and the protesters that are lingering here. You saw
scanning
flashbangs going off, less than lethal,
seeing what's going on
tools
here.
being used. I also saw some fireworks being shot from the crowd as well, and so there's just a mix of a lot of different sort of chaotic things that were happening all at once. But right now, a lull in the action, and that is likely because police may be bringing in more people to flush more and more people out of this area to completely break up this crowd, and they've been doing that pretty methodically. Again, all of this happening in just a few blocks of a corner of a pocket of downtown LA. If you walk anywhere 2-3 blocks from here, you would have no idea any of this is even happening. It's very remarkable. Lots of drama here, but if you go pretty much anywhere else in LA outside this, I don't know, 7-8 blocks, 6-7-8 blocks.
I kind of don't believe that. What we saw a couple days ago was, as the riot was unfolding, all of the police in LA are occupied dealing with the riot. There was looting, mass looting going on pretty much everywhere else in the city, because you have a bunch of hoodlums that are saying, they're thinking, if I break into this gas station or this 7-Eleven, whatever, there won't be any police to show up and stop me because all of the police are busy dealing with the riot. So what does that mean? I am free to break into businesses and steal everything I want. That's what we saw a couple days ago. I would imagine that is happening right this very moment. Because we saw that probably 5-6 days ago.
Well, Gio, Leslie, for people who don't know this area, we're on the steps of City Hall, and Tom Waite is just over here to our left at Gloria Molina Grand Park. That's where he was just talking to you from. You can see sheriff's deputies and LAPD officers trying to get protesters back that way. But if you look in the distance, as Tom mentioned, there are LAPD officers also on the steps there behind Broadway, looking like they're starting to block protesters in Gloria Molina Grand Park. And this is really interesting because Mayor Karen Bass was here with lawmakers, local lawmakers, this week here at City Hall and at Gloria Molina Grand Park, telling people to...
Okay, we're going to keep watching this, keep paying attention. I'm going to take a look around and see what's going on in other cities right now. I'm going to look at Seattle, Philadelphia, Chicago, New York. I'll take a look. Someone said Dallas. I'm going to do a comprehensive sweep here, so give me one moment, folks.
At Gloria Molina Grand Park. If we turn here to our left, you can see LA Sheriff's deputies again here on Spring Street pushing protesters toward First Street. But here's the thing. There's LAPD officers on First Street now, trying to push protesters back here on Spring toward Temple.
Looking around
so
town.
They're starting to push the protesters back in. Again, we know this is an unlawful assembly. They've ordered these people to disperse, but they have not. We have sheriff's deputies here with us on the LA City Council, LA City Hall steps. And then over here to our left, there's more deputies and more LAPD officers looking over those protesters as well. But here in the last 15 minutes, I've started to notice that law enforcement officers are now encircling this group of protesters, and it looks like here we go, moving in again. Here comes some more less than lethals.
Uh-oh.
I'll just let the gnat sound kind of take over here. Just listen to this. And now we're seeing protesters run up Gloria Molina Grand Park past this green building here at the park, and they're kind of running back toward that corner. You can see them under the trees there, and I'm not sure if they're able to get past officers who are standing there on Broadway, but it looks like they're trying to go that direction and try to get out of the area now that deputies again are firing some of these flashbangs to try to push them down Spring Street. They're going west down Spring Street. We still have protesters who are deciding to hang out here at Gloria Molina Grand Park, but law enforcement is trying to now move these protesters. There's a lot of graffiti all over the park here. This Gloria Molina Grant Park, which has just recently been upgraded here, and now there's graffiti all over it, all over City Hall here in LA. And there are stickers and posters and deputies, again, using those less lethals, pushing protesters down Spring towards First Street. Guys, and really, it's continued to be a hectic scene as we talked about the ebbs and flows here for this No King's Day rally, which turned into a peaceful protest, which has now turned into a protest that has fireworks, has tear gas, has flashbangs, and those pepper balls that are being shot at protesters, guys.
Yeah. Zach, yeah, this is a repeated cycle we're seeing right now through the streets of near City Hall. Is that if you heard while Zach was speaking, there was that unlawful assembly being declared. The speaker, you could hear them, law enforcement declaring that, and then the moment that ends, they then start to move in. They deploy the less than lethal. They deploy the gases as well, and then they clear that area and continue to move forward.
You're starting to see fewer and fewer protesters just sort of scattered around based on our live shots, and a lot more officers on the left side of your screen.
I wish we had an aerial view. I wonder if these protesters are planning on kind of falling back and recoalescing and then doing it again. Right, because it is true right now the protesters have been split up into at least 2 groups, maybe more than that. They're falling back south and west, I think they said. But will they coalesce at a different spot and then do it again? Wouldn't be surprised. We got to find out.
What they are doing is they're trying to corral them here in the middle, and they're about to start detaining them. We saw the Los Angeles Police Department show up and with dozens of people.
Are they pushing back in? Look at that.
Basically, you know, the plastic zip ties that they use to detain people, and I can bet you that's what they're about to do over here on this corner. This is Spring and First Street is where we're walking towards. And so at this point, they have basically all 4 corners of the intersection roped off to people. And so you can tell that they're going to start detaining people here in this area. So that's what they're about to start doing. They're trying to prevent more protesters from coming into this intersection so that they can, in fact, detain them. This has been declared an unlawful assembly. It was declared an unlawful assembly quite a while ago.
Yeah, like 2 hours ago.
And so they have been slowly moving the protesters into the same location in hopes of being able to detain them and get those who aren't dispersed into custody of some kind. Now, if you look over there, you can see some folks are trying to hop that fence. You see they're trying to hop that fence into that area that's been fenced off for quite some time.
I would imagine many of these people are quite accustomed to hopping fences. I would speculate that's how they actually got in the country in the first place.
Matter, but this is all just the Los Angeles Police Department, as we've been talking about, playing this game of chess as they're trying to alienate the agitators, the ones that sometimes come here strictly to get arrested, away from the protesters who continue to be lingering behind what was a very peaceful day. So you do have a few of those, and then you have the agitators. It's the agitators that they're trying to arrest, the ones that are throwing things at the officers that have come here simply to be difficult. And we know who they are, and I think I can make that assumption very clearly by some of the actions that you've seen. They've come with that stuff. If you look over to the right-hand side, they're trying to get us to push back a little bit. If you look over to the right-hand side, that's where the Sheriff's Department is. So they're asking us all to stay back a little bit. Obviously, it's hard for the police department when you have this many people to determine who's the media, who's not the media. So we're all just going to hang back a little bit and let them do their job that they are trained to do, which is try and detain some of these agitators that have been causing problems for a couple of hours now.
That one's too fat to hop the fence.
We have seen so many problems this week. We had multiple businesses that were vandalized. We have graffiti all over downtown.
Back to him.
It has been a lot of difficult situations for folks who live, work, and have businesses here in this community.
A couple too many
and so they are doing
there.
their best to make sure that doesn't happen again tonight. We are an hour and a half away from the curfew that was enacted several days ago. So we already have an unlawful assembly. At that point, we're going to have a curfew violation also at 8 p.m. And that's when you can see everybody will be, in fact, taken into custody, whether they are arrested and charged or just taken into custody and detained. That remains to be seen, depending on what the police department wants to do and how they want to handle them, and also what their violation may have been. But again, a very strong presence by the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and some National Guard members that we saw. They've really also been making a good use of their mounted units today to disperse this crowd. I mean, it was so heart-stopping earlier in the week when we saw firecrackers being shown at the Los Angeles Police Department horses. We certainly don't want to see anything like that happen again. And so they are really trying to use what I like to call controlled chaos, as the police department knows exactly what they're doing right now, and that is trying to get this crowd to disperse.
Joy Benedict, we will
it's actually depressing.
Here,
Some of them actually just cannot do it.
On Channel 2. Continue our coverage on
They
Channel
just
9.
cannot do it.
And as we continue that coverage, Joy, you know, you made a good point earlier about how, you know, a lot of this is trying to move the crowds that have
I don't know where they're going
here,
across
but not
the
push
fence,
them
but
to the
they're
point
trying
of
to go
getting
that way.
into a business district or anywhere where they could cause even more mayhem. That's been obviously a concern of law enforcement and local leaders throughout the week, and of course business owners as well. And now, in terms of cornering off here, I mean, we were just looking at the folks climbing over that fence. It really does seem like law enforcement has, you know, upped the ante a little bit here and started to really do their best to corral everyone and overwhelm anybody who's still lingering in that area.
Look at the bottom camera here, right below me.
I mean,
there are
exactly
still so many people,
right. I like
so
to call
many
it
people out there.
Chaos, because on the ground it may look a little chaotic. People running, flashbangs, smoke.
You don't even really see it, but God,
the
that's so many
irritants
people.
that go into the air that pepper your eyes and make your eyes water, but they know exactly what they're doing. They are trained for this. They have planned for this. They have had a plan all day long. They probably knew the exact time they were going to start moving everybody back. And once we reached that time, well, they did exactly what they are trained to do, which is try and corral this crowd into an area that they feel is the safest for the ones that are refusing to leave. So folks have had plenty of notice now. We're going on 2 hours that they've started to disperse this crowd. So you have had time to get to your car. And
okay, real quick, I do want to say, while we have over 13,000 people here, if you are not subscribed to the channel, please make sure to subscribe. That helps a ton. Thank you very much. Also, real quick, I do want to say, if you have not followed on Twitter yet, that does help a lot. In fact, here's a link to the Twitter page. And with that being said, I will turn the audio back up.
And City Hall is, you're not going to see that there's any problems going on downtown, and I guess that's what we want, right? So we are focusing
I want to find aerial footage.
We have a lot of staff and reporters here in this particular area, but the rest of downtown is running as smoothly and as expected on a Saturday night.
Joy Benedict reporting live for us. We'll check in with you in just a moment, but we do have Sheriff Robert Luna on the line with us. Sheriff Luna, this is Leslie you're speaking to, and Gio, can you hear me?
I don't see that.
Leslie and Gio, good to be on with you.
So we know right around 4:30 things took a turn. All day things had been peaceful since about 8:30 a.m. What happened?
You're exactly right. The entire day was very peaceful. You had a lot of folks out, families, dogs.
We got it.
Everybody was doing great until about
splendid.
4-ish, right before 4, right after 4. You started getting these individuals, these agitators who started to attack police officers. As always, police will always give an announcement, and individuals, not the whole group, obviously went a different direction.
Rebecca
and
Gillen,
that's what you
thank
see
you.
Now, which
Thank
I think
you very
is
much. I
very
appreciate that. Thank
because,
you, thank you.
It wasn't reflective of the great people who were out here peacefully demonstrating and protesting. That's, what we're all about.
It's hard to say how crazy things are going to get tonight. It's hard to say, man.
Come here with their intent.
LA has been going hard for the last week.
Deputy sheriffs, police officers, and destroy property.
You mentioned
we were watching people. A small little riot probably 3 days ago. People were after it got dark, they were looting and breaking into stores, and then they ended up getting swarmed by police and kenneled or corralled up and arrested. We saw that maybe 3 nights ago.
I doubt there are numbers, but what is the plan in terms of addressing this current situation as we approach the curfew, which is when we tend to see things sort of start quote unquote, calming down a little bit?
Yeah, so first of all, we're in unified command with the LAPD and the California Highway Patrol. What that basically means is we are collectively making decisions, but LAPD is in the lead because it's happening in this square mile area inside the city of Los Angeles. So they will be making specific decisions. We will be assisting them as the Sheriff's Department and CHP to make sure that we clear out the area to make it safe so that we can try and bring everything back to normal. And realistically,
looking for updates here.
In the process, try and arrest as many people. Not that we're protesting and demonstrating. I think I've laid that out very clear, that there's a very clear distinction. It's arresting the individuals that are causing the problems, the ones attacking officers and involved in the destruction of property.
Yeah, and you, along with the mayor, along with LAPD Police Chief McDonald, all came out. You held several press conferences saying there was going to be
reports indicate that Ronald McDonald is on the ground.
Agitators.
The Burger King is
really
inbound.
Go from what it was earlier today to this. Just your thoughts as a sheriff who's been monitoring this.
Yeah, my first thought is sadness because there's a lot of very good people that came out to protest a very legitimate cause, to send a very good message, and these individuals committing crime.
So, folks, by the way, in Iran, it is now sunrise. The night is over. It's getting light in Iran. What we've seen for the last 2 days, this is Tehran right now. Tehran in Iran. This is the capital. As you can see, a little Israeli strike there. But anyway, what we've seen over the last couple days is that every time the sun rises, that's when bombing starts picking back up again. There's always kind of a little bit of a reprieve, 3 a.m. to 6 or 7 a.m. Now it's 7 a.m., about something like that, 6 a.m. Now, in Iran and Israel, I would expect things to kind of pick up in pace after being pretty mellow for the last couple hours. So we will be covering that as well. We'll be keeping tabs on that.
Individuals that are just creating this chaos through criminal activity is 100% unacceptable.
And it sounds like it's worth repeating as well, because obviously speaking to that fear and anxiety when you're looking and watching, from home
East
or from
Tennessee
elsewhere,
Patriot.
you see all of this heavy activity. You see hundreds of sheriff's deputies, of LAPD officers, of CHP, all congregated in downtown. It could seem to paint the picture that this is happening everywhere else as well. But it sounds like you're making it clear once again, as you have before, that this is just isolated to one particular area, that the rest of Southern California, for the most part, really, it can go about their days as normal, that this is just really isolated to, a few agitators that are wanting to make a scene, and that you guys are handling it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. This is about a 1 square mile area. It's been the same area every night.
1 square
The target
mile.
seems to be that federal complex.
Oh, look at that arrest
right
down
adjacent
below.
to the 101 freeway. And just so the viewers
Locking
know,
him
we
up.
have
Lock him
handled
up.
other protests, not only this week, but throughout today. In other parts of LA County, we're monitoring other protests in adjacent counties. To date, and that could change as it gets dark, almost all of them have been peaceful, which is what we want to see. That is what gives that strong, or gets that strong message across. So our goal is to assist the LAPD. I give a lot of kudos to Chief Jim McDonald and the LAPD. I think they've been doing a great job.
So we got to see what happens. We're at a little bit of a standstill here.
And other law enforcement agencies.
Now, as we are watching these riots and protests unfold, we are seeing, what in the hell? Bottom left. What in the hell?
The other 44 agencies. I'm communicating.
This woman looks like a goddamn Dark Souls video game character. What the hell?
If I'm not affected, I'm a resource to you. I'm ready to come in and help.
Okay,
and
anyway.
We have a lot of people and ready,
reserved,
staged, ready to.
What I was saying, I apologize. What I was saying was that as these riots have been unfolding, we've been seeing a lot of Mexican flags. We've been seeing a lot of Palestinian flags. We've been seeing a lot of gay flags because it's gay month. And so I am just kind of assuming that everybody out here on the streets, I'm assuming everybody out here is a gay Palestinian Mexican. That's kind of my immediate assumption.
Getting into specifics about exact deployment, I can tell your viewers this. The only time our deputy sheriffs are utilizing that less lethal weapons is when they are being attacked or others are being attacked. They're not just using it indiscriminately. If you sometimes the video doesn't show it, but you have individuals launching the craziest things at them, from pyrotechnics to Molotov cocktails, almost anything you can think of. And a lot of these groups are actually bringing, for example, these long pipes where they're launching pyrotechnics at our folks. That is dangerous. That's an assault with a deadly weapon. That's a felony.
Well, you want to talk about a felony? Take a look at this. This was spotted at Los Angeles No Kings protest earlier today. Wanted Donald Trump. Wanted for perversions of the United States. Look at that. Guess who else? J.D. Vance. Wanted J.D. Vance. These people are inciting violence. These people want violence. That's why they're out here. They know exactly what they're doing. They are just egging on some insane, violent, radical progressive or illegal alien to do something to try to get violent and make something terrible happen. This is popping up. It's stuff like this. We had 2 politicians get assassinated earlier today, less than 24 hours ago. The assassin, he had a bunch of these No Kings flyers in his car also. These people are violent. Our country has been invaded. Genuinely. Let there be no confusion.
Because I've talked to D.A. Hockman, and he's not
That's
messing
what this
around
is all
with
about.
This, and it's going to cost you money, time, and effort. It's not worth it. Go home for tonight. Let us clean this area out, and we hopefully our peaceful protesters will come out tomorrow again to send that positive message they've been trying to send. If your viewers look at a lot of what is happening on your TV screens now, these are people who are refusing to leave. A lot of them have masks on. A lot of them have umbrellas on or umbrellas out, which are used to propel a lot of our less lethal munitions. They are equipped to fight the police. That is not acceptable. That's something we have to deal with. And
they
that's
brought all
what
the
you
tactical
see,
gear to do so.
As the LA County Sheriff's Department, CHP, and the LAPD doing right now.
LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, thank you so much for giving us a few minutes of your time.
The No Kings protest is pretty much elder abuse. It's a bunch of old women tricked by CNN into standing out, doing nothing on a Saturday afternoon, yelling at police officers. Is that true? Is that pretty much what this is? This is elderly abuse. It's a bunch of old women that have been deceived by CNN and MSNBC into yelling at police officers on a Saturday afternoon. I think that pretty much is what this is, yeah.
If you stay, this is an
in
unlawful
large
assembly,
part.
so
Not entirely, of course, but a lot of them.
Regard. But this, again, happening in a small section of downtown Los Angeles, near the Civic Center area. I believe what we're looking at may be closer to LAPD here, or I know we're on Broadway here. Yep. Can't make out the other street we're on. But again, this is near the Civic Center area, near City Hall. We're talking LAPD Metro headquarters. They've been able to keep protesters
Isle of
away
Kyle.
from the
thank you.
building,
Watching from South Carolina. Great coverage.
This all coming after
worried about everywhere when it gets dark.
Yeah,
that's a good worry. That's a fair worry. I agree with you.
By people at the No Kings
I feel the same way.
March. Yeah, you just saw someone being taken away. It looks like that they were being helped by law enforcement. Couldn't make out who they were, but they were limping.
And you see here on First and Second, just up First and Second. I know Mark Lou's at the desk, keeping an eye on things as well as you take a look at this video. Here's someone seemingly hurt, maybe a rolled ankle or such, at least.
Probably sprained his ankle trying to hop over that damn fence.
We've seen, just in the last hour, really, the emphasis by law enforcement of getting in there and pushing the crowds out, and it really seems like they have an upper hand on this and in terms of getting folks dispersed. Just the sheer number of sheriff's deputies and officers is a lot right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So there's a couple of things that have come up in the last about 40 minutes or so. I've been listening to the radio traffic here, the unified command between LAPD and the LA County Sheriff's Department, and also that great interview with Sheriff Luna. So they have determined that the exit route for all protesters will now be to the south. They will no longer be pushing people to the west or to the east. The primary exit route for all protesters is to go to the south. The second.
And real quick, curfew in Los Angeles goes into effect in 1 hour and 16 minutes exactly.
Except for the fact that now the perimeter that LAPD and LA County sheriffs have to maintain is getting larger and larger. And there are some concerns that around the edges of this perimeter that they are seeing some protesters try to double back and get behind police lines. Now, if our director can come out to my screen, I'm going to show you on the map where this is happening. It still continues to be in the far northeast corner of downtown LA. And if we have that ability, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in and show you this map here. So what we are seeing here, the first major landmark that I want to talk about here is LA City Hall. Now that has been a source of a lot of the protesters' targets today. We've seen them go down this direction. There was pepper spray here and here. Those protesters then went down in this direction. Now what we're seeing here now is a large majority of protesters went to the west through Grant Park and then down this way. And then we also saw protesters go to the south here. Now, the problem was at 2nd and Broadway and 1st and Broadway. These two locations is where we had some more rocks and bottles issues. And that's where we now see skirmish lines in the form of here and also over here. So the other thing that LAPD is concerned about is, I'm going to zoom in right here, is this.
Speaking about propagandized grandmas, let me take a look at this.
I'm just so scared. I'm 74 years old. I worry about everything, and I just am so scared and upset, and I don't understand why people voted for this person.
This woman is a victim of far-left, radically progressive CNN, MSNBC propaganda. Like, this woman's entire perception of reality has been distorted by all of this far-left propaganda that is being pumped out nonstop.
Peacefully as we head closer and closer to the curfew, which is going to take place right in this area in about an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, and you're looking at that crowd, Gio, and you can make out that it is maybe close to 100 people, maybe give or take. Not as big as we've definitely seen in the past, definitely thinning out. But at this point, LAPD continues to tell us, and you heard from the sheriff, that there are a few agitators in this group that remains that continue to throw fireworks at officers, concrete at officers, just glass. So the situation still remains one where law enforcement is going to continue to call for an unlawful assembly, use less lethal. The sheriff said that his department will not use less lethal unless they are being attacked.
And that's going to be the interesting thing to see as we start to approach that curfew hour, because what we've noticed in just this past week when the curfew was first instituted, and then we were keeping an eye on downtown from the 8 o'clock hour and then into the rest of the evening, I mean, crowds really started to dissipate. Now, granted, on the one hand, those are weeknights, those are school nights, work nights, etc. As you take a live look there on the left side of your screen, another row or collection of LAPD officers moving seemingly toward that crowd. This is the largest congregation that we are keeping an eye on at the moment, it seems, the number of flags and banners. So then on the other hand, it comes to the point of seeing how this turns into a weekend, because we know certainly people have more time. It's a Saturday night as opposed to a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday night, Thursday night.
9 hours.
There's that on top of the fact that we've seen such an outward push by LAPD, by sheriff's deputies, by law enforcement here in downtown with vehicles as well. I mean, it's not just officers in their tactical gear. It is vehicles directly behind them. It's the mounted unit as well. I mean, there has been no shortage of officers pushing these crowds out and using those less than lethals to clear them out from locations. But to Mark's point, then
look at how many of them are out there still.
Situation where the perimeter
Look at
becomes
all of
a little
those
bit more
people
difficult to
still
maintain.
down there.
Perhaps folks are circling back. So the hope there is that people finally get the message and start dispersing, and then the thinning out then really starts to settle the crowd down. But that is going to be the number one thing we keep an eye on in this next hour and 10 minutes as we get to the 8 o'clock curfew, when things start getting dark, because then, of course, going back to our earlier notes, is that when things get dark, that's when certain situations start to escalate, as right now you see another group of LAPD officers start to have some pep in their step and move toward looks like the crowd. I'm trying to get a marker there,
hey,
but
I want to
no
see
shortage.
what's going on.
I mean, that's First Street there.
In Israel,
no shortage of
around.
officers at all. I mean, they certainly outnumber protesters by a heavy amount at this moment in downtown LA.
Yeah, at least that's how we're viewing it from our vantage point here. But yeah, that is an army of LAPD officers who have been preparing for this for several days. Not only have many been engaged in situations like this for the last week, but we know LAPD now in unified command with CHP as well as the Sheriff's Department all working together right now. LAPD, the lead agency on this.
Portland, let me take a look.
Make out.
I'm going to check some other cities right now, see what's going on around the country.
Just like an army of LAPD officers. And in front of them, there are still some of these protesters who have decided to linger around. You can see many of the people on the front lines here holding up signs and pushing back as LAPD and officials are pushing forward.
Yeah, and even though you're not seeing, based on this camera view right now, these protesters really engaging with officers in the sense of throwing things at them, Joy, it is worth mentioning again, this unlawful assembly has been declared, so these folks are being told to leave right now. Your First Amendment right to protest in this case does not apply. They're going to push them out one way or the other.
Yeah, that's right. We are live here with the police department as they are trying to push people back. We're on First Street, or I should say just west of First and Broadway right now. And so they've been allowing us to get closer and closer every time that they move. In front of about I'd say 50 or so, maybe up to 100 officers in front of us are a small group of protesters. And those are the ones they're trying to corner together, that they will be detained.
You know, it's like I'm sure that there is crazy stuff happening elsewhere, but we might not have a stream of it, you know? So I'm looking Portland, Seattle, Denver, Chicago. I just don't really see any good streams of anything happening. I think this is probably the most exciting thing happening that we have a live broadcast feed of.
What's behind us? I'm sorry. Oh, I see. They're bringing some more officers in from the left-hand side.
Look at all of those cops.
They get us through, so they were telling us to pause for a second.
That is so many officers. They're basically allowing us to be on
the sidewalk as they are advancing forward, trying to disperse the crowd in what I like to call the game of chess, as they're trying to get everyone to disperse. It's a little bit of what I like to also refer to as organized chaos, because although it may look a little chaotic for the protesters and the demonstrators who have been out here, this is a very well-planned and now executed attempt to disperse the crowd once things became unruly. We've been talking about the time frames. It is almost 7 o'clock. That means we are an hour away from what is be considered curfew, and we are already into an unlawful assembly that has been declared here in the area. So from where we are standing on the Broadway and First area, as we have been moving from City Hall
is the same thing that
to
we have
this
here,
area,
pretty much.
then that is what you are seeing. It's just a waiting game at this point, who's going to leave and who's going to stick around to get arrested, as many people are doing this just simply because they know that's coming and they want that to be their mark on history. That's what we see every time we have demonstrations like this. We have a lot of very passionate people. You also have a lot of people who are just simply here.
Liberals that leave liberal cities for safety and community then don't reflect and change their values and have the audacity to push policies they fled from truly disgust me. Yeah, no, I think for many liberals, there is a complete detach from the way that they vote and the deterioration of living standards in the area that they live. completely refuse to acknowledge that the reason why their town is crumbling and falling apart and deteriorating is because of the way that they vote and the people that they elect and the policies that they support. There is a complete and total disconnect there. And they just wake up one day and say, oh man, after voting for progressive politicians and progressive policies for 10 or 15 years, they wake up one day and say, hey man, my town is a shithole. When did this happen? I don't know, whatever. I guess it is what it is. I'm going to move to another town. And then they do the same thing. And then again and again. And they have zero capacity to connect the policies and the politicians to the actual outcome and the deterioration of society. There's zero connection between the two. You're right.
Also starting to push things back. Once the officers felt that things were being thrown at them, that is when they started using those less than lethal tactics that we discussed. Those are the things that you saw with the flashbangs and the chemicals that they were putting in the air. The sheriff's department says it's not tear gas, but more of a chemical irritant, as they don't use tear gas anymore. So they used that. They also used the smoke bombs that you could see as they were trying to get folks to disperse, and you continue to see some agitators throwing things at the officers. Then you also had the sheriff's department that were using, you can see the police department have them as well, the green straps. Those are the less than lethal rubber bullets, as we like to call them. They're pretty big, those are 40 millimeters, so they're about 3 inches long or so when you look at them, and they're projectiles that are used to hit people in their lower legs or so who are not going with the crowd. And so we've been seeing a lot of that throughout the evening since this all started, becoming a little bit more heightened maybe 2.5 hours ago or so. And look at this long line of police cars that are following the officers on foot just to make sure. This is another tactic, right? The police cars are here to make sure that if the crowd gets past the officers, one, they have extra backup, and then also it's harder to get through all of these vehicles. As we continue to move forward, you can also hear some of the chanting of the folks that simply don't want to go. And as I said, many people are here simply to get detained. They are here simply to get arrested. This is part of the plan. If they wanted to leave by now, they have had several hours to do so peacefully. So this is a choice. I'll send it back to you guys.
Joy Benedict, live in downtown LA. Joy, thank you. Yeah, even just in the midst.
I mean, just guys, read the signs. Like, all you have to do is read what they are saying. Just believe them. They say La Raza, Unida. You know, we need to understand what is the root of this cause. Okay, so many people that are out here. Ooh, we're tear gassing again. One of the central messages we hear from these people is that they don't think they have illegally invaded our country. We're talking California specifically, because they think California belongs to Mexico. So they're saying, listen, we're not here illegally because California is Mexico. It is Mexican. Therefore, we can't be illegal. You also see a narrative from these people. They say, no human being is illegal. No one is illegal in this country. Why? Because America was built on stolen land. They have this narrative, this idea of stolen land. And so when you really think about this, no one is illegal, stolen land, that means that they don't even acknowledge, really at a root level, they don't even acknowledge the legitimacy of this country, right? If they're saying we're not allowed to have rules or laws or immigration laws because this idea of stolen land, then what does that really mean? They don't even acknowledge that this is a real country. They don't even acknowledge that this is it's an actual country with laws and legislation and rules that need to be followed. So it must be understood, it must be acknowledged and verbally said, publicly said, these people, they really are a threat to America. Like, that cannot be overstated. And the reason why they are a threat to America is because at a base level, they don't even acknowledge America. They don't even acknowledge that this is a country. Okay? They don't even think it exists. If they had it their way, they would, I don't know what, they would import another 400 or 500 or a billion illegal aliens. These people, they actually have no limit on the amount of people that can be in this country illegally from all over the third world. If it were up to them, they would import every single person from all over the world, and our country would be completely overrun with anybody that wants to be here. Millions and millions, billions and billions. That is the root of their ideology here. I don't know if you guys have ever had this conversation. Anybody that says open borders, come on, nobody is illegal. If you go up and ask them the question, all right, how many people should we take into the country? They don't have a number. The reason why they don't have a number, how many people should we allow into our country, Mr. Open Border Policy guy? Well, I don't know. The reason why they don't know, you know why? It's because there is no number. They actually believe that every single person that shows up at our southern border and wants in, that we should allow in. So if you say, all right, if 500 million people showed up at our southern border, if it were up to you, would we accept every single one of them, all 500 million of them? They would say yes. All of these people out here rioting and protesting, all of these radical progressives, they don't even believe in borders. They don't even believe in countries. They don't think that America has a right to be a country, to be a nation. They don't believe in those things. So it needs to be acknowledged there is no middle ground, okay? With some types of Democrats, we're having conversations. We can actually talk about issues. You can talk about, how many months should a woman be able to have an abortion, or should trans people be able to use bathrooms? Okay, whatever. You can have those conversations, but listen, you need to understand, all of these conversations are predicated on the idea that we have a country, right? If you don't believe that we even have a country, then nothing else matters. All of these ideas, how should we handle the national debt? How should we handle the deficit? Abortions, death penalty, whatever else. I don't know. How should we, fund our public school systems? All of these different issues that we debate over here in America, all of these conversations are predicated on the idea, on the agreement, on the foundational agreement that we have a country in the first place. These people that are out here marching in the streets, this is not a simple policy disagreement. They don't even acknowledge that we have a nation. Do you understand? There is no conversation that can be had, because the first, most fundamental, foundational, thing that must be acknowledged, the existence of the country, they don't even acknowledge that. So this is a very, very subversive ideology, subversive group of people that are out here, and this is why it's so important that this stuff needs to be stopped. These people need to be deported. It has to be shut down. That's why. It's got to be shut down. It seems like we lost our live stream here. I'm going to have to find another one.
States, unfortunately, here in Los Angeles,
give me one moment here.
This protest has deteriorated as the LAPD says outside agitators moved in, hijacking both the protest and the message. At 4:30, LAPD officers reported bottles and bricks being thrown at them. They began deploying tear gas, pepper spray to try to get the protesters away from the area, and it has basically deteriorated since then, with hundreds of people refusing to leave, even though there is a dispersal order in effect. Mario?
Yeah, and what we're seeing is zip ties here. Some of the officers armed with zip ties, so that'll.
Hey, Cats Rule, thank you very much. Thank you very much for tuning in, and thank you for that super chat.
Into the night. And I don't know if you guys
thank you very much.
At all maybe heard or received yourselves, but I just got an emergency alert, a public safety alert on my phone, and it's from the city, and it reads: the city of Los Angeles has declared a curfew is in place from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. for downtown LA. The 10 to west, to the 5 to the 10 south. Those are the boundaries, as well as those traveling to and from work.
Wow, folks, I actually have breaking news. This is going to blow your mind. President Trump has started placing ICE drop boxes all over the country. If you apprehend an illegal alien, you can take them to the ICE drop box, put them inside, leave them there, and then they will be deported out of the country. Now we have ICE drop boxes. Impressive.
To everyone's phone here in the downtown area as we're continuing to see this group
good policy.
Being pushed.
New executive order.
They've been stationed here at Broadway and 2nd for a few minutes, but they continue to be pushed slowly towards 3rd Street, and we continue to hear those flashbangs. The protesters starting to disperse even more from what we saw earlier.
Okay, I need a quick 60-second break here, folks.
There goes another flashbang. We don't see any rubber bullets being fired right now into the crowd, but even in the last 15 minutes or so, the crowd's definitely smaller here than it was, and we started off with hundreds even in the last hour, there were hundreds of people just down the street at City Hall. They moved from First and Temple, and they were moved up to Broadway, and then from Broadway, from First down here to Second, and they continue to be pushed as the numbers are a lot lower than they were even just a short time ago. So it appears that this tactic from the LAPD to clear out the streets here appears to be working as we move into the night here.
And let me give some perspective on that and why these actions, if you were to look at any kind of map of downtown Los Angeles, the major protests, the No Kings protests today was at Grand Park. Well, where's Grand Park? It's right there where City Hall is. It is very close to the federal building. It is close to some of our other businesses that when it comes to government, it's close to the Kenneth Hall of Administration building, your LA County Superior Court. And what it is with this curfew, I'm guessing LAPD wanted to get those people away from City Hall, move that crowd along from Grand Park. Let's take a look at Grand Park earlier in the day, where you saw this show of the LA County Sheriff's Department. Now, we understand law enforcement called for help in that they were taking bottles, rocks, whatever it was there, and you saw the Sheriff's Department in force moving. That's Grand Park right there. You have the LA City Hall behind it there. You have the county building right there as well. With this curfew in place in less than an hour, I'm guessing that goal was to get those people away from First Street.
55 minutes.
Mario shot down to Second.
I need to find a new feed.
That
Looks
puts
like this one is a
at
repeat.
least 3 blocks away from your City Hall building, where people who
got a
want to make
repeat.
a statement of destruction might want to target your government buildings. We see all of the graffiti literally in every shot, on every building, every glass window, as this skirmish line has moved these people along the Grand Park location right there in the big box there, where they had the King's Day, the No Kings protest. That probably is cleared out by now.
No.
All right, we're going to transition you now, and thank you for watching, and now join Fox 11.
Okay.
And it is 7:05. Christine Devine, Gigi Graciette here in the Fox 11 studios as we continue with our coverage of the chaos right now happening in downtown Los Angeles during the No Kings protest. It's been just over...
Dude, this is bad. This feed over here, they added this slightly dusty Mexico filter. You know how in every single Hollywood movie, when you're down in Mexico in the movie, they add this like kind of yellow orange tinted dusty filter to let you know that we're in Mexico now? NBCLA newscast decided to add the Hollywood Mexico filter to the live coverage of Los Angeles. This is bad. That's how you know things are bad. We've got the LA Mexico filter.
Everybody downtown may have gotten this alert on
Not
their cell
good.
phone. A reminder that curfew takes effect at 8 p.m. If you did not know there was a curfew, I would say, where have you been? This has been in effect for several days now in the city of Los Angeles, a 1 square mile area. Anybody watching from out of the country or out of the state, this is not all of LA. We have many, many cities in LA.
That's the problem. The problem is that this is not happening in all of LA. Here's the thing. There are how many illegal aliens in Los Angeles? The problem is we are not going door to door apprehending them and deporting. This should be all of LA. This should be the entire city. This should be the entire country. We got to get these people out of here. The problem is that it is not all of LA. We need the National Guard. Get them out of here. All of them.
Excuse. They've issued that dispersal
We need more
order.
of this.
They've called an unlawful assembly. So LAPD with a huge presence. This shot does not do it justice when you think.
Dude,
of
your
the
dedication is
amount of
unmatched.
LAPD
Been following for several months and hope you keep up the phenomenal work.
They have been able to push this crowd.
By the way, I'm a
about
67-year-old
3
California
blocks.
native.
Came on the air here. I joined Gigi here
I
on the air.
hope the state turns
Mara
around. I
Ramirez
really
on
do.
the
For you, I
ground.
hope
You've
it
been
does.
following
And thank
law
you. And thank you
enforcement
very
along the
much.
way. looks like
And thank you very much. And I hope it does. I think it will. I think it will. I think California will be turned around.
Yeah, we haven't seen any rubber bullets being fired or tear gas
I think it will.
gas being deployed into this much smaller crowd in the last couple of minutes.
And
I'd
thank
say
you.
maybe in the last 5 to 10 minutes. There they go. Once again, we're starting to hear that activity pick up here. This crowd, they came from Grand Park. A lot of them have been pushed from the front of City Hall and pushed into Grand Park.
How many social media Instagram influencers do you think are down here? They show up, they take a couple photos for Instagram. They're standing in front of the police line. They have a couple candid photos taken. They post them on Instagram. Hashtag Mexican. Hashtag riot. Hashtag illegal alien. Hashtag no kings. Hashtag Mexican. On Instagram. I'm an influencer.
To 6 a.m. Residents within the boundaries of that curfew, a 1 square mile area, as well as those traveling to and from work, seeking or giving emergency care, and emergency responders are exempt, but everyone else is breaking that curfew. And we just heard
moving.
LAPD saying, move, move, and they are continuing to move that skirmish line here on Broadway, a little closer to 2nd South, and pushing that remaining crowd towards 3rd Street now. This is near the historic Broadway Metro Station, again at the corner of Broadway and 2nd. Many of the people we spoke to coming in from outside areas, Montebello, Hawthorne, Inglewood, those are just a few of the locations that I was talking to protesters earlier who said they traveled here, some on public transportation because they knew the area here in downtown was going to be gridlocked, and within hours it would be packed with a lot of streets being closed off, which is what we're seeing here. Now, as far as the force from LAPD, we see
Seattle.
a lot of LA County Sheriff's deputies out
Let me take
here,
a look at
not
that.
with the LAPD at the moment, but we've seen that
Let me take a look
activity
at
as
that.
well as National Guard troops making their way through this area. And for the most
And
part,
thank you.
those National Guard troops, they're guarding, they're securing federal property and personnel, and they've also been assisting in these ongoing raids. At least some of them, they were seen, I believe, Thursday in blocking some of the streets where one raid was happening. And as we continue to see, for the most part, police out here, I do want to show you something. Elliot Mendoza behind the camera.
Yeah, we're staying with this.
If he
We're
can
staying
come down
here.
These rubber bullets, a lot of them on the street here. These were being fired at some of the demonstrators. So I was talking to a few earlier who said they were in extreme pain because of it. Obviously, they can cause pain, these less lethal munitions.
Okay, so if you don't want to get shot by a rubber bullet, what is the best way to make sure that you don't get shot by a rubber bullet? You should not be at the riot. You should not go there. You should really just go home. And I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of how I know this works. I have been home all day sitting in this chair, and I have been shot by rubber bullets 0 times today. In fact, let me think about this. Yeah. No, not once today have I been shot by a rubber bullet, and that's because I didn't go to the riot. So that's how I know that this plan works.
The dispersal order
Right?
here in downtown
Right.
LA, that's when we really saw this force
Yeah.
of law enforcement moving in, as some of the crowd here remains downtown, being pushed again towards 3rd Street here on Broadway, Christine and Gigi.
And Mario, we're going to go to Justin O'Brien up in Skyfox, because in addition to everything else they have to deal with in downtown Los Angeles.
You too, right? Okay, you too, yeah.
And this actually happened
All right.
earlier in downtown. There was a street takeover, Justin?
Yes, Gigi, just to give you an idea, this is where Mario's location is. This is just southwest of the
We've got some
Gloria Marina,
aerial
Grand
footage.
Park. LAPD, obviously, their skirmish lines as I'm pushing down here. This is the area where Mario is, and this is where the group is being pushed. And as you said, yes, it's becoming a street takeover. Occasionally you see a smoke light up in the street there. It's actually people spinning their wheels. So this crowd is being pushed south on Broadway, and they're certainly taking over the intersections now and turning it into almost the street takeovers that we often see in Compton at night time, Gigi.
And Justin,
Radical
earlier this
progressive.
afternoon, even when the protest was still peaceful, as thousands of people were on the street, there was a driver in a burgundy Dodge who suddenly began doing donuts in the intersection and spin-outs, putting
Shooting
all of those
in Seattle,
people in
2
danger.
dead.
LAPD moved
Shooting in
quickly,
Salt Lake
I believe,
riots, ambulance on scene, right?
Detained, but those
so we just had 2 shootings at the same time. Is that what happened?
So in addition to all of the chaos that we're seeing, the city is also dealing with other things. There's a Dodgers game on, which of course is great for sports fans. We have a Dodgers game, and you have this issue. And because of what's happening in downtown Los Angeles, we want to tell you there is what's called a
Patriot Sports Radio.
That stands for temporary flight
donating to Matt and
restriction.
family to make
so
or
across
right that eastern border. Hey, thank
Los
you.
Angeles, zooming in, the crew doing an absolutely amazing job. Justin, thank you very much. We know how difficult it is, how challenging it is, being 1,500 feet above everything and being able to report with such a detail what you're seeing from Skyfox. And there you see a long line of cars. We can see the flashing lights, and now reports of street takeovers as the protesters leave. Some of them leave.
By the way, there was a super chat from Denise. It said body cams on all officers should be turned on. You know, okay, if they wanted to hold any of these people criminally accountable for this, they should and would do that. This is Los Angeles. They're not, listen, I doubt even the guys a week ago that were blowing up cars, I doubt even they get criminally held accountable. They might get a misdemeanor slap on the wrist. This is Los Angeles, guys. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if half of these LA cops are illegal aliens themselves. I don't know. Nothing happens. None of these people are going to be held accountable. Well, okay. 99.99999999999% of these people are not going to be held accountable. That's just how they do it in Los Angeles. I wish that wasn't the case, but I think that is the case. Oops, where's our audio here?
As Mario was alluding to there, we're about 45 minutes before that curfew kicks in.
Okay, I'm looking around here.
Well, we are watching.
Just while you're there, I just want to see.
No, I'm kidding.
I see something very interesting there.
This is what I think. I think the LAPD, I think they actually have a lot of good officers, but I think their leadership structure, namely their mayor, and we know the police chief, the chief of police in LA, are libtards. We know that. Mayor Karen Bass, namely, but the police chief also seems to be. And so I imagine right now in LA, you have a lot of very frustrated police officers. I think you have a lot of frustrated police officers that are having to deal with this and say, listen, we can't even arrest these people. They've been told they can't do this, they can't do that. I bet these officers are very annoyed with this situation.
Works there, so this is definitely taking over the feel of a street takeover, ladies.
Well, as you give us this picture from
street
the air,
takeover,
obviously a much different picture from the
look
ground
at that.
there, where Mara Ramirez is. Right there as law enforcement is moving a crowd on foot.
That's right.
As the curfew nears. It's a reminder that this is a very big city. And I'm thinking.
So, folks, elsewhere in the city, you have a rabble of Mexicans they've just decided to block a 4-way intersection. They're shutting down traffic, and it looks like they're having a little fiesta, maybe a quinceañera. I'm not exactly sure what they're doing. Feliz cumpleaños. No me gusta mucho. Grande fiesta a la mañana para mi abuela. So we're going to keep tabs on this. I don't know what's going on down there.
No doubt, of course, people who live in the area are still allowed to, even though the curfew goes into effect, they're still allowed to get into their residences. And you can see these people still making their way southbound. Unclear how they'll actually get out of here eventually, whether they would get onto the metro. Maybe that's something, I think one big thing to look at here as well, all the police resources are up here. So if they were looking at to try to take any of these people into custody, they'd actually have to flood the area, both Hill Street and the street to the right here. That's Spring, I believe. I believe it's between Olive and, sorry, I apologize. Hill
Desert Vet, I blame these federal judges and SCOTUS for setting the stage for all of this, along with the Democrats, of course. You know, we didn't get here overnight. Keep in mind, a lot of these illegal aliens have been here for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 15, 20, 30 years. We have had this problem didn't pop up overnight. This has been a problem for decades. What we are witnessing on our streets right now across the country, this is decades in the making. This is 30, 40, or 50 years of tolerating, turning a blind eye to the invasion going on our southern border. And now it's gotten so big. It's boiling over. Now it's boiling over. The water's boiling over the side of the pot, so to speak. And here we are. This is decades in the making, what we are witnessing right now. And now we're reaching the climax. And I think people across the country are finally waking up and realizing, wow, we have a problem. Wow. I think for a long time, people could kind of ignore, if you lived in a small town somewhere and you don't really have to deal with this stuff, you're not in a big city, you're not in a big sanctuary city. I think a lot of people in the country were kind of able to bury their head in the sand, so to speak. You can't ignore it anymore. All of this is being broadcast across the nation. I think a lot of Americans, thank God, are finally waking up and realizing, wow, our country has been invaded. Wow, we have a bunch of Mexican flag waving illegal aliens that are torching our cities and causing problems, spraying graffiti everywhere, spray painting everything, blowing up cars, assaulting officers, assaulting just average everyday Americans. I mean, look at this. This image right here should piss you off. That should piss you off. You've got a guy riding through the streets of America, waving a Mexican flag with his fist up like he's a conqueror. He's acting like he's a conqueror, like he's conquering America on behalf of Mexico. That image you just saw, it's poetic almost. That image should piss any American off. Even if you are like your moderate Democrat, you should see that and get pissed off about that. And so I think people are. I think people are. I really do. All of these images are being broadcast nationwide. And I hope people are waking up. At least that's what I hope.
Fireworks. So they were supposed to have a change of shift at 6 p.m. Obviously, that's not going to happen. And you have all the other LAPD stations and all the other business of Los Angeles that needs to be tended to while this is happening, as Christine mentioned, in this relatively small area. And, oh, there we see what?
Cars. I'm looking at now, how do you move all these cars out of the way? That might take a minute. And it makes me think of Justin's aerial shot where he showed us all the cars there on the street there. You can see in the aerial shot. And now it looks like LAPD is right there. Can you imagine being bottled up in that?
And that is why the CHP has closed all the on-ramps and off-ramps to downtown Los Angeles between the 110 freeway and Alameda to prevent exactly a freeway takeover, but now you sort of have a street takeover. We have some breaking news. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has confirmed that one of their deputies has been injured. The severity of that injury unknown as of now. This during a confrontation with agitators and or protesters in downtown Los Angeles. We are working to get more information. We also heard, and we're trying to get this confirmed, that one of the horses from their mounted unit may have also been injured in these confrontations.
We have an injured horse now. All right.
Get you the latest information on the chaos in downtown.
Just for the record, I care more about one horse in the LAPD than all of these illegal aliens running around. If I had to choose, deport the horse or deport 10 million. Hold up. Does this even make sense? I don't even know if this makes sense. Listen, I'm getting tired. The point is, I care more about the horse. At this point, I care more about the horse. That's how I feel.
What I'm noticing here is you don't have a crowd of people packing the street. You got a bunch of cars. If you know downtown, a lot of the streets can be one way. It looks like LAPD is going to now have to help funnel those cars out of the area with that curfew hitting in about 40 minutes. Sky Fox, we know, is moving to a location where there are other protesters. We'll bring that to you soon. Right now, I can tell you this crowd, though, of people has been moved away from City
James,
Hall,
thank you. I'm happy you're tuning in.
From Grand Park.
Thank you very
away
much.
From
Thank
your
you.
Government
Thank you, man.
buildings and push this crowd back to
Thank you
now
very
where
much.
you have a lot of cars.
Anyone flying a Mexican flag is reasonable suspicion that they are not American civilians. Detain them at least.
On that. All right, we're just watching
What
here.
the hell is up
And that
there?
probably
What the
stems
hell?
from Christine, that the initial officers who say they took bottles and rocks and bricks, they were being hurled at them from people.
Listen, so right now, so far, we've been talking about the Alien Enemies Act. All of this discussion about President Trump's capacity to invoke the Alien Enemies Act has actually been solely and exclusively around invoking it to deport Trende Aragua, to use the military to detain, apprehend, detain and deport Trende Aragua gang members. Here's where I'm at. I want to see the Alien Enemies Act for every single one of these people. Okay? I'm like, I am beyond Trende Aragua. I am beyond MS-13. I want to see the alien enemies. Our country has been invaded by all of these people. They are invaders. At this point, that is abundantly clear. I want the Alien Enemies Act for every single one of these people. All of them have to go. All of them. All of them. And so what that means is, yes, the U.S. military is in the streets. Yes, the National Guard. Yes, the Marines. Yes, all of it. Yes, I want to see paratroopers. I want to see paratroopers floating gracefully down into the streets of Los Angeles and then snatching illegal aliens. I want all of that. Okay? That is what I voted for. That is what I want. I don't know about you. That's how I feel. We have been invaded.
Town area with all of those people, you can see where it can be congested with vehicles. I'm sure some might be innocently there. Some might have been at the protest. Some might have stayed a little too long, and now they're boxed in there.
And that curfew, of course, does not apply to folks who live in downtown Los Angeles, folks who are working in downtown Los Angeles, members of the media, or anyone who has legitimate business in downtown Los Angeles. So those folks may simply be trying to get home before the curfew goes into effect. Not a lot of hope is being placed that the 8 p.m. curfew will actually cause folks to leave the area, because keep in mind, at 4:30 a dispersal order was issued and folks, not everyone left the area. So not a lot of faith is being placed in that 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew, which has worked for the most part in keeping downtown Los Angeles safer than before the curfew was issued.
Well, we do know there were no Kings
curfew in 35 minutes
all across Southern California.
35 minutes.
Segundo to Linwood to Beverly Hills to West Hollywood. We have not been able to cover all of them, but on social media you have people posting about them. Obviously the biggest would have been here downtown at Grant Park.
We got some video earlier from Oxnard, Ventura County. They had hundreds of protesters take to the street, and reports are so.
Let's see what they're saying over here, folks. What do you say?
Country maybe ever. You know, you spoke with the border czar himself saying we're going to continue this for weeks to come. But now we're hearing President Trump backtracking a little bit about some of the places where a lot of these people are being arrested, whether it be day laborers or the farms, hotel workers, restaurant workers. What do you anticipate what we can expect here to see in the next few weeks?
Isn't that interesting? Tom Homan said to me there are going to be operations every day in Los Angeles moving forward when I talked to him last weekend as well. And President Trump, after reporting came out about what has been happening at Home Depots from Cypress Park to Westlake, at the fields in Oxnard and in Camarillo, and these raids that reportedly happened in Moore Park, all over Ventura County over the course of the last few days. The New York Times is saying that President Trump has now issued a directive that he doesn't want to see those types of raids, those types of so-called quote-unquote collateral arrests of agents chasing people through strawberry fields or cabbage fields, out in the Oxnard area because of the imagery. And I think that in reaction to the reporting, we saw that with family separation, when the deliberate separation of 5,500 children.
This is a little bit irritating for me. I'm going to be honest. You guys know I love President Trump. I really do. Like Elon Musk said, I love him as much as you can love a man. I get and not be gay. I don't know how to put it, but this order he gave 2 days ago, and this is not like a rumor. Like Trump posted this himself on his own Truth Social page. He said that he's going to sort of slow down deportation efforts or halt altogether deportation efforts on farms, in restaurants, and in the hospitality industry, like hotels. He said he's going to stop doing that. Yeah, that bothers me. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. And once again, this is not some speculation. Trump posted that himself on his own Truth Social a couple days ago. I want to see 2 times more. I want to see 5 times more, especially in those industries. Okay, that's what I want. Now is the time to go all out. Now is the time to double it, to triple it, to ratchet it up, not to wind things back. what's happening down over there. So I don't know. We got to see what happens. You know, things change day to day. We got to see. Let me take a look at this from the King. Excuse me. As a former anti-terrorism expert, the cells are here just waiting. They came in through open border. If a mass event pops off in any city, these protesters will be begging for the police, and guard only takes one individual. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you know better than I do. We probably have 50 different types of terrorists from 50 different countries, or 50 different terrorist organizations. I'm sure we've got not just Chinese terrorists or you know, whatever, and Iranian stuff. I'm sure we've got all types, cartel gang members. I'm sure we've got 50 different types or 100 different types of would-be terrorists waiting for the moment, waiting for the call, waiting for the order to be given. I'm sure, I'm positive. I'm sure. 4 short years. Hold up, what is this? National Guard is coming in. Hold up, slow down, guys. $50 super chat. We have cavalry coming in as well. I'm going to read through this. 4 short years, we might have another rigged election, then either civil war or this country is finished. Like I said, I don't think we're ever going to have a civil war. I do not think that's ever going to happen. If I really think that if we fail, if the America First agenda fails, if we are not able to deport all of these people, then what happens is just a slow, terrible deterioration of this country. All of the basic operations that we have in this country, everything that makes this country what it is, just slowly deteriorates. And then 10, 15, 20 years from now, the country you recognize today, you know and love today, won't even be here. I just think it slowly crumbles apart. That's what I think. I don't think there's ever going to be a big standoff, a big violent war, a big, flash in the pan moment. I think if we lose, if MAGA loses, if America First loses, then we're just going to slowly deteriorate into a third world nation. We will become a third world nation. That's what I think. That's what I think. Now, somebody said something in Seattle. Let me take a look here. Okay, that's actually not in Seattle. What about New York? New York live. It's already done. I mean, yeah, what the situation I just explained is already happening. Yeah. Think about all of the societal cohesion that we had in this country 30, 40 years ago. Is society less efficient, less effective, less cohesive today than it was 50 years from now or 50 years ago? Yeah, obviously, yeah. This country is in a more downtrodden, deteriorated, degenerated state today than it was 50 years ago. And so the rate at which society will continue to deteriorate will increase exponentially, meaning that degeneration, that deterioration of society will pick up in speed. It's been slowly happening so far. It's only going to start happening faster and faster and faster. That rate of decay will pick up in speed the more people from the third world we have in the country. That's what's going to happen. Okay. I'm getting a little bit gassed. I've been talking for 10 hours straight. Let me try to figure out what is going on here. I think this feed over here is a replay. That is not even live. The reason why they are concerned about this building in the bottom left, they are afraid that there are shooters in that building. That's what they're talking about. Is there a potential shooter up there in that building? They're moving on, though. Maybe they're not worried about that. New York live. Maybe I can find something here. Salt Lake, shots fired. I don't think I have a single live feed from New York. I don't think that's happening. Every news site is just pretty much focusing on Los Angeles. Guys, look down below. Wow, great. See, when I'm talking about society decaying, I'm talking about a car doing donuts in downtown LA in front of a crowd of people with a Mexican flag on the hood. This is what there's a perfect example. Okay? We have a car with a big Mexican flag on. This is just third world ghetto behavior. And if enough of it happens, if you have enough of this, then you don't have a society anymore. Then you don't have a functioning civil society anymore. This is what I'm talking about. You're going to start seeing more of this, more of that. That's what I'm talking about. Las Vegas. I hear Las Vegas is starting to heat up. Las Vegas is starting to heat up, is it? I don't, I also don't really see anything in Las Vegas, to be honest with you. I'm looking around. I don't see anything really. Coffee? No, 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 no. No, thank you, dear. No, thank you, dear. Trying to figure out what I'm going to do. I'm feeling a little bit fried. I might be just about fried. I'm seeing if I can pull up anything that I can just get on the screen here. MAGA or bust. I agree. Thank you. I agree. I'm sorry. I have like 2% energy right now. And I'm taking a look around. People are talking about the... I'm just going to type in shooting. Let me see here. You're going to see more stuff like this. You see this? You're going to start seeing more things like this. That's what you're going to start seeing. Once again, we are an invaded country. Our country has been invaded. I don't see anything about a Utah shooting. I don't even see that. Okay. Actually, no. I do see something here. Let me take a look. There's something. I'll play this up here. This is in Utah and Salt Lake City.
Oh my God, that's a gun. That's a gun. Come on. Come on. Get out. Get over here. Jay, come here. That was a gun. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Somebody call the police. Somebody, please call the police. There was a shooting at our illegal alien invasion celebration. Somebody, please call the police.
Okay. Okay, we're on State Street right here. That is, that one street. If we go through that parking garage, we can get to where we're going.
Amazing. Amazing. Well, well, well.
And they are out. Immigrants contribute to this economy in ways that we can't even truly, quantify. And aside from that, they contribute to our communities in a beautiful way. And that's something that...
This is something they do. Guys, trust me. Just trust me. I know we don't have any numbers or actual metrics to substantiate the ways in which we're saying illegal aliens contribute to the economy, so we're just going to make it up. So I'm just going to say illegal aliens contribute to the economy in so many beautifully rich ways that we can't even explain. Is that right? Really? Is that right? Okay, all right. And we're just supposed to trust you? We're just supposed to believe you? Okay, all right.
By joining the military. So the fact that we have switched sides on this is demonstrative of the nature of the immigration debate going back decades. Republicans used to be the ones who said, you need to give these folks a break. It's why Ronald Reagan, we talked about this, signed the Simpson-Mazzola Immigration Reform Act. It's why organized labor was opposed to illegal immigration for the longest time. Now things have switched. But the fact of the matter is, I think there's some research that you will start to see, we're seeing it in reports, that plenty of the people who voted for Donald Trump on the issue of immigration wanted him to get out gang members, drug dealers, child rapists, the worst of the worst, not the person who is putting food on their table.
You are wrong. No, he was selling campaign signs that said mass deportations now. He campaigned on mass deportations. He campaigned on deporting 20 million illegals. He campaigned on deporting every single person that Joe Biden let in. Give me a break. This is such a... Hold that thought, please. This right here is what won Donald Trump the election. Mass deportations, not selectively deport the worst of the worst, including MS-13 cartel gang members. Not that. No, it was not selective deportations. It was mass deportations. All of them. Deport all of the illegal aliens. Not selective deportations. Every single one of them.
Not very many protesters here. There's a lot of cars on this street, and that's a little bit different than we've been normally seeing. And there's only...
Yeah, by the way, we just played the clip from Salt Lake City with the shooting. We just saw that. We're right now we are waiting for more developments about that. We're following that story.
We have not seen any pepper balls. It's been a stalemate right here. That skirmish line has not moved since we've been observing it, and those protesters have not tried to incur past.
I have to say, I'm going to be honest also, even if you were successfully able to make the argument that illegal aliens are these economic powerhouses, and you're not, that's not the case. But even if you were able to make that argument, I still wouldn't care. I would rather live in a poor America with no illegal aliens than a wealthy America surrounded by illegal aliens. That's just me. I'd rather be a poor redneck hick with no money, surrounded by actual Americans. I'd rather be poor with my fellow Americans than wealthy surrounded by a bunch of illegal aliens. That's my opinion. That's what I voted for. I don't care how much they bring to the economy, and they don't. We know that they drain the economy. But even if they did round out the American economy, I don't give a damn. Get them out of the country. That's how I feel. Goodbye. I don't care about it.
We're flying in after getting fuel. This is the only group that we saw here in downtown.
And as that 8 o'clock curfew approaches, less than 20 minutes now away, you know, these people who are still stragglers there, they're going to be subject to arrest. The LAPD telling...
Matt, does your family ever see you? Every morning I wake up, I give my wife a kiss. I say, sweetie, I'll see you in 12 hours. She says, what are you going to do? What are you doing down there? I said, sweetie, I've got a 12-hour shift of hating on illegal aliens. And she says, all right, it's a noble cause. I'll see you in 12 hours. I give her a kiss, and then I come down here and I go live and we get to work. and we get to work.
A few minutes ago, unfortunately,
and that's how we
curfew
do
has
it.
also led to this kind of desertion of downtown Los Angeles, this very, very populous and high dense place. It's been empty. Restaurants are suffering, businesses are suffering down there even before that curfew takes effect. But, you know, this is yet another night where we've seen violence against officers and the potential of violence against stores that is going to lead to yet another night of curfew. This is why officials have been arguing for it. It is not something that they take lightly. We were speaking with officials about a week ago, asking them, is this an option? They said, of course, they're talking about it, but it was a last resort. But over the last several nights, since this curfew has taken effect, it has been very effective, according to law enforcement and city officials, and it will take effect in less than 20 minutes time here at 8 o'clock. And everyone, who is down there on the ground will be.
Yeah, by the way, okay, so yeah, there was a shooting in Salt Lake City, Utah. We don't know how many people lost their lives. We don't know what the shooter looked like. I'm trying to follow. On my second monitor here, I'm looking to see. I'm looking for updates. We do have that little video that we played right here.
See what's going on here. Oh my God, that's a gun. That's a gun. Come on. Come on. Get out.
So that was probably a fourth shot. Hold up. How many shots do we have here? Everybody pay attention. Turn up the audio here. Listen very carefully. Hold up. Okay. So 1, 2, 3.
Oh my God, that's a gun. That's a gun. Come on. Come on. Get out.
4. I think that's 4 right there. That's the fourth one.
Come on. Come on. Get
4.
out.
Yeah.
Get over here.
And you know what? You actually might hear more in the back. As she's running around the corner, I think you hear more in the background. Listen to this.
Come on. Come on. Get out. Get over here. Shay, come here. That was a gun. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think you might have 6 or 7 shots, and they're very faint as she kind of comes around the corner. I think that could be the case. Lola Cafe. Lola Cafe, thank you very, very much. I appreciate that super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. They have the suspect in custody. Yeah, I'll show you something here. I saw a photo of somebody that was down on the ground, but it was from a source that I don't really know how reliable it is. Give me one moment. This I saw this. I don't. Breaking USA, shots fired, a protest. Here, you know what? I can actually check. Give me a moment. I'll see how. What's that website called? TinEye. It's called. I'm tired. I'm fried. I'm brain fried. Okay. Well, I ran this image through a image checker, and this image here doesn't pop up anywhere else on the entire internet. So this might be the guy. This might be him. Could be. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to say. Hard to say right now. I'm gonna keep trying to find some more information about this though.
So this causes a lot of inconvenience to a lot of people who've done nothing wrong. They live in that area because of whatever reason. They're close to work. They like the downtown area, the environment. But this disrupts many, many people. And that's the sad part, is there's disruption to good, legitimate
KSL Chopper 5
citizens. It's not necessary. As we see the officers that are in their skirmish line, they're getting ready to confront, and they'll be moving. We know we've got a lot of traffic going at this particular time, but once that magic hour approaches, which is pretty quick, they're going to lock that area down, and people who haven't left are all going to get taken on those buses.
This is chopper footage. It is no longer live. Do you think did this capture the shooting? This is a replay. Yeah, wow, people are running. Oh, this is a replay of yeah, hold up. You hear it there. Yep. Yep. Can you stop spamming the chat? Listen. The audacity to spam the chat when I am very irritable after having been streaming for 10 hours. Maybe you could spam when I've been live for 1 hour, but when I've been live for 10 hours, you should know, I am irritable. I'm getting a little bit pissy, okay? The audacity to spam the chat on hour 10 of all hours, on hour 10, when I'm feeling pissy and tired. Unbelievable. I can't even believe it myself. Stop spamming the chat. I will deport you. I will deport you so fast. Okay. Now, do they see who he is down there? Can you see? I don't see anyone on the ground. I don't see anyone on the ground, like injured or the shooter. I don't see anything. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna see what I can find on Twitter here. This is a couple minutes ago. Take a look at this. We've got a breaking news update. We're investigating a shooting possibly associated with the demonstration. We have multiple law enforcement units in the area trying to verify information and to determine if there is a victim. We have a person of interest in custody. We are asking people to leave the demonstration safely and orderly. This was posted 45 minutes ago. Oh. We can confirm the shooting resulted in one person being critically injured. The patient has been taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. Officers are asking people to leave safely and orderly. This remains a very fluid situation. Media, staging, okay. There you have it. So one person got shot. There was, in fact, a shooting. One person is in the hospital, critically injured. Terrible, terrible. Absolutely terrible. And of course, this is what we've been talking about. Like, guys, we knew this was going to be the case. Okay, so far as a recap, early this morning, why don't we go ahead and recap No King's Day? Today is called No King's Day. Let's do a recap. Two people were assassinated in a political assassination. A senator was shot multiple times, and he's in the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. We have one person assassinated or just like shot in a mass shooting type of situation in downtown Salt Lake City. And we also had two cops in Florida that were called out to the middle of nowhere in a fake 911 call. And when they arrived, there was a man with an assault rifle waiting in the bushes to shoot at the cops. The cops in that case were luckily able to flip it back on that would-be assassin, and they killed him actually, but they got called into an ambush. So we have had not one, not two, three distinct, very violent situations today as a consequence of this No King's Day. There's a shooting in Fort Cavazos on lockdown right now. Okay, well, I haven't even heard about that. Let me look that up. I don't know anything about that. 1 second here.
Of the Los Angeles Police Department as to what the status is right now in the city of Los Angeles and what happened in the last few hours here on the streets of Los Angeles, specifically in the area surrounding the Civic Center. So
wait a minute, dude. Who the hell calls Fort Hood Fort Cavazos? What is Fort Cavazos? You mean Fort Hood? I don't know what in the hell is that? What the hell is a Cavazos? Okay, let me take a look at this.
Active shooter. Active shooter. Active shooter incident is occurring on the installation. Avoid all out.
And so this, okay, so we have an active shooter at a military base.
Door area. If the active shooter is in your building or nearby, lock the door. Silence. Active.
Amazing. Amazing.
Since a curfew has been instituted, and as we look right now in another night, we have seen the numbers drop significantly. 59 people arrested 2 nights ago, 49 people rather 2 nights ago, and just less than 20 last night. So it's a matter now, knowing that this was a very big day across the country, a very big day here in downtown Los Angeles. Will those people who took to the streets, will those people be willing to leave because an 8 o'clock curfew is now going to be in place?
Thank you very much for all the coverage today, man. I know you've had a long day. Thank you very much for all the coverage today, man. I know you've had a long day. Yeah, Doomwolf? Then why would you make me read the same thing 2 times in a row? I'm kidding. Hey, Doomwolf, thank you. Doomwolf has been watching me for years. He's a long-time viewer. He's a long-time viewer. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Doomy. Thank you, Doomwolf. Okay, hold up. There's a story right here in Discord. Alleged shooter at Fort Hood. Let me pull this up here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm not a military guy. Why are they calling it Fort Cavazos sometimes? I don't get this. I thought it was called Fort Hood. I don't know anything. Okay. Fort Cavazos Garrison Public Affairs confirmed to News 10 that reports of an alleged active shooter on post have been received and that there is currently a lockdown. Yeah, I mean that's what we just saw. That's what we just saw. Okay.
Leave then are subject to arrest. Officers started taking rocks, bottles, and missiles at that point from a high ground position over by the LA Mall. At that point, they deployed gas in order to disperse the group and were successful. Used some tactical maneuvers as well, flanking movements.
5 minutes, boys.
The group out of there. But it's been kind of a cat and mouse after that. We have people who are getting more violent and focused on assaults on officers as opposed to any kind of peaceful protest.
Really quickly, how the injuries to officers and to deputies, what are we up to?
I'm not sure about deputies. Overall, we've had 7 officers hurt. None significant enough to require any kind of hospitalization long-term, certainly. As far as deputies in CHP, I'm not aware of those numbers. I know on both cases they have had injuries. We'll figure, the final tallies out when we get some peace here. But right now, my ask, everybody, is, young people, please stay away from here. The curfew starts at 8 o'clock. If you're here, you're subject to arrest. There's no dispersal order needed or anything. If you're in the vicinity that's covered by the curfew, then you're subject to arrest and will be.
Chief, you say when we get some peace. Where are we right now in terms of the confrontation with protesters and members of law enforcement?
Overall, I'd say we're in a good place. We've gotten traction throughout the week. We have a lot of mutual aid partners that have worked with us on this, and I think
right now.
Yeah, right now, overall, we're in pretty good shape. Again, as the night goes on and it gets dark, it's hard to predict what's going to happen, but we're ready for whatever happens, and we'll take appropriate action. Anybody who's down here who is not supposed to be here, don't have a reason to be here, they will be arrested for curfew violations. Those that do violence, vandalism,
4 minutes, boys. T-minus 4 minutes.
Will be arrested.
Our NBC4 cameras noticed people were being detained. Do we have a number of arrests today?
I don't have the final tally yet.
But people are being detained. People have been arrested. Have there been protesters injured as well?
I have no tally on that yet either.
Okay. So right now, is there a skirmish line set up? Is there, again, that cat and mouse that you're talking about going on?
Yeah, you can see right here.
Turn right around, Chad, and show us as we talk to Chief McDonald. Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, you can see here we're moving resources into place. This looks like a situation where somebody is in need of medical aid of some kind. What you see with the police is force protection for the fire department. As they go into what they consider a hot zone, they will always have police with them to protect them, watch their back, and ensure their safety while they treat anybody who's injured.
Skirmish line set up right now. Where and what's happening?
Yeah, I'd have to check with you. Now, the one was set up when I came down from the office. That has since moved on, and so now it's fluid right now. And these folks that are out here now move from location to location as part of their strategy.
How many people are we talking about right now?
Goodness.
When you talk about protesters getting ready to confront the LAPD?
On the streets right now, spread out over probably a 10-block area, we probably have 1,000 people still out.
Chief, this isn't what you wanted to happen. You said things were peaceful, things were going fine. And then did you blame this on a few agitators? All of a sudden something was thrown?
Yeah, no, absolutely. There are agitators who come in for the sole purpose of creating havoc, vandalism, assaults on police officers, assaults on other people here to do peaceful protests. And so our goal is to be able to identify them and hold them accountable for what they're doing. We work with the city attorney and the district attorney to be able to ensure that charges are presented or cases are presented for charges, and they'll be held accountable.
Chief, we've got less than a minute left before we have to go off the air, but just tell me right now the plans for the LAPD, for law enforcement, going now into these overnight hours.
Yeah, we're still heavily deployed. We'll be all night. We'll be tomorrow as well. So we're ready for whatever comes our way. My ask is to people that, hey, this is our city. The eyes of the world are on us. We're better than this. To see people out here doing the things we've seen over the last week, disgusting in some cases. You have some people doing their peaceful protests, most people, that we're here to protect them. But for those who come out, particularly after hours of darkness, to hurt other people, no tolerance for that.
Chief Jim McDonald, thank you very much. Let's go back to you.
All right, Robert, thank you so much. And I think the chief put it really well the other day when he said, and tonight, he said to young people, don't be down here. But he also said the other night, you could be involved in something you don't want to be, and you could face charges that will affect you for the rest of your life.
And potentially federal charges now as well. We are going to continue our breaking news coverage on the NBC4 Los Angeles News Channel. We'll, of course, continue to bring you any updates here on the air as needed. And we'll be back here on air for the NBC4 News at 11.
It is just starting to get dark, folks.
Can't come out onto the street, so
we will see what happens here.
But the patrons that are inside.
Now, do we have a feed from New York or Chicago?
Some of the people who were out here on the street.
Have we got anything from
went into this
over to the east?
But this is why so many of them decided to close their doors. We saw a lot of them with the fencing, making sure that they were boarded up if they had glass storefronts. And throughout the last couple of days,
yeah, we have seen the Utah thing.
Many of these businesses writing on the storefront, on the boarded up storefront, Mexican owned, similar to what we saw during the George Floyd unrest, many trying to avoid the vandalism and looting by appeasing to those crowds here in downtown LA. Gigi.
I don't know if that manager is willing to talk with you any further. I sense he might have been just a little hesitant, but was just answering your questions. But I'm wondering what it means for them to have a Saturday night.
Nothing in New York.
No business due to a curfew, and a Friday night and a Thursday night last week.
You know what, the manager here, we're talking to a customer. You've been watching here. Oh, okay, you're the owner. What is this like here? I mean, seeing this activity, this is your business. You decided to stay open here. Walk me through that.
Yeah, I think we're just looking at Los Angeles right now, folks.
In the day, it was a
just
great
LA.
Turnout, and it was a wonderful protest, and I think now you just got a lot of rabble-rousing going on. And,
oh wow, look at this
it's
guy.
It's a little tense. It's a little tense. We want to be here for our community, but also, you know, we're at a point where it's like, okay, we want to get home and get safe too. You know, nobody really needs to be out here and stoking the fire.
And as someone who's running a business here, what's the impact been like for you? This, you know, these demonstrations started a week ago, over a week ago on Friday.
Yeah, it's not friendly for business. You know, we have to close 4 or 5 hours early.
Really?
And my concern is more the impact on.
You're telling me that having your city infested with illegal aliens is not good for business? What? I thought they were stimulating the economy. I thought they were I thought they were great for the economy. What are you talking about? Huh?
Sometimes years. Last time we had protests like this, you know, the perception of downtown was that things weren't great here. And we need people to know that people live here. Humanity exists here. And we run our businesses and we live and work.
Trump
and
renamed it back to Fort Hood. Oh, good. Okay.
We need people to come back to downtown.
Okay.
Now, this is Sardines Wine Bar. How long have you all been in business here?
We've been here for 3 years, and we've had the cheese shop next door for 11 years now. We were...
As we, are seeing some of this activity out here, your reaction moving forward. What's the plan moving forward? I mean, tomorrow, are you opening? Are you opening up?
We'll continue to open up. Yeah. We'll just, the police have been doing a good job of kind of diffusing the situation.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it, folks. I think this guy is gay. I don't know about you, but I think he is.
Town and serving these people.
What's your message to the city as this is happening? The curfew now in place. We might see some arrests here. The fire department moving in.
Yeah, I think we're pretty resilient, but patience and peace, acceptance, tolerance. Those are things that we need to look for. And there's a lot of people hurting internally. And that internal hurt manifests itself in ways that is sometimes a little destructive, and we get it. But I think it's just keep on keeping on, keep on doing what you're doing, and let people know how you're feeling.
Keep on.
Perspective. Thanks for sharing it with us. What's your name? Reed. All right, manager of Sardines Wine Bar here.
Can you?
Yeah, I'm listening here as we're continuing to watch that activity.
All right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was going to ask you to ask him about the vibrancy of downtown.
Nothing going on with Israel, by the way, or Iran.
And
nothing happening.
Downtown was not an area of vibrancy of hotels and restaurants. It's really a changed nature and demographic, and that bar looks beautiful there inside. Looks wonderful. Ask him about what he loves about downtown.
Yeah, Christine Devine asking about the vibrancy and the culture here. What do you love about this area of downtown? What drew you here to open up your business?
Oh, I mean, it's a very diverse demographic. We got people of all ages and all over the country. And
we've got people of all legal statuses down here. It's very diverse. We have citizens, we have non-citizens, we have people that are here legally, we have people that are here illegally.
And that's the beauty of it.
It's very diverse.
I think we have that resilience and I don't know. City folk love the diversity and the vibrancy and that's what we love about it down here.
What are your customers saying? Some of them here recording, obviously, maybe in shock here. Are they from out of town? Are they locals?
No, they're all locals. We have a very loyal.
I'm just going to say it, folks. I'm going to say this is probably the most controversial thing that I've ever said on my stream. You guys know I'm opinionated. I am going to say something incredibly divisive and incredibly controversial. Mexican food sucks. It's overrated. I don't even like it. It's okay. I would gladly never have Mexican food ever again in my entire life if it meant getting rid of all the illegal aliens. It's not even that good. Mexican food has like 2 or 3 ingredients and then they just mix it up in different ways. It's like the same 3 ingredients formatted in different ways. Taco, burrito, quesadilla. It's all the same. It's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. A quesadilla and a burrito and a taco and it's the same thing. Can we be honest just for a minute here?
Encouraging each other and
it's all the same.
Each other out. If anybody needs anything, we're all there for each other. We all take care of each other and look out for the storefronts and if we're open and it gets a little hairy on the inside, people are around that come and check in on you. So
We appreciate it. I know you're open, so stay safe. Thanks so much for talking to us. Reed, the owner here of the Sardines
Curfew
Wine Bar
is in
downtown,
effect as
Broadway
of 7 minutes
and 4th
ago.
Street. Now, the skirmish line continuing to move.
Curfew is in.
Towards 5th. And we're
Roger, see, Roger gets it. Roger knows. Thank you, Roger.
Signs as that curfew is in place. We haven't seen any of those arrests being made. People taken into custody for breaking that curfew in a 1 square mile area here downtown. But we do see that law enforcement continues to move. Continues to move. Thank you, sir.
What are you doing? It's a gay bar. There's a gay bar right there. That's a gay bar.
The second camera while that gentleman takes
Thanks,
his
dude.
thoughts elsewhere. Let's go to that second camera that we
Wow,
have
go
there.
figure,
That, I believe, is 2nd Street happening right now. And you see, obviously, a large deployment there of police with their 40 millimeter and less lethal launchers there, those green rifles you see, as I was mentioning earlier, they basically launch a foam projectile, rubber bullets as they're commonly called, and they can launch as far as 110 feet, I learned recently. And you see them, and they're clearly marked in green, so people know that those are less lethal
I think everybody is going home, guys. I think it's pretty much over.
8:07, LAPD putting out the curfew, went into effect exactly 8 minutes ago, 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. for that 1 mile square area in downtown Los Angeles. And right now, this is where everything is happening. There are smaller protests, including one in Van Nuys in the San Fernando Valley. There's 100 protesters out on the streets of Oxnard right now in Ventura County, we are hearing. Those protests remain peaceful. The disturbance has been primarily in a very small area surrounding City Hall near LAPD headquarters in downtown Los Angeles. It was about 4:30 when
Man, what a terrible shift. Imagine you're one of these young guys out here in the National Guard. Man. Oh, that sucks. They just have to stand here in the hot Southern Californian sun in their full military getup, your fatigues, whatever the word is, and just stand there for like 10 hours. That sucks.
Rousers, agitators started causing some trouble, unfortunately.
Anticlimactic, yeah, a little bit.
We have heard that
your channel is turning into hate. What do you mean turning into? It always has been. I hate people that have invaded our country. Yes, I'll listen, I have a bias. I am radically America first, and I hate the people that are destroying my country. Yes. Yes. I'm harboring a little bit of hate. Yes, I hate the people that are actively destroying the country that I love. Yes, I have a little bit of hate. Yes. Yes, I do. I won't even deny it. I do. Yes. I do.
Immigrants from all over the world that came out today, and all of a sudden the chaos broke loose, and it was peaceful no longer. And it's very unfortunate. And this is what LA, the city, the mayor, the governor, everyone was worried about, is that the message.
And Mexican food sucks. And Mexican food sucks.
Guarantees the right.
I'm sick of it.
Expression, the right to protest peacefully, and the First Amendment specifically says, you know, peaceably or peacefully in the First Amendment. But now the message has been hijacked into a story about the violence.
And yet we have another night of curfew.
We have a massive $50 super chat from the Mexican food official spokesman. He even has a little taco as his YouTube avatar. Check that out. His profile picture is a taco where with a mustache with a sombrero. And his name is the Mexican food official spokesman. You know what, guys? Maybe I was wrong about this. Hey, thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Hey, listen, I think I was wrong. I was probably being a little bit too critical. I think Mexican food is very diverse. There's a wide array of ingredients. I think the food isn't even reductive at all. I think the differences between a taco and a burrito really are immeasurable. You can't even begin to explain the nuance and complexity behind these elaborate Mexican dishes. I love them. I personally love them, and I think our country is better off for having them. I love it. I love it. I love them. Thank you. I appreciate that super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh man, I am getting tired. I gotta go. I really need to go. It has been a long day. It has been a long day. Not sure if the world understands this. Israel nuke capable with over 200 warheads. If Iran puts them on the wall, God bless mankind. Yeah, go ahead. Google the Samson option. I'm not even going to explain it. If you're looking for an interesting read, go on Wikipedia or Google or something and type in Samson option. Yeah, that's exactly what you are talking about. Yeah, pretty much. Hotwire Super Chat 3. You just keep saying I thought I read that as disagree with. I was almost going to be mad at you. You just keep saying shit I agree with. Man, I wish you were my neighbor. The garage hangouts would be epic. Well, here's the thing. I never leave my house, so I just all I do is sit inside and never leave my house. So we wouldn't even see each other. But anyway, it's the thought that counts. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that at least. Also, Kid 515. If this is stolen land and you don't claim it as America, then the laws and Constitution doesn't apply to. Yeah, it's an interesting thought. If the country doesn't exist, then neither does the Constitution, and then neither does your due process. So get the hell out. Good one. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, true. Nick TD. Now I want Spam and Taco Bell. Thanks. Spam and Taco Bell. You know, this is one of my little white trash habits, I guess. I love Spam. I really like Spam. It's one of my guilty white trash habits. I love Spam. It's super good. I love Spam. I mix it up in my eggs sometimes. Spam is good. It's undeniably good. Spam is good. Can't deny that. The Grim Angel 505. Don't hate. It shows they got under your skin. Show contempt instead. Do not show weakness to them. They will exploit it. I don't know. This is a semantics game. Anyway, hey, thank you. I appreciate it though. I appreciate that. I'm okay. So this live coverage has concluded. I think that Los Angeles is pretty much just like shutting down now.
I just got home from the protest in downtown.
I think it's pretty much over. And by the way, I don't really see any other protest. Look at Portland. Okay, I was gonna say I don't really see any other protest live streams anywhere else in the country happening right now. I'll try to pull up Portland, but Portland live. I don't see. I don't even see a single live stream from Portland. Everybody's just been talking about there. What is this? What? Okay. What is this? You know what? Here's what we'll do. We're gonna do something crazy here for a minute. Can I do this? Can I do this? Can I do this? Okay. So this is a bunch of ice. Well, to be frank, this is not exactly the highest quality, and also we don't even know where any of this stuff is happening. So Latinas don't just survive, we rise, we thrive, and we bring our Noye culture with us. So there you have it. Guys, I think I'm done. I think I'm probably done for the day. I think I am probably done for the day. I think it's about that time, folks. Unless there is one thing that could change that decision. If Iran fired ballistic missiles in the last 1 minute, then I will stay. Any ballistic missiles? Do we have any ballistic missiles in air right now? No, I don't think we do. All right, folks, it is over. Thank you all very, very much for tuning in. I appreciate it. What a day. I don't know what the plan is for tomorrow. I'm not going to make any promises. I have no idea what is happening tomorrow. I'm going to kind of call it, I don't know, when I wake up, I'll see what's happening. So thank you all very much for tuning in. I think that's going to be a wrap. It is a wrap. What a crazy day. There were ups, there were downs. It was a nutty day. I will see you all when I see you soon enough. That will happen. Everybody have a good night, have a good morning, and I'll see you at some point soon, either a video on YouTube or a live broadcast. So thank you all very much. Insane super chats. The super chats have been nuts today. Tons of new subscribers. Everybody subscribe, follow on Twitter, every single thing. Thank you all very much. And I'll see you next time. Thanks you. Thanks you.